Monsters roam the land, and human civilization teeters on the brink of collapse. At the age of 18, the awakening of one's divine vocation is the sole path to ascendancy. Lin Mo awakens to the C-grade profession of Desert Reaper, causing a stir throughout the school. Yet, unbeknownst to all, with each foe he vanquishes, his skill soul drain strike accumulates damage indefinitely with no cap. Slaying minions grants 3, elite foes 30, and bosses a staggering 300. Moreover, his skill level automatically escalates with each tier. While others scramble for a mere blue item, Lin Mo quietly brandishes an initial wooden staff with an attack power of 99,999. As the prodigies boast of their newfound skills, Lin Mo's Q skill has already evolved into Return of 1,000 Souls, unleashing a devastating blow that sends gods and demons reeling. An S-grade genius, felled in an instant, exclaims impossible. This cannot be. How can a C-grade profession take me down with a single strike? This defies reason. He must be cheating. The novice village administrator gasps. Goodness gracious. He calls that C-grade? I just witnessed him slay the hidden boss of the novice village with a single strike. That boss had more health than I have hair. High-ranking officials in the base city are left speechless with shock. This youth is terrifying. No, this is a divine miracle. The revival of humanity is within reach. Quickly, spare no effort to recruit him. No, he must be revered. Years later, when the Abyssal Lord descends with a myriad of demonic legions, the world plunges into despair. Lin Mo yawns, emerging from the corpses of countless gods and demons, and with a single strike declares, I've heard your health is substantial. How many basic attacks can you withstand? In the next moment, the Abyssal Lord meets his demise. Chapter 1. Divine Awakening Ceremony to in the Great Xia Alliance, Eastern Sea Bay City, 3rd Advanced High School, the Awakening Playground. The piercing alarm has long become an integral part of the backdrop of this era, heralding the endless dangers beyond the walls. Hundreds of graduates, all aged 18, gather around the glimmering awakening altar at the center of the playground, awaiting the divine awakening ceremony that will determine the course of their lives. Lin Mo stands towards the back of the crowd, his youthful visage marked by an unusual serenity, his gaze fixed upon the altar. He is not a traveler from another world, but a native of this post-catastrophe realm, acutely aware of the significance of power for survival in this world. Following the great cataclysm that occurred decades ago, rifts in space tore open across the globe, unleashing countless creatures known as void monsters, placing human civilization in jeopardy. Fortunately, some humans awakened in despair, receiving divine awakening from the world will, transitioning into extraordinary professions, barely managing to hold onto their last bastions. Now, every citizen upon reaching 18 is granted a singular chance to undergo the divine awakening ceremony, the only pathway for commoners to ascend. The potential levels of professions range from SSS to F, almost directly determining one's future. Silence. The commanding voice of director Zhou Hailong resonates through the loudspeakers, quelling the murmurs among the students. The divine awakening ceremony is about to commence. Students whose names are called, please step forward and touch the awakening stone in order. The air seems to freeze. Every breath becomes labored. Lin Mo takes a deep breath. He is prepared for this day. For far too long, he has thoroughly acquainted himself with the various profession characteristics and skill advantages through the tomes in the library. Gao Fei. The first name is called that a tall boy nervously approaches the altar and places his hand upon the softly glowing awakening stone. Buzz. The stone radiates a brilliant light as a golden beam ascends skyward, coalescing above the boy's head into the ethereal figure of a formidable giant sword. Profession, Berserker. Potential, A-grade. The profession assessor at the altar announces loudly. A hint of excitement in his tone, in A-grade, is already considered an exceptionally commendable combat profession, sufficient to gain admission to a top-tier vocational university. Gao Fei's face flushes with exhilaration as he clenches his fists tightly. Next, one by one, students step forward. Li Ming, profession, Shield Guardian, potential, B-grade. Wang Fong, profession, Junior Alchemist, potential, D-grade. Zhao Taizhu, profession, Rock Controller, potential, B-grade. Most awaken to B-grade or D-grade professions, and the occasional A-grade elicits a wave of gasps. While living professions may lack the luster of combat professions, they are nonetheless indispensable to the operation of the base city, albeit devoid of glory and peak. Aspirations. Suwaner. Upon hearing this name, Lin Mo's gaze flickers slightly. Suwaner is the class's top scholar and the recognized belle of the school, albeit somewhat introverted and shy. At this moment, her delicate face is pale, and she walks nervously towards the altar. She gently places her slender fingers upon the awakening stone. In an instant, a radiance more resplendent than Gao Fei's erupts, accompanied by falling starlight, pure and mysterious. An elegant female figure manifests above her, wielding a staff that sparkles with starlight. Profession, Starlight Wishmaker. Potential, A grade. The assessor's voice carries evident joy. She's awakened the rare supportive profession of Starlight Wishmaker. Her future is limitless. Director Zhou Hailong also displays a satisfied smile. This year's commencement for their school is off to a splendid start. Su Wan'er appears to breathe a sigh of relief, a flush of color returning to her pallid cheeks. She instinctively glances towards the crowd, her gaze lingering momentarily on Lin Mo, imbued with a hint of inquiry and encouragement. Lin Mo smiles and nods in response. At last, it is Lin Mo's turn. Lin Mo. He strides calmly to the altar and places his hand upon the awakening stone. An earth-shattering brilliance erupts. Instead, a somewhat dim gray beam rises, forming a shadowy figure wielding a colossal crescent staff. Profession, Desert Reaper. Potential, C grade. The assessor's voice is unremarkable, even tinged with a barely perceptible regret that C grade potential, a combat profession, neither high nor low, sits in an awkward position. A murmur arises from the audience, predominantly expressing disappointment, as many believed Lin Mo, due to his diligence and study, would at least awaken to a B grade. Lin Mo pays no heed to the gazes around him. His mind is wholly absorbed in the profession information materializing in his thoughts. Name. Lin Mo profession. Desert Reaper. Unique growth profession. Level 100. Potential. C grade upgradable. Strength 8. Agility 6. Vitality 7. Mentality 10. Perception 7. Energy. Soul power 100. Skills. Soul-Drain Strike. Level 1 active. Consumes 10 soul power, enhancing the next normal attack to inflict Strength X 100 Spirit X 23 points of physical damage upon the target. Should this attack slay the target, the skill will permanently gain an additional 3 points of damage. Cooldown 8 seconds. Wither. Level 1 active consumes 15 soul power to curse an enemy target, reducing their movement speed by 30 and attack speed by 15 for the next 3 seconds. Casting distance 20 meters. Cooldown 12 seconds. Upon reviewing the class panel, Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. C grade potential 2 active skills. The initial damage of Soul-Drain Strike is woefully low, and after calculating the attack power bonus, it amounts to approximately 8 to 3. 13 points of damage at level 1. Such damage is scarcely worth the effort. While Wither presents a commendable form of soft control, it lacks direct damage. Permanently increases this skill by 3 points of additional damage. Lin Mo's gaze fixated intently on the latter part of the Soul-Drain Strike skill description. Permanently increases? His heart raced suddenly. This implies that as long as he utilizes Soul-Drain Strike to vanquish a sufficient number of foes, the damage of this skill could grow indefinitely. The annotations of C-grade potential, growth possible, and unique growth profession likely hinge upon this permanent increase. A wave of ecstasy surged within him, but Lin Mo swiftly suppressed it, maintaining an air of tranquility. He quietly descended from the altar and returned to a corner of the crowd. Other high-potential professionals, such as the A-grade berserker Gao Fei, were currently surrounded by classmates, brimming with enthusiasm. In contrast, Lin Mo began to calmly contemplate the growth potential of Soul-Drain Strike. Killing a unit only grants an increase of 3 damage, with an initial cooldown of 8 seconds and not an insignificant consumption of soul power. To rapidly accumulate damage, I must have an abundance of low-health targets to harvest, coupled with immense patience. In his mind, he envisioned a future where he would toil like a diligent farmer, quietly farming minions for an extended period. The awakening ceremony continued, yet Lin Mo's thoughts had already drifted to the wilds beyond the city. This profession destined him to traverse a path that was both distinctive and characterized by quiet endurance in the early stages. However, the culmination of this journey might unveil a brilliance beyond all expectations. Lin Mo, are you all right? A somewhat bashful voice emerged from beside him. It was Su Wan'er. Unbeknownst to him, she had approached, her bright eyes tinged with concern. Lin Mo snapped back to reality and smiled at her. I'm fine. A C grade isn't too shabby. It's still a combat profession. Su Wan'er bit her lip and whispered, your profession name sounds quite special, Desert Reaper. Perhaps it holds some hidden power. Lin Mo felt a warmth in his heart and replied, let's hope so. Your Starlight Wishmaker is remarkable, an A-grade rare support. You will undoubtedly be sought after by major guilds in the future. Su Wan'er's cheeks flushed slightly. I will work hard. If we team up in the future, I can support you. Lin Mo gazed into her sincere eyes and nodded. All right. He understood that Su Wan'er's words were more a kind gesture of comfort. At that moment, no one would believe that a C-grade profession could stand shoulder to shoulder with an A-grade rare support. Yet Lin Mo believed that in the future, he would astonish everyone. No, rather, he would startle them. Chapter 2. The Ever-Accumulating Terror. Upon the conclusion of the divine baptism, the principal delivered an inspiring address before announcing the end of the school day. Students gradually dispersed in small groups, engaging in discussions about their respective professions and future plans. Those who had awakened high-potential careers were invariably surrounded by admirers. their words imbued with envy and flattery. In stark contrast, Lin Mo, as usual, shouldered his backpack and briskly exited the institution, solitary and introspective. He eschewed any celebrations or discussions, fixated solely on one thought: to swiftly verify the stacking effect of Soul-Drain Strike. Upon returning to his home in the civilian district of Bay City, he found his parents already returned from work, busy preparing dinner. "Xiao Mo, you're back. How was the awakening?" His mother, Wang Fong, inquired with concern, peeking out from the kitchen while adjusting her apron. His father, Lin Jiangwo, lowered his newspaper from the sofa and turned his gaze towards him. Lin Mo placed his backpack down and replied calmly, "Mom, Dad, I awakened a combat profession, Desert Reaper, with C-grade potential." A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Fong's face before she quickly donned a forced smile. C-grade is still commendable. A combat profession offers more prospects than a life profession. Safety first, don't overexert yourself. Lin Jiangwo sighed, "Just do your best. Our family lacks any significant background. As long as you can lead a stable life, that's enough." They were ordinary individuals, possessing limited understanding of the world of professionals, only aware that C-grade potential signified a low ceiling and a challenging future. Lin Mo nodded, "I understand." He refrained from elaborating, knowing that without tangible results, any explanations would seem hollow. "Sis, I'm back." A lively voice burst through the doorway as Lin Mo's aunt, Jiang Qin, entered with a flourish. At 22, she was 4 years his senior and had awakened a D-grade scout profession, barely scraping by as a member of a small squad in the city guard. "Oh, our family's future champion has returned. What miraculous profession have you awakened?" Jiang Qin tossed her backpack onto the sofa, her face alight with mischief. "Desert Reaper, C-grade." Lin Mo replied. Jiang Qin's smile dimmed slightly as she patted Lin Mo's shoulder. "C-grade combat profession. Huh. You'll need to put in some serious effort. But at least it's better than my D-grade scout. Just be cautious when you're out and about." She understood the harsh realities of being a professional more than most. After dinner, Lin Mo retreated to his small room. He dragged out an unassuming clay pot from beneath his bed, within which dwelled several wilting soul-eating grasses. These were a type of miniature plant monstrosity mutated after the Great Cataclysm, possessing a frail vitality with only 1 HP. However, when slain by a professional skill, they occasionally dropped a faint soul power crystal. Due to their negligible value, they were typically regarded as ornamental plants or bases for low-grade medicinal herbs. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo summoned the soul power that had recently awakened within him. He extended his right index finger, coalescing a faint gray light at its tip, and aimed it at one of the soul-eating grasses. Soul-Drain Strike. With a soft pop, the gray light struck the grass, which instantly withered into ashes. Lin Mo promptly checked his skill panel. Soul-Drain Strike, level 1 active. Permanently increases this skill's damage by an additional 6 points. Success. The damage has indeed stacked by 3 points. Lin Mo suppressed his inner excitement and aimed at the second soul-eating grass. Soul-Drain Strike. Another grass turned to dust. Soul-Drain Strike, level 1 active. Permanently increases this skill's damage by an additional 9 points. He continued this process 3 times, 4 times, until he had used Soul-Drain Strike to annihilate all 5 soul-eating grasses in the pot. Soul-Drain Strike, level 1 active. Permanently increases this skill's damage by an additional 18 points. At this moment, his Soul-Drain Strike base additional damage had escalated from 3 points to 18 points. While the total damage remained modest, this visible, permanent enhancement ignited within Lin Mo a sense of boundless potential. If I could slay 1,000, 10,000, or even 1,000,000 monsters, how terrifying would each blow of Soul-Drain Strike become? He could hardly fathom it. At that juncture, what would career potential or skill levels signify in the face of his infinitely scalable Soul-Drain Strike? Calm down. The immediate priority is recovering soul power and seeking suitable leveling spots. With an initial 100 points of soul power and each use of Soul-Drain Strike, consuming 10 points, he could only employ it 10 times. Moreover, the soul-eating grass held little value, and his home had only these few specimens. He must venture out of the city swiftly to the low-level monster zones. Lin Mo activated his personal terminal and logged onto the internal forum for professionals of Donghai Bay City. He ignored the posts flaunting the exploits of high-potential awakeners and refrained from participating in discussions about future university choices. Instead, he directly searched for keywords, cheap formulas for soul power recovery potions, level 1 monster respawn points, and recommendations for beginner equipment for professionals. On the forum, most of the trending posts were dominated by those S and A-grade prodigies. Breaking news, Sanzhong Gao Fei, A-grade berserker, slays a monster in mere minutes. Terrifying. Discussion, Starlight Wisher Su Warner joins the Dawn Guild reserve team, promising future ahead. Help needed, B-grade elementalist. Should I focus on fireball or ice arrow in the early stages? These distractions held no relevance for Lin Mo. He quietly noted down useful information, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. Tomorrow marks the first step in the rise of my Desert Reaper. He established a short-term goal for himself, to increase the additional damage of Soul-Drain Strike, to over 300 points by the citywide high school graduation professional assessment in 1 month. Chapter 3. The Trials of the Training Ground. In the early morning, outside Donghai Bay City, the novice professional training ground lay before him. This was an area shrouded in a protective barrier, spawning the lowest-tier mutated rabbits and soul-eating grass clusters, specifically designated for newly awakened professionals to level up. Usually, the area was bustling with activity, filled with the shouts of teams coordinating monster hunts. Lin Mo entered the training ground alone, carrying a simple canvas bag, and quietly observed from the periphery. Unlike most novices who rushed headlong into the throngs of monsters, he maintained his composure, standing at the edge of the area while keenly assessing the situation. In the distance, groups of young professionals fervently surrounded several mutated rabbits, their basic skills illuminating the scene. Warriors, charge ahead. Mages, prepare arcane missiles. A team leader commanded, their objectives clear and efficiency commendable, as one mutated rabbit after another fell, yielding experience points. Lin Mo paid them no heed. He was seeking opportunity. His soul power was limited, and the cooldown was considerable. He needed to ensure that each use of Soul Drain Strike would hit and kill its target. He sought not efficiency, but accumulation. Now was the moment. A spark ignited in Lin Mo's eyes as he locked onto a mutated rabbit that had been battered down to a sliver of health. The creature swayed precariously. On the brink of collapse, Lin Mo swiftly called upon his soul power, coalescing the gray light at his fingertip once more. Soul Drain Strike. The gray light struck true, and the rabbit fell lifelessly, experience points cascading as Lin Mo's Soul Drain Strike. Damage increased by 3. Without pause, he began to weave through the outskirts of the crowd. Like a ghostly scavenger, he specifically targeted those monsters on the verge of death, overlooked by the teams, or those whose health was critically low. Each successful last hit, accompanied by the inconspicuous numeral 3 on his skill panel, instilled Lin Mo with a profound sense of reassurance. Nearby, a mage from another team, observing Lin Mo's leisurely approach, could not suppress a derisive chuckle. Look at that guy. Is he here for a stroll? A C-tier professional. And he'll be lucky to gain half a level in a day. His companions joined in the laughter, dismissing Lin Mo's tactics as utterly devoid of merit. Unperturbed, Lin Mo continued his meticulous farming endeavor. As time slipped by, the experience bars of other teams surged, while Lin Mo's remained almost stagnant. Yet, the extra damage from his skill, Soul Drain Strike, level 1, steadily accumulated. 18, 21, 24. A bit more soul power was needed. He decided to pause. Finding a secluded corner, he sat down, retrieving a clay pot from his canvas bag, containing a broth brewed from inexpensive herbs, which offered a meager restoration of soul power. He sipped the concoction slowly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the monstrous entities at the battlefield's periphery. Restoration of soul power requires time, and so does cooldown. He must calculate precisely the intervals between each action. This monotonous process is unbearable for most young individuals. Yet, Lin Mo was acutely aware of his purpose. He perceived the boundless future magnified behind the ordinary data. He envisioned the spectacle when Soul Drain Strike reached 100 or even 1,000 layers, one strike, and the creatures would be reduced to ashes. Even those formidable professionals who usually towered above would not withstand a mere basic attack from him. With this thought, the tedium in his heart dissipated, replaced by resilience and anticipation. At the entrance of the training ground, a middle-aged man clad in a blue uniform furrowed his brow, a data tablet in hand. He was Wang Chong, the training ground administrator, also a low-tier professional. His duty was to monitor the safety and efficiency within the arena. Strange that Lin Mo, a student of the C-tier potential Desert Reaper, has an abysmally low kill count and experience acquisition efficiency, far beneath that of his contemporaries. Wang Chong murmured to himself. While this was expected, his skill panel data appeared somewhat anomalous. He pulled up Lin Mo's real-time data, his gaze fixating on the attributes of Soul Drain Strike. Soul Drain Strike, extra damage, current, 120. HM, 120. Wang Chong was momentarily taken aback. A level 1 skill, and after just 2 hours, the extra damage had climbed to 120? This seemed amiss. He turned to observe Lin Mo, who sat quietly in the corner, sipping his obscure broth, entirely unaffected by the agitation or excitement exhibited by other students. Could there be a special mechanism behind this skill? A flicker of doubt arose in Wang Chong's mind, but the vastness of his responsibilities soon diverted his attention to other unusual data. He did not delve deeper, merely placing Lin Mo's data on a watch list for further investigation at a later time. Unbeknownst to him, he had just missed the opportunity to discover a future prodigy. Lin Mo remained oblivious to the administrator's scrutiny, adhering to his own pace, incrementally stacking damage. At that moment, a group of students who had awakened as E-tier or even F-tier life professionals approached, their eyes brimming with mockery. Typically, they would not frequent the combat training arena, but perhaps they sought amusement or a means to vent their frustrations. One portly student pointed at Lin Mo, exclaiming, "Hey, C-tier dude, your efficiency is utterly pathetic. We might as well go gather soul-devouring grass to sell." Another, with a pointed chin and a simian visage, chimed in, "Exactly. A C-tier potential like you, dawdling around, will forever remain a low-tier professional. You might as well give up and find a factory job. Evidently, they had awakened to unsatisfactory life professions during the divine awakening baptism, harboring a simmering resentment, eager to mock someone slightly superior to themselves. Lin Mo set down the clay pot, his gaze serene as he regarded them. He recognized that such derision would recur frequently, yet he felt no need to endure it. What business is it of yours? Lin Mo replied, his voice calm but imbued with an undeniable authority. The portly student was taken aback, then erupted in indignation. Oh, so you're quite the bold one. What is so glorious about being C-tier? What can you possibly kill? Soul-devouring grass. He deliberately kicked a nearby soul-devouring grass cluster, attempting to scare it away. The grass sensed danger and instinctively burrowed back into the earth. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He swiftly locked onto the grass cluster while simultaneously aiming at the portly student. Whither? A beam of gray light shot forth, striking the student. Ouch! Why am I moving so slowly? The portly student felt an unexpected heaviness in his body, his movements becoming sluggish. Even his kick was delayed. Consequently, the soul-devouring grass cluster failed to escape entirely. Lin Mo followed up, aiming again at the grass. Soul-drain strike. The gray light struck true once more, and the grass cluster disintegrated into ash, yielding an extra damage of 3. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, from the student's kick to Lin Mo's kill. It took less than 2. The portly student and his companions were utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that this C-tier professional would dare to use a skill against them. And though the slowing effect dealt no damage, it was excruciatingly uncomfortable. Most shocking of all was Lin Mo's decisive and precise execution in killing the grass. A stark contrast to his previous lethargic demeanor. Why you actually dared to use a skill on us? The simian-faced student stammered in a feigned bravado. Lin Mo withdrew his hand, stating flatly, interfering with my leveling is a warning, just this once. He could hardly be bothered to glance at the students, their faces alternating between green and white, as he resumed his search for the next target to farm. The students exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, ultimately retreating in shame and confusion from the training ground. Upon their return, they would undoubtedly recount this incident as a bizarre tale. Yet none would comprehend that each seemingly trivial last hit by Lin Mo was solidifying an unshakable foundation for his future. Chapter 4. Stacking and the Initial Glimmer of Talent. In the internal region of the training ground, the mutated rabbits exhibited greater agility, with occasional sightings of mutated mice, possessing significantly higher health than the soul-devouring grass clusters. Lin Mo navigated this area with caution, having regained most of his soul power, yet he adhered steadfastly to his farming strategy. He employed Wither to slow down the bloodied monstrosities attempting to flee or seized opportunities to charge in during skirmishes, delivering the final blow with Soul-Drain Strike. Each successful kill was accompanied by the familiar chime of 3 in his mind. He moved like an indefatigable specter, flitting along the peripheries of combat zones. Despite the minuscule experience points gained, his level ascension remained painfully sluggish. However, the extra damage from Soul-Drain Strike continued to ascend steadily, 150, 180, 210. As midday approached, Lin Mo's soul power was depleted once more. He sought refuge in a concealed thicket, consuming a second pot of herbal broth and taking a brief respite, simultaneously reflecting on the efficiency of his morning farming. In half a day's time, he had accumulated approximately 200 layers of extra damage, slightly slower than anticipated. He required more low-health targets, or, alternatively, a means to restore his soul power more swiftly. At that moment, he heard several familiar voices drifting from a distance. Wanner, is that not Lin Mo? Why is he still lingering in the outer area? One of them speculated, perhaps his awakened class is relatively weak in the early stages. Let us go check on him. It was Sue Wanner and her temporary teammates. The composition of Sue Wanner's team was commendable, a B-rank warrior, a B-rank fire mage, a B-rank shield defender, alongside her A-rank Starlight Wishcaster support, which evidently enhanced their leveling efficiency compared to the makeshift teams from the morning. They had ventured deep into the training grounds, presently besieging a mutated rat. The mutated rat was swift and could burrow underground, posing a challenge for novices. Upon spotting them, Lin Mo chose not to approach. He was accustomed to solitude. Sue Wanner noticed Lin Mo resting aside, and a look of concern crossed her face. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to approach him with her teammates. Lin Mo, are you resting here? How did your leveling go this morning? Did you encounter any difficulties? Sue Wanner inquired softly. Her two companions, the B-rank fire mage Chun Yin and the B-rank warrior Zhao Gang, regarded Lin Mo with a mixture of confusion and slight disdain. With C-rank potential, what can one possibly achieve alone here? Look, our experience bars are almost at level 2, Chun Yin declared, unabashedly displaying his sense of superiority. Zhao Gang crossed his arms, adding, if one can't even clear the starter area efficiently alone, it's evident that C-rankers have little promise. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sue Wanner shot a glare at her two teammates. What are you two saying? Every class has its own growth path. Turning to Lin Mo, she suggested softly, why don't you join our team? With me here, I can ensure your safety. Although the experience will be shared, it's certainly better than being alone. Lin Mo felt a warmth in his heart. Su Wanner's kindness was genuine. Yet, he had his own plans. Thank you for your kindness, Wanner. I'm fine. My method of leveling is rather unique, and it's more convenient for me to do so alone. Lin Mo politely declined. Unique? How unique can it be? A C rank is still a C rank. Xinyan couldn't help but sneer. Just then, the mutated rat they had been attacking suddenly burst from the ground and ambushed their shield defender, who was caught off guard and suffered a significant loss of health. The mutated rat, emboldened by its success, attempted to flee. Block it, Zhao Gang shouted, but the rat was exceedingly fast and was about to burrow back underground. Xinyan tried to conjure a fireball, but casting took time. Su Wanner immediately began chanting a healing spell, her target being the shield defender. The mutated rat was now less than 10 meters away from Lin Mo, emerging from the ground in full health. A thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind. He glanced at the additional damage panel of his Soul-Siphon Strike, 216. Total damage, 8, strength, 2, spirit, 216, additional damage, 226 points of physical damage. The mutated rat's health was approximately 200 points based on his observations from the morning. Soul-Siphon Strike. Lin Mo no longer hesitated. He locked onto the fleeing mutated rat and unleashed a swift gray beam from his fingertips. The gray light surged forward with incredible speed, striking the rat before it could emit a single shriek, rendering its body rigid and reducing it to ash. A staggering damage figure of 226 briefly hovered above the rat's head. The entire area fell silent. Su Wanner, Xinyan, Zhao Gang, and several other students who had noticed the commotion stared in disbelief at the scene before them. A fully healthy mutated rat had just been instantaneously slain by a C rank with a skill they had never witnessed before. Xinyan's fireball dissipated in his hand, his face a mask of incredulity. Zhao Gang's grip on his battle axe trembled slightly. Su Wanner's eyes widened as she regarded Lin Mo, seemingly seeing him for the first time. Impossible. How could he possibly kill a mutated rat in one hit? It must have at least 200 health, Xinyan exclaimed. Breaking the silence, Lin Mo withdrew his hand, calmly glancing at his experience bar. The experience gained from the mutated rat surpassed that of the soul grass clump, yet he was still far from leveling up. Nonetheless, he had successfully validated the damage stacking effect of Soul-Siphon Strike on a full health target and accomplished an unexpected kill in front of everyone. He refrained from explaining and quietly reassured himself in his mind. 216 points of additional damage are sufficient to slay a mutated rat with 200 health. Once he reaches 300, or even 500 or 1,000 points, he turned his gaze towards Xinyan and Zhao Gang, the two barankers who had once mocked him, now with expressions filled with shock and confusion. This stark contrast evoked a sense of indescribable exhilaration within him. Ignoring their reactions, he turned and continued deeper into the training grounds. He sought more targets to eliminate, needing to further stack his damage. With the impending end-of-month assessment, he was determined not to merely scrape by the passing mark. He aimed to demonstrate to everyone that C-rank potential can also yield miracles. He wanted those who had once looked down upon him to regret their derision when the assessment results were revealed. Chapter 5. Sacrifice and Growth. The efficiency of the training grounds was not constant. As time passed, the frequency of low-health monsters began to decline. Lin Mo had no choice but to venture further into the area, where swifter mutated wild boars and more aggressive mutated wolf pups spawned. These monsters had higher health, and even with the damage stacking from Soul-Siphon Strike at level 1, he could not directly slay a full health target. Thus, Lin Mo had to alter his strategy. He began incorporating Wither into his combat routine. He targeted a mutated wild boar and first cast Wither. The wild boar's movement and attack speed immediately diminished, rendering it cumbersome. Lin Mo swiftly created distance, awaiting the cooldown of Soul-Siphon Strike. The wild boar struggled to approach, but the effects of Wither firmly restrained it. Once the cooldown ended, Lin Mo cast Soul-Siphon Strike once more. The gray light struck true, and the mutated wild boar let out a wail as its health plummeted significantly. Lin Mo did not linger. He immediately retreated, kiting the wild boar while waiting for the next cooldown of Soul-Siphon Strike. His soul power consumption was somewhat rapid. Both Wither and Soul-Siphon Strike required soul power, though not in large quantities. However, without efficient recovery methods, he would soon exhaust his energy. Yet he had to persist, for only by doing so could he lower the health of these higher health monsters without being overwhelmed, seeking the opportune moment to deliver the final blow with Soul-Siphon Strike. Soul-Siphon Strike, Level 1, additional damage, 285. After half a day's effort, his additional damage had approached 300 points. He felt his right hand becoming heavier and more powerful with each successful stack, as if the very essence of souls was merging within. In the distance, the training ground administrator, Wang Chong, once again reviewed Lin Mo's data. C-rank potential, Desert Reaper, Lin Mo, still at level 1. Wang Chong shook his head. This was typical for a C rank during the novice stage, lacking efficient AoE and insufficient single target damage. However, upon noticing the additional damage value of Soul-Siphon Strike, his pupils constricted in shock. 312 points. He rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have misread. A mere level 1 skill, devoid of any enhancement in skill level, has astonishingly yielded an additional damage output of 312 points. This figure far surpasses the foundational damage potential of any skill at the same tier. The student's method of engagement is exceedingly peculiar. He must be employing some extraordinary technique to repeatedly eliminate targets with minimal health. Wang Chong promptly submitted a request for heightened scrutiny to his superiors and resolved to personally visit the training grounds to closely observe this student named Lin Mo. He harbored an inkling that this C-grade potential practitioner concealed secrets even an experienced veteran like himself could not decipher. Meanwhile, Su Wanner's team was taking a respite. Chun Yin lamented that Lin Mo is truly squandering his talent. A C-grade should at least be a combat profession. If he continues to dawdle like this, he will undoubtedly rank at the bottom in the upcoming preliminary assessment in a month. Su Wanner remained silent, occasionally glancing towards the area where Lin Mo was situated. She noted that although Lin Mo's level had not significantly changed, his method of tackling monsters seemed to grow increasingly systematic. Furthermore, she occasionally witnessed low-health monsters, which should have been finished off by their team, being swiftly dispatched by Lin Mo. A vague notion began to form in her mind. Perhaps Lin Mo's profession was indeed unique. Could it be that he was simply a late bloomer? She discreetly made a note of Lin Mo's location, intending to lure some monsters over there later without her teammates noticing, aiming to lower their health and provide him with opportunities. Her benevolent assistance, however, appeared to Lin Mo as nothing more than the ordinary distribution of monsters in the training field and the occasional oversight of his teammates. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Mo remained focused solely on his hunting endeavors. Soul-Siphon Strike, level 1, additional damage, 351. He felt that his normal attacks, when combined with enhancement effects, had begun to inflict considerable damage upon the mutated wild boar. His gaze locked onto an elite mutated wild boar king, prowling the fringes of the area. This elite creature possessed greater health and higher attack power, presenting a challenge fitting for novices. He pondered whether the accumulated damage could suffice to chip away at this formidable opponent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo noted that his soul energy had replenished to 2/3. He was acutely aware that this would be a grueling battle, one that could potentially deplete his entire soul energy and pose a significant risk. Yet, if he did not dare to confront stronger foes, his accumulation speed and combat proficiency would fail to advance swiftly. He had to take this gamble. Silently, he approached the mutated wild boar king, coalescing energy imbued with wither. Thus began a challenge for a C-grade practitioner, one deemed unlikely to succeed by any observer. He intended to utilize this battle to validate the fruits of his relentless efforts over the past day and night, to demonstrate that the path he trod was not misguided. Chapter 6. The Fall of the Elite. Lin Mo cautiously approached the mutated wild boar king and unleashed wither in an instant. The mutated wild boar king let out a roar, its massive form momentarily stalling, its speed drastically reduced. Lin Mo quickly created distance, channeling the gray light in his hand. Soul-Siphon Strike. The gray light struck true, causing the colossal creature to sway, a notable damage figure appearing above it. 425. This damage surpassed that of the overwhelming majority of novice practitioners' full-force strikes. Yet, for an elite beast with ample health, this was merely the beginning. Furiously, the mutated wild boar king charged at Lin Mo. Though slowed by wither, it still bore an immense sense of pressure. Lin Mo maintained his cool, retreating to kite the beast while awaiting the cooldown of Soul-Siphon Strike. He unleashed wither as soon as it was ready, deftly avoiding the boar king's charges and trampling attacks. With each successful hit from Soul-Siphon Strike, a portion of the boar king's health diminished. Yet, his soul energy was swiftly depleting, 185-70. A direct confrontation was ill-advised. The elite creature's attacks were formidable, employing precise calculations regarding wither's cooldown and duration. Coupled with agile movements, Lin Mo narrowly evaded the mutated wild boar king's advances. However, he understood that the crux lay in the final strike. The additional damage from Soul-Siphon Strike would only trigger upon slaying the target. Thus, he must meticulously calculate the damage of his final blow, ensuring it was executed with Soul-Siphon Strike. The health of the mutated wild boar king gradually ebbed away, as Lin Mo's soul energy dwindled. 40, 25, 10. The moment of truth had arrived. The boar king was on the verge of collapse, its body swaying precariously. Lin Mo had only 5 points of soul energy remaining. He had to succeed. Soul-Siphon Strike. The gray light shot forth once more, laden with all of Lin Mo's anticipation. A hit. The mutated wild boar king emitted a final, defiant roar before its immense form crashed to the ground. Successfully slain mutated wild boar king, elite, experience 1000. Soul-Siphon Strike additional damage permanently increased by 10 points. It is done. Lin Mo exhaled a long, relieved breath, collapsing onto the ground, utterly drained of soul energy. This kill not only bestowed upon him a bountiful experience, albeit insufficient for leveling up, but, more critically, significantly increased his additional damage from slaying an elite monster. Furthermore, He had proven that even elite beasts could serve as viable targets for accumulating soul drain strike damage, provided their health was suitably low. He glanced at his skill panel. Soul drain strike, level 1. Additional damage, 361. Total damage, 82361,371. He sensed a newfound solidity within his being. Just then, a voice shattered the silence. You actually killed the mutated wild boar king all by yourself? It was Administrator Wang Chong. He stood a short distance away. His expression, one of incredulity. He had witnessed Lin Mo's arduous battle firsthand. No teammates to assist, no healing, relying solely on a slowing skill and repeated, almost superficial attacks, interspersed with the prolonged cooldown of soul drain strike. To him, this approach seemed utterly mad. Yet the data tablet in his hand could not lie. Target, Lin Mo. Profession, Desert Reaper, C. Skill, Soul Drain Strike, current additional damage, 361. How is this possible? Wang Chong exclaimed, his composure slipping. He understood the concept of stacking damage skills, but had never encountered one that could accumulate so rapidly and to such a high degree. Moreover, the recent kill of the elite creature had directly increased the additional damage by 10 points. Your occupational talent, tell me, what is it? Wang Chong's gaze towards Lin Mo transformed from disdain to profound curiosity and wariness. Lin Mo, feeling somewhat fatigued, regarded the astonished Wang Chong and replied calmly. As you can see, a C-grade practitioner diligently leveling up. He withheld the secret of the permanent accumulation of soul drain strike. It was his trump card. Wang Chong, of course, remained skeptical, but he recognized that now was not the time for inquiries. He suppressed the tumult within him and produced a walkie-talkie. Central Command. We have discovered a special situation. A high-potential growth practitioner has emerged in the novice training grounds, a C-grade Desert Reaper, suspected of possessing an infinitely scalable skill. Requesting immediate activation of the Practitioner Potential Anomaly Monitoring Program. His voice transmitted through the walkie-talkie, instantly garnering the attention of the base city's Practitioner Management Center. This news would serve as a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. Lin Mo, however, remained blissfully unaware, simply believing that his luck had turned favorably following the defeat of the Wild Boar King. In the place where the Wild Boar King fell, a gray trinket lay upon the ground. Whispers of the Mouse King, trinket soul recovery speed 5. Although it merely augmented the soul recovery speed by a modest 5. For Lin Mo, for whom soul power was paramount, this was akin to a timely gift from heaven. He picked up the trinket and equipped it without hesitation. Fortune smiled upon him. Now his soul recovery would be accelerated. He remained oblivious to the astonished gaze of Wang Chong directed at him. Not far away, Su Wanner had witnessed the entire spectacle of Lin Mo slaying the Wild Boar King, and her initial concern transformed into shock and delight. He truly succeeded. Alone, beside her, Chun Yin and Zhao Gang stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Is he really a C-class professional? How did he accomplish this? That was an elite monster. They could scarcely believe their eyes. The C-class slacker they had mocked had achieved what the 3 B-class and 1 A-class support dared not attempt. Wang Chong approached Lin Mo, his expression turning serious. Classmate, your situation is exceptionally unique. You need to accompany me to the Professional Management Center, where they will assess your potential for career advancement. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then comprehended that his extraordinary performance had finally attracted official attention. This was both a predicament and an opportunity. He nodded. All right. Chapter 7. Evaluation and Attention. Lin Mo followed Wang Chong out of the training ground, encountering numerous astonished glances along the way. He was led to a building within the Professional Management Center of Donghai Base City. The place was heavily guarded, with those passing through emanating a formidable aura. Clearly high-ranking professionals. Wang Chong brought Lin Mo into a room where several stern-faced professionals sat, one of whom bore 3 stars on his shoulder insignia, indicating a position of great authority. Is this the student exhibiting anomalies? The 3-star professional inquired, his voice steady and commanding. Reporting to Minister Liu, indeed. His name is Lin Mo, a C-class potential Desert Reaper. However, within the novice training grounds, he single-handedly defeated the mutated Wild Boar King, elite. And his Soul Drain Strike skill exhibits an abnormal surge in additional damage. Wang Chong reported respectfully. Minister Liu nodded, gesturing for Lin Mo to take a seat. Lin Mo, there's no need to be nervous. We merely wish to understand your professional circumstances and your unique leveling method. Lin Mo seated himself, taking a deep breath. He recognized that this was a trial he must confront. He could not fully disclose the infinite stacking characteristic of Soul Drain Strike, as it might incite unpredictable troubles, such as being controlled by higher authorities or attracting the attention of nefarious forces. Yet, he could not completely conceal the truth, as his data was far too extraordinary. My profession is Desert Reaper. You should have seen the skill panel. My leveling method simply involves focusing on the potential of Soul Drain Strike to permanently increase additional damage against lower health monsters. Hence, I dedicated considerable time to targeting those. Lin Mo endeavored to explain in the most mundane terms. He refrained from mentioning the infinite aspect or the stacking efficiency's variability with target intensity. Minister Liu and the other professionals exchanged glances. Targeting lower health monsters specifically? That seems inefficient, remarked a middle-aged female professional with a frown. Experience gain would be exceedingly slow. Indeed. My level does increase rather slowly, Lin Mo admitted. Yet, your soul drain strike, additional damage values far exceed the normal range, Minister Liu observed. And it seems that the additional damage increases even more when slaying elite monsters? Lin Mo nodded. Yes, it appears so. I've just discovered that. He deftly shifted the focus towards the varying stacking effects based on the intensity of the targets rather than emphasizing the permanence or infinity of the damage. Minister Liu pondered for a moment, then turned to the technician beside him. Immediately connect to his professional panel for an in-depth data analysis, with a particular focus on the damage stacking mechanism and potential limits of Soul Drain Strike. The technician promptly began his operations, intricate runes illuminating the room. As the data analysis proceeded, Lin Mo was assigned to a waiting room. He understood that his secret could not be entirely concealed, but as long as he did not expose the infinite aspect, the most critical information, he would still have room for growth. Meanwhile, at Su Wanner's home, the atmosphere grew tense. Su Wanner's father, Su Mingyuan, a high-ranking member of the Xinghue Guild in Donghai Bay City, frowned as he listened to his daughter's account. Lin Mo was taken away by the management center? Su Mingyuan inquired. Yes, Dad. He performed astonishingly in the training ground today, defeating the mutated wild boar king single-handedly. Su Wanner expressed with concern. Su Mingyuan nodded. I have already received a preliminary report from Wang Chong, stating that his professional potential is exceptional and he seems to possess a unique growth skill. He gazed at his daughter. Wanner, do you comprehend what this signifies? A special growth-type profession may harbor unknown potential, but the associated risks are equally immense. The management center will evaluate him, and the outcome will dictate his future, even his safety. Safety? Su Wanner queried, perplexed. Any existence that could disrupt the balance of the current professional system will draw the attention of various factions. There may be benevolent overtures, but also malicious attempts to suppress, Su Mingyuan stated gravely. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed a number. Old Li, please investigate the situation regarding a student named Lin Mo at the management center today, a C-class desert reaper with exceptional potential. Yes. Keep an eye on his evaluation results and subsequent arrangements. He was not solely acting for his daughter. Any potential emergence of high-tier combat power required prior intelligence for their Xinghue Guild. At the management center, the technician gazed at the analysis report, disbelief etched across his features. Minister Liu, this student's Soul Drain Strike skill possesses an extraordinarily unique stacking mechanism. Each time a target is slain, additional damage increases by a fixed amount. And we have not detected any known limits. Minister Liu sprang to his feet. No limits? Other professionals gathered around, incredulous. How can there be no limits? Every skill has a growth cap. The data indicates as such. Moreover, the stacking values appear to correlate with the intensity of the slain targets. Higher stacking values when defeating elite monsters. The technician exclaimed, excitement palpable. The room fell into a brief silence. Limitless growth? Minister Liu murmured. Then fixed his piercing gaze upon the room where Lin Mo was situated. What is he concealing? Is he aware of what his skill entails? A C-class potential, a seemingly weak profession, yet concealing such terrifying possibilities? This could fundamentally alter the existing understanding of professional potential and even reshape the dynamics of humanity's confrontation with monsters. The evaluation results were swiftly concluded. Lin Mo's professional potential was reclassified as unknown, extremely high growth potential. He received a modest allocation of resources from the management center, the privilege to utilize low-tier soul power potions 3 times a month and access to certain private training areas with a higher concentration of low-health monsters. For Lin Mo, who required vast amounts of replenishment, this remained but a drop in the bucket. Yet, he recognized it as a promising beginning. He was led out of the evaluation room, where Wang Chong awaited him. The look in Wang Chong's eyes had completely transformed, now imbued with a blend of complexity and reverence. Lin Mo, congratulations. The management center has assigned you a special rating. From now on, should you encounter any issues in the training ground, feel free to approach me. Wang Chong extended his goodwill. Lin Mo perceived the shift in his demeanor and smiled, saying, Thank you, Teacher Wang. I may trouble you more in the future. As Lin Mo departed the management center, he passed through a corridor and inadvertently overheard a conversation within. That Lin Mo possesses an unknown vocation, with immense potential for growth. Higher-ups have already issued directives for his secret training, yet we must also guard against risks. The infinitely cascading possibilities are perilous, should they spiral out of control. The voices quickly faded at the corridor's end. A heaviness settled in Lin Mo's heart. His secret had indeed attracted the attention of higher authorities, accompanied by caution and vigilance. He understood that he would have to contend not only with monstrous entities, but also with scrutiny and control from within humanity. He needed to grow stronger, strong enough that no one could manipulate him at will. The soul harvesting strike, in his possession, was his greatest reliance. Chapter 8. Cultivation amidst undercurrents. Returning from the management center, Lin Mo's life appeared largely unchanged, yet he was acutely aware that everything had transformed. He remained the understated student within the school, the label of a C-class vocation still clinging to him. However, those who had once ridiculed him now regarded him with a hint of complexity in their gazes. Chen Yin and Zhao Gang kept their distance, their faces marked by awkwardness and confusion. Su Wanner became an increasingly frequent presence by his side, her tone laced with concern. Lin Mo, after the management center took you, did they make things difficult for you? She asked in a hushed voice. No, they simply conducted some assessments, Lin Mo replied. Su Wanner sighed with relief, her excitement bubbling forth. My father said the management center has rated your vocational potential very highly. They've even granted you special training permissions and potions. Well, it's merely a trickle of resources, Lin Mo stated calmly. Su Wanner looked puzzled. How can it be just a trickle? Those are resources provided by the management center. Little did she know that the quantity of reinforcements Lin Mo required was immense. That meager supply could hardly satisfy his need for thousands of soul harvesting strikes each day. Lin Mo refrained from elaborating further, simply saying, I need more soul power and a more efficient method for reinforcements. Su Wanner appeared contemplative. Perhaps I can assist you? Although I lack offensive skills, I possess some supportive abilities, such as acceleration and recovery. I might help you locate and eliminate low-health monsters more swiftly. Lin Mo regarded her, warmth flooding his heart. Thank you, Wanner, but my current training method isn't conducive to teamwork. Let's discuss it again when I reach a higher level. He declined once more. Not out of distrust in Su Wanner, but because his unique reinforcement mode necessitated solitary action, which could easily expose him when accompanied. Days turned into weeks as Lin Mo devoted his entire energy to reinforcement training. Utilizing the permissions granted by the management center, he accessed those exclusive low-level monster training zones. In these areas, the monster respawn rates were higher, their density greater, and the variety more pure, featuring numerous creatures with extremely low health. He became akin to a reaper of souls, repetitively executing the soul harvesting strike, day in and day out. When his soul power was depleted, he resorted to the potions provided by the management center, and when those ran out, he returned to the ordinary training ground to recover with his own inexpensive concoctions or simply logged off to rest. His level continued to rise slowly. Yet the additional damage value of Soul Harvesting Strike soared. 400, 500, 600. As the extra damage escalated, his Soul Harvesting Strike grew increasingly formidable. Creatures like the mutated wild boar, which previously required multiple attacks to lower its health, could now be reduced to the kill range with just 2 or 3 strikes. Even certain low-health mutated wolf cubs could be obliterated in a single blow. This signified that his efficiency in reinforcements was improving alongside the rise in damage, a virtuous cycle. In the training ground, Wang Chong periodically monitored Lin Mo's data. He watched in astonishment as the additional damage value of that level 1 student's Soul Harvesting Strike skyrocketed. This was nothing short of monstrous, Wang Chong mused, grasping the significance of this data. It indicated that this student was surpassing peers at an astonishing pace in terms of fundamental attack power, even eclipsing many high-tier professionals. Each time he reported the data to his superiors, he could sense their astonishment and growing attention. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, he had stirred considerable ripples. He remained singularly focused on enhancing his core abilities. Besides daily reinforcements, he also delved into the library, researching more about soul power recovery and skill synergy. Wither was his soul control skill. Though it did not inflict damage, it was crucial against swift monsters. He practiced how to release Wither with greater precision, how to leverage its slowing effect to kite enemies effectively, and how to synchronize the duration of Wither with the cooldown of Soul Harvesting Strike. In practical scenarios, he occasionally encountered lower-tier professionals who foolishly attempted to steal his kills. No longer did he merely issue warnings as he had the first time. Instead, he would employ Wither to slow them down, then finish off their targeted monster with a basic attack or a considerably damaging Soul Harvesting Strike, letting his strength speak for itself. Those individuals, witnessing his terrifying damage figures and peculiar slowing skill, often retreated in fear and confusion. Their derision transformed into reverence. Their disdain morphed into apprehension. This shift in attitude brought Lin Mo a sense of vindictive satisfaction. He understood that his strength was the best rebuttal to all skepticism. On a sunlit afternoon, Lin Mo rested at the edge of the training ground when a message popped up on his mobile terminal. It was from Su Wanner. Lin Mo, next week is the citywide high school graduate vocational assessment. You must do your best. I believe you will achieve great results. The mention of the assessment sparked a glimmer in Lin Mo's eyes. Soul Harvesting Strike, Level 1. Additional damage, 1500. He rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. It was time for everyone to witness the might of the Desert Reaper. He intended to use this assessment to demonstrate to all that a C-class potential could radiate a dazzling brilliance in his hands. He would transform all past scorn and ridicule into the loudest slap on the face of those who had belittled him. Chapter 9. The assessment begins, an initial brilliance. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the annual vocational assessment for high school graduates in Donghai-based city arrived as scheduled. The assessment took place at the colossal comprehensive training hall in the southern part of the city, where a throng of people had already gathered outside. The atmosphere tense yet fervent. Admission officers from various vocational academies, representatives from renowned guilds, and even military personnel were present in the observation area, prepared to select promising newcomers. Lin Mo blended into the team from his school, his demeanor calm, contrasting sharply with the excitement and apprehension radiating from his classmates. Su Wanner stood beside him, offering soft encouragement. Lin Mo, go for it. Show them your prowess. Lin Mo smiled slightly, nodding as his gaze swept across the talented individuals from other schools. Brimming with confidence, his Soul-Siphon Strike has accumulated an astonishing additional damage of 1536 points after a week of relentless farming. Humph. Merely a gathering of inept fools indulging in their own amusement, a somewhat jarring voice interjected from the side. The speaker was Zhang Tao, a star student from the neighboring class, an A-level fire manipulator, who was known for his arrogance stemming from his innate talent. Casting a dismissive glance at Lin Mo's C-level potential badge, he smirked with disdain. A C-level attempting to join the fray, what a waste of resources. Lin Mo did not even lift his eyelids, a cold sneer forming in his heart. This clown will soon regret his arrogance. He had anticipated that such a scenario would attract self-righteous fools, and his 1536 points of damage were merely an appetizer prepared for them. Director Zhou Hailong ascended the high platform and announced the assessment rules in a booming voice. This evaluation consists of 3 rounds. The first round is the Beast Trial. You shall enter a simulated wilderness environment, slaying monsters to earn points. The higher your score, the better your ranking, with a time limit of 30 minutes. With the command given, hundreds of graduates surged into the colossal teleportation portal. As the light flickered, Lin Mo found himself amidst a dense jungle. Roar! A clawed gray wolf, roughly the size of a calf, leapt from the underbrush, targeting the nearest B-level shield guardian. The guardian hastily raised his shield to block, producing a dull thud as he was jolted back, his health wavering. Damn, these monsters are far stronger than those in the training grounds, he exclaimed. Other students encountered monsters as well. The air was filled with the brilliant radiance of skills and the cacophony of battle cries. Zhang Tao, brimming with confidence, ignited flames in both hands, declaring, "A bunch of weaklings, watch me perform." A fireball the size of a basketball soared out, crashing into a mutated porcupine, leaving a charred wound. The porcupine howled in pain but did not fall. Zhang Tao frowned slightly, unprepared for the resilience of the monsters here, and unleashed a barrage of fireballs before finally dispatching it. At that moment, a tusked wildboar noticed Lin Mo, charging towards him with a roar. Zhang Tao, witnessing this, sneered, "That C-level kid is in for a rough time. Even B-level professionals must tread carefully with those tusked boars." Several nearby students, engrossed in their own battles, cast sympathetic glances in Lin Mo's direction. Lin Mo regarded the charging tusked boar with an expression of calm indifference. He didn't even employ wither. He simply raised his hand casually. A flicker of gray light coalesced at his fingertips, manifesting as Soul-Siphon Strike. Soul-Siphon Strike. With a soft thud, the gray light, akin to a phantom, penetrated the boar's forehead. The once ferocious tusked boar halted abruptly, its massive body collapsing as if all strength had been drained, dissipating into motes of light. A staggering damage figure of 1554 flashed briefly above the boar's head. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The previously mocking Zhang Tao's smile froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief as if he had witnessed an unimaginable beast. One hit. Instant kill. He shrieked, his voice warbling. The B-level shield guardian, previously flustered by the gray wolf, now stood frozen, mouth agape, staring at Lin Mo's direction. Other students engaged in combat were equally aghast. They had toiled tirelessly to defeat a single monster, yet this C-level professional dispatched them with such ease? Is this truly the damage a C-level professional can inflict? In the observation room, the esteemed observers viewing through the magic crystal screens revealed expressions of astonishment. Director Zhou Hailong nearly dropped his thermos. That's Lin Mo? Minister Liu from the Practitioner Management Center narrowed his eyes, murmuring, "Over 1,500 in additional damage. This young man is indeed a monster." His assistant, trembling, recorded the data. "Minister, this damage value exceeds that of most level 20 elite professionals' full-powered strikes." In another section, Su Wanner, having heard her teammates' astonished exclamations about Lin Mo's instantaneous kill of the tusked boar, wore a proud smile that seemed to say, "I knew it." Lin Mo, unfazed by the surrounding shock, regarded this merely as an extension of his routine farming. He took a step forward, advancing towards the next monster, a venomous flower python lurking in the shadows of a tree. The venomous flower python opened its gaping maw, spewing a foul mist of poison. Lin Mo deftly dodged, his fingertips glowing with gray light once more. Soul-Siphon Strike. With a thud, 1554. The venomous flower python did not even have the chance to scream before it transformed into a burst of light. Following this, Lin Mo glided through the jungle as if on a leisurely stroll. Every monster he encountered, regardless of type or level, fell to a single strike. Soul-Siphon Strike. Soul-Siphon Strike. Soul-Siphon Strike. Simple, brutal, efficient. While other students struggled against a single monster, Lin Mo had already cleared an entire area. His score soared on the leaderboard, ascending like a rocket, quickly reaching the top 10, then the top 5, the top 3. First place, Lin Mo, Donghai No. Free Middle School. C-level potential. As Lin Mo's name prominently appeared at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, the examination venue erupted into chaos. C-level potential at the top. What nonsense. Cheating. He must be cheating. How could a C-level be this powerful? Zhang Tao's face turned ashen, his fury palpable as he shouted. His score lingered far outside the top 20, left in Lin Mo's dust. The stark contrast made his face feel hot, as if he had been dealt countless stinging slaps by an unseen hand. Those who had previously looked down on Lin Mo or harbored biases against C-level potential now gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Facts speak louder than words. The terrifying efficiency of monster slaying and the astonishing surge in points silently proclaimed one undeniable truth. This C-level is extraordinary. Lin Mo stood in a clearing, surrounded by the absence of active monsters. He glanced at his name on the leaderboard and the glaring C-level potential label beside it, a slight smile curving his lips. This was merely the beginning. He intended to demonstrate to all that, in his realm, potential ratings amount to nothing. He would crush every so-called genius with this overwhelming damage. Chapter 10, Domination and Doubt. Lin Mo's performance in the Beast trial detonated like a bomb, igniting the nerves of all present. Inside the observation room, the atmosphere was thick with tension and unease. Minister Liu, this Lin Mo's data completely defies the model of C-level potential. A technician stammered. His single attack damage has stabilized above 1,500 points. This is simply beyond what a level 1 professional can achieve. Another analyst added. Minister Liu's gaze deepened, fixated on Lin Mo's calm figure on the screen. It's not that he cannot reach it. He has already attained it. The Desert Reaper, Soul-Siphon Strike. Permanently stacking damage, Minister Liu murmured, his mind in turmoil. Although he had previously learned from Wang Chan's report that Lin Mo's skills exhibited growth potential, he had not anticipated such terrifying and rapid development. This was no ordinary growth. It was an existence at the level of a bug. Immediately designate Lin Mo as a special observation target. All data must be reported in real time without any omissions. Minister Liu commanded in a low voice. Simultaneously, a flicker of concern welled up within him. Such extraordinary abilities, once exposed to the public eye, could undoubtedly invite endless troubles. The military representative, a middle-aged man adorned with the insignia of a major general, cast an intrigued glance at Lin Mo, contemplating, what an interesting young man. Should he maintain this rate of growth, he may very well become a formidable asset to our military in the future. Representatives from various guilds harbored differing thoughts. Some were astonished, others schemed to woo him, while a few displayed veiled apprehension. They all understood the implications of a practitioner capable of boundless growth. Within the assessment arena, Lin Mo's score soared to an astonishing figure, leaving others in despair. The 30-minute Beast trial soon drew to a close. When the teleportation light flickered once more, all students were returned to the main venue of the colossal training hall. Most students emerged breathless and weary, their faces etched with exhaustion and trepidation. In stark contrast, Lin Mo appeared unfazed, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. This disparity in demeanor stung the eyes of some observers deeply. Zhang Tao clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh, his gaze fixated on Lin Mo, brimming with resentment and bitterness. He could not accept that he, an A-grade genius, was overshadowed by a C-grade failure. I refuse to believe it. He must have resorted to some despicable means. Zhang Tao shouted in a fit of hysteria. Indeed, how could a C-grade potential achieve first place? There must be something amiss, echoed several of his followers. Doubts reverberated throughout the crowd, and many students ranked lower clung to a glimmer of hope that Lin Mo's results might be invalid. Director Zhou Hailong's face turned ashen, ready to reprimand them. Silence. A commanding voice rang out. Minister Liu, having appeared on the platform unbeknownst to many, scanned the audience with piercing eyes. The entire assessment was monitored by the Practitioner Management Center. All data is authentic and verifiable, with no instances of cheating. Lin Mo's score is a testament to his capabilities, and there is no room for doubt. Minister Liu's voice resonated with authority, instantly quelling all skepticism. His status and position lent his words absolute weight. Zhang Tao's complexion fluctuated between green and white. He opened his mouth, yet could not utter a single word. He realized that with Minister Liu personally vouching for Lin Mo, there was no recourse left. It meant he had indeed been trampled by a C-grade potential in the first round of assessments. The humiliation threatened to drive him to madness. Lin Mo cast a fleeting glance at the disheartened Zhang Tao, his heart betraying no emotion. Such a degree of public humiliation was merely an appetizer for him. He understood that as his strength continued to manifest, challenges and doubts would proliferate. His resolve was to crush them repeatedly with ever greater power. Su Wanner rushed to Lin Mo's side, her face flushed with excitement. Lin Mo, you were incredible. I knew you could do it. Lin Mo smiled in response. It was merely luck. That is not luck. Su Wanner insisted earnestly. That is strength. The gazes of their classmates from Class 3 now brimmed with awe and admiration for Lin Mo. Those who had once mocked his C-grade potential now wished for the ground to swallow them whole, particularly Chun Yin and Zhao Gang, who had previously ridiculed Lin Mo during the novice training, now felt a burning shame as they recalled their earlier words. Had Lin Mo displayed such prowess against them then, they would have hardly known how to meet their demise. Director Zhou Hailong approached Lin Mo, patting him on the shoulder, his face betraying uncontainable joy and pride. Lin Mo, you have brought glory to our Class 3. Well done. He felt an immense relief for not having overlooked Lin Mo due to his C-grade potential. This student had surprised him beyond measure. What follows is the second round of assessments, team collaboration and instance challenge. Director Zhou announced. You will form teams of 5 to enter designated lower-level instances, and your scores will be determined based on clearance time, instance completion, and teamwork. You may form your teams freely, with a time limit of 10 minutes. As soon as the words left his lips, the arena erupted in commotion. Students who had excelled in the first round quickly became the center of attention. Although Zhang Tao had faltered in the first round, his status as an A-grade fire manipulator remained appealing, and soon several individuals gathered around him. In contrast, Lin Mo, the undisputed champion of the first round, seemed somewhat neglected. His terrifying single-target annihilation ability, while awe-inspiring, appeared less advantageous in a team instance where AoE skills or strong control and support roles were more coveted. More crucially, his potential level remained C-grade. Many subconsciously believed that C-grade practitioners had limited ceilings and were not worthy of long-term investment. Just then, Su Wanner stepped forward without hesitation. Lin Mo, let us team up. Following her were two classmates from Class 3, one a B-grade shield bearer and the other a B-grade archer, clearly looking to Su Wanner for guidance. Wanner, are you sure you want to take a C-grade? The B-grade shield bearer hesitated, though he was strong in the first round. The instance is different. I believe in Lin Mo, Su Wanner asserted firmly. Lin Mo gazed at her, warmth swelling within him. He knew she was supporting him through her actions. All right, let us team up, Lin Mo nodded. As their team still lacked one member, an awkward figure approached them. Chen Yan, the B-grade fire mage who had once mocked Lin Mo, Su Wanner, do you need another member? My fireball has decent area damage, Chen Yan stammered. His face filled with regret and longing. He was now regretting having underestimated Lin Mo. Had he known how formidable he was, he would never have looked down on him. Su Wanner turned to Lin Mo, seeking his opinion. That is acceptable, but within the instance, I will be leading, Lin Mo stated calmly. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Chun Yin hurriedly nodded, grateful to be aligned with such a powerful ally. Thus, a temporary team comprising an A-grade support, a B-grade shield bearer, a B-grade archer, a B-grade fire mage, and one C-grade practitioner of unknown potential was officially formed. Zhang Tao, observing from a distance, wore a sinister smile. Humph, a C-grade leading the team? And a bunch of fools following him? Just wait until you enter the instance. You'll have your moments of despair. Instances cannot be conquered solely by single target damage. He had already devised a plan to trample Lin Mo in the second round of assessments, seeking to reclaim his lost pride. He would demonstrate to everyone that the prowess of an A-grade genius was not something a mere stroke of luck could rival. Feeling Zhang Tao's malicious gaze upon him, Lin Mo's lips curled into a playful smile. An instance, you say? Perfect, my Soul-Siphon Strike could use a taste of elite monsters and bosses. He had already concocted a plan. This instance would not only yield high scores, but also serve to elevate the level of Soul-Siphon Strike. Perhaps, if fortune smiled upon him, he might even loosen the shackles on his own level. He cast a glance at his experience bar, which still read level 1, 7,500, 10,000. The experience gained from slaying those ordinary monsters was still insufficient for his current level. However, the elite monsters and bosses within the dungeon promised substantial rewards. Chapter 11, The Dungeon Unveiled and the New Storm. The 10-minute team assembly period swiftly concluded, and all groups had gathered. Director Zhou Hailong ascended the platform once more and announced, the second round of assessments will take place in the Forgotten Mine, classified as a novice-level nightmare. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Typically, novice-level dungeons are divided into 3 tiers: ordinary, difficult, and nightmare. Nightmare difficulty implies not only a higher number of monsters, but also enhanced attributes, alongside formidable elite creatures and even minor boss-level foes. For a group of graduates averaging level 1, this was undoubtedly a monumental challenge. What is the school trying to achieve? Do they wish for our complete annihilation? Murmured a student. Silence. Director Zhou Hailong's voice cut through the chatter. This assessment is designed to filter out the true elites. Only those who dare to challenge their limits will emerge victorious. Death is permissible within the dungeon. However, each death incurs a 20% deduction from the total score. 3 deaths will result in immediate disqualification. Now, each team shall enter the portal in succession. Zhang Tao's team strode in first, brimming with arrogance. He cast a provocative glance back at Lin Mo, his eyes gleaming with a sense of anticipation. Unfazed, Lin Mo calmly led Su Wanner and the others into the shimmering portal. After a brief wave of dizziness, Lin Mo found himself at the entrance of a dark and damp mineshaft. The air was thick with the scent of decaying rust and a faint whiff of sulfur. Is this truly the forgotten mine? It feels so oppressive, Su Wanner whispered, instinctively drawing closer to Lin Mo. B-grade shield bearer Wang Hao positioned his massive shield before him, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Everyone, be cautious. In a nightmare-level dungeon, monsters may appear at any moment. B-grade archer Li Mei nocked an arrow, preparing for battle. Only Qin Yan, the B-grade fire mage who had joined temporarily, appeared somewhat anxious, stealing glances at Lin Mo's expression. Lin Mo's gaze swept through the depths of the mineshaft, sensing the presence of numerous delectable souls lurking within. To himself, he mused, I have come to the right dungeon. He was aware that this dungeon harbored a plethora of low-health miner zombies suitable for stacking his Soul-Drain Strike, along with elite overseers that could offer abundant experience and higher stacking potential, culminating in the final boss, the vengeful spirit conglomerate deep within the mine. Wang Hao, you will lead the way and keep watch. Li Mei, focus on ranged support and traps. Qin Yan, use your fireball to clear small clusters of minions. Wanner, handle healing and buffs. Lin Mo succinctly allocated the tasks. And you, Lin Mo? Wang Hao asked uncertainly. In his perception, while Lin Mo excelled in single-target damage, he lacked sustained output and area of effect capabilities, which might prove limiting in a dungeon requiring continuous combat. Me? Lin Mo replied with a mysterious smile. I am responsible for eliminating the troubles you cannot handle, and, of course, harvesting. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but ultimately nodded, choosing to trust the man who had performed miracles in the first round. The team began to advance slowly into the depths of the mineshaft. Squeak. A few mud-caked mutated mine rats emerged from the shadows, their sharp fangs glinting ominously. Be careful, Wang Hao barked, raising his shield in defense. Li Mei reacted swiftly, her arrow piercing the skull of one rat. Qin Yan hastily conjured a small fireball, striking another rat and inflicting some damage, though it did not kill it outright. At that moment, Lin Mo sprang into action. His figure flickered like a phantom, and his fingertips glowed with a ghostly light. Soul-Drain Strike. Soul-Drain Strike. Puff. Puff. The remaining two mutated mine rats had no time to utter a sound before they disintegrated into motes of light. The damage numbers remained a staggering 1,500. Wang Hao and Li Mei's eyelids twitched, while Qin Yan gasped in astonishment. Is this the power of a true expert? Even dispatching minions is executed with such efficiency. Lin Mo glanced at his skill panel, noting that Soul-Drain Strike had an additional damage of 3. Although minimal, every bit adds up. Let us proceed. Lin Mo said calmly. As the team delved deeper, they soon encountered their first significant adversaries, 7 or 8 staggering miner zombies. These zombies possessed low health but appeared in overwhelming numbers, and their attacks inflicted a slowing effect, making them quite troublesome. Leave it to me. Qin Yan took a deep breath, eager to impress Lin Mo. He unleashed a series of fireballs, igniting the horde of zombies in a flurry of sparks. The miner zombies, sluggish in their movements, were quickly engulfed by his fireballs, their health steadily dwindling. However, Qin Yan's soul power was rapidly depleting, and after several rounds of fireballs, he was beginning to wheeze. Just as the remaining zombies were left with scant health, Lin Mo struck once more. Soul-Drain Strike. Soul-Drain Strike. He moved through the horde like a wolf among sheep, precisely executing each low-health zombie. Each kill was accompanied by an additional 3 damage. In no time, the 7 or 8 miner zombies were entirely eradicated by his hand. Soul-Drain Strike. Additional damage. 1536, 83, 1560. Qin Yan stared in disbelief, having labored tirelessly only to find that Lin Mo had claimed all the kills. Yet he felt no resentment. Lin Mo's efficiency was simply too extraordinary. Wang Hao and Li Mei also gained a newfound appreciation for Lin Mo's ability to secure kills. This was not merely cleanup, it was surgical harvesting. Su Wanner, meanwhile, cast Starlight Blessing from the sidelines, gradually restoring her teammates' soul power and stamina while observing Lin Mo with curiosity. She noticed that with each monster he felled, his aura seemed to solidify, and the ordinary staff he wielded shimmered with an increasingly vibrant gray light. Lin Mo, your weapon seems to have changed somewhat? Su Wanner couldn't help but inquire. Lin Mo glanced down at his novice wooden staff, which, after countless uses of Soul-Drain Strike, now exhibited a muted metallic sheen. The inferior magic stone at its tip seemingly imbued with a spectral glow. Infected Apprentice's staff, gray. Quality, ordinary, upgradable. Attack power, 1, 3 soul power related, weak. Special effect, Soul Drain Power. This weapon appears to resonate slightly with a soul-draining ability, enhancing effects when using soul-draining skills. Indeed, as the layers of Soul-Drain Strike increased, even his rudimentary weapon began to undergo a transformation. Just a mere touch of energy, Lin Mo casually explained. However, he pondered within, if the layers of Soul-Drain Strike were to reach tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, would this ordinary staff evolve into a true artifact? Furthermore, would he himself undergo some form of metamorphosis, drawing closer to the true essence of the Desert Reaper? This thought filled him with anticipation. At that moment, a cacophony of clashing metal echoed from the depths of the mine, accompanied by Zhang Tao's signature boisterous shout. Ha! A bunch of worthless mining monsters dares to obstruct the path of this genius. Fire Dragon Tornado. Burn them. Clearly, Zhang Tao's team had also advanced to the vicinity. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Let us go take a look. His intention was not to lend assistance, but rather to seize an opportunity to snatch some kills, or, perhaps, to witness Zhang Tao's blunders. Chapter 12. Elite Overseers in Conflict. Following the sound, Lin Mo and his companions swiftly arrived at a relatively spacious cavern. There, they beheld Zhang Tao directing his team in a concerted assault against 3 humanoid monsters clad in rudimentary iron armor and wielding pickaxes. These were the elite monsters of the mine, the rampaging miners. The rampaging miners boasted substantial health and formidable attack power, capable of executing area effect ground pounds. Zhang Tao's team was reasonably well equipped: an A-rank fire mage, a B-rank ice mage for crowd control, a B-rank paladin for tanking and healing, and a B-rank rogue for damage output and disruption. At this moment, the paladin struggled to withstand the fierce assaults of 2 rampaging miners, his holy light flickering chaotically. Clearly under immense pressure, the ice mage continuously unleashed ice arrows and frost rings, attempting to slow and control the miners, but to little effect. The rampaging miners seemed to possess significant magical resistance. Meanwhile, the rogue danced around the miners, occasionally landing backstabs, though the damage inflicted was minimal. As the primary damage dealer, Zhang Tao relentlessly cast fireballs and explosions, the flames soaring heavenward with great vigor. However, the health of the rampaging miners dwindled at an agonizingly slow pace. Damn it! Why are these creatures so resilient? Zhang Tao cursed, frustration mounting as he had hoped to impress the other teams by swiftly dispatching the elite monsters, only to find himself in a grueling battle. In that instant, one of the rampaging miners seized an opening in the paladin's defense and struck down fiercely with its pickaxe. The paladin groaned in pain as his health plummeted dramatically. Heal now, Zhang Tao bellowed. The paladin hastily cast a healing spell upon himself, barely stabilizing his health. Lin Mo and his companions stood quietly in the shadows nearby, observing the unfolding spectacle. Chun Yin watched in trepidation. These rampaging miners are ferocious. We'd likely fare no better if we joined in. Wang Hao nodded gravely. Elite monsters at nightmare difficulty truly live up to their reputation. Only Lin Mo gazed at the 3 rampaging miners with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Elite monsters signified greater experience and a more substantial accumulation of Soul-Siphon Strike layers. He deduced that slaying one of these rampaging miners would yield at least an additional 10 points of damage. Zhang Tao, do you require assistance? Lin Mo suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet clear enough to reach Zhang Tao's ears. Zhang Tao, caught in a frenzy of battle, was momentarily stunned upon hearing Lin Mo's voice, only to erupt in furious anger. Lin Mo, are you here to mock me? He shouted, his face contorted with rage. He perceived Lin Mo's words as a deliberate affront. I merely believe your efficiency leaves much to be desired. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. You. Zhang Tao felt a surge of indignation, nearly choking on his own anger. If you have the guts, come and try. I'm eager to see how you, a C-rank, handle 3 rampaging miners. He was attempting to provoke Lin Mo, convinced that the latter would not dare to approach certain doom. Other scattered teams nearby were drawn to the commotion, halting to observe. They were curious to see how this dark horse of the first round would fare against genuine elite monsters. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. As you wish. He stepped forward, with Su Wanner and the others following suit. Wang Hao, visibly anxious, exclaimed, Lin Mo, this is far too risky. Those are 3 elite monsters. Have no fear. Lin Mo reassured him with a reassuring glance. He focused on the rampaging miner whose health had already been reduced by nearly half due to Zhang Tao's team, formulating a plan in his mind. Whither? Lin Mo raised his hand, a gray light descending precisely upon the injured rampaging miner being besieged by Zhang Tao's team. The miner suddenly faltered. Its attack and movement speeds drastically reduced. Zhang Tao and his companions were taken aback, perplexed as to why Lin Mo would impose a debuff on their target. Then, Lin Mo moved. Ignoring the other 2 healthy rampaging miners, he charged directly toward the weakened one. What does he intend to do? Steal the kill? Zhang Tao felt a mix of shock and fury. Soul-Siphon Strike. The tip of Lin Mo's staff glimmered with gray light as it struck the forehead of the wounded rampaging miner with precision. 1,578. A staggering damage number floated into view. The rampaging miner, already diminished by Zhang Tao's team, could not even emit a final wail before collapsing, transforming into motes of light. Successfully killed rampaging miner, elite. Experience gained, 1,500. Soul-Siphon Strike additional damage permanently increased by 12 points. The crisp sound of the system notification echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Soul-Siphon Strike additional damage, 1560-12-1572. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Zhang Tao and his team were petrified, their expressions akin to that of ghosts. After laboring so hard, they had been on the cusp of defeating the elite monster, only to have it snatched away by Lin Mo with a single blow. Moreover, the kill was stolen. Zhang Tao felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly spitting it out. Such humiliation. This was an unparalleled disgrace. The onlooking teams gasped in astonishment. My heavens, is that truly the damage a C rank can inflict? A single blow to slay a weakened elite monster. This level of power was utterly absurd. His slowing skill was also remarkably potent. Even elite monsters could not withstand it. Su Waner, Wang Hao Li Mei, and Chunyan were equally astounded. They had known of Lin Mo's prowess, but never anticipated it to such an extent. Daring to claim the kill of an elite monster right before others' eyes. Lin Mo, however, wore a calm expression, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He raised an eyebrow at Zhang Tao. It seems my efficiency indeed surpasses yours by a margin. These words struck Zhang Tao like the sharpest of blades, piercing deeply into his heart. Lin Mo, you seek death. Zhang Tao, now thoroughly enraged, commanded the remaining 2 rampaging miners to attack, bellowing, kill him. The 2 rampaging miners immediately abandoned the paladin and charged toward Lin Mo with ferocious roars. Lin Mo, be careful. Su Waner cried out in alarm. Wang Hao hastily raised his shield, ready to assist. No need. Lin Mo waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from intervening. He gazed at the approaching rampaging miners. His expression devoid of fear, instead filled with eager anticipation. It was a yearning for the power of souls, a thirst for the accumulation of Soul-Siphon Strike layers. Come forth, let us resolve this together. He lifted his apprentice's staff once more, the ethereal glow at its tip deepening in intensity. A hunt orchestrated by the Desert Reaper was poised to unfold once more under the watchful eyes of all. Chapter 13, Double Kill and Dread. Facing the dual onslaught of the rampaging miners, Lin Mo pressed forward rather than retreating. Whither? He first cast the slowing spell upon the left rampaging miner, abruptly halting its charge. Immediately, he sidestepped to evade the sweeping strike of the right side enraged miner's pickaxe, while his staff ignited with a gray luminescence. Soul Drain Strike. Boom. The staff accurately struck the chest of the fully health enraged miner. 1,590. The colossal damage figure once again astonished the audience. The enraged miner let out a piercing wail, its massive form shuddering violently, as its health bar evaporated by more than half in an instant. Before it could regain its composure, Lin Mo had already completed the cooldown for Soul Drain Strike. Once more, Soul Drain Strike. Splurt. The gray light struck the same spot again. 1,590. The enraged miner on the right, unable to mount even a semblance of resistance, fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, following in the footsteps of its companion. Successfully killed the enraged miner, elite. Experience 1,500. Soul Drain Strike additional damage permanently increased by 12 points. Soul Drain Strike additional damage. 1572, 12, 1584. Instant kill. Yet another full health elite monster was effortlessly vanquished by Lin Mo's 2 Soul Drain Strikes, in a matter of mere seconds. This terrifying explosive power left all spectators feeling a tingling sensation at the back of their necks. No, it can't be. Zhang Tao stared blankly at the scene, the color draining from his face, leaving only endless horror and dread. His prideful A-rank flame controller appeared nothing more than a farcical joke in the presence of Lin Mo. His teammates had also entirely lost their fighting spirit, trembling in fear as they gazed at Lin Mo, as if beholding a demon returned from the depths of hell. Meanwhile, the last enraged miner, slowed by Wither, was just beginning to struggle its way towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo could hardly be bothered to glance at it, delivering another Soul Drain Strike with a swift motion. 1,590. Soul Drain Strike cooldown. Another strike. 1,590. Successfully killed the enraged miner, elite. Experience 1,500. Soul Drain Strike additional damage permanently increased by 12 points. Soul Drain Strike additional damage. 1590, 12, 1602. The 3 enraged miners, which had posed such a formidable challenge to Zhang Tao's team, were dispatched by Lin Mo as easily as slicing through vegetables. The entire process flowed seamlessly, characterized by an elegant brutality. As the final enraged miner collapsed, Lin Mo calmly retracted his staff, casting a glance towards the ashen-faced Zhang Tao. Now, who do you think has greater efficiency? Zhang Tao's lips quivered, leaving him utterly speechless. He was completely stunned, dazed. His cherished talent, his meticulously assembled team, appeared so feeble and impotent in the face of Lin Mo's cataclysmic individual might. The surrounding teams, who had previously held a merely curious attitude, now regarded Lin Mo with only awe and terror. They finally understood that this C-rank potential individual was not someone they could provoke. Let us go, we must leave. Someone shouted, prompting the onlooking teams to scatter in haste, fearful of attracting the attention of this harbinger of doom. In the blink of an eye, the once lively mining area was left with only Lin Mo's team and the despondent Zhang Tao's team. Su Waner and the others were equally incredulous. Although they knew Lin Mo was strong, they had never anticipated he would be this formidable. Lin Mo, are you even human? Chunyin stammered, his tone filled with a blend of trepidation and reverence for the strong. Wang Hao and Li Mei nodded vigorously, their worldviews shattered. Lin Mo chose to disregard their astonishment, instead directing his gaze deeper into the cavern. He sensed a more powerful soul fluctuation emanating from that direction. The dungeon's boss should be lurking there. Warner, buff everyone up. We are going to confront the final boss of this dungeon, Lin Mo instructed. Huh. Oh, all right. Su Warner snapped back to reality, hurriedly beginning to chant Starlight Blessing and Song of Courage. Wang Hao and Li Mei also quickly regained their composure, although they remained in shock. Their trust in Lin Mo had reached a blind level. Chunyin was even more excited, his face flushed. The mere thought of battling a boss alongside such an esteemed figure was something he had never dared to dream of. Just as Lin Mo was preparing to lead the group away, Zhang Tao suddenly roared, Lin Mo, don't get too cocky. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a C rank. Your potential is limited. In the later stages, we high-potential professionals will leave you far behind. This was his final struggle, the only justification he could find to comfort himself. Lin Mo paused, turning to look at him, a glimmer of pity in his eyes. Potential? Lin Mo scoffed, to me. There is only the distinction of whether I can kill you in one blow. As for the future, someone as worthless as you likely won't even qualify to witness my future. With that, he ignored Zhang Tao further, leading his team into the depths of the cavern's darkness. Zhang Tao, utterly dejected, collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, murmuring to himself, impossible, this cannot be. His pride, his confidence, had been utterly shattered beneath Lin Mo's overwhelming prowess. Meanwhile, Lin Mo contemplated another matter. After consecutively slaying 3 elite monsters, his experience had reached level 1, 12,000, 10,000. Experience overflow. With just a bit more experience, he would ascend to level 2. Leveling up would enhance his base attributes, increase his soul power limit, and more importantly, perhaps unlock new skills. With this thought, Lin Mo grew even more eager for the impending boss battle. He intended to use the soul of this boss as the final offering for his upgrade. Simultaneously, the apprentice staff in his hand, having undergone these battles, emitted an even richer ethereal glow, and the low-quality magic stone at its tip seemed to transform into a deep, profound eye, exuding a haunting aura. Deeply corrupted apprentice staff, blue. Quality, rare, upgradable. Attack power, 5, 10 soul power related, medium. Strength 1, spirit 1. Special effect 1, soul drain power, enhanced. This weapon resonates more strongly with the soul draining ability, slightly boosting the effect of soul draining skills used. Special effect 2, whisper of souls, occasionally. Faint whispers from the weapon can be heard, seemingly guiding towards something. The weapon had evolved again. From gray quality, it had jumped straight to blue rare quality. Additionally, it gained an extra point in strength and spirit. Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy. This truly was an unexpected delight. It seemed that Soul Drain Strike not only enhanced the skill itself, but also fed back into his equipment, and even into himself. This path of the Desert Reaper's growth was broader than he had ever imagined. Chapter 14. The Wraith Convergence and New Skills. Deep within the cavern, a massive underground chamber appeared before Lin Mo and his companions. In the center of the chamber floated a mass of black energy, composed of countless twisted and wailing souls, exuding a potent aura of resentment and a chilling breath of death. This was indeed the final boss of the Forsaken Mine, the Wraith Convergence. Wraith Convergence, boss level. Level, 5. Health points, 15,000, 15,000. Skills, Soul Scream, Area Fear, Mental Damage, Vengeful Impact, Single Target High Shadow Damage, Soul Enslavement, Summons Low-Tier Vengeful Spirits. Upon witnessing the attributes of the boss, both Wang Hao and Li Mei gasped in astonishment. A level 5 boss, with a health pool of 15,000. How are we supposed to defeat it? Wang Hao's voice trembled slightly. The Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon truly lived up to its reputation, the final boss's strength far exceeding their expectations. Chunyin turned pale with fear, nearly fleeing at the sight. Only Su Warner, though somewhat anxious, gazed at Lin Mo with unwavering trust. Lin Mo's expression remained calm, even tinged with a hint of excitement. A headliner-level boss, the experience points and the stacking layers of soul drain should be quite substantial, he mused. He speculated that defeating this vengeful spirit conglomerate would likely increase the additional damage of soul drain by at least 50 points. Moreover, this battle was crucial for his level up. Wang Hao, you need not tank the monster. Focus on protecting Warner and Chunyin, Lin Mo instructed. Li Mei, feel free to attack. Aim to reduce the boss's health while avoiding its skills. Warner, prioritize buffing me, especially for mental and soul recovery. Chunyin, you too may attack freely, but do not stray too far from me. After delegating tasks, Lin Mo took a deep breath, pointing his deeply tainted apprentice staff at the vengeful spirit conglomerate. Thus, the hunt commenced. Whither? A gray light struck first, hitting the vengeful spirit conglomerate, momentarily slowing its movements. Following this, Lin Mo's figure surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. He intends to take on the boss by himself. Wang Hao's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets in disbelief. Soul Drain. Lin Mo leaped high, his staff crashing down with immense force upon the core of the vengeful spirit conglomerate. 1614. A massive damage number floated into the air as the vengeful spirit conglomerate emitted a deafening soul scream. The horrifying sound wave swept through the cave, causing Wang Hao, Li Mei, and Chun Yin to experience piercing head pains, plunging them into a brief state of fear, immobilized. Only Suwaner, due to the Starlight Guardian that Lin Mo had preemptively bestowed upon her, felt a lesser impact, her face paling slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained utterly unfazed by the soul scream. His mental attributes were significantly superior to his peers, compounded by the Desert Reaper class's apparent natural resistance to soul-based attacks. Seeing the soul scream ineffective, the vengeful spirit conglomerate unleashed a jet of pitch-black vengeful energy, aimed directly at Lin Mo. He did not flinch. Instead, he raised his staff once more. Soul drain. Bang. The staff collided with the vengeful energy, producing a muffled sound. 1614. The vengeful energy was forcefully dispelled, and Lin Mo's soul drain dealt substantial damage to the boss. The health of the vengeful spirit conglomerate visibly diminished. Incredible. Wang Hao, recovering from his state of fear, watched Lin Mo confront the boss's skill head-on, feeling a surge of adrenaline. Li Mei and Chun Yin were equally awestruck. This was no mere level 1 adventurer, but a veritable beast of destruction. The vengeful spirit conglomerate, now thoroughly enraged, began frantically summoning low-tier vengeful spirits while continuously releasing vengeful energy at Lin Mo. In an instant, the cave was filled with swirling malice, ghostly figures everywhere. Yet Lin Mo remained composed, like a solitary boat navigating tumultuous waves, deftly weaving through the throngs of vengeful spirits. Each soul drain, striking precisely at the conglomerate's core. The summoned low-tier vengeful spirits could not even approach him. They were deterred by the nearly imperceptible aura of death emanating from him. Suwaner diligently bestowed various buffs upon Lin Mo, including Starlight Blessing, Song of Courage, and Winds of Swiftness. With her assistance, Lin Mo's attacks became increasingly ferocious, and his soul energy recovered more swiftly. The damage numbers from soul drain, under the influence of these buffs, occasionally soared to over 1,700 points. The health of the vengeful spirit conglomerate plummeted at an astonishing rate, 10,000, 8,000, 5,000. The boss was on the verge of defeat. Chun Yin exclaimed excitedly. Just as the conglomerate's health dipped below 2,000 points, an unexpected turn occurred. The boss's core suddenly radiated a blinding light, an eruption of soul energy far more potent than before. It intends to self-destruct. Retreat. Wang Hao shouted in terror. The dying counterattack of a headliner-level boss was immensely powerful, capable of obliterating these low-level adventurers in an instant. However, Lin Mo revealed a cruel smile. Self-destruct? Did you seek my permission? His soul energy surged within him at an unprecedented speed, his staff emanating an intensely rich gray light, with faint chains flickering into view along its shaft. Soul drain, the final strike. This was Lin Mo's impulsive decision to channel all his soul energy and mental focus into soul drain. Boom. The staff struck fiercely against the core of the vengeful spirit conglomerate, which was on the brink of self-destruction. 3,588. An unprecedented, suffocating damage number erupted forth. The impending explosion of energy from the vengeful spirit conglomerate was instantaneously shattered, its massive form deflating like a punctured balloon, ultimately releasing a final, unwilling wail before vanishing into thin air. Successfully defeated the vengeful spirit conglomerate, headliner-level boss, experienced 10,000. Permanent increase of 60 points in additional damage for soul drain. Level up. Current level 2, 2,000, 20,000. Acquired new skill, Soul Flame, level 1. Acquired new skill, Withering Aura, level 1. An evolution of the original Wither skill. A series of system notifications resounded in Lin Mo's mind, bringing him an unprecedented wave of exhilaration. Soul drain, additional damage, 1602, 60, 1662. At last, he had attained level 2. Moreover, he had awakened 2 new skills, feeling the surge of newfound power within him. Along with the information about the new skills flooding his mind, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. This dungeon run had yielded tremendous rewards. Meanwhile, his teammates were utterly stunned, still reeling from the earth-shattering finale. Over 3,500 damage. Is this truly something a level 1 adventurer can achieve? They felt their understanding of reality being repeatedly reshaped by Lin Mo, leaving them utterly numb. Chapter 15. SSS Rating and the Calm Before the Storm. The malice within the cave dissipated entirely, leaving behind a scene of devastation and several items glimmering faintly. Suwaner and the others remained lost in the reverberations of Lin Mo's astonishing final blow, unable to regain their composure. Wang Hao murmured, We actually cleared the nightmare-level dungeon. Li Mei added, and it seems we did so rather swiftly. Chun Yin gazed at Lin Mo's silhouette with fervor. This was the true pillar of strength, no, a divine leg. Lin Mo was meticulously savoring the enhancement of power brought about by his recent level up. alongside the intricate details of his two new skills. Soul Flame, level 1 active. Consumes 50 soul power to create a zone of soul flame lasting 5 seconds in a designated area, dealing mental x 30-50 magical damage per second to all enemies within the area, while inflicting soul burn and fear echo effects. Soul burn. The target suffers 1 point of true damage per second based on their maximum health for 3 seconds. Fear echo. The target has a 30 chance to enter a state of fear for 1 second, with this effect triggering once every 2 seconds at most. Cooldown, 5 seconds. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Mo. This soul flame not only boasted considerable damage, but also included percentage-based true damage and a chance to instill fear, rendering it a formidable crowd control skill, with an astonishingly brief cooldown. He began to contemplate how to exploit this skill to sow chaos and reap souls in forthcoming battles. With the soul flame at his disposal, his efficiency in clearing waves of low-level monsters would be significantly enhanced, and the stacking speed of Soul-Drain Strike would also accelerate. Furthermore, the fear effect could disrupt enemy spell casting or formations at critical moments. Truly a stroke of genius. Withering Aura, level 1 passive. A 10-meter radius aura centered on the user, reducing the movement speed of enemy units entering the aura by 15 and their attack speed by 10. This effect does not stack, but takes precedence over standard withering effects. The Withering Aura proved exceptionally practical, effectively establishing a persistent, weakened version of a group, Wither, alleviating much of his operational burden and allowing him to focus more on positioning and the casting of Soul-Drain Strike. He cast a glance at his attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Class, Desert Reaper, Unique Growth Class. Level, 2, 2,000, 20,000. Potential, C grade, can grow, current assessment, unknown. Strength, 10, 1 from equipment. Agility, 8. Constitution, 9. Mental, 13, 1 from equipment. Perception, 9. Soul Power, 150, 150. Soul Drain Strike, level 1 additional damage of 1662 points. Following his level up, all his fundamental attributes had seen an increase, and his soul power cap had also risen considerably. Let us proceed. It is time to see what treasures the boss has dropped. Lin Mo's voice broke through his teammates' reverie. Upon the demise of the Wraith aggregate, 3 items remained. A skill book shimmering with ghostly light, a dark red gem, and a black cloak exuding an ominous aura. Lin Mo stepped forward to collect them. Skill book, Shadow Step, rare. Effect, upon learning, acquire the skill Shadow Step, consuming 30 soul power to instantly teleport to a designated location within 15 meters. With the next attack inflicting a small amount of shadow damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. This was precisely the mobility skill he had been lacking. With Shadow Step, his agility would be greatly enhanced, making pursuits, escapes, and repositioning for damage output far more manageable. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it. A ghostly light merged into his being, and the techniques for employing Shadow Step became instantly clear. The second item was a Wraith Core, rare material, useful for forging equipment or special tasks. The third item was an equipment piece. Wraith Whisper Cloak, blue rare. Slot, cloak, required level, 5. Defense, 15. Mental, 3. Special effect, Wraith Guardian, with a 20 chance to negate fatal damage and restore 10 maximum health when a critical hit is received, cooldown of 1 hour. This cloak boasted commendable attributes, especially the life-saving effect, which was exceedingly valuable. However, its level requirement of 5 rendered it unusable for the time being. I have learned the skill book, Shadow Step. Do you all have any objections? Lin Mo inquired, glancing at his teammates. No objections. Absolutely none. This is rightfully yours. Wang Hao, Li Mei, and Chun Yin echoed in unison, their admiration for Lin Mo evident. Su Wanner smiled and added, Lin Mo, this is your reward for defeating the boss, so naturally, you should decide how to distribute it. Lin Mo nodded, presenting the Wraith Core and Wraith Whisper Cloak to them. Who among you needs these 2 items? Wang Hao, being a shield warrior, had a demand for defense and survival, while Li Mei was an archer and Chun Yin was a fire mage, making their need for the cloak relatively low. Su Wanner, as a support, valued mental attributes greatly, and the life-saving skill was particularly precious for a support role. Ultimately, after some gracious debate, the Wraith Whisper Cloak was bestowed upon Su Wanner, as she could use it as a reserve for future equipment changes. The Wraith Core was temporarily retained by Lin Mo, who planned to determine its fate upon returning to the base city. Once the distribution was complete, Lin Mo declared, let us venture forth. A beam of teleportation light enveloped them, transporting them back to the main arena of the colossal training hall. As they emerged, they found that most teams had already concluded their assessments, gathering in small clusters to discuss their experiences within the dungeon, their expressions largely marked by fatigue and frustration. Clearly, the nightmarish difficulty of the Forgotten Mine had posed significant challenges for these novices. Zhang Tao's team had also exited. He sat dejectedly in a corner with several teammates, his gaze filled with resentment and unwillingness as he spotted Lin Mo and the others, yet he dared not provoke them again. The paladin and ice mage from his team regarded Lin Mo with far more complex emotions, fear mingled with a hint of envy. After all, who would not desire to have such a powerful ally at their side? When Lin Mo's team's name and achievements appeared on the colossal leaderboard, the training hall fell into an eerie silence. Team: Lin Mo's team, Donghai No. 3 High School. Members: Lin Mo C, Su Wanner A, Wang Hao B, Li Mei B, Chen Yan B. Dungeon: Forgotten Mine, Nightmare. Completion time: 25 minutes and 13 seconds. Dungeon completion rate: 100. Hidden elements explored: 0. Team evaluation: SSS. An SSS level evaluation. The only SSS level evaluation currently displayed on the entire leaderboard. Moreover, they had accomplished this in a mere 25 minutes. It was notable that even the fastest teams that barely managed to complete the nightmare difficulty had taken over an hour. And most evaluations were at best B or a grade, with S grades being exceedingly rare. How is this possible? 25 minutes to clear the nightmare level mine. A student, who had just emerged from the dungeon in a disheveled state, exclaimed in disbelief. His team had spent nearly 2 hours, dying several times, merely scraping together a C grade evaluation, and they received an SSS grade evaluation. How could they have achieved this? Wasn't Lin Mo assessed as C grade potential? How can he be this strong? His team only has 1 A grade support, and the rest are B grade. Whispers of doubt, astonishment, and incredulous discussions surged through the training hall like a tidal wave. Inside the observation room, the atmosphere was equally tense. Director Zhou Hailong was flushed with excitement, his hands trembling slightly. SSS level. Our No. 3 high school has produced a team with an SSS level evaluation. This is an exceedingly rare highest accolade in the history of high school assessments in the Donghai-based city. Minister Lu's gaze was profound as he intently observed Lin Mo's tranquil figure on the screen, accompanied by his proud teammates. 25 minutes. It appears my initial assessment of him was overly conservative, he murmured. His assistant, a quick-handed recorder, was diligently noting down on a tablet. Lin Mo, level 2. Soul Drain Strike. Additional damage 1662, newly acquired skills, Soul Blaze, Withering Aura, Shadow Step, weapon quality upgraded to Blue Rare. Each entry was enough to astound any professional mentor. Minister Lu, Lin Mo's growth rate is astonishing. Our previously devised clandestine training plan may require adjustments, the assistant whispered. Minister Lu nodded. Immediately contact the Principal's Council and the military's Special Recruitment Office. Lin Mo's value has transcended that of an ordinary genius. He recognized that Lin Mo's existence could potentially alter the future landscape of Donghai-based city, and perhaps even the entirety of the Great Xiao Alliance. At that moment, staff members from the assessment venue approached, respectfully informing Lin Mo and his teammates. Congratulations, Lin Mo and Su Wanner, for achieving an SSS level team rating. Please follow me to claim your rewards. Amidst countless envious, jealous, and awestruck gazes, Lin Mo led his team toward the prize area. Zhang Tao watched Lin Mo's retreating figure. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. He realized that from this day forth, he, the so-called A-level genius, would be utterly overshadowed by Lin Mo's brilliance. The sensation of plummeting from the clouds into the mire drove him nearly to madness. Lin Mo, I will remember you. He silently roared in his heart, his eyes ablaze with unyielding fire. Yet, he understood that he no longer held the qualification to challenge Lin Mo. Lin Mo remained unfazed by the complex gazes around him. His primary concern was the rewards that the SSS level evaluation would bring. He had already formed a vague plan in his mind. Following this assessment, he would require a more efficient resource replenishment site and additional resources to support the terrifying consumption and growth of his Soul Drain Strike. The SSS level evaluation could very well serve as the key to realizing his ambitions. More importantly, he needed to familiarize himself with the newly acquired skills Soul Blaze and Shadow Step and integrate them into his combat system. Particularly, Soul Blaze, with its daunting 5-second cooldown and powerful control, seemed tailor-made for him. He was eager to find a place to thoroughly experiment with these new abilities. A greater storm was silently brewing around this C-grade potential Desert Reaper. Chapter 16. Generous Rewards and New Goals in the Prize Area. A middle-aged official clad in a practitioner management center uniform greeted Lin Mo's team with a broad smile. Congratulations, Lin Mo, Su Wanner, and all team members, for your splendid achievement of an SSS level rating in this instance assessment. The official stated courteously. His gaze toward Lin Mo bore a hint of barely perceptible awe, clearly acknowledging Lin Mo's extraordinary performance in the instance. According to assessment regulations, each member of the team with an SSS level rating will receive generous rewards. As he spoke, he gestured for an assistant to present the list of rewards and items. First were the basic rewards. Each participant received 50,000 Alliance coins, 3 bottles of intermediate soul power recovery potions, and a star of potential that could permanently increase one random attribute by 1 point. For newly awakened students, this constituted a substantial fortune and precious resources. Wang Hao, Li Mei, and Chun Yan were flushed with excitement. never having imagined that following Lin Mo would yield such bountiful rewards. Thank you, Lin Mo, for leading us. Chunyin expressed sincerely, his tone filled with gratitude. Wang Hao and Li Mei nodded vigorously, their gazes toward Lin Mo brimming with admiration. Lin Mo simply acknowledged them with a calm nod. To him, these basic rewards were merely a pittance. He was far more interested in the special rewards attached to the SSS level evaluation. The official cleared his throat and continued. As the team leader, Lin Mo will receive an additional 100,000 alliance coins, as well as the option to select a blue quality weapon or armor of his choice. Moreover, the entire team will gain the opportunity to enter the Municipal Hall's secret treasury to select one special item each. Upon hearing the name of the secret treasury, even Su Wanner displayed a look of astonishment. It was a place where the Donghai-based city stored various rare materials, skill books, and special items, typically accessible only to practitioners who had made significant contributions to the base city. To think that an SSS-level instance evaluation could grant such an opportunity. Lin Mo, regarding your chosen equipment, here is the list. You may select. The official handed over a datapad. Lin Mo took the datapad and quickly skimmed through it, which listed dozens of blue-quality weapons and armor with commendable attributes. However, his current weapon, the deeply infected apprentice's staff, had already evolved to blue rare and possessed growth potential, making it far superior to these fixed attribute blue-quality items. After some contemplation, he stated, I do not require a weapon or armor. May I exchange this slot for equivalent rare materials or skill books? The official paused momentarily, then smiled. Of course, Lin Mo. Your foresight is commendable. We can provide you with a list of rare materials worth approximately 300,000 alliance coins or several notable rare universal skill books for your selection. Lin Mo nodded. What he needed now were resources that could assist his growth or practical universal skills. Upon examining the skill book list, he discovered a passive skill book titled Rapid Chanting. Rapid Chanting, rare passive upon learning, the casting delay for all active skills is reduced by 20. This skill was immensely beneficial to him. Although Soul-Drain Strike had no apparent casting delay, if the casting time for Soul Blaze and other potential active skills could be shortened, it would undoubtedly enhance his combat fluidity and explosive power significantly. I will select the Rapid Chanting skill book, Lin Mo declared decisively. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the official's eyes. Lin Mo, you have excellent taste. Rapid Chanting is indeed a highly practical passive skill. Next came the opportunity to enter the Municipal Hall's secret treasury to select an item. Under the official's guidance, Lin Mo's team arrived at a heavily guarded underground structure. The treasury was not spacious, yet the shelves were adorned with various items emanating a strange glow, dazzling the eyes. Each person has 10 minutes to select one item. The official reminded them. Wang Hao, Li Mei, and Chunyin were overwhelmed by the array of choices, uncertain of what to select. Su Wanner, however, was meticulously searching for items or skills suitable for supporting roles. Lin Mo's attention, meanwhile, was captivated by a nondescript, cracked black stone in the corner. It emanated an aura that resonated subtly with his Desert Reaper profession. He approached and reached out to touch the stone. Prompt: an unknown soul fragment has been detected, seemingly highly compatible with your professional power. Would you like to absorb it? Warning: this soul fragment contains immense information and a multitude of wills. Forcibly absorbing it may result in mental shock. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, inwardly contemplating. Indeed, it is a remarkable item. He could sense that this fragment held deeper mysteries regarding the Desert Reaper, potentially linked to the awakening of his subsequent skills or the advancement of his profession. I choose this one, Lin Mo stated to the official. The official glanced at the unassuming black stone, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. Yet he nodded in agreement. Very well, Lin Mo. He mused internally that this youth often acted unexpectedly. Perhaps this stone indeed possessed extraordinary qualities. Su Wanner ultimately selected a starry tear pendant that augmented healing effects and mental attributes. Wang Hao opted for a small thorny shield that offered a slight retaliatory damage effect. Li Mei acquired a vial of dragoness tooth venom that could be applied to arrows, enhancing their penetration and toxic damage. Chunyin fortuitously discovered a flame heart ring that reduced the consumption of fire-based skills. Each individual found their desired item, returning with satisfaction. Once the rewards for the assessment were distributed, Director Zhou Hailong and Minister Lu approached. Lin Mo, congratulations on creating yet another miracle, Minister Lu remarked. His gaze filled with admiration. Your performance has captured the attention of the higher-ups in the base city, as well as the military. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Mo pondered for a moment and replied, I require a place where I can rapidly enhance my strength and conduct special training without interference. The special training he referred to naturally pertained to stacking the layers of Soul-Drain Strike. Minister Lu nodded, seemingly having anticipated this. I understand. There exists an abandoned magical incubation site in the western suburbs of the base city, which was once utilized by the military for the study of monster reproduction and mutation. It was abandoned following an experimental accident, leaving behind a plethora of low-level but rapidly respawning energy-based monsters. The environment there is harsh and poses certain dangers, but it may serve as an excellent training ground for you. I can grant you special access to enter. Minister Lu continued. However, you must agree to one condition. Lin Mo's interest was piqued. What condition? Minister Lu smiled slightly. 1 month from now. Represent our East Sea-based city in the Long Dragon Selection Tournament organized by the Great Xia Alliance, and secure a place in the rankings. The Long Dragon Selection Tournament? Lin Mo found the name somewhat unfamiliar. Director Zhou Hailong interjected to explain. The Long Dragon Selection Tournament is the highest level competition held by the Great Xia Alliance for newly emerging professionals from all base cities, occurring every 3 years. It aims to select true prodigies for special training. Those who stand out in such competitions invariably become renowned powerhouses, with some even attaining the status of guardian deities. Lin Mo comprehended that this represented both a challenge and a significant opportunity for him. Should he excel in the Long Dragon Selection Tournament, he would gain access to greater resources and attention, crucial for his future development. Very well, I accept your terms. Lin Mo nodded. He was confident in himself. A month was ample time to elevate the layers of Soul-Drain Strike and his own strength to a new pinnacle. By then, the so-called prodigies would appear as mere lambs awaiting slaughter in his presence. Excellent, Minister Lu acknowledged with satisfaction. Here is the access token for the magical incubation site, along with a list of precautions. Keep them safe. You may commence your special training there starting tomorrow. Lin Mo accepted the token and documentation, already devising his training regimen in his mind. He aimed to quickly familiarize himself with Soul Flame and Shadow Step, seamlessly integrating them with Soul-Drain Strike. He intended to ignite a feast of souls within that forsaken incubation site, propelling his powers to unprecedented heights. With new objectives firmly established, a rigorous quest for greater strength was about to commence. Meanwhile, Su Wanner and the others observed Lin Mo engaging in jovial conversation with Minister Lu, receiving special arrangements beyond ordinary reach. Aside from envy, they felt a profound anticipation for the future. They understood that this unparalleled genius, obscured by sea-level potential, was poised to sweep through the entire professional world with an even more unstoppable force. Chapter 17. The Magical Incubation Site and the Initial Manifestation of New Skills. The following morning, Lin Mo bid farewell to his parents and aunt, making his way alone to the abandoned magical incubation site located in the western suburbs of East Sea-based city. This area had once been a military no-go zone. Even after years of abandonment, it was still surrounded by tall barbed wire and posted with no entry signs, exuding an air of desolation and danger. Lin Mo presented the access token granted by Minister Lu and smoothly passed through several outer checkpoints. As he ventured deeper, the fluctuations of magical energy in the air grew increasingly dense and chaotic. The entrance to the incubation site was a massive steel gate, marred by rust and signs of energy erosion. Lin Mo pushed open the heavy gate, and an odd rush of air, mingled with the stench of decay and sulfur, greeted him. Before him lay a vast underground expanse, littered with various abandoned cultivation tanks, pipes, and instruments, many of which had collapsed, while the walls were encrusted with dark purple energy crystals. The environment here is indeed harsh, Lin Mo murmured. He could sense numerous faint soul auras drifting in the air. These were the energy-based monsters Minister Lu had mentioned. These creatures lacked physical forms, composed entirely of pure chaotic magic, possessing low vitality, yet exhibiting strong aggression and rapid respawn rates. This is practically a tailor-made sanctuary for farming. Excitement flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He refrained from immediately hunting monsters and instead sought out a relatively safe corner to familiarize himself with his newly acquired skills. First, he focused on Shadow Step, concentrating intently. He locked onto a discarded iron plate 15 meters ahead and willed himself there. Whoosh! His figure vanished from its original spot, reappearing beside the iron plate in an instant. The entire process seamless and fluid. Not bad. The consumption is minimal, and the cooldown is acceptable. Lin Mo was quite pleased with this displacement skill. He practiced using Shadow Step repeatedly, darting between the abandoned instruments and pipes, his form becoming increasingly elusive. With Shadow Step, my mobility has significantly improved. Whether it's kiting or engaging, I will be far more composed. Next, he turned his attention to Soul Flame. He designated a relatively open area ahead, where a few fist-sized energy-based monsters, emanating a faint red glow, were wandering. Soul Flame. Lin Mo raised a finger, dark red flames coalescing at its tip before surging forth, landing amidst the congregated energy monsters. Boom! An area of soul flames approximately 5 meters in diameter erupted, the dark red flames blazing fiercely, radiating a chilling wave of soul energy. The energy monsters caught within the inferno immediately let out piercing shrieks, their forms swiftly dissolving as if ignited like candles. 68, 68, 68. Mental 13 by 30 5539, rounded to 54, adjusted with equipment, set here as 68. Damage numbers floated above their heads one after another. Simultaneously, they were afflicted with the effect of soul searing, incurring a trivial yet continuous loss of health points every second. More importantly, the effect of fear resonance was triggered. Two of the energy-based monstrosities, seemingly gripped by intense terror, abruptly turned and fled, colliding chaotically amidst the soul flames. The others, although not paralyzed by fear, exhibited signs of agitation, their attack patterns distorted. This control effect was indeed formidable. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. While the percentage-based true damage was not particularly effective against these low-health creatures, it would undoubtedly serve as a potent weapon against elite monsters or bosses. Furthermore, the 30 chance to trigger a 1-second fear effect could theoretically activate 2 to 3 times within its 5-second duration, significantly disrupting the enemy's rhythm. Crucially, the cooldown period was a mere 5 seconds. This implied that, as long as his soul power was sufficient, he could seamlessly weave together the soul flames, transforming an area into a perpetual zone of death. Regrettably, his low level and modest mental attributes limited his base damage. Lin Mo felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he understood that as his level and mental attributes increased, the power of soul flames would grow exponentially. He endeavored to combine soul flames with shadow step. First, he would dash into the throng of monsters with shadow step, swiftly unleash soul flames, and then retreat using shadow step, executing the entire sequence in one fluid motion. Perfect. Lin Mo marveled inwardly. This combat style ensured both output and control while safeguarding his own safety, tailor-made for a high-damage, fragile character like himself. After familiarizing himself with the new skill, Lin Mo officially embarked on his endeavor to harvest minions. He ventured deep into the incubation chamber, soon encountering a vast swarm of jellyfish-like energy entities floating in midair, emanating a ghostly blue glow. There were countless of these entities, easily numbering in the hundreds. Yet their individual health points were exceedingly low, estimated to be only a few dozen. Truly, fortune smiled upon him. Lin Mo felt joy instead of fear. He first hurled soul flames into the densest cluster of energy entities, instantly obliterating a small area. Following this, he activated Withering Aura, braving the feeble assaults of the energy entities as he plunged into the throng. The apprentice staff, deeply infused with power, glowed with a familiar gray light. Soul-Siphon Strike, 1680, base 1662, plus a slight enhancement from rapid casting and weapon resonance. An energy entity was instantly annihilated, transforming into pure soul power absorbed by the staff. The additional damage from Soul-Siphon Strike was a mere 1 point, though the extra damage from these energy entities was minimal. Their sheer numbers and rapid respawn rate compensated for it. Lin Mo moved through the chaos like a tiger among sheep, each swing of his staff accompanying the demise of an energy entity. As soon as the cooldown for Soul Flames expired, he promptly unleashed it beneath him or in areas dense with monsters, creating zones of death. Those energy entities that dared approach him were either scattered in fear by the effects of soul flames or slowed down by Withering Aura, becoming living targets for his Soul-Siphon Strike. Occasionally, a stray attack would land upon him, but the damage was negligible, almost inconsequential. He was akin to an efficient harvesting machine, igniting a storm of souls within the incubation chamber. The layers of additional damage from Soul-Siphon Strike escalated at a visibly rapid pace, 1670, 1700, 1750. Within a mere hour, he had accumulated nearly 100 layers of extra damage. This efficiency was incomparable to anything he had experienced in the novice training grounds or dungeons. At this rate, by the time of the Dragon Selection Tournament a month hence, his Soul-Siphon Strike extra damage could easily surpass 5,000 points. Lin Mo's heart swelled with ambition. By then, even his ordinary strikes would possess the power to devastate the heavens and the earth. In addition to stacking damage, Lin Mo continuously refined his application of the new skills. He discovered that while the fear effect of soul flames was probabilistic, it proved remarkably effective amidst clusters of monsters, frequently interrupting their attack sequences and creating a more favorable environment for his output. The agile use of Shadow Step allowed him to effortlessly navigate through the throng, evading concentrated attacks or swiftly closing in on fleeing, bloodied targets. He even experimented with preemptively casting soul flames at the location he intended to teleport to with Shadow Step, creating an explosive surprise for his foes. This combat style, filled with skillful tactics and visual spectacle, starkly contrasted with his previous brute force reliance on Soul-Siphon Strike. He felt his understanding of the Desert Reaper class deepening. This profession demanded not merely mindless accumulation of damage, but also precise calculations, agile positioning, and clever skill coordination. Time flew by in the monotonous yet efficient task of minion harvesting. Lin Mo was entirely absorbed in the exhilarating sensation of rapidly enhancing his power, tirelessly wielding his staff. The energy entities in the incubation chamber fell before him like chaff before the scythe, harvested time and again, as the staff absorbed vast quantities of soul power. Its ghostly luminescence deepened, and the gem atop it, resembling an eye, seemed to come alive, shimmering with a glint of wisdom. Due to prolonged use, the proficiency of Withering Aura had increased, slightly expanding its radius. As dusk approached, Lin Mo, feeling somewhat fatigued, exited the magic incubation chamber. He glanced at his attribute panel. Soul-Siphon Strike, level 1 additional damage 2358 points. In just one day, the extra damage surged by nearly 700 points. His experience level had also seen a substantial increase, now at level 2, 8,500, 20,000. The efficiency was astounding. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. He knew that as long as he persevered, he might very well secure a place among the champions of the Dragon Selection Tournament. Shortly after his departure, several professionals clad in distinctive uniforms stealthily entered the magic incubation chamber. They were secret observers dispatched by the Professional Management Center to monitor Lin Mo's progress. Upon witnessing the chamber's ravaged state, reminiscent of a field-plowed bear, and the lingering, chilling essence of soul flames in the air, they were left utterly astonished. Could this truly be the work of a mere level 2 professional? How many energy entities had he vanquished today? The potency of those soul flames felt even more terrifying than described in the records. They swiftly reported their observations to Minister Liu. Minister Liu stared at the report, speechless, ultimately exclaiming in awe, "A prodigy, an unequivocal prodigy." He anticipated Lin Mo's performance in the Dragon Selection Tournament with heightened eagerness. Chapter 18. The Evolution of Weapons and Su Wanner's Request. In the ensuing fortnight, Lin Mo dedicated nearly all his time to the endeavor of harvesting minions in the magic incubation chamber. He rose early and returned late, resembling a diligent farmer. Day after day, reaping the seemingly endless energy entities. The layers of additional damage from Soul-Siphon Strike skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. 2,500, 3,000, 3,500, 4,000. In the brief span of merely half a month, his Soul Drain Strike has remarkably escalated from an initial additional damage of over 2,300 points to an astonishing threshold of 4,000, reaching an impressive 4,025 points. This signifies that each instance of Soul Drain Strike now inflicts a base damage exceeding 4,000 points. Such a level of offensive power is nothing short of fantastical for a level 2 practitioner. It is likely that many elite practitioners, even those at levels 10 to 20, would struggle to match his single strike capability. In terms of levels, he has successfully advanced to level 3. Name: Lin Mo. Occupation: Desert Reaper, unique growth class. Level: 3, 5,000, 50,000. Potential: C grade, upgradable, current assessment, unknown. Strength: 12, 1 from equipment. Agility: 10. Constitution: 11. Mentality: 15, 1 from equipment. Perception: 11. Soul Power: 200. 200. Soul Drain Strike, level 1 additional damage 40-25 points. Soul Flame, level 1 damage per second, 15x 3050545, rounded down to 55, finally adjusted to approximately 80 points. Soul Burn, 1 of maximum health per second. Fear Echo, 30 chance to inflict fear for 1 second. Withering Aura, level 1 range 12 meters, movement speed, 18. Attack speed, 12. Shadow Step, level 1 15 meters of instant teleportation. Next attack carries a minor shadow damage. Rapid Casting, passive casting time reduction, 20. The attribute enhancements brought forth by leveling up have significantly elevated both his soul power limit and skill potency. The base damage of Soul Flame has now approached 80 points per second, enhancing his efficiency in clearing groups of monsters. The range and effects of Withering Aura have also seen a slight improvement. Even more exhilaratingly, the apprentice staff in his possession, deeply infused with soul power, has finally undergone a transformation after absorbing countless souls. On an ordinary afternoon, as Lin Mo executed Soul Drain Strike to vanquish a corporeal entity, the staff suddenly erupted in a blinding, ethereal purple light. As the radiance faded, the once dull staff transformed into a crystalline masterpiece, resembling the purest amethyst, while the gem at its tip, resembling an eye, morphed into a profound dark gold, seemingly containing the essence of countless stars. A potent and untainted soul power emanated from the staff, causing a momentary stasis among the surrounding energy entities and monsters. Whispers of the Dead, Purple Epic Growth Staff. Quality: Epic, upgradable. Required level: none. Attack power: 20, 30, soul power related, strong. Strength 3, Agility 3, Constitution 3, Mentality 5, Perception 3. Special Effect 1, Soul Drain Power, Extreme Effect. This weapon resonates profoundly with soul absorption capabilities, significantly enhancing the effects of soul draining skills. With Soul Drain Strike, additional damage acquisition efficiency increased by 10. Special Effect 2, Soul Whisper, enhanced. You can hear the whispers from the weapon more clearly, occasionally gleaning fragmented skills or ancient knowledge regarding the Desert Reaper class. Special Effect 3, Reaper's Blessing. All of your skills are leveled to 1, not exceeding the maximum skill level. Special Effect 4, Soul Extraction. When you use Soul Drain Strike to kill a target, there is a 20 chance to additionally absorb a small amount of soul power. A Purple Epic Grade Staff. Moreover, it is a growth-type staff. Lin Mo gazed at the rejuvenated staff in his hand, exhilarated by its opulent attributes, nearly leaping with joy. an all-encompassing attribute enhancement. Additionally, it significantly bolstered his mentality. The most extraordinary aspects were Soul Drain Power, Extreme Effect, and Reaper's Blessing. An increase of 10 in the efficiency of acquiring additional damage from Soul-Drain Strike implies that he would accumulate damage at an even swifter pace in the future. Furthermore, having all skills leveled to 1 elevated the potency of every skill exponentially. Soul-Drain Strike, Level 2 additional damage 40-25 points. Consumes 10 soul power. Enhancing the next normal attack to inflict Strength x 110 Mentality x 255 points of physical damage. If this attack slays the target, it permanently increases this skill's additional damage by 3 points, approximately 33 points after the enhancement from Soul Drain Power. Cooldown, 7 seconds. Soul Flame, Level 2 damage per second, 15x 3570-7525, rounded down to 75, finally adjusted to approximately 100 points. Soul Burn, 12 of maximum health per second. Fear Echo, 35 chance to inflict fear for 12 seconds. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Withering Aura, Level 2 range 15 meters, movement speed 22, attack speed 15. Shadow Step, Level 2 18 meters of instant teleportation. Next attack carries a moderate amount of shadow damage. Cooldown, 9 seconds. The elevation in skill levels has propelled his combat prowess to new heights, particularly with Soul Flame, the reduction in cooldown time and enhancement of damage and control effects. In conjunction with Rapid Casting, allows for nearly instantaneous execution. This weapon is reminiscent of a divine artifact tailored specifically for him. Lin Mo cherished the staff. Whispers of the dead, as he felt a profound connection forming between the staff and his soul. He could even discern faint, ancient whispers emanating from the staff. Though their meanings eluded him for now, he believed that as his strength grew, he would uncover more secrets hidden within. Armed with this newly acquired epic staff, Lin Mo's efficiency in farming monsters surged once more. He became akin to a perpetual motion machine, conjuring soul storms within the magical incubation chamber. Time flew by, and soon, only 3 days remained until the selection tournament for the Hidden Dragon. On this day, as Lin Mo exited the magical incubation chamber, his personal terminal received a message from Su Wan. Lin Mo, what have you been busy with lately? The Hidden Dragon selection tournament is about to commence. Should our team practice together? Lin Mo glanced at the message and pondered for a moment. After a month of fervent farming, he realized he hadn't connected with Su Wan and the others in quite some time. It was indeed time to step outside for some fresh air and to assess the fruits of his recent training. Sure, where shall we meet? Lin Mo replied. Soon. Su Wan sent the address of a high-end private training facility located in the city center. Upon Lin Mo's arrival at the training center, Su Wan, Wang Hao, Li Mei, and Chun Yin were already waiting. The moment they spotted Lin Mo, expressions of delight adorned their faces. Lin Mo, you finally emerged. Chun Yin exclaimed dramatically. Wang Hao and Li Mei greeted him with smiles. Su Wan, assessing Lin Mo from head to toe, remarked with a glint of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. Lin Mo, it seems you have become significantly stronger. She keenly sensed that Lin Mo's aura had grown more solid and formidable compared to half a month ago, the barely perceptible pressure causing her heart to flutter. Lin Mo smiled slightly, just a bit of progress. He glanced at his teammates, noticing that their levels and equipment had also seen considerable advancements, indicating they had not been idle during this time. Su Wan had reached level 4 and donned several pieces of green equipment that enhanced her mentality and healing effects. Wang Hao and Li Mei have both reached level 3. Although their equipment predominantly remains blue, their attributes have improved significantly compared to before. Chun Yin has also barely managed to attain level 3, but judging by his lackluster demeanor, it seems he has relied on substances and team play to achieve this. We summoned you not only for practice, but also for another matter. Su Wan spoke, her tone imbued with a hint of entreaty. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, inquiring. What is it? Su Wan pursed her lips and continued. My father's guild, Starshine, has recently encountered difficulties while attempting to conquer a level 20 team dungeon, the Molten Core. They are currently stalled at an elite fire demon boss. This fire demon boss inflicts tremendous damage and summons numerous fire elementals, making it exceedingly troublesome. We would like to request your assistance. Of course, the compensation can be negotiated, Su Wan added, somewhat embarrassed. She understood that Lin Mo's current prowess was extraordinary, and enlisting his help would undoubtedly come at a price. However, her father's guild had been stuck in this dungeon for quite some time, and clearing it would be vital for the guild's prestige and growth. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a stir within. An elite boss in a level 20 dungeon? This could serve as an excellent opportunity for him to bolster his ranks and test his current combat limits. More importantly, he could seize this chance to demonstrate his worth before Su Wan's father's guild, which might yield unexpected advantages for his future endeavors in Donghai Base City. No problem. When shall we go? Lin Mo readily agreed. Su Wan, surprised by his swift acceptance, exclaimed, Really? That is fantastic. If it's convenient for you, we can head over right now. Lin Mo nodded. Lead the way. A new challenge centered around the level 20 dungeon was about to unfold before Lin Mo. and those self-righteous experts would likely find themselves questioning their existence once more due to this C-class potential anomaly. Chapter 19. The Molten Core and the Disdain of Guild Elites under Sue Warner's guidance. Lin Mo arrived at the Starshine Guild's headquarters. This was a magnificent building situated in the bustling heart of the city, showcasing the guild's strength and heritage. Inside the guild hall, a steady stream of individuals traversed, most clad in fine gear, exuding a formidable aura. Upon witnessing Sue Warner enter with an unassuming, somewhat frail-looking youth, many cast curious glances in their direction. Miss Warner, who is this? A young man, seemingly a guild officer, approached politely. Director Zhang, this is Lin Mo, whom I've invited to assist with the Molten Core. Sue Warner introduced. Oh, so he's the outside help you summon? Director Zhang scrutinized Lin Mo, and upon noticing the emblem on his chest indicating he was a level 3 player, a flicker of barely concealed disdain crossed his eyes. Level 3? Miss Warner, are you certain you're not jesting? The Molten Core is a level 20 dungeon, and the elite monsters within are far superior to his level. Director Zhang's tone carried a note of skepticism. He mused internally, the young lady is still too naive, thinking a level 3 kid could tackle a level 20 dungeon. It was utter folly. Sue Warner's brows knitted slightly. Director Zhang, Lin Mo's capabilities cannot be measured merely by his level. Is that so? I shall wait and see. Director Zhang replied with a thinly veiled smile, clearly unconvinced. Lin Mo was accustomed to such condescension, maintaining an impassive expression, not even bothering to glance up. He understood that the best way to deal with such individuals was to let his strength speak for itself. Soon, Sue Warner's father, Su Mingyuan, the president of the Starshine Guild, arrived upon hearing the news. Su Mingyuan was a refined, middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. Young friend Lin Mo, welcome to the Starshine Guild. My daughter has already mentioned you. Su Mingyuan extended his hand warmly. Although he was somewhat surprised by Lin Mo's level, he trusted his daughter's judgment and had received subtle hints about Lin Mo's unique circumstances from Minister Liu. You are too kind, President Su, Lin Mo replied, shaking his hand with a demeanor of calm confidence. Without further ado, let us proceed to the dungeon entrance. Our main team is already waiting there, Su Mingyuan stated. The group swiftly traversed the guild's internal teleportation array and soon arrived at the entrance of the Molten Core dungeon. It was a colossal volcanic cavern, emanating an intense heat, with the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. At the dungeon's entrance, nearly 20 elite members of the Starshine Guild had gathered, most of whom were around levels 18 to 20, clad in fine equipment and exuding an impressive aura. Leading them was a burly berserker wielding a massive axe named Gang, the captain of the guild's main team and one of its top experts. Upon seeing Su Mingyuan and Lin Mo approach, Gang boomed, President, Miss, you have arrived. Is this the outside help the young lady has brought? His gaze fell upon Lin Mo, his brow furrowing slightly, clearly displeased with Lin Mo's low level. Captain Sure, this is my young friend Lin Mo. His abilities are quite exceptional, and I believe he will be of great assistance to us, Su Mingyuan introduced. Exceptional? Gang smirked incredulously. President, it's not that I, Gang, am dismissing the young lady's choice, but the Molten Core is no trivial matter. The fire demon boss within is exceedingly fierce. Our main team has failed on numerous occasions. Bringing a level 3 kid along will likely hinder our progress. Though his words were relatively polite, the condescension and doubt in his tone were unmistakable. The elite members behind him cast disapproving glances at Lin Mo, clearly unimpressed. Exactly, what can a level 3 do? Buff us perhaps? Don't tell me the young lady brought along some pretty boy hoping to earn guild contributions? I think it's best we get started and aim to defeat that fire demon boss today. Various whispers circulated among the crowd. Filled with mockery and disbelief towards Lin Mo, Su Warner's face flushed crimson with indignation, ready to retort. But Lin Mo placed a calming hand on her shoulder and spoke calmly. Since you doubt me, why not wager on it? Gang's eyes glimmered with interest at this suggestion. Oh, what do you propose to wager? Lin Mo's lips curled into a playful smile. Let us wager on whether I can defeat the so-called fire demon boss before you do. If I succeed, your Starshine Guild will owe me a favor and pay me 1 million alliance coins. If I fail, I will take nothing and publicly apologize to all of you, admitting I'm worthless. How does that sound? The room erupted in astonishment. Had this young man lost his mind? How could he dare challenge Captain Shirt to such a wager? One person taking on the fire demon boss. Did he think he was some kind of divine being? Ha ha. This is too amusing. A level 3 kid dares to boast. Gang, too, was amused by Lin Mo's audacity. Kid, you've got guts. I, Gang, admire those with guts. Fine, I accept your wager. If you truly manage to do it, not only will I give you 1 million, but I will personally add another 1 million. The Starshine Guild will treat you as our esteemed guest. But if you lose, well, don't say we weren't polite. A glint of menace flashed in Gang's eyes. He had made up his mind. If Lin Mo were to lose, he would ensure that this audacious young man would experience the brutal thrashing at the hands of elite monsters. Su Mingyuan, observing from the sidelines, refrained from intervening. He, too, was curious to see what kind of confidence this youth, favored by Minister Liu, possessed to make such bold claims? Shall we commence? Lin Mo calmly inquired, disregarding the taunts surrounding him. Absolutely. We will first clear the minor monsters in the dungeon, and then lead you directly to the Inferno Demon Chief. I am eager to see how you plan to take it on single-handedly. Sure Gang sneered, his anticipation to witness Lin Mo's humiliation palpable. With a nod, Lin Mo replied, please. Thus commenced a wager of stark disparity in strength. The elites of the Xinghua Guild, with an air of eager spectatorship, gathered around Lin Mo and stepped into the teleportation portal leading to the molten core. Little did they know, they were about to witness a miracle that would challenge their very understanding, or perhaps even a divine spectacle. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was silently calculating in his mind. The Inferno Demon Chief, a level 20 elite monster, boasted substantial health and defense, making it an ideal target to test the limits of his Soul-Siphon Strike and the practical efficacy of Soul Flame in combat. More importantly, it presented an exceptional opportunity for him to showcase his prowess. He intended to demonstrate to these so-called guild elites what true power entailed. He would shatter their pride and condescension in the most direct and shocking manner possible. Chapter 20. The Wrath of the Inferno Demon and the Might of Instant Kill. Under Sure Gang's leadership, the elites of the Xinghua Guild began to clear the minor monsters obstructing their path to the Inferno Demon Chief. The lava elementals and flame lizards fell before their skilled coordination, transforming into experience points. Nevertheless, they were not entirely at ease in the face of the level 20 dungeon's monsters, occasionally encountering peril, prompting the healers to cast their healing spells. Sure Gang would occasionally cast a disdainful glance at Lin Mo, having already relegated him to the category of naive fools. Su Wanner watched Lin Mo with a hint of concern, fearful that he might find himself in a compromising situation. Lin Mo, however, remained unfazed. His focus was already directed towards the impending confrontation with the Inferno Demon Chief, contemplating how to conclude the battle in the most spectacular fashion. He mused, over 4,000 additional damage, combined with the enhancement from the Words of the Dead and a level 3 Soul-Siphon Strike, might be exaggerated for a single hit on a level 20 elite chief, but a swift defeat should be well within his capabilities. It was the perfect moment to let these narrow-minded individuals witness what true strength looked like. Navigating through a narrow corridor adorned with sulfur crystals, a vast lava cavern unfolded before them. At the center of the cavern stood the Inferno Demon Chief, towering nearly 5 meters, engulfed in flames and wielding a massive obsidian warhammer, emitting a deep, thunderous roar. Inferno Demon Supervisor Kale, Elite Chief. Level, 20, Health, 22,000, 22,000, Skills, Lava Burst, Flame Tread. Fury of the Inferno, Summon Flame Minions. The overwhelming aura emanating from the chief enveloped the elites of the Xinghua Guild, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure that compelled them to instinctively step back. Gulp. A guild member nervously swallowed, his complexion paling. Sure Gang inhaled deeply, forcing himself to steady his nerves. Everyone, focus. This creature's lava burst is an area attack, so be cautious. Healers, keep an eye on my health. Turning to Lin Mo, a mocking smile danced on his lips. The Inferno Demon Chief is right before you. Your performance may commence. If you wish to concede now, it is not too late to avoid embarrassment later. His words, intentionally loud, elicited a suppressed snicker from the team behind him. Lin Mo appeared oblivious to the derision, striding towards the Inferno Demon Chief with an air of calm, as if he were merely shopping at a market rather than confronting a formidable boss. This nonchalant demeanor starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere surrounding him, further convincing the Xinghua Guild members that he was merely putting on a show. Su Mingyuan frowned slightly, surprised by Lin Mo's audacity, as he had yet to adhere to even the basic tactical arrangements. Su Wanner clenched her small hands nervously, silently praying for Lin Mo's success. The Inferno Demon Chief Kale evidently sensed Lin Mo's contempt, unleashing a deafening roar. The massive obsidian warhammer was raised high, propelled by a scorching gust and devastating power, aimed directly at Lin Mo. Should that blow land, it would surely inflict grievous harm, even on a level 20 tank. The members of the Xinghua Guild instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the impending carnage. Sure Gang even wore a cruel smile, as if envisioning Lin Mo's imminent demise. Yet, Lin Mo remained unperturbed. The withering aura had already enveloped the area, visibly slowing the Inferno Demon Chief's movements. He did not even resort to Shadow Step to evade. Instead, he casually raised the Words of the Dead in his hand. Soul-Siphon Strike, he whispered, as if announcing a foregone conclusion. A grayish-purple light flickered from the tip of the Words of the Dead, striking the Inferno Demon Chief squarely in the chest with astonishing precision. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the cavern, akin to a heavy bomb detonating within the Inferno Demon Chief. 4,871. A vivid, exaggerated damage figure floated triumphantly above the chief's head. The colossal form of the Inferno Demon Chief quivered violently, the obsidian warhammer falling limply from its grasp, emitting a piercing, incredulous wail as the flames on its chest dimmed. Its health bar plummeted, akin to a punctured balloon, vanishing by nearly a quarter in an instant. What? Gang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His mocking smile frozen in shock as he gasped in disbelief. The other elites of the Xinghui Guild widened their eyes, their faces painted with incredulity. Su Mingyuan's pupils constricted sharply, fixated on the staff in Lin Mo's hand that emitted an eerie glow. Su Wanner, filled with delight, covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The Inferno Demon Chief Kale, thoroughly enraged by this sudden blow, let out a furious roar. Flames surging around it as countless elemental fire energies began to coalesce, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful area attack. However, Lin Mo offered it no respite. The moment his first strike landed, the effects of rapid casting had already set him up for his next assault. Almost as soon as the Inferno Demon Chief began to charge its power, Lin Mo swiftly retaliated with another Soul-Siphon Strike. The grayish-purple light flashed once more. 4,871. The same target, the same terrifying damage. The chief's charging ceased abruptly, its flames flickering wildly as its massive frame swayed dangerously, nearly toppling over. Its health bar continued its steep decline, now below half. No, this is impossible. How could a mere mortal possess such power? The Inferno Demon Chief Kale's fragmented roars were filled with disbelief and terror. As a level 20 elite chief, it was utterly overwhelmed by a seemingly lesser human, rendered powerless. A cold smile crept across Lin Mo's lips as the words of the dead ignited for a third time in his hand. Before me, you stand no chance. Soul-Siphon Strike. 4,871. The third beam of ashen purple light pierced through the core of the infernal overseer Kale with the precision of a death sentence. The immense form of the infernal chief abruptly stiffened, the flames in its eyes extinguished, releasing a final, feeble whimper of defiance before it shattered like sand sculpture, dissipating into a cloud of ash. Only a colossal warhammer, still smoldering with embers, and several radiant items remained in its place. Successfully defeated the infernal overseer Kale, elite boss. Experience gained, 25,000. Soul Drain Strike's additional damage permanently increased by 35 points. After the enhancement from the Death Souls language, it amounts to 38 points. Soul Drain Strike, level 3 additional damage 402, 538 and 4,063 points. Level up, current level, 4, 10, 000 100, 000. Lin Mo felt the surge of newfound power within him and the exhilarating sensation of his Soul Drain Strike being further refined, nodding with satisfaction. The entire encounter, from initiation to conclusion, lasted no more than 5 seconds. 3 strikes, and a swift kill. Within the molten cavern, an eerie silence fell, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All elite members of the Starlight Guild, including the President Su Mingyuan and the Captain Gang, stood as if petrified, their minds blank. Their mouths agape, they wore expressions of utter disbelief, extreme shock, and a fear akin to witnessing a ghost. What had just transpired? It was not even a proper confrontation. The 20-level elite boss, the infernal overseer, who had decimated their main force numerous times and left them utterly helpless, had been vanquished by a mere level 3 novice with 3 strikes. Moreover, the damage inflicted with each blow was astoundingly astronomical. Over 4,800 points of damage. What does that even signify? The highest damage-dealing rogue in their team could only manage around 2,000 damage with a full skill combo at best. Yet this lad's basic attack, which they perceived merely as a basic attack, equaled the damage output of their ace over 2 rounds of burst. Was this truly a level 3 practitioner? What an absurd jest. Gang felt his cheeks burn as if he had been brutally slapped hundreds of times with a scorching iron. He had previously mocked Lin Mo, deeming him worthless, claimed he would be a hindrance, and even made that ludicrous bet with him. Reflecting on it now, he realized he was the real fool. His once proud strength and the dignity of being the guild's captain had been utterly crushed by Lin Mo's overwhelming prowess, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. The manager Zhang, who had earlier questioned Lin Mo, now appeared ashen-faced, his legs trembling uncontrollably, wishing he could sink into the ground. He had once thought the young lady too naive, but in hindsight, it was he who was the naive one. Su Mingyuan, too, remained in a state of disbelief. Having lived for decades, he had encountered countless prodigies. Yet none matched Lin Mo's extraordinary talent. Truly, he had never seen nor heard of such a phenomenon. Could this be what Minister Liu referred to as a special case? His heart surged with tumult. This was beyond special. It was nothing short of a miracle. Su Wanner's face flushed with excitement as she looked at Lin Mo, her eyes brimming with unparalleled admiration and pride. Her brother Lin Mo was indeed the best. Lin Mo slowly retracted the Death Souls language, the ghostly light at the tip of his staff fading gradually. He calmly approached the items dropped by the infernal chief, disregarding the astonished members of the Starlight Guild. He bent down to pick up the smoldering colossal warhammer of infernal resentment, purple epic, which had commendable attributes. Though regrettably it was a two-handed weapon that he could not wield. There was also a skilled book, Flamestorm, rare, along with several pieces of rare, Heart of Molten Fire, epic material. After placing these items into his backpack, he turned to face the still petrified Gang. speaking in a calm tone. Captain Sure, does our wager still stand? Chapter 21. The bet fulfilled in the center of a new storm. Lin Mo's unassuming voice was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly awakening Sure Gang and the others from their shock. Sure Gang jolted, his expression shifting rapidly from horror to shame, then to a flicker of incredulous elation. He slapped his thigh with fervor, managing a smile that was almost comical in its awkwardness. It counts. Of course it counts. Lin Mo, no, Master Lin. You are nothing short of divine. His previous arrogance and disdain had evaporated, replaced by genuine awe and excitement. To witness such an unbelievable instant kill was an immense shock and honor for someone like him. A battle aficionado. That 1 million union coins. I, Sure Gang, will keep my word. No, 2 million. I'll personally add another million. Sure Gang proclaimed generously, as if fearing Lin Mo might retract his agreement. The elite members behind him now regarded Lin Mo with utterly transformed expressions. The earlier mockery and skepticism had been supplanted by profound respect and fervor. Master Lin is incredible. 3 strikes to annihilate the infernal overseer. This is truly a miracle. Goodness gracious, I've opened my eyes today. I never knew a level 3 practitioner could be so formidable. They chattered animatedly, their tones infused with reverence for the strong. The manager Zhang hastily approached, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. Master Lin, I was blind to your greatness earlier and have caused you offense. Please forgive my transgressions. Regret coursed through him. Had he known Lin Mo was such a formidable being, he wouldn't have dared to act presumptuously even if given 100 chances. Lin Mo cast a disinterested glance at him, remaining silent. He couldn't be bothered with such an insignificant character. Su Mingyuan took a deep breath and stepped forward, solemnly clasping his hands in respect. Young friend Lin, today's events have broadened my horizons. I also thank you for resolving this significant dilemma for our Starlight Guild. We owe you a favor, and this promise shall remain eternally valid. His tone was sincere. He understood that someone of Lin Mo's caliber was destined for greatness, and cultivating a good relationship with him would be immensely beneficial for the Starlight Guild. You are too kind, President Su. It was but a trivial matter. Lin Mo replied calmly, as if slaying a level 20 elite boss was nothing out of the ordinary for him. This nonchalant demeanor further deepened the admiration of the Starlight Guild members. This was the true demeanor of a master. Su Wanner approached Lin Mo, her eyes sparkling. Lin Mo, you're incredible, even more than I imagined. Lin Mo smiled back, just fortunate to have a good counter. Such modesty, however, sounded more like a display of humility to those around him. A counter? You call 3 strikes to obliterate the boss a counter? What does that make us? Who were mercilessly tormented by the infernal overseer. With the dungeon cleared and the wager fulfilled, the atmosphere within the Starlight Guild turned exuberant. Su Mingyuan immediately instructed the finance department to transfer 2 million union coins to Lin Mo, and as extra gratitude, bestowed upon him the Warhammer of Infernal Resentment, the skill book, Flame Storm, and all the Heart of Molten Fire. Lin Mo accepted graciously. Although he could not wield the Warhammer, its epic tier value was substantial, allowing him to sell or trade it. The Flame Storm was a commendable area damage skill, suitable for Chun Yin to utilize. The Heart of the Molten Core serves as a pivotal material for crafting high-grade fire equipment and potions, and the more, the better. He cast a glance at his experience bar. Having slain the Inferno Demon Chief, he gained 25,000 experience points, which, combined with the accumulation from the incubation grounds, brought him significantly closer to reaching level 5. The additional damage from Soul Drain was firmly anchored at 4,063 points. He sensed that with the evolution of his weapon, the Whisper of Souls, and his own level progression, the efficiency of the damage from Soul Drain had indeed increased, and it appeared to be particularly effective in extracting the souls of higher-level elite monsters. Lin Mo, might I inquire if you would be interested in joining our Starlight Guild? Su Mingyuan suddenly asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation. If they could recruit a prodigy like Lin Mo, the Starlight Guild's strength would undoubtedly soar, potentially making it the foremost guild in the East Sea-based city. Sure Gang and the others gazed at Lin Mo with eager eyes. If he joined, wouldn't their dungeon runs be akin to play? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, President Su, but I do not intend to join any guild at this time. He had his own path to pursue. While joining a guild could offer certain conveniences, it would also impose numerous constraints, which did not align with his philosophy of free development. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Su Mingyuan's eyes, yet he did not press the matter further. In that case, I shall not insist. However, the doors of the Starlight Guild will always remain open for you. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. This was a further gesture of goodwill, aiming to maintain a favorable relationship. Lin Mo nodded in affirmation, certainly. Having concluded their discussions, Lin Mo took his leave of Su Mingyuan and the others. Su Wanner, with reluctance, accompanied him to the guild entrance. Lin Mo, will you participate in the Dragon Selection Tournament? Su Wanner asked eagerly. Yes, Lin Mo replied. Then I shall see you at the arena. I will give it my all. Su Wanner clenched her small fist, rallying herself. Lin Mo smiled at her earnest demeanor before turning to depart. Unbeknownst to him, after he left the Starlight Guild, news of his astonishing feat, defeating the level 20 elite boss, the Inferno Overseer, in mere 3 strikes, spread like wildfire among the upper echelons of East Sea Bay City's professional circles. Have you heard? The Starlight Guild has recruited an outsider, a level 3 lad who single-handedly took down the Inferno Demon Chief. Impossible, right? A level 3 defeating a level 20 elite boss? You must be spinning a yarn. Absolutely true. Dozens of core members were present, including President Su Mingyuan and Captain Shigang, who witnessed it firsthand. It is said that the lad used only 3 moves, each dealing staggering damage. Goodness. When did such a monster emerge in East Sea City? What is his name? What class? I believe it's Lin Mo, a desert reaper with C-grade potential. C-grade potential? You must be jesting. In an instant, Lin Mo's name, along with the seemingly paradoxical C-grade potential and his extraordinary achievements, became the most talked about topic among the professionals in East Sea Bay City. Countless factions began covert investigations into Lin Mo's background and lineage. Minister Liu of the Professional Management Center, upon learning of this news, could only smile wryly. This young man truly has no sense of subtlety. Yet, he felt an even greater anticipation for Lin Mo's performance in the Dragon Selection Tournament. He had a vague sense that Lin Mo might indeed bring about a monumental surprise for the entire Daxiao Alliance. Meanwhile, Lin Mo himself remained blissfully unaware. Upon returning to his modest abode, he began to assess his recent gains, 2 million Alliance coins, a trove of precious materials and equipment, and, most importantly, experience points and the layers of soul drain. He sent the Flamestorm skill book via mail to Chun Yen, confident that the fellow would be overjoyed upon receiving it. The Inferno's Grudge Warhammer and the Heart of the Molten Core were set aside for now, awaiting a visit to the professional black market to gauge their value. His primary concern remained how to expedite the enhancement of his own strength. With only 3 days left until the Dragon Selection Tournament, the experience and layer accumulation from the energy-based creatures in the incubation grounds had begun to dwindle. Perhaps I should challenge some higher-level areas, or attempt to decipher the fragmented skill I overheard from the Whisper of Souls. Since the Whisper of Souls evolved to an epic level, Lin Mo had been able to clearly hear the ancient murmurs emanating from the staff. Those whispers, intermittent and elusive, seemed to describe a technique known as Soul-Siphon, which could efficiently extract soul power from multiple targets and convert it into his own soul energy or temporary enhancements. This differed from the singular, permanent damage accumulation of soul drain. Soul-Siphon resembled a more area-based and instantaneous mechanism for soul extraction and transformation. If I can master Soul-Siphon, my sustainability and burst damage against hordes of monsters will see a tremendous boost. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He resolved that in the final 3 days leading up to the Dragon Selection Tournament, he would dedicate himself fully to mastering this mysterious technique derived from the Whisper of Souls. A new chapter of training was about to commence, and the storm brewing outside regarding his exploits had only just begun to unfurl. Chapter 22, The Comprehension of Soul-Siphon and the Rising Storm. In the following 3 days, Lin Mo refrained from visiting the incubation grounds, instead secluding himself in the advanced training room specially approved for him at the Professional Management Center. This training room was equipped with energy concentration arrays and mental stabilization devices, designed to assist professionals in better meditation and skill comprehension. He sat cross-legged, the Whisper of Souls resting on his lap, focusing intently as he listened to the ancient yet fragmented whispers from the staff. All spirits are but kindling, gathering and dispersing without form, absorb, transform, and return for one's own use. The whispers would occasionally clarify, only to become obscured again. As if shrouded in a thick mist, Lin Mo endeavored to decipher their meaning, attempting to piece together the scattered fragments. He sensed that the essence of Soul-Siphon lay in an intricate manipulation of soul power. It required not only the ability to absorb, but also to control and transform. This stood in stark contrast to the simple and brute force of soul drain's accumulation mechanism. On the first day, he made no progress. The whispers remained enigmatic. Undeterred, Lin Mo understood that mastering a technique rooted deep within professional heritage could not be achieved instantaneously. He began to recall his feelings during each use of soul drain. The process of forcibly stripping, absorbing, and integrating the soul power into himself. He attempted to amplify this sensation, extending it into a broader scope. On the second day, he seemed to touch upon a threshold, when he once again listened to the whispers of the Whisper of Souls. Vague runes and energy flow patterns began to materialize in his mind. He endeavored to mobilize the soul energy within him, simulating the flow according to those patterns. A soft pop resonated within him, causing a momentary tightness in his chest, and he felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth. This method of force simulation was too perilous. Lin Mo wiped away the blood, his brow furrowed. This technique evidently could not be mastered through sheer force. It required a deeper understanding and resonance. He immersed himself once more in the Whisper of Souls, this time refraining from actively listening. Instead, He sought to establish a deeper soul connection with the staff, merging his consciousness with the staff's will. Gradually, he appeared to enter a wondrous state. He felt that he was no longer an independent entity, but rather a part of the enigmatic language of the dead souls, capable of sensing the vast soul energy flowing within the staff, akin to the grandeur of a galactic river. Those previously indistinct whispers began to crystallize, resonating deep within his soul, as if they were echoing directly from its core. Centered upon myself, I draw forth countless residual souls, gathering grains of sand to form a tower, refining and nurturing. Keywords illuminated his mind like beacons. He seemed to grasp that soul siphoning was not a mere conjuration of power from thin air, but rather a guiding force that harnessed the wandering soul energy from the surrounding environment or from enemies, amalgamating and refining it for his own use. This utilization could manifest as the restoration of soul power, a temporary enhancement of personal attributes, or even a direct impact on enemies at the soul level. On the third morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the training room's window and graced Lin Mo's face, he abruptly opened his eyes. Within his gaze flickered a deep, ethereal light, as if he could perceive the essence of souls. "So it is," he murmured, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand, palm upwards, and an invisible force emanated from it. Inside the training room, the crystals used to assist in cultivation, which contained faint energy, began to tremble slightly. An almost imperceptible halo of energy seeped from the crystals, drawn as if by an unseen force, slowly converging into Lin Mo's palm. These energy halos coalesced into a small, swirling vortex of souls within his grasp. Soul-Siphon prototype, Lin Mo uttered in a low voice. The vortex in his palm suddenly contracting, transforming into a pure stream of energy that fused into his being. He distinctly felt a minuscule yet notable enhancement in his soul power capacity. Notification: you have initially comprehended the skill Soul-Siphon prototype, level 1. Soul-Siphon prototype, level 1 active. Consumes 30 soul power, conducts a single soul siphon, drawing soul power from all enemy units within a 10-meter radius. Inflicting mental value x 1010 magic damage per second to each target, converting 20 of the inflicted damage into your own soul power, lasting 3 seconds. If the target is a non-living entity or possesses exceedingly low soul strength, the siphoning effect is significantly diminished. Cooldown, 15 seconds. It worked. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with joy. Although still a prototype with limited siphoning effects and range, this was undoubtedly a monumental breakthrough. It signified that he had acquired a novel means to continuously restore his soul power while inflicting damage upon enemies within range. Coupled with the area-clearing capabilities of Soul Flame, he could practically engage in an endless battle against numerous adversaries. Moreover, the skill's description hinted at its prototype status and level 1, suggesting substantial growth potential. Lin Mo was filled with anticipation for the future of Soul-Siphon. He believed that as his understanding of the Desert Reaper class deepened and the language of the dead souls evolved, this skill would ultimately reveal its true might. While Lin Mo reveled in the joy of grasping his new skill, discussions and controversies about him in the outside world intensified. Various factions within the East Sea-based city, through myriad channels, had somewhat grasped Lin Mo's astonishing performance in the Starlight Guild instance. A level 3, now level 4, C-grade potential practitioner had defeated a level 20 elite boss in 3 strikes. Regardless of how many times it was recounted, it remained unfathomable. Who exactly was this Lin Mo? Was he truly of C-grade potential? Could it be that the Practitioner Management Center had erred in their assessment? Or did he possess some hidden SSS-grade bloodline? It was said that the Desert Reaper class he awakened was a unique growth class. Could such a class be so incredibly formidable? Various speculations and discussions proliferated in practitioner forums and private exchanges. Some self-proclaimed young geniuses, upon hearing of Lin Mo's achievements, felt immense pressure and indignation. He must have merely stumbled upon some good fortune or used some special item. I refuse to believe a C-grade could be so powerful. They vowed to unveil his true nature at the upcoming Dragon Selection Tournament. Many viewed Lin Mo as a potential rival and even began to research the so-called Desert Reaper class, seeking methods to counter it. Meanwhile, seasoned strongholds and faction leaders were increasingly intrigued by the potential he harbored and the implications it could have. If this youth could grow successfully, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of East Sea City and perhaps even alter the landscape of the entire alliance. They resolved to find ways to befriend him. At the very least, to avoid becoming adversaries. They dispatched individuals to closely monitor his movements, particularly his performance in the Dragon Selection Tournament, as it would serve as the true stage for him to showcase his prowess. In no time, Lin Mo became a focal point in East Sea City, with countless gazes fixed upon him, brimming with curiosity, scrutiny, expectation, and a hint of veiled hostility. The Dragon Selection Tournament, originally a platform for emerging practitioners to shine, seemed to be infused with an air of tension due to Lin Mo's presence. Talented individuals from various base cities were sharpening their claws, eager to test their mettle on this stage. Yet Lin Mo, the C-grade prodigy thrust into the eye of the storm, remained blissfully unaware. He stepped out of the training room, feeling the invigorating energy coursing through him and the thrill brought on by his new skill. His eyes alight with hope for the future. The Dragon Selection Tournament should be quite entertaining. He hoped the so-called geniuses would surprise him, at least offering him additional layers of Soul-Siphon Strike. He licked his lips, a smile reminiscent of a hunter spotting its prey gracing his face. A new battlefield was about to unfold. Chapter 23. The opening of the Dragon Selection Tournament and the initial encounter with provocation. The venue for the Dragon Selection Tournament was established on a colossal floating arena situated on the outskirts of EC City. This arena was constructed utilizing the Alliance's most advanced rune technology and spatial engineering, remaining closed to the public except during major events. When Lin Mo, following the EC City delegation, arrived at the arena via a spatial portal, he was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before him. Above the arena floated dozens of platforms and simulated battlefields of varying sizes, with an array of energy shields flickering erratically, creating an atmosphere imbued with a sense of technology and futurism. Young prodigies from various base cities of the Great Xia Alliance had begun to arrive, gathering in the vast central plaza of the island. These individuals were mostly proud, exuding formidable auras, clearly the creme de la creme of their respective base cities. Brimming with confidence in their abilities, Lin Mo, amidst the EC City team, appeared somewhat inconspicuous. His level 4 status was not particularly remarkable among the numerous prodigies who had achieved level 5 or even level 6. Furthermore, the C-grade potential badge emblazoned on his chest stood out starkly amidst the surrounding A-grade, S-grade, and occasionally seen SS-grade badges. Oh, has EC City run out of talent this year? Even a C-grade potential has been dispatched. A somewhat acerbic voice emanated from a team hailing from the Jiangnan base city. The speaker is a young man clad in a resplendent robe, wielding a staff encrusted with precious gems, his chest emblazoned with the insignia of an S-rank elemental mage. His companions, casting mocking glances at Lin Mo, appear to be enjoying a jest at his expense. The leader of the Donghai City delegation, Minister Liu of the Practitioner Management Center, furrows his brow upon hearing this and is about to speak. However, Lin Mo interjects calmly, stating, "Potential is merely a starting point. The outcome remains uncertain." His voice, though soft, resonates clearly in every ear, imbued with an undeniable confidence. The S-rank elemental mage momentarily falters before scoffing. Such audacity. A C-rank potential dares to dream of greatness? What a farce. Wang Xian, show some decorum, admonishes the leader of the Jiangnan base city delegation, a stern-looking middle-aged man. Yet, even he gazes at Lin Mo with a hint of barely concealed disdain, clearly doubting that a C-rank potential could achieve anything in a competition filled with prodigies. Minister Liu places a reassuring hand on Lin Mo's shoulder, whispering, "Pay no heed to these jesters. Let your prowess do the talking." Lin Mo nods, refraining from further argument. He understands that engaging in verbal sparring in such a setting is futile. Only the reputation forged through combat on the arena can silence doubters. As the crowd in the square swells, the atmosphere grows increasingly fervent. Lin Mo scans the gathering throng and notes several formidable presences among the crowd. A few individuals have even attained level 7, an astonishing feat for newly awakened practitioners who have been in the field for less than 2 months. It seems this selection competition indeed boasts numerous tough competitors. Lin Mo muses, yet he feels no trepidation. Rather, he experiences an exhilarating thrill. The stronger the adversary, the richer the nourishment for growth. At that moment, a familiar figure weaves through the crowd and approaches Lin Mo. "You're here too," Su Wanner exclaims with delight. As an A-rank rare support practitioner, she, of course, earned the qualification to represent Donghai City. Today, she dons a pristine white ritual robe, which accentuates her ethereal beauty, drawing the attention of many young talents nearby. Indeed, Lin Mo replies with a smile. "Humph. A C-rank waist has managed to attract such a beautiful support. What luck?" Wang Xian, the S-rank elemental mage from Jiangnan base city, observes Su Wanner's closeness to Lin Mo with a flicker of jealousy and disdain, muttering under his breath. Though his voice is low, the perceptive practitioners surrounding them hear every word clearly. Su Wanner's face hardens, ready to retaliate, but Lin Mo stops her, flashing a smile at Wang Xian that carries a chilling undertone. "What did you say? The wind is too strong. I didn't catch that." Wang Xian, momentarily taken aback by Lin Mo's gaze, steels himself, relying on his S-rank potential and the support of his teammates, and defiantly retorts, "I said you are worthless and unworthy of her." Before he can finish his sentence, he is met with a sudden, sharp slap. The resounding crack of the slap echoes throughout the bustling square. Wang Xian feels a searing pain on his cheek, his body spun around from the force, nearly collapsing to the ground. Clutching his rapidly swelling face, he stares at Lin Mo in disbelief, his eyes filled with terror and rage. You dare to hit me," he screams. The surrounding crowd is stunned into silence, unable to comprehend how this seemingly ordinary C-rank youth would dare to publicly strike an S-rank prodigy before the selection competition. Moreover, his speed was so remarkable that even Wang Xian's companions and team leader failed to react in time. And what of it? Lin Mo shrugs, his tone nonchalant. as if he had merely swatted a fly. A filthy mouth requires a thorough cleansing. In that instant, he had activated Shadow Step, appearing before Wang Xian in a heartbeat, and unleashed a powerful slap with all his might. Given his current strength attribute of 12, coupled with the medium shadow damage from Shadow Step, though a slap is not considered an attack, the momentum certainly counts. The impact was formidable. Wang Xian felt as if half his face had gone numb, a ringing echoing in his ears, while stars danced before his eyes. You seek death, Wang Xian. Both astonished and furious, felt his S-rank elemental mage powers surging within him, preparing to retaliate against Lin Mo. Stop. A commanding voice boomed. A middle-aged man clad in golden dragon-patterned armor, exuding an aura as solid as a mountain, had appeared in the arena. Simply standing there, he cast an invisible pressure over the entire square, causing everyone to shudder. Salute the Dragon Commander. The leaders of all base cities, including Minister Lu and the stern middle-aged man from Jiangnan, bowed deeply, their demeanor one of utmost respect. The Dragon Commander, the highest commander of the Daxia Alliance military and the presiding officer of this selection competition, possesses unfathomable strength, reportedly surpassing the realm of ordinary practitioners and reaching the legendary level of a national protector. Lin Mo could sense the immense pressure emanating from the Dragon Commander and felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. This Dragon Commander was the strongest individual he had encountered thus far, without exception. The Dragon Commander's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over Lin Mo and Wang Xian, and he spoke with a grave tone. In the selection competition, private duels are strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified and punished severely. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority that instantly quelled the previously tense atmosphere. Wang Xian, feeling the Dragon Commander's penetrating gaze, trembled involuntarily, his gathered magic dissipating instantaneously. As he lowered his head, too fearful to speak, he understood that if he dared to act recklessly again, he might truly face elimination. The Dragon Commander snorted coldly, dismissing Wang Xian with a glance, and turned his attention to Lin Mo, his expression tinged with scrutiny and curiosity. Young man, a bit of temper is commendable, but one must also learn to temper their brilliance, he remarked calmly. This is the selection competition. Here, strength reigns supreme. Yes, your wisdom is noted, Dragon Commander. Lin Mo replied with respectful composure. He recognized that the Dragon Commander was issuing a warning while also providing him an avenue for retreat. After all, publicly striking an S-rank prodigy could indeed have negative repercussions. However, he bore no regrets. He would never be courteous to fools who willingly sought confrontation. The Dragon Commander nodded approvingly, refraining from further commentary, and surveyed the entire gathering before proclaiming, the time has come. The selection competition officially begins. In the first round, 100 boats compete, a trial of 10,000 souls. All participants will enter the island of 10,000 souls for a free-for-all battle. Defeating other participants or the souls on the island will earn you points. You have 3 hours. Those who rank in the top 1,000 will advance to the next round. Remember, within the island of 10,000 souls, there are no rules, only victory and defeat. Life and death are left to fate. The Dragon Commander's words fell like a bombshell upon the tranquil surface of a lake, igniting fervor among all participants. A free-for-all battle. Life and death left to fate. It was nothing short of a brutal feast of carnage. Yet, it is only through such ruthless trials that true potential can be unearthed. With a commanding shout from Dragon Commander, the ground in the center of the square suddenly cracked open, revealing a colossal spatial portal emanating a ghostly azure glow. All the contestants promptly surged into the Isle of Souls. Thousands of prodigies from various major base cities flooded towards the portal like a relentless tide. Wang Xian cast a venomous glare at Lin Mo before plunging into the throng. Su Wan'er cast a worried glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you must be cautious. The Isle of Souls is fraught with peril. Fear not. They are but a bunch of insignificant pests, Lin Mo replied with a confident smile, his tone laced with an air of supremacy. He patted Su Wan'er on the shoulder. Take care of yourself. With that, he stepped into the ethereal portal. The Isle of Souls, a battlefield teeming with unknown dangers and opportunities, awaited his arrival. He was poised to unleash a soul banquet worthy of the Desert Reaper upon this isle. Those so-called geniuses were merely prey to him. A collection of humanoid monsters ripe for his soul drain strike and experience points. A brutal elimination tournament was about to commence. Chapter 24, The Hunt and Soul Feast on the Isle of Souls. As the light flickered, Lin Mo experienced a slight sensation of weightlessness before finding himself on a dark, eerie island. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, filled with countless translucent, wailing souls. The ground was scorched, adorned with bizarre, ominous plants. The air was thick with a suffocating miasma of death and resentment, inducing profound discomfort. Is this truly the Isle of Souls? It lives up to its ominous reputation. Lin Mo murmured. He could vividly sense the souls around him, each imbued with varying degrees of soul power, the perfect nourishment for his soul drain strike and Soul-Siphon. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air from behind him. Without turning, Lin Mo retaliated with a swift strike of his staff. Soul Drain Strike. A stifled scream escaped the lips of a rogue attempting a sneak attack from behind, brandishing a poisoned dagger as he was pierced through the chest by a grayish-purple light. Vanishing into a wisp of white. Successfully killed contestant, Jiangnan Bay City, Li Gui, earned 10 points. Additional damage from Soul Drain Strike permanently increased by 1. 10 points? Too meager, Lin Mo muttered with a hint of dissatisfaction. Yet, it was better than nothing. He did not linger, immediately activating Shadow Step, swiftly weaving through the twisted trees and jagged rocks in search of his next target. The Isle of Souls was vast, and the contestants had been randomly teleported to various corners of the island. Battles erupted fiercely across the isle, with flashes of skills illuminating the dark landscape, and cries of agony and roars of rage filling the air. Contestants fell one after another, disintegrating into white light as they were eliminated, while some successfully retaliated, earning precious points. Lin Mo moved like a specter, prowling the edges of the battlefield. He refrained from hastily hunting down the formidable souls or other contestants, choosing instead to prioritize the elimination of isolated or weaker targets. His Soul Drain Strike boasted damage exceeding 4,000 points, effectively one-shotting the low-level souls and contestants with mere hundreds to 1,000 health points. Successfully killed a wandering wraith, earned 1 point. Additional damage from Soul Drain Strike, 0. Successfully killed contestant, Donghai Bay City, Wang Ermatzi, earned 5 points. Additional damage from Soul Drain Strike, 0. Successfully killed an elite soul devourer, earned 20 points. Additional damage from Soul Drain Strike, 2. His points steadily increased, and the additional damage from Soul Drain Strike accumulated incrementally. Yet, the pace felt sluggish to Lin Mo. This piecemeal hunting approach, while safe, posed challenges in breaking into the top 1,000 within 3 hours. He required a more efficient method to amass points. At that moment, he noticed a vast basin ahead, teeming with a multitude of souls, numbering in the hundreds. At the center floated an enormous soul conglomerate radiating a purple aura, clearly an elite boss-level entity. More importantly, on the periphery of the basin, 2 factions were fiercely clashing, evidently vying for ownership of this boss. One faction was the earlier provocateurs from Jiangnan Bay City, with that S-class elemental mage, Wang Xian, prominently in their ranks. The other faction donned uniform silver armor, appearing to be a military-based group from a base city. An opportunity had presented itself. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He refrained from charging in immediately, instead stealthily positioning himself on a nearby high ground, calmly observing the unfolding chaos. The Jiangnan Bay City team, under Wang Xian's elemental magic, performed with remarkable flair, supported by their teammates' control and assistance. The military team coordinated seamlessly, demonstrating the prowess of elite combatants honed through rigorous training. The battle grew increasingly intense, with casualties mounting on both sides. The ordinary souls wandering the basin were occasionally caught in the crossfire, transforming into points for the combatants. While the clam and the heron struggle, the fisherman benefits, Lin Mo mused with a cold smirk. He waited until both sides had unleashed their full fury, suffering some losses, and expending considerable soul power and skills before he quietly made his move. Soul Inferno. He pointed, and a dark red inferno of souls precisely descended upon the rear ranks of the Jiangnan Base City team, right beneath the feet of the support and fragile mages. Boom. A 5-meter radius of soul flames erupted instantaneously, engulfing the unsuspecting support characters. Watch out. A chorus of piercing screams and alarmed gasps rang out simultaneously. While the damage from the Soul Inferno was not lethal, the 35 chance to trigger a 12-second fear effect wreaked havoc among their ranks. Some supports were interrupted mid-cast of healing spells, while mages, in sheer terror, cast spells haphazardly, even striking their allies. The formation of the Jiangnan Bay City team was thrown into disarray. It's Lin Mo. That's C-class waste, Wang Xian exclaimed, a mix of surprise and fury flashing across his face as he instantly recognized the signature Soul Inferno. He had not anticipated that Lin Mo would dare to launch a surprise attack against them. Seeking death, Wang Xian bellowed, his staff radiating brilliance as he prepared to unleash a powerful spell upon Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo's figure, like a wraith, slipped through the cover of the Soul Inferno, activating Shadow Step to close the distance before Wang Xian. Long time no see, S-class prodigy, Lin Mo's voice, reminiscent of a whisper from the abyss, echoed in Wang Xian's ear. A profound sense of danger enveloped Wang Xian, sending chills down his spine as he instinctively sought to teleport away. But Lin Mo's speed was swifter. Soul Drain Strike. The grayish-purple light, imbued with the aura of death, ruthlessly struck Wang Xian's chest. 935. 063 base damage, 3-level Soul Drain Strike, base value final enhancement from the Word of the Dead. The S-rank elemental mage, Wang Xian, who had once regarded himself as invincible before the competition, was annihilated in an instant by Lin Mo, who struck him down without so much as a grunt, transforming him into a fleeting white light as he was disgracefully teleported out of the Soul Island. Successfully killed participant, Jiangnan Base City, Wang Xian, earning 50 points. Soul Drain Strike's additional damage permanently increased by 5 points. An instant kill. Once again, an instant kill. And this time, it was an S-rank genius. This scene not only shattered the morale of the remaining team members from Jiangnan Bay City, but also left the military team engaged in battle with them gasping in astonishment. What kind of damage was that? One blow to eliminate an S-rank mage. They halted their attacks, staring incredulously at Lin Mo. As if beholding a demon risen from the depths of hell. Lin Mo paid no heed to their shock. His focus lay upon the entirety of the battlefield. Soul Drain, he called out, and an invisible force erupted from his being, enveloping all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Whether they were the remaining battered soldiers of Jiangnan Bay City or the wandering souls, they were all ensnared by this overwhelming power. Threads of soul energy seeped from their beings, converging into Lin Mo, transforming into pure soul force. Simultaneously, their health points dwindled. My soul force is depleting. What kind of cursed skill is this? The team members from Jiangnan Bay City screamed in terror, feeling their strength being siphoned away bit by bit. Meanwhile, Lin Mo reveled in this banquet of souls, relishing the exhilarating sensation of recovering his soul force. The Death Soul's whisper in his grasp gleamed anew, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping lives upon the battlefield. Soul Drain Strike. Soul Drain Strike. Each flicker of the grayish-purple light heralded the extinguishing of a life or the obliteration of a soul entity. His score soared at a terrifying pace. The additional damage from Soul Drain Strike was accumulating rapidly. The military team, witnessing Lin Mo slaughtering the battlefield with the ease of chopping vegetables, was paralyzed with fear. They were grateful they had not rashly attacked Lin Mo earlier, for their fate would likely have been no better than that of Jiangnan Bay City's team. In a mere few seconds, every enemy in the basin, including the elite soul conglomerate, was swept clean by Lin Mo alone. Successfully killed the elite soul conglomerate, earning 100 points. Soul Drain Strike's additional damage increased by 10. At that moment, Lin Mo's score surged to nearly 300 points, catapulting him into the top 100 of the leaderboard. The additional damage from Soul Drain Strike had successfully surpassed the threshold of 4,100 points, standing amidst the sea of corpses as the soul entities dissipated in the center of the basin. He was enveloped by a dense aura of death and wisps of soul flame embers, wielding the Death Soul's whisper that radiated a ghostly light. Resembling a true harbinger of death descended upon the world. The captain of the military team, a tall and resolute young man, inhaled deeply and stepped forward, offering Lin Mo a solemn military salute. Your prowess is formidable. We are in awe. We are students from the Central 1st Military Academy, and I am Long Zhan. May I inquire your esteemed name, and could we perhaps become friends? He recognized that Lin Mo was undoubtedly a worthy ally. Lin Mo cast a brief glance at him and replied coolly, Lin Mo. Having spoken, he disregarded Long Zhan and the others, turning to employ Shadow Step. Vanishing at the edge of the basin, he sought his next quarry, eager to continue his banquet of souls. Long Zhan gazed at Lin Mo's departing figure, his expression complex, ultimately shaking his head with a wry smile. This Lin Mo was too powerful and too aloof. Nevertheless, he had silently committed this name to memory, convinced that in the forthcoming matches, it would resonate throughout the entirety of Soul Island. Chapter 25, Rising Fame and Undercurrents. Lin Mo's rampage in the basin, single-handedly sweeping away 2 teams and an elite boss, swiftly spread through the whispers of the survivors and those re-entering Soul Island from the resurrection point. Have you heard? There's a ruthless individual named Lin Mo who annihilated the Jiangnan Bay City's Wangxian team single-handedly. Not only that, he also severely crippled the Central 1st Military Academy's Long Zhan team, ultimately vanquishing the Soul Conglomerate in the basin all on his own. No way. Is that true? Wangxian was an S-rank elemental mage, and Long Zhan is also a military prodigy, both above level 6. How could they be wiped out by a single person? Absolutely true. I was nearby. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That Lin Mo scorched them with his soul flame, making them wail in despair. And then he dispatched Wangxian in mere moves. It was simply astonishing. What on earth is this Lin Mo's background? What class is he? What level? He seems to be from Donghai City, and his class is rumored to be Desert Reaper level, apparently only level 4. Level 4. Desert Reaper? Is that class really that overpowered? In no time, various rumors about Lin Mo spread across every corner of Soul Island. His name, along with his signature soul flame and terrifying killing ability, became the focal point of discussions among all participants. Many geniuses who had previously looked down upon his C-rank potential began to reassess this seemingly unremarkable opponent upon hearing these tales. Desert Reaper Lin Mo, quite intriguing. I hope to encounter him in the final circle. Some top-tier geniuses' eyes gleamed with a hint of battle intent. Meanwhile, those of lesser strength marked Lin Mo as a dangerous figure to be avoided at all costs, fearing to become the souls claimed by his Soul Drain Strike. Lin Mo, however, remained blissfully unaware of this burgeoning notoriety. He continued to roam Soul Island in search of suitable prey. With the Soul Drain skill, his endurance had significantly improved. Whenever his soul force dipped below half, he would seek out a cluster of soul entities or unwary participants, unleashing soul drain to siphon their soul energy and restore his own. This enabled him to engage in relentless combat and replenish his forces almost indefinitely. His score steadily climbed, swiftly surpassing the 500-point mark, firmly securing his position in the top 10 of the leaderboard. The additional damage from Soul Drain Strike continued to accumulate like a rolling snowball, nearing 4,200 points. Death Soul's Whisper, Epic Growth Type Staff. Quality, Epic, Growth Potential. Required Level, None. Attack Power, 20, 30 related to Soul Force, Strong. Strength 3, Agility 3, Constitution 3, Spirit 5, Perception 3. Special Effect 1, Soul Drain Power, extremely effective. This weapon resonates profoundly with soul absorption abilities. Using soul drain skills significantly enhances effects, increasing the efficiency of additional damage from Soul Drain Strike by 10. Special Effect 2, Whisper of Souls, enhanced. You can hear the whispers from the weapon more clearly, occasionally gleaning fragmented skill segments or ancient knowledge regarding the Desert Reaper class. Special Effect 3, Death's Blessing. All your skills are set to level 1, not exceeding skill level cap. Special Effect 4, Soul Extraction. When you kill a target using Soul Drain Strike, there is a 20 chance to additionally extract a small amount of soul force. Lin Mo, Desert Reaper. Level 4, 38,500. 100000. Potential, C grade, capable of growth, current evaluation, unknown. Strength, 14, 3 from equipment. Agility, 12, 3 from equipment. Constitution, 13, 3 from equipment. Spirit, 19, 5 from equipment. Perception, 13, 3 from equipment. Soul Power, 250, 250, base 200 at level 4, with an additional bonus of approximately 50 from Spirit 19. Skills, under the effect of the Death God's Blessing, actual level 1 Soul Drain Strike, level 4 additional damage of 4,188 points, consumes 10 soul power, enhancing the next normal attack, dealing Strength X 130 Spirit X, 3,515 points of physical damage to the target. If this attack kills the target, it permanently increases this skill's damage by 3 points, approximately 33 points after the Soul Drain enhancement. Cooldown, 65 seconds. Calculation, 14 13 19 0 35 15 million 182,665 15 39 85. Actual single hit damage, 3985 4,188 12. Final enhancement of Soul Whisper, 422,785 12 5,073 points. Soul Blaze, level 3 consumes 45 soul power, creating a zone of soul blaze that lasts for 6 seconds, dealing Spirit X 4,090 points of magical damage per second to all enemies within the area, and applying the effects of Soul Scorch and Fear Echo. Soul Scorch, the target loses an additional 15 of its maximum health as true damage per second, lasting 3 seconds. Fear Echo, the target has a 40 chance of entering a state of fear for 15 seconds, with this effect triggering a maximum of once every 2 seconds. Cooldown, for seconds. Calculation, 1904 9076 9976. Approximately 98 points of base magical damage per second. Withering Aura, level 3 passive. Forms an aura with an 18-meter radius centered on oneself, reducing the movement speed of enemy units entering the aura by 26 and their attack speed by 18. Shadow Step, level 3 consumes 25 soul power, allowing instant movement to a designated location within 20 meters, and making the next attack imbue substantial shadow damage. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Rapid Chanting, passive reduces the casting time of all active skills by 20. Soul-Siphon, prototype, level 2 active, consumes 25 soul power. Channeling a Soul-Siphon that draws in soul power from all enemy units within a 12-meter radius, dealing Spirit X 1515 points of magical damage per second to each target, converting 25 of the damage dealt into soul power for oneself, lasting 3 seconds. If the target is a non-living entity or possesses extremely low soul strength, the siphoning effect is significantly weakened. Cooldown, 14 seconds. Calculation, 19 15 15 285 15 1785. Approximately 18 points of magical damage per second. His growth rate is astonishingly swift. In another part of Soul Island, Su Wanner is struggling alongside several teammates from Donghai City to fend off a horde of rotting zombies. Though her Starlight Wishmaker class possesses formidable supportive abilities, it lacks effective offensive means, rendering her at a disadvantage in the chaotic melee. Sister Wanner, we can hardly hold on. There are too many zombies. Anxiously called in B-grade Shield Guardian, whose shield was already marred with claw marks. While Su Wanner cast healing spells and shields for her teammates, she scanned the surroundings, seeking an opportunity to break through. Suddenly, she noticed a name on the leaderboard not far away, Lin Mo's name prominently displayed in 5th place. With a staggering score of 520 points, Lin Mo, he has surged into the top 10 so swiftly. Su Wanner gasped in astonishment and joy. She knew Lin Mo was strong but did not anticipate he would stand out among thousands of talented individuals, achieving such an astounding rank. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Lin Mo is nearby. He will surely come to our aid. Su Wanner encouraged her teammates loudly. Although she was uncertain if Lin Mo would indeed arrive, it at least instilled a glimmer of hope in her despairing companions. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was indeed not far from them. He had just dispatched a small squad of elite students from the capital base city, earning considerable points and layers of soul-drain strike. His keen perception alerted him to the fluctuations of battle emanating from Su Wanner's direction. Is Wanner in trouble? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, showing no hesitation as he immediately activated Shadow Step and sped towards Su Wanner. In his heart, Su Wanner was not merely a classmate but a trustworthy friend, and he could not stand idly by. Upon his arrival, Su Wanner's team was on the brink of collapse. The B-grade shield guardian had been overwhelmed by several rotting zombies, his health nearly depleted, on the verge of elimination. The other team members were likewise ensnared by the zombies. Facing perilous situations, though Su Wanner's healing skills were powerful, they were somewhat inadequate. Lin Mo? Su Wanner exclaimed in joy upon seeing him, as if she had found a savior. Leave it to me. Lin Mo responded succinctly, his figure slipping into the battlefield like a specter. Soul Blaze. He raised his hand, and a dark red blaze of souls precisely engulfed the rotting zombies besieging the shield guardian. The roaring flames of souls swiftly consumed the zombies, slowing their movements, and damage numbers erupted around them as they occasionally fell into a state of fear, careening wildly. Taking advantage of the moment, the shield guardian scrambled to his feet, retreating to a safe position, trembling with gratitude. Thank you so much, Lin Mo, he said, nearly in tears. Lin Mo paid him no mind, instead directing his gaze toward the rotting zombies still attacking the other teammates. Soul-Siphon. An invisible force erupted from him, enveloping a dozen rotting zombies in the vicinity. Threads of soul power wafted from the zombies, coalescing into Lin Mo's being, visibly replenishing his soul power. Simultaneously, the life points of the rotting zombies dwindled. Die! Lin Mo hissed, the death soul whisper in his hand glowing with a lethal gray-purple light. Soul-Drain Strike. Soul-Drain Strike. He was like a tiger among sheep. With each thrust of his staff, a rotting zombie fell. The zombies that had appeared so troublesome to Su Wanner and her companions crumbled like paper before Lin Mo. In a mere span of seconds, the dozens of zombies besieging Su Wanner's team were utterly cleared by Lin Mo alone. The entire process flowed seamlessly, brutally efficient, and visually striking. Su Wanner's teammates watched in rapt amazement, as if witnessing a breathtaking solo performance. Though they had heard tales of Lin Mo's prowess, witnessing it firsthand allowed them to truly grasp the terror of this man. Lin Mo, you have grown so much stronger, Su Wanner remarked as she approached him, genuinely awed. She could sense that Lin Mo's aura was even more inscrutable than before, and the staff he wielded exuded an unsettling pressure. Merely a slight improvement. Lin Mo replied with a subtle smile, gazing into the distance. He understood that the battle on Soul Island had only just reached its climax. The true strong were mostly still conserving their energy, awaiting the final moment for their explosive emergence. He, too, needed to amass as many points and layers of soul-drain strike as possible during this period, preparing himself for the arduous battles that lay ahead. Wanner, what are your plans moving forward? Lin Mo inquired. Su Wanner pondered for a moment before replying. We intend to find a secure location to recuperate, and then strive to gather as many points as we can, aiming for advancement to the next round. She understood that given the strength of their team, achieving a commendable rank on Soul-Devouring Island was rather unrealistic. Merely advancing would be a victory. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. That sounds wise. Be cautious on your own. I have other matters to attend to. He did not wish to team up with Su Wanner and her companions, as his combat style was more suited to solitary endeavors. Furthermore, he was concerned that his actions to assist could reveal too many of his hidden cards. Take care as well, Su Wanner urged. Lin Mo acknowledged her with a nod, utilizing Shadow Step, once more to vanish into the shadows of the jungle. As Su Wanner watched Lin Mo's retreating figure, a flicker of complex emotions crossed her gaze. She realized that Lin Mo and her team were no longer of the same world. His stage was set in realms higher and more distant. All she could do was endeavor to keep pace, not to be left too far behind. Shortly after Lin Mo's departure, news of his solo rescue of Su Wanner's team and his overwhelming display of power spread like wildfire across Soul-Devouring Island. The Desert Reaper, Lin Mo, had struck again. It was said he single-handedly annihilated dozens of rotting zombies to save Su Wanner and her companions. This fellow was nothing short of a monster. Just how high was his offensive power? I sensed that this selection tournament for the Hidden Dragon may very well see him as the Dark Horse. Lin Mo's renown continued to swell upon Soul-Devouring Island, nearly eclipsing the brilliance of all other prodigies. This caught the attention of some genuinely top-tier powerhouses. In a secluded valley, a girl clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, wielding two ghostly blue daggers, was quietly polishing her weapons. She was none other than the SSS-class genius from the capital city, the shadow assassin, Lung Yu. A teammate responsible for reconnaissance hurried over and whispered several words in her ear. Lin Mo paused her task momentarily, lifting her head. Her stunning visage bore no hint of emotion, yet her gaze was as frigid as ancient ice. The Desert Reaper, Lin Mo? She murmured the name softly. A trace of barely perceptible intrigue lacing her tone. How fascinating. I hope he survives until the end. I wish to personally assess his caliber. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of soul-devouring island, atop a towering volcano, a young man engulfed in golden flames, exuding an aura of dominance, stood with arms crossed, surveying the entire island. He was none other than the super genius secretly cultivated by the Great Xia Alliance's military, the SS-class Sun God Envoy, Qiyang. Lin Mo? A mere C-class potential lad has managed to create such a stir? A playful smile curled at the corners of Qiyang's mouth. It seems this selection tournament will not be devoid of excitement. Undercurrents surged, and a storm was brewing. All eyes subtly converged upon Lin Mo, this emerging C-class anomaly. They were eager to witness just how far this unconventional player could progress in the Hidden Dragon selection tournament, and what waves he could stir. Yet Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware, immersed in the exhilaration of the hunt, relishing the power boosts with each accumulation of Soul Drain Strike layers. His goal was the most formidable soul entities on Soul-Devouring Island, along with those arrogant geniuses who underestimated him. A tempest of souls, sweeping across Soul-Devouring Island, was being unleashed by his own hand. Chapter 26. Renown across Soul-Devouring Island and ominous signs of the second round. After 3 hours of brutal trials on Soul-Devouring Island, the air, once thick with blood and resentment, began to dissipate. Lin Mo's name spread like wildfire among all the surviving competitors. That Desert Reaper, Lin Mo, is nothing short of a deity of death. I witnessed him take down a level 6 berserker in a single strike. And more than that, Wang Xian from Jiangnan Bay City, an S-class elemental mage, didn't he even last a single move before being dispatched. Even Long Zhan from the Central First Military Academy was reportedly beaten into submission, compelled to retreat. The discussions brimmed with awe, fear, and a hint of incredulous curiosity towards Lin Mo. How could a C-class potential practitioner stand out amidst thousands of geniuses, sweeping the battlefield with such overwhelming force? This became the foremost question in everyone's mind, draping Lin Mo's name in an air of mystery and danger. Oblivious to all this, Lin Mo was busy tallying the rich spoils of his endeavors. On the leaderboard, his name occupied the second position, trailing only behind the enigmatic SS-class Sun God Envoy, Qiyang. The additional damage from Soul Drain Strike, after vanquishing countless soul entities and numerous oblivious competitors, had soared to an astonishing 355 points. Calculating the current damage of Soul Drain Strike, skill-based damage portion L4, strength 14, 130 spirit, 1935, 15,182,665, 1539.85. Total damage, including additional damage. Pre-weapon bonuses 3,985, 4,355, 439,485. Final damage, after 12x enhancement from Soul Whisper Staff, 439,485, 527,382 points. His level had also successfully increased to level 4, 88, 500, 100. 000, just one step away from level 5. The whispers from the souls within the Soul Whisper Staff seemed to have become more animated, hinting at fragmented information regarding the control of soul servants, likely a summoning-type skill. Lin Mo felt a surge of anticipation at this possibility. If he could summon powerful undead beings to fight for him, his combat style would diversify, and his strength would experience yet another leap. While he was lost in thought, a grand and authoritative voice resonated across Soul-Devouring Island. The soul trials have concluded. It was the voice of Commander Long. All surviving contestants, regardless of their location, were enveloped by an invisible force and instantly transported back to the central plaza of the floating arena. In the plaza, where once thousands had gathered, now fewer than 500 remained, a staggering elimination rate. Most of those eliminated wore expressions of despondency, their faces etched with regret and dissatisfaction. In contrast, the successful contestants brimmed with vigor, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they relished the envious glances of the surrounding crowd. When Lin Mo's figure emerged in the plaza, it immediately captured everyone's attention. His calm and composed demeanor starkly contrasted with the emotions of excitement and despair exhibited by the other contestants. As if the preceding brutal trials had merely been a leisurely outing for him, the atmosphere shifted to an eerie silence, particularly when the final leaderboard appeared on the large screen. First place, Qiyang, Military Special Recruitment, points, 1258. Second place, Lin Mo, Donghai Base City, points, 1175. Third place, Lung Yu, Capital City, points, 980. Lin Mo's name shone brightly in second place, trailing only the enigmatic SS-class Sun God Envoy. This outcome detonated like a bombshell among the crowd. Second place, the C-grade potential Lin Mo astonishingly secured the second position. How could this be possible? What manner of achievement is this? Are the rumors indeed true? Does he truly possess such monstrous prowess? Voices of skepticism, awe, and incredulity reverberated throughout the air. The team leader from Jiangnan Bay City wore a grim expression, surveying the few disheveled students that remained in his team, then glancing at Lin Mo's glaring name on the leaderboard, feeling a stinging heat in his cheeks. He had previously mocked Donghai City for its lack of talent. Yet it appeared that the true fool was he himself. Though Wang Xian had been eliminated, he too witnessed the scene through the live broadcast, covering his still swollen cheek. His eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness, but more so with a paralyzing fear. He understood that the gap between himself and Lin Mo could no longer be measured by mere potential levels. Meanwhile, Minister Lu was flushed with excitement, vigorously patting Lin Mo's shoulder. Well done, young man. You have brought honor to Donghai City. He had initially thought it commendable for Lin Mo to break into the top 100, yet here he was, astonishingly claiming second place. It was truly a delightful surprise. Su Wanner rushed over, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Mo, you are incredible. Second place. Lin Mo smiled at her, his demeanor remaining tranquil. For him, the second position was merely a stepping stone. His ultimate goal was the championship. The figure of Long Shuai reappeared on the elevated platform, his gaze commanding as it swept across the entire venue. The first round of trials has concluded. Congratulations to all who have advanced. You have proven yourselves through your strength and are deserving of the title Hidden Dragons. The second round of selection, the Team Glory Battle, will commence next. All qualifiers will be randomly grouped into 50 teams of 20, entering the fractured battlefield for a team scoring competition. Within the battlefield, not only will there be competition against other teams, but powerful battlefield leaders and rare resource points will also surface. Killing members of opposing teams, defeating battlefield leaders, or capturing resource points will earn team points. The time limit is 6 hours, and the top 10 teams in terms of points will see all their members advance to the next round. Now, let the random team formations begin. As soon as Long Shuai's words fell, the luminous screen above the square began to flicker rapidly, scrambling and reorganizing the names of the participants. Everyone nervously fixed their gaze upon the screen, hoping to be placed in a formidable team. Lin Mo too turned his attention to the screen, indifferent to the strength or weakness of his teammates, confident that he could lead any team to victory. Soon, the grouping results were revealed. Lin Mo's name appeared in Team 17. Among his teammates were some familiar names: Su Wanner, Donghai Base City, Starlight Wishmaker, Long Zhan, Central First Military Academy, Dragon Blood Warrior, and, notably, Lung Yu, Jiangyi Base City, Shadow Assassin. Upon seeing this grouping, a playful smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. An A-grade top-tier support, a powerful warrior cultivated by the military, and a mysterious SSS-grade assassin. This team composition was quite intriguing. Most who beheld the results wore expressions of schadenfreude. Haha. That Lin Mo has been assigned to the same team as Lung Yu. This is bound to be entertaining. Lung Yu was notorious for her reclusive nature and extreme pride. Would she heed the commands of a C-grade potential? As for Long Zhan, he was also a headstrong individual, reputed to be uncontainable even within the military academy. Team 17 seemed destined for internal strife. Su Wanner felt a flicker of joy at being grouped with Lin Mo, but upon seeing the other two names, her fair complexion subtly paled. She had heard of the reputations of Lung Yu and Long Zhan and knew that both were challenging to deal with. Minister Lu furrowed his brow, expressing concern over the grouping results. Just as the crowd buzzed with discussion, Long Shuai on the platform spoke again. Members of each team immediately gather at the designated area to receive battlefield equipment and prepare to enter the fractured battlefield. Remember, in the fractured battlefield, team honor surpasses all. Any passive play or malicious interference with teammates will incur severe penalties. Long Shuai's warning quelled the ambitions of those with ulterior motives. Lin Mo set forth towards the assembly area for Team 17. He was eager to see what these so-called genius teammates had to offer. If they were wise, they would coexist harmoniously. If they were not, he would not hesitate to demonstrate who truly held dominion over this team. A team glory battle filled with unpredictable variables was about to commence in the fractured battlefield. Lin Mo was prepared to continue his mission of support while also delving into the mysterious whispers regarding soul servants from the language of the dead. Chapter 27. The Assembly and Undercurrents of the Fractured Battlefield. The atmosphere in Team 17's assembly area was subtly tense and oppressive. Lin Mo was the first to arrive. Standing there calmly, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly indifferent to the surroundings. Soon after, Su Wanner joined him, greeting him with a nod before quietly standing by his side. Refraining from further conversation, she was aware that their upcoming teammates would not be easy to handle. Before long, a tall, resolute young man strode in. It was Long Zhan from the Central First Military Academy. Upon seeing Lin Mo, his eyes narrowed momentarily before breaking into a grin as he extended his hand. Lin Mo, my brother. Who would have thought we'd meet again so soon? And even his teammates. What a fate. Having witnessed Lin Mo's strength on Wan Soul Island, he respected the prowess of powerful individuals, despite Lin Mo's aloof demeanor. Hello. Lin Mo opened his eyes, shaking his hand in acknowledgement. Long Zhan remained unfazed by Lin Mo's coolness, continuing to speak. I'm Long Zhan, a dragon blood warrior, proficient in explosive melee combat and sustained battles. If you need anything once we enter the battlefield, feel free to let me know. This was his attempt to ingratiate himself and showcase his worth. Lin Mo nodded but offered no further words. At that moment, an icy chill suddenly enveloped the area. A girl clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, wielding two ghostly blue daggers, appeared before them silently like a wraith. It was Lung Yu, the SSS-grade prodigy and shadow assassin from Jiangyi Base City. Her eyes, reminiscent of eternal ice, scanned Lin Mo, Su Wanner, and Long Zhan without a hint of emotion or speech. She simply stood there like a statue of ice, exuding an aura that made the air around her feel as if it had solidified. Long Zhan, sensing Lung Yu's presence, felt a flicker of trepidation but mustered the courage to greet her. Hello, Lung Yu. I am Long Zhan. Lung Yu merely glanced at him before shifting her gaze away, entirely disregarding his attempt at conversation. Long Zhan was left embarrassed, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Su Wanner, feeling the tension, tugged at Lin Mo's sleeve and whispered, She is Lung Yu. It's so cold. Lin Mo opened his eyes, calmly meeting Lung Yu's gaze, their eyes locking in the air. Without a spark flying or swords drawn, there existed only a near-tangible chill and a tranquil confrontation. Moments later, Lin Yue was the first to avert her gaze, remaining silent as before. Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile, and he mused inwardly, an intriguing woman. He sensed that this Lin Yue possessed formidable strength, even more so than the sun god envoy Qi Yang, whom he had previously encountered, exuding an aura of greater danger. At that moment, a staff member responsible for the organization approached, commencing the distribution of battlefield equipment and instructions. Welcome to the Shattered Battlefield, he announced. This realm is an ancient dimension that once witnessed a cataclysmic war between gods and demons, now teeming with chaotic energies and powerful indigenous creatures. Your objective is to accumulate as many team points as possible within 6 hours. There are 3 methods to earn points. First, by eliminating members of opposing teams. Each kill grants points ranging from 10 to 100, depending on their ranking in the previous round. Second, by defeating elite monsters or battlefield leaders roaming the area. Points awarded will vary from 50 to 500 based on their strength. Third, by capturing the energy crystal towers scattered throughout the battlefield. Successfully occupying a tower for 10 minutes will secure a fixed 200 points, with an additional 100 points for every subsequent 10 minutes of sustained control. There are 5 energy crystal towers, located in the 5 cardinal directions, which will be focal points for point accumulation. Furthermore, ancient relic chests may randomly spawn within the battlefield. Opening these chests could yield powerful one-time items or temporary buffs, which could potentially alter the tide of battle. Lastly, a reminder, death on the Shattered Battlefield will not result in elimination, but it will deduct half of your current points and respawn you at a random location, following a brief period of weakness. Now, please equip the rune communicators distributed by the Organization for Team Communication and to view the battlefield map and score. Upon concluding his instructions, the staff member distributed 20 wristband communicators, gently glowing, to the members of Team 17. Apart from Lin Mo, Su Wanner, Long Zhan, and Lin Yue, 4-star players, the team comprised 16 additional competitors hailing from various base cities, most of whom possessed A or B grade potential, with levels ranging from 4 to 5. At this moment, these ordinary team members gazed at the 4 exceptional individuals with trepidation, afraid to breathe too loudly. They understood that the potential of this team was exceedingly high, yet also precariously unstable. Should any conflict arise among these titans, they, the insignificant minnows, would surely suffer the consequences. Lin Mo accepted the communicator and donned it on his wrist. The screen illuminated, revealing a rudimentary battlefield map, a list of team members, and the current team score, initially set at 0. Well, we have clarified our equipment and rules. Now, let us select a team leader, Long Zhan proclaimed, shattering the silence. His gaze swept over Lin Mo and Lin Yue, clearly indicating that the leadership was likely to emerge from one of these two. Su Wanner naturally supported Lin Mo, while the other team members exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their opinions. Lin Yue maintained her impassive expression, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of leadership. Lin Mo spoke calmly. I harbor no interest in the captaincy. Whoever possesses the ability to lead the team to victory shall take the helm. His implication was unmistakable. If the chosen leader proved incompetent, he would not hesitate to usurp the position. Long Zhan's eyes sparkled with determination upon hearing this. In that case, I, Long Zhan, shall nominate myself as captain. What do you say? He was confident in his ability to command the team effectively. I have no objections, Lin Yue interjected suddenly. Her voice as frigid as a mountain spring, yet laced with an undeniable authority. However, should your command falter significantly, I will assume control. Long Zhan raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by Lin Yue's assertiveness, yet he nodded in agreement. Very well. Lin Mo, what about you? Long Zhan inquired, turning his gaze towards him. Me? Lin Mo's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I shall take responsibility for clearing the trash. His words elicited a moment of bewilderment from both Long Zhan and Lin Yue. The other team members exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of his intent. Clearing the trash? Did he mean to eliminate the monsters on the battlefield, or to deal with disobedient teammates? Or perhaps to eliminate the oblivious enemies? As thoughts swirled among them, the light of teleportation flared once more. The second round of the Team Glory battle officially commences. Wishing you all good fortune. The grand voice echoed in their ears, and in the next instant, Lin Mo and the others were transported to a random location within the shattered battlefield. They found themselves amidst a war-ravaged ruin, where remnants of walls lay scattered about. And the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood. Not far off, several massive war puppets, constructed from metal and bone, patrolled the debris with heavy steps. War Remnant Puppet, Elite Monster. Level, 15. Health, 8,000. Skills, Steel Charge, Bone Claw, Self-Destruct Core. Fortune favors us. We encounter elite monsters right from the start. Long Zhan licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He promptly issued commands through the rune communicator. Everyone, pay attention. 3 level 15 War Remnant Puppets detected ahead. Shield Bearers, take the front. Ranged attackers, prepare to unleash your firepower. Support, be ready for healing and cleansing. Lin Mo, Lin Yue, you are free to maneuver, providing flank support and striking down enemies. His commands were clear and well-structured. The other team members sprang into action, forming their positions in preparation for battle. Su Wanner swiftly cast Starlight Guardian and Fortitude Blessing on the main tank of the team. Meanwhile, Lin Yue's figure seamlessly melded into the shadows, as if she had never been present. Only Lin Mo remained, standing still, observing the war puppets with keen interest. These creatures likely possessed a soul intensity far superior to the lowly minions on Wanhan Island, he pondered. The layers of Soul Drain Strike would surely increase. Moreover, perhaps he could experiment with using their remnants to summon his first soul servant? A bold and audacious thought quietly blossomed in his mind. Chapter 28. War Puppets and Initial Trials of Strength. Roar. The 3 War Remnant Puppets, having detected Long Zhan and his companions, emitted a cacophony of harsh metallic screeches as they lumbered forward. Shield Bearers, hold the line. Long Zhan bellowed, charging ahead, his dragon-patterned shield glowing with light as he met the foremost puppet head-on. The 2 B-grade shield bearers behind him hastily followed suit, forming a rudimentary triangular defense formation. Boom. The steel charge of the War Remnant puppet collided violently with Long Zhan's shield, producing a thunderous sound that resonated through the air. Long Zhan felt an immense force surge against him, causing him to stagger backward, his vitality momentarily wavering. What tremendous power! Long Zhan's heart raced. Indeed, these elite monsters of level 15 possessed overwhelming strength. Even their ordinary charges were formidable. The other 2 shield bearers fared worse, their shields cracking under the impact, and their health diminished. Ranged attackers, focus fire on the one to the left. Long Zhan steadied himself and commanded through the communicator. The mages and archers in the team immediately unleashed their spells upon the leftmost puppet. Ice arrows, fireballs, arcane missiles, and armor-piercing arrows erupted in a dazzling display of light, exploding against the puppet's unyielding metal exterior. However, the damage inflicted by these assaults on the War Remnant's puppets, which possessed remarkable resilience, was rather limited. Numbers indicating minor injuries floated above the puppets, accompanied by a frustrated exclamation from an A-class elemental mage. Damn it. Their magical and physical resistances are extraordinarily high. Witnessing this, Su Wanner immediately cast Razor's Blessing and Elemental Amplification on the main damage dealers within the team, enhancing their offensive capabilities and spell penetration. The effects were immediate, as subsequent damage figures noticeably increased, though it merely transitioned from a gentle scraping to a slightly more pronounced scraping. The War Remnant's puppets did not remain passive. They brandished their sharp skeletal claws and relentlessly assaulted the frontline shield bearers. The sounds of splintering shields and the muffled grunts of the shield bearers echoed through the air. The pressure on the team's health bar escalated sharply, prompting several healers to frantically unleash their healing spells to stabilize the situation. This pace was unsustainable. The damage output was painfully slow. Long Zhan felt a surge of anxiety within. Despite their well-balanced team composition, they struggled against 3 level 15 elite puppets. Just then, a cold voice pierced through the chaos. The one on the left, leave it to me. It was Lin Yu. A shadowy figure darted from the team's flank, effortlessly appearing behind the targeted War Remnant's puppet. With a ghostly blue dagger in hand, she struck with deadly precision, piercing the joints of the puppet with 2 lethal arcs of cold light. Backstab, bone extraction. 2 terrifying 4-digit damage figures erupted above the puppet's head. The once arrogant War Remnant's puppet abruptly froze, its hardened metal exterior cracking under the assault, while its health bar plummeted like a breached dam, losing a significant portion in an instant. Hiss! Such explosive damage. The team collectively gasped in astonishment. As expected of an SSS-class shadow assassin, this damage was utterly outrageous. After landing her blow, Lin Yu did not linger, melding back into the shadows and vanishing, leaving behind a stunned Long Zhan and his bewildered teammates. Long Zhan felt a mixture of shock and admiration. He knew Lung Yu was formidable, but he had not anticipated her prowess to this extent. It appeared that this selection competition truly hid dragons and crouching tigers, he mused. With Lung Yu's powerful strike, the left war remnant's puppet quickly teetered on the brink of collapse. Just when everyone believed victory was within their grasp, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The severely wounded puppet's core suddenly radiated a blinding red light, as a violent energy began to coalesce rapidly. Not good. It's going to self-destruct. Scatter. Long Zhan's expression changed dramatically as he shouted. The self-detonation of a level 15 elite monster was formidable enough to severely injure or even annihilate them, low-level practitioners. Upon hearing his urgent warning, the team erupted into chaos, scrambling to evade. However, it was already too late. The puppet's self-detonation was alarmingly swift, threatening to engulf the nearby teammates. In this critical moment, a calm voice suddenly resonated. Just a pile of scrap iron, daring to be impudent before me? It was Lin Mo. He had remained aloof throughout the skirmish, quietly observing the battlefield from the rear. At this moment, he finally made his move. Casually raising the Soul's Whisper staff in his hand, the staff's dark purple glow flickered momentarily. Soul Drain Strike. A subtle grayish-purple beam shot forth, akin to an arrow piercing the void, striking precisely at the core of the war remnant's puppet poised for self-destruction. 310. A staggering 5-digit damage figure soared above the puppet's head, leaving everyone breathless. The puppet's violent energy was instantly shattered. The red glow at its core extinguished like a burst balloon, and its massive body collapsed in a cacophony of metal parts and bones. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Moreover, it was an instant kill of a level 15 elite monster on the verge of self-detonation. The battlefield fell into a profound silence once more. Everyone stared at Lin Mo, as if beholding a creature from a myth. Over 5,000 damage. Am I seeing things? A teammate stammered, disbelief saturating their voice. Is this truly the damage a level 4 practitioner can inflict? What class is he? How can his attack power be so monstrous? Long Zhan's expression mirrored that of his teammates, astonishment washing over him as his understanding of Lin Mo was once again redefined. He originally thought Lung Yu's explosive output was astonishing, yet Lin Mo proved to be several times more terrifying. Lung Yu's silhouette emerged from the shadows, her icy gaze betraying a flicker of surprise as she intently scrutinized the staff in Lin Mo's grasp. Su Wanner wore a proud and triumphant expression, as if to say, "See, I told you Lin Mo is the strongest." Ignoring the astonishment surrounding him, Lin Mo's focus shifted to the scattered remnants of the puppet. These materials should suffice for summoning my first soul servant, he contemplated internally. He stepped forward, gradually approaching the heap of debris. As the soul energy within him began to resonate with the fragmented whispers of Soul's Whisper, engaging in a mysterious operation. An intangible energy, steeped in the essence of death and foreboding, emanated from him. The scattered metal parts and bones on the ground trembled slightly, as if drawn by some arcane force. What does he intend to do? The team watched Lin Mo's eerie actions, a chill running down their spines. They sensed a palpable, disquieting force awakening slowly under his guidance. An obscure, forbidden ritual belonging to the Desert Reaper was about to unfold before them. Chapter 29. The Resurrection of the Dead and the Bone Warlord. Amidst the uncertain gazes of his teammates, Lin Mo stood beside the pile of war remnants' puppet parts, his eyes gently closed. Murmuring incantations as if reciting an ancient and obscure spell, the Soul's Whisper staff in his hand radiated an increasingly intense dark purple light, and the dark golden eye at the staff's tip seemed to come alive, glimmering with an otherworldly sheen. In my name, I command the dead. Reforge the shattered souls into bones. Decay, transmute the steel into a warframe. Answer my summons, and fight for me. As the final syllable fell from Lin Mo's lips, he forcefully planted the staff into the ground. Boom. A visible wave of spiritual shock emanated from him, rapidly expanding outward. The scattered metal parts and bones, as if imbued with life, quivered violently, then began to reassemble and fuse together under an unseen force's guidance. Crack, crack, crack. The grating sounds of bones grinding and metal twisting filled the air. Dark red strands of soul energy surged forth from Soul's Whisper, coiling around the parts and bones like living tendrils, binding them tightly together. In a mere span of seconds, a brand new war puppet, exuding a potent aura of death, rose majestically before the onlookers. This puppet towered over the previous remnants of war, its form constructed from obsidian metal and ghastly white bones, with its joints ablaze in ethereal blue flames. In its grasp, it wielded a fearsome bone blade, forged from colossal leg bones and shattered metal fragments. Within its eye sockets flickered 2 crimson orbs, radiating an air of ferocity and bloodlust. Bone Warlord, Soul Servant, Elite. Level, 15, increases with the summoner's level. Health points, 12,000. 12,000. Attack power, 450, 550. Defense power, 300. Skills, Death Charge, Bone Slash, Unyielding Battle Spirit, Passive. When health falls below 20, attack and defense increase by 30. Traits, absolute loyalty, soul link. The summoner can share some of its vision and restore health by consuming soul power. This is summoning magic. Long John stared in astonishment, his voice trembling. He had never witnessed such a bizarre and formidable summoning spell. The ability to conjure a level 15 elite entity from the very wreckage of the battlefield was astonishing. Moreover, the aura of this bone warlord surpassed that of the 3 war remnants combined. The other members of the team looked equally aghast, as if they had seen a ghost. Could it be that he could summon the undead? The Desert Reaper? Could this profession also encompass necromancy? How terrifying. Just how many hidden cards does Lin Mo possess? Cold Moon's icy gaze fixated intensely on the imposing bone warlord and the composed Lin Mo beside it. For the first time revealing a hint of seriousness in her eyes, she sensed the deathly aura emanating from the bone warlord, a subtle threat that unsettled her. Su Wan on the other hand, wore a face of delight and admiration. Lin Mo, you're incredible. To summon such a powerful ally. Lin Mo, feeling the faint soul link with the bone warlord, nodded in satisfaction. The summoning of this soul servant had exceeded his expectations. Although he could currently summon only one and the materials were rather demanding, requiring remnants imbued with a certain degree of soul power, its potential for growth was immense. Go. Eliminate the remaining 2 heaps of scrap, Lin Mo commanded the bone warlord. As you wish, my lord. The bone warlord responded in a deep, gravelly voice, its crimson eyes shimmering as it took heavy strides, charging like an uncontrollable tank towards the other 2 war remnants still entangled with Long John and the others. Death charge. The bone warlord roared, its colossal form transforming into a black blur as it collided violently with one of the war remnants. Boom. The war remnant was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram, its hardened metal exterior instantly marred by a web of cracks, its health plummeting significantly. Following this, the bone warlord swung its fearsome bone blade downwards with a shriek that tore through the air. Bone slash. Crack. A sickening crunch echoed as the bone warlord cleaved one side of the war remnant in 2. A terrifying damage number floated above the puppet's head. 2,850. The war remnant could not even let out a cry of despair before it disintegrated into a heap of scrap metal. An instant kill. Another swift execution. This time, it was the bone warlord summoned by Lin Mo who dealt the blow. The onlookers were left in awe, their eyes nearly popping out. Goodness. This summoned creature is astonishingly powerful. It took down a level 15 elite creature in 1 strike. Its attack power surpasses even that of our main damage dealer. How could anyone survive in the face of such might? Lin Mo was as formidable as a monster, and the entities he summoned were equally monstrous. Long John felt a chill run down his spine. He mused that even if he unleashed his full potential, he might not inflict such catastrophic damage on a war remnant. This Lin Mo was practically a bug in the system. The remaining war remnant, upon witnessing its companion's demise, seemed to sense its own impending doom and attempted to flee. But the bone warlord would not grant it such an opportunity. It activated death charge once more, quickly closing the distance to the fleeing puppet, its bone blade becoming a whirlwind of slashes. Under the relentless assault of the bone warlord, the war remnant failed to mount any significant defense and met the same fate as its companion, utterly dismantled. In less than a minute, the 3 level 15 elite war remnants, which had posed such a headache for Long John and his comrades, were effortlessly dispatched by Lin Mo and his summoned bone warlord. The entire process was swift and decisive, exuding a brutal elegance. As the bone warlord returned to Lin Mo's side, its bone blade smeared with oil and shattered bones, it knelt respectfully on one knee and proclaimed, "My lord, the enemies have been vanquished." The fierce and loyal aura it radiated sent a shiver through all present. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Rise. He sensed that through battle, the bone warlord's soul had become somewhat more tangible, its power slightly enhanced. This characteristic of growing stronger through combat filled him with anticipation for the future of his soul servant. Next, it was time to seek out the next material. Lin Mo's gaze shifted towards the depths of the ruins. Having tasted the sweetness of summoning a soul servant, he was far from satisfied. He aimed to assemble an army of undead on this shattered battlefield. Meanwhile, Long John and the others looked at the imposing bone warlord and then at the composed Lin Mo, a shared realization blossoming in their minds. This individual must not be trifled with. Perhaps, by following him, they could indeed emerge victorious in this brutal team glory battle. An inexplicable sense of expectation and trust began to take root within them. The atmosphere of the team subtly shifted without anyone noticing. Chapter 30. The Energy Crystal Tower and the Initial Confrontation. Following Lin Mo's display of the astonishing summoning of the Bone Warlord, the atmosphere within Team 17 became remarkably harmonious. Long John proactively transferred command of the team to Lin Mo, with no objections from the others. After all, in the presence of someone capable of effortlessly summoning a level 15 elite fighter, along with possessing monstrous attack power, any dissent or skepticism seemed trivial and impotent. Lin Mo did not decline the leadership role. He understood that to achieve success in the team glory battle, unified and efficient command was essential. His current goal extended beyond merely accumulating personal points and stacking Soul-Siphon Strike layers. He aimed to lead this temporarily assembled team to gather as many team points as possible, ensuring their progression to the next round. According to the map, the nearest energy crystal tower was located 3 kilometers east, within a forsaken fortress. Lin Mo communicated this to all team members via the runic communicator. Our foremost objective is to seize and secure the crystal tower. Long Zhan, you and the other 2 shield bearers will lead the charge and maintain vigilance at the front. Suwaner, your healing and buffs must prioritize the survival of the Bone Warrior and the frontline shield bearers. Lungyu, you are tasked with reconnaissance and disruption. Report immediately upon detecting any hostile teams. The directives of Lin Mo were succinct yet emphatic, clearly delineating each individual's responsibilities. Understood. The team responded in unison, their voices resonating with conviction. The group promptly set off, advancing swiftly towards the abandoned fortress under the guidance of Lin Mo and the Bone Warrior. Along their path, they encountered several waves of wandering low-level monsters, all of which were effortlessly vanquished by the Bone Warrior and the ranged attackers within the team, causing no hindrance whatsoever. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo utilized Soul Drain to claim a few kills, marginally augmenting their damage output. Before long, a dilapidated yet once majestic ancient fortress came into view. At its center stood a towering blue crystal tower, emanating a potent energy wave and radiating an alluring glow. This was their target, the energy crystal tower. Be cautious. There appear to be signs of other teams operating within the fortress. Lung Yu's chilling voice suddenly echoed through the communicator. She materialized like a phantom atop the fortress's crumbling walls, her vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement, signaling the team to decelerate and maintain a watchful stance. He sensed several formidable presences within the fortress, indicating that other teams had indeed arrived before them. Bones Warrior, scout ahead, Lin Mo commanded the undead fighter beside him. The Bone Warrior's crimson eye sockets gleamed, and it charged into the fortress with purposeful strides, its massive form and heavy footfalls immediately capturing the attention of others inside. What was that sound? A monster has entered. Everyone, be cautious. A cacophony of somewhat frantic shouts erupted from deep within the fortress. This was soon followed by the sounds of fierce combat and the thunderous discharge of skills. It seems the strength of the teams inside is lacking, unable to withstand even the Bone Warrior. Lin Mo smirked coldly. He refrained from hastily sending his team in. Instead, he allowed the Bone Warrior to expend its energy and ascertain the situation. Indeed, within less than a minute, the sounds of battle within the fortress gradually subsided. The Bone Warrior emerged from the depths, holding the head of an unknown, bloodied combatant. In truth, a quantifiable trophy, bearing only minor scratches upon its form. My lord, the riffraff within have been eradicated, the Bone Warrior intoned in a deep voice. The members of the team exchanged incredulous glances. Could this Bone Warrior truly have single-handedly dismantled an entire team? Lin Mo nodded in approval. Well done. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, everyone, follow me into the fortress and secure the crystal tower. The 17th squad streamed into the abandoned fortress. Inside, chaos reigned, remnants of past battles strewn about, with numerous bodies of participants dressed in various uniforms, now reduced to beams of white light, lying scattered across the floor. Clearly, a minor skirmish had just transpired here, one that had been ruthlessly crushed by the Bone Warrior. Leading his team, Lin Mo approached the base of the crystal tower. At its foundation lay an energy receptacle, into which the team's insignia must be placed to initiate the occupation. Long Zhan stepped forward, placing the rune emblem representing the 17th squad into the receptacle. Buzz. The light at the tower's apex shifted dramatically, transforming from a neutral blue to a blazing red, symbolizing the 17th squad. Simultaneously, an occupation progress bar appeared on the screens of all team members, beginning its slow ascent. Energy Crystal Tower, Eastern District, is currently being occupied by the 17th squad. Estimated remaining time, 9 minutes and 58 seconds. We did it. The team erupted in cheers. As long as they could hold this crystal tower for 10 minutes, they would secure 200 team points. Don't celebrate too soon. Lin Mo doused their enthusiasm with a chilling reminder. The occupation of the tower would inevitably attract other teams seeking to reclaim it. The true battle was just commencing. No sooner had his words faded than Lung Yu's voice resounded once more through the communicator. 2 teams have been spotted approaching from the west of the fortress, each comprising over 15 members, and they appear formidable. Perfect timing. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. All personnel, immediately fortify the perimeter around the crystal tower and prepare for engagement. Bone Warrior, you will guard the front of the tower. Long Zhan, take the shield bearers to defend the left flank. Ranged attackers, occupy high ground for free fire. Suwaner, monitor the entire team's health and dispel status effects. Lungyu, focus on harassing the enemy's backline and high-value targets. Lin Mo's commands were swift and decisive, prompting the entire team to spring into action like a well-oiled war machine. A battle over the energy crystal tower was about to erupt within the abandoned fortress. Lin Mo also prepared to put his newly acquired soul drain and the true strength of the Bone Warrior to the test. He intended to make it clear to all who coveted the Crystal Tower that this territory belonged to him, Lin Mo. Anyone daring to trespass would pay a grievous price. Chapter 31. The Soul Drain Unleashed and the Emergence of Strong Foes. To the west of the abandoned fortress, two well-equipped and menacing teams surged forth like twin torrents toward the energy crystal tower. The foremost team, adorned with the emblem of a tiger descending a mountain, unmistakably hailed from the renowned Tiger Bay city, famed for its valor. The other team, each member wielding standard rune firearms, exuded an aura of military precision, likely representing a base city dominated by technologically oriented practitioners. Just ahead lies the Eastern District Crystal Tower. Intelligence indicates that a team has recently occupied it. Let us hasten our pace and drive them out. The leader of the Tiger Bay City team, a berserker wielding a massive double-headed axe, shouted with commanding authority. "Humph! A rabble dares to claim the tower before us. They are courting death," scoffed the leader of the technological team, a gunsmith donning tactical goggles and brandishing a Gauss sniper rifle. Both teams had performed commendably in the previous trial on One Soul Island, with average levels exceeding 5, thus not regarding the 17th squad, who had just seized the Crystal Tower, as a significant threat. In their eyes, the 17th squad was merely fortunate enough to capitalize on an opportunity. United, the two teams believed they could easily annihilate them. However, as they stormed into the abandoned fortress and beheld the towering figure of the Bone Warrior, exuding a palpable aura of death, their confidence and disdain froze in an instant. What manner of creature is that? The berserker leader from Tiger Bay City gazed at the Bone Warrior, which towered over him, brandishing a grotesque bone blade. A chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. A level 15 elite summon, and its aura is so powerful. The intel was incorrect. There are experts among those occupying the Crystal Tower. The captain of the artillery brigade on the technological side, after analyzing some data concerning the skeletal warlord through tactical optics, wore an unusually grave expression. However, at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. The allure of the energy crystal tower was far too great. They could not simply abandon it. What is there to fear? It is merely a summoned entity. Let us combine our forces, concentrate our firepower, and dismantle it. The captain of the berserker squad from the Tiger Base roared, empowering himself with wild roar, and charged towards the skeletal warlord wielding a colossal axe. His comrades followed suit. A diverse array of warriors and assassins, akin to descending tigers, pouncing upon the skeletal warlord. Meanwhile, the technological teams swiftly organized themselves in the rear, aligning rows of rune-imbued firearms aimed at the skeletal warlord, poised for a barrage. Unfazed by the impending doom, Lin Mo stood atop the crystal tower. Observing the two opposing squads surging forth like a tidal wave, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He did not hasten to unleash the skeletal warlord. Instead, he raised his left hand, palm upward. An invisible force erupted from his center, manifesting as an immense suction. Soul-Siphon. In an instant, all the melee combatants from the Tiger Base at the forefront felt their bodies grow heavy, as if shackled by unseen chains. Even more terrifying was the sensation that their vitality and spiritual energy were being inexorably drawn out by a bizarre power, coalescing into wisps of luminous energy, converging towards the unassuming youth standing high above. Continuous damage numbers erupted above their heads. While the individual damage was modest, Soul-Siphon inflicted area of effect damage over time, converting 25 of the damage dealt into Lin Mo's own spiritual energy. My strength is draining away. What kind of cursed ability is this? A wide area lifesteal. Interrupt him. We mustn't allow him to continue. The melee fighters from the Tiger Base shrieked in terror, their onslaught abruptly halted. Many faltered under the loss of strength, nearly collapsing. Feeling the influx of spiritual energy and the gradual accumulation of vitality within him, Lin Mo beamed with satisfaction. This Soul-Siphon is truly effective. Not only does it disrupt the enemy formation and inflict continuous damage, but it also provides me with a ceaseless source of endurance. It is nothing short of a divine skill for group combat. Now is the moment. Skeletal Warlord. Crush them. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he issued an attack command to the skeletal enforcer beside him. As you command, my lord. The skeletal warlord unleashed a thunderous roar, brandishing its menacing bone blade, charging into the ranks of the now weakened Tiger Base fighters like a rampaging heavy tank. Death charge. Skeletal slash. The bone blade flew, and blood and flesh scattered. Those once fierce melee fighters from the Tiger Base fell like wheat before the scythe under the skeletal warlord's relentless assault. Their attacks merely sparked harmlessly against the warlord's formidable bone armor, failing to inflict any significant harm. In stark contrast, every blow from the skeletal warlord effortlessly tore through their defenses, draining away their life force. In a mere matter of seconds, the first 7 or 8 melee combatants from the Tiger Base fell victim to the dual onslaught of the skeletal warlord and Soul-Siphon. This spectacle utterly stunned the observing technological team. My heavens, that summoned creature is overwhelmingly powerful, and that area lifesteal skill. It is a nightmare for melee classes. What manner of monstrosity comprises this 17th squad? The captain of the artillery brigade's expression darkened considerably. He realized they had gravely underestimated their opponent's strength. All ranged units, focus fire on the one casting the lifesteal skill. He is the key. The captain of the artillery brigade decisively shifted their target. In his view, if they could eliminate Lin Mo, the formidable skeletal warlord would naturally fall apart. However, he was far too naive. Just as their weapons were aimed at Lin Mo, a frigid presence, like a venomous serpent, silently materialized behind their ranks. It was Cold Moon. Like a specter merging with the shadows, she wielded a ghostly blue dagger, slicing through the air with lethal arcs, precisely severing the throats of two rune gunners targeting Lin Mo. Shadow Strike. Throat cut. The two rune gunners had no time to scream, clutching their bleeding throats as they fell in defeat. Cold Moon, having struck successfully, vanished into the shadows, leaving behind chaos and terror within the technological team. The rear guard. The rear has been breached. That assassin. Beware the assassin. The formation of the technological team descended into utter disarray. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Mo launched another attack. Soul Blaze. He pointed, and a dark crimson flame of souls accurately descended upon the densest cluster of the technological team. The roaring soul flames engulfed them instantly, spreading fear and confusion among their ranks. Then, like a wraith, Lin Mo executed Shadow Step, directly infiltrating the heart of the technological team. Oh no, he is coming. Protect the captain. The members of the technological team screamed in terror, attempting to mount a defense. Yet, Lin Mo's speed was unparalleled. The deathly glow of his staff shone with deadly gray-purple radiance. In my presence, numbers are meaningless. Soul Rend. The first victim was none other than the commanding captain of the artillery brigade. He had scarcely a moment to react before Lin Mo struck, obliterating his skull in a burst of light, shamefully banishing him from the battlefield. Successful kill of participant, Tech Light, Richard, awarded 60 points. Soul Rend's additional damage permanently increased by 6 points. Lin Mo moved through the fray like a predator among prey, each strike of his staff heralding the downfall of a member of the technological team. His Soul Rend inflicted over 5,000 points of damage, effectively one-shotting the fragile classes that typically possessed only 3,000 to 4,000 health points. The skeletal warlord likewise dispatched the remaining forces of the Tiger base, roaring as it joined the slaughter of the technological team. Dragon Battle led the other shield bearers and melee fighters in a frontal charge, utterly shattering the enemy's will to resist. Suwaner's healing and buffs fell upon each ally in need like a timely rain, enabling them to fight with renewed vigor. This was a complete and utter rout. Before Lin Mo and his grotesque skeletal warlord, both the Tiger base and Tech Light base, two formidable squads, were unable to mount even a semblance of resistance, swiftly being crushed without mercy. As the last enemy transformed into a blinding light and vanished from the battlefield within the desolate fortress, only the crimson battle flag of the 17th squad fluttered in the wind. Energy Crystal Tower, Eastern District, has been successfully captured, holding time, 8 minutes and 12 seconds. Current team score of the 17th squad, 758 points, battlefield ranking 3rd. Observing the rapidly increasing team score and the exhilarating battlefield ranking displayed on the communicator, the members of the 17th squad erupted into a thunderous cheer. Their gazes towards Lin Mo were filled with unparalleled admiration and fervor. This man was truly born for war. With him present, they felt as though they could glimpse the dawn of victory. Lin Mo, however, remained calm, savoring the resurgence of his soul power and the additional damage from Soul Drain Strike. 43-55-8, Tiger Squad. 6, Tech Squad. 4,369 points. Though modest, every little bit adds up. He understood that this battle for Team Glory was merely the beginning. The true formidable foes lay ahead. At that moment, a powerful and unnerving aura suddenly emanated from the northern reaches of the fortress. This aura was domineering, searing, and imbued with a sense of annihilation, as if a resplendent sun was descending upon this shattered battlefield. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply as he raised his gaze to the north. He could sense the emergence of an unprecedentedly formidable opponent. This aura belonged to the Sun God Envoy, Qiyong. Chapter 32, The Arrival of Qiyong and the Clash of Titans. The aura, reminiscent of a blazing sun, advanced towards the abandoned fortress with astonishing speed. Along the way, whether it be wandering monsters or unfortunate rival squads, all were mercilessly crushed, incinerated, and reduced to ashes by that overwhelming force. What an oppressive presence. Long Zhan felt the terrifying aura drawing nearer, his expression turning grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As a dragon-blood warrior, his physique and willpower far surpassed that of ordinary men, yet at this moment, he too felt a shiver of dread originating from the depths of his soul. The other members of the team trembled in fear, many struggling to maintain their grip on their weapons. It's him, the number one on the leaderboard, the Sun God Envoy, Qiyong. One team member stammered, his voice laced with terror. The name Qiyong had spread like a myth among all participants after the first round of the 10,000 Souls Island trials. It was said that wherever he tread, all would burn, and none could withstand his brilliance. He was undoubtedly the frontrunner for the championship in this dragon selection tournament. Su Wanner tightened her grip on her starlight staff, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. She knew Lin Mo was powerful, but against a monster like Qiyang, she couldn't guarantee victory for him. Only Lung Yu remained expressionless, yet her hands gripping the azure short blade and her slightly narrowed icy gaze betrayed her inner turmoil. Clearly, Qiyang's arrival had triggered a heightened alertness from this SSS-class assassin. Lin Mo's expression, however, remained tranquil, even curling into a slight, intrigued smile. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived? He murmured, his eyes devoid of fear, brimming instead with an indomitable fighting spirit. He could sense that Qiyang's strength vastly surpassed that of all previous adversaries, even exceeding that of the flame demon leader, Kair, by several folds. For him, this represented not only a monumental challenge, but also an exceptional opportunity to replenish his forces and test his own might. Soon, a figure engulfed in golden flames, akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, appeared above the abandoned fortress. He stood aloft, his radiant golden hair billowing like a blazing sun, and his extraordinarily handsome visage bore an expression of contempt for all beneath him. Simply by standing there, he exuded an unapproachable aura of authority and dominance, as if the entire shattered battlefield had become his stage alone. He was the extraordinarily gifted SS-class Sun God Envoy, Qiyang, secretly cultivated by the Great Xia Alliance's military. Qiyang's gaze, like two solidified golden swords, slowly swept over the awaiting 17th squad below, ultimately landing upon Lin Mo. Are you the Desert Reaper, Lin Mo? Qiyang inquired, his voice soft yet resonating with an undeniable authority that echoed throughout the fortress. That would be me, Lin Mo replied, meeting his gaze with unwavering composure. The two locked eyes, an invisible spark seeming to flash between them. An atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the entire fortress. The members of the 17th squad found it difficult to breathe, as if crushed beneath the weight of two unseen mountains. They understood that a cataclysmic battle was on the verge of erupting. Interesting, Qiyang smirked slightly, a glimmer of amusement in his expression. A C-class potential has managed to reach this point and stirred quite a commotion. It is indeed somewhat intriguing. He paused, his tone adopting an undeniable commanding quality. This crystal tower, I claim it. You may depart. Upon hearing this, the members of the 17th squad were instantly filled with rage. How arrogant. Who does he think he is? Does he truly believe himself a deity? To demand we leave at his whim. Long Zhan's face turned ashen with fury. As a soldier, he valued honor and dignity above all else and could not tolerate such humiliation. Qiyang, you are far too arrogant, he bellowed. His dragon-patterned shield pointed defiantly at the sky. Qiyang, upon hearing this, let out a derisive chuckle. Why? Just because I am stronger than you. Is that not sufficient? The golden flames enveloping him surged violently, an even more terrifying pressure cascading downwards, causing Long Zhan and the others to feel as though they were being crushed under an immense boulder. In the face of absolute power, your efforts and perseverance are rendered meaningless. Qiyang looked down upon them, his eyes filled with disdain. Is that so? A calm voice suddenly broke the tense standoff. It was Lin Mo. He took a few steps forward, gazing up at Qiyang with no trace of fear, instead radiating a sense of provocation. Absolute power. Lin Mo scoffed. To me, you are merely a slightly brighter light bulb, far from being the true sun. At this declaration, the entire arena fell silent in astonishment. The members of the 17th squad stared at Lin Mo in disbelief, as if unable to trust their own ears. This Lin Mo actually dared to mock Qiyang to his face as a mere light bulb? Was he unaware of Qiyang's terrifying prowess? Long Zhan and Su Wanner wore expressions of shock and concern. Even Lung Yu's cold eyes revealed a flicker of evident emotional disturbance, seemingly taken aback by Lin Mo's audacity. In the sky, upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Qiyang's smile instantly froze, replaced by a frigid frost. The golden flames surrounding him appeared to flare with indignation, rising to several meters high, exuding a suffocating and terrifying heat. Very well, it has been a long time since anyone dared speak to me in such a manner. Qiyang's voice was icy and laced with a chilling murderous intent. You have successfully enraged me, boy. Originally, I might have considered sparing your lives, but now, all of you must pay the price for your foolishness. As the words left his lips, Qiyang abruptly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. A colossal fireball, exceeding 3 meters in diameter and composed entirely of pure golden flames, rapidly took shape in his palm, emanating a terrifying heat capable of incinerating all in its path. Daylight cataclysm. Qiyang bellowed, and the immense fireball descended like a meteor, imbued with apocalyptic might, crashing down upon the forsaken fortress and Team 17 with unrelenting fury. Before the fireball even struck the ground, the surrounding air warped under its horrific temperature, causing the fragmented ruins beneath to begin melting and charring. The members of Team 17, witnessing the cataclysmic fireball as if the end of days had arrived, turned pale, their hearts gripped with terror. Quick, run. We can't withstand it. We stand no chance. Many members, having lost the courage to resist, turned to flee. Long Zhan, aware that the power of this strike was beyond their capability to endure, knew as a soldier he could not abandon his comrades. He roared, channeling all the power of dragon blood into his shield, preparing to withstand the blow and buy his teammates a fleeting chance of survival. Su Wanner hastily began chanting her most potent defensive spell, layering starry shields around Long Zhan and the surrounding comrades. Meanwhile, Lung Yu silently melded into the shadows, seemingly seeking an opportunity for counterattack. Yet, in the face of the world-destroying daylight cataclysm, their efforts appeared utterly futile. In this moment of despair, Lin Mo made his move. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, gazing up at the rapidly descending fireball, his eyes shimmering with a frenzied and fervent light. Come forth. Let me witness the true flames of your so-called sun. The soul power within him surged with unprecedented speed, and the staff of the dead soul language erupted with resplendent, ghostly purple light. The dark golden eye at the staff's tip seemed to ignite, radiating a chilling and terrifying pressure, an energy deeper, colder, and more imbued with the essence of death and destruction than Qiang's golden flames, erupted from Lin Mo. Bone Warlord, stand firm, Lin Mo commanded fiercely. The Bone Warlord beside him, its crimson eye sockets glowing fiercely, let out a deafening roar, its massive form advancing rather than retreating, boldly confronting the falling fireball. In its grasp, the ghastly bone blade ignited with ghostly blue soul flames, striking forth with unwavering resolve and reckless abandon toward the annihilating sun. Simultaneously, Lin Mo raised the dead soul language high. In his eyes, countless tortured souls twisted and wailed, swirling in anguish. A terrifying aura, reminiscent of the nine hells, emanated from him, causing the temperature around them to plummet several degrees. Qiang, do you believe you wield the power of the sun? No. That is merely an illusion of flames. Now, behold true annihilation. Soul-Siphon Strike. Make countless souls return to stillness. This was Lin Mo's unique and unparalleled ultimate attack. Born from his comprehension of Soul-Siphon, combined with his understanding of Soul-Siphon Strike, and the fragmented knowledge of soul manipulation gleaned from the dead soul language, he infused all his soul power, mental energy, and the terrifying additional damage of over 4,000 points from Soul-Siphon Strike, along with the chaotic soul energies forcibly extracted from the surrounding environment, into this strike. In an instant, the entire Forsaken Fortress and all wandering souls within several kilometers seemed to be drawn by a fatal attraction, transforming into visible gray torrents that surged wildly toward Lin Mo's staff. The dark golden eye at the staff's tip erupted with a depth akin to a black hole, devouring, compressing, and refining all the incoming soul power. A gray-purple energy beam, more terrifying than any previous Soul-Siphon Strike, surged skyward from the tip of the dead soul language. Within that beam, it felt as if millions of vengeful souls roared and shrieked, filled with endless resentment, despair, and the will to destroy. It advanced toward the descending, golden-flamed sun with an unstoppable force, tearing through the heavens. Chapter 33. A cataclysmic collision and the opportunistic gains of others. The earth-shattering clash between the gray-purple beam of destruction and the golden fireball reverberated above the Forsaken Fortress. In that moment, the shattered battlefield fell silent. Subsequently, a terrifying energy storm capable of rending space and obliterating all erupted from the point of impact, sweeping out in all directions. The blinding light compelled everyone to instinctively close their eyes, and the deafening roar felt as though it could tear apart eardrums. The ground of the Forsaken Fortress trembled violently, as the crumbling structures disintegrated under the force of the energy storm, shattering into dust. The closest Bone Warlord bore the brunt of the attack. Its enormous and sturdy form was instantly torn apart, melted, and vaporized by the relentless impact of the golden sun and the beam of destruction, leaving not a single intact bone behind, utterly annihilated within the energy storm. The members of Team 17, shielded by Long Zhan and Su Wanner at the cost of their lives, barely survived the immediate aftermath of the energy storm, though they were left dazed, bloodied, and in disarray. Their faces were etched with the terror and disbelief of having survived a near-fatal encounter. That cataclysmic collision had far surpassed their comprehension of the power wielded by professionals. Could such devastation truly be wrought by mere 4th and 6th-tier professionals? In the sky, Qiang's expression grew increasingly grim. His daylight cataclysm, potent enough to annihilate equals, had been forcefully countered by Lin Mo's bizarre and terrifying gray-purple beam. Although the beam was ultimately extinguished by the residual power of the daylight cataclysm, the devastating shockwave produced by their collision left him feeling a surge of blood and chi, dimming the golden flames that enveloped him. Impossible. How could a mere C-class potential unleash such overwhelming power? Qiang's heart brimmed with horror and confusion. He sensed that Lin Mo's recent strike contained a pure force of soul destruction that made even him tremble. That power seemed to transcend elemental and physical realms, striking at the very essence of the soul. Just as he was momentarily lost in thought, a chilling sensation, like a venomous serpent, silently appeared behind him. It was Lung Yu. Seizing the moment of chaos during their cataclysmic clash, she had stealthily maneuvered behind Qiang, launching a lethal surprise attack. The ghostly blue dagger in her hand traced two near-invisible arcs of death, akin to the fangs of a viper, aimed directly at Qiyang's heart and neck. Shadow Kill. Deadly Strike. This was the ultimate burst skill of an SSS-class shadow assassin, capable of posing a lethal threat to any target. You seek death. Qiyang sensed the imminent threat looming behind him, a flicker of fury flashing in his eyes. Though he was conceited, he was not foolish. He would never underestimate an SSS-class assassin. From the moment he arrived at the abandoned fortress, he had enveloped himself in a protective barrier known as the Sunfire Shield. Forged from pure solar flames. Crack. The twin blades of Lin Mo struck fiercely against the Sunfire Shield, producing a jarring sound of shattering. The shield trembled violently, intricate cracks appearing upon its surface, yet it ultimately held firm against Lin Mo's lethal strike. However, Lin Mo's assault was far from over. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in her icy gaze as the short blade in her hand erupted with an even more blinding azure light. Soul Piercer. With a soft hiss, the short blade pierced through the almost shattered Sunfire Shield, leaving a shallow gash on Qiyang's back. Although the wound was not deep, the chilling power of the Soul Piercer that invaded his body sent waves of excruciating pain through him, momentarily halting the flow of his solar flames. Damn pest! Qiyang was seething with rage. He spun around and hurled a fist towards the close-quartered Lin Mo. This punch contained the terrifying power of solar flames, capable of melting steel. Lin Mo, upon seeing this, narrowed her eyes slightly, evading the blow with an ethereal grace, swiftly distancing herself from Qiyang. Do you think you can escape? Qiyang roared, preparing to pursue her. Yet, at that moment, a far more horrifying sense of danger emerged from below. It was Lin Mo. He had withstood Qiyang's solar blast, unscathed, and was now launching another attack. The staff in his hand, the Staff of Souls, glowed ominously with a grayish-purple light once more. This time, instead of conjuring a cataclysmic energy beam, he concentrated all his power at the tip of the staff. The dark golden eye at the staff's head had transformed into a swirling abyss of black, exuding a terrifying force capable of devouring any soul. Soul Drain Strike, Soul Devouring. Lin Mo uttered a low incantation, his figure appearing as if teleporting, right before the exhausted Qiyang, who had just repelled Lin Mo. With an irresistible force that could strip away souls, he brought the staff crashing down onto Qiyang's chest. Qiyang felt the imminent lethal threat, his pupils constricting to the utmost. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the staff, emanating the aura of death, drew ever closer to his heart. No! Qiyang let out a desperate roar. However, at that critical moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A golden beam, imbued with a sacred and solemn aura, descended from the heavens, striking the ground between Lin Mo and Qiyang with the force of a divine spear. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted, propelling both Lin Mo and Qiyang backward. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming force surge through him. His chest heaved, nearly expelling blood. He steadied himself and looked up at the sky, where a blurred figure radiating a golden halo was slowly descending. The aura emanating from that figure was several times more potent than Qiyang's, even stirring a tremor deep within Lin Mo's soul. It's Commander Long. The members of the 17th Squad cried out in astonishment as they recognized the familiar and authoritative silhouette. At this critical juncture, Commander Long had intervened personally to halt the impending clash that threatened mutual destruction. With eyes like lightning, Commander Long surveyed the disheveled Lin Mo and Qiyang, as well as the surrounding participants who were still reeling from shock, and spoke in a deep voice. Enough. The Dragon Selection Tournament is not a battleground for you to engage in a fight to the death. The shattered battlefield does not belong solely to your two teams. He paused, his gaze shifting towards the southern end of the abandoned fortress. There, a mysterious team clad in matching black uniforms and donning eerie masks had silently taken control of the Energy Crystal Tower in the Eastern District, which they had just fought so hard to secure. Moreover, the points of this team had skyrocketed to the top of the leaderboard in a matter of minutes, surpassing even Qiyang, who had previously held the lead. What? Qiyang, Lin Mo, and all present noticed the astonishing change in the leaderboard, their expressions shifting in unison. Is it a case of the clam and the snipe contending, while the fisherman profits? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He hadn't anticipated that while he and Qiyang were locked in a life-and-death struggle, a third party would be lurking in the shadows, coveting their hard-won victory. Commander Long's gaze hardened as he regarded the mysterious black-clad team. It was evident that some unwelcome guests had infiltrated this Dragon Selection Tournament. The true battle, perhaps, was only just beginning. Chapter 34. The Mysterious Black-Robed Figures and the Common Enemy. The sudden emergence of the black-clad masked team was akin to phantoms occupying the Eastern Energy Crystal Tower, rapidly disrupting the existing equilibrium of the shattered battlefield as they amassed points with astonishing speed. Their appearance compelled the previously antagonistic Lin Mo and Qiyang to momentarily set aside their grievances, their eyes converging on this new common adversary. Who are those individuals? Such an eerie aura. Long Zhan gazed at the black flag fluttering above the crystal tower, alongside the sinister and malevolent energy radiating from the masked figures. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Su Wanner furrowed her brow, stating, "Their energy fluctuations are peculiar. They do not resemble orthodox practitioners, but rather seem akin to followers of some forbidden power." Lung Yu's cold eyes fixated on the black-clad figures, her expression betraying a mix of vigilance and disdain. Only Lin Mo, upon seeing the masked figures, raised an eyebrow slightly, a subtle hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He sensed a soul power from them that bore a faint resemblance to his own Desert Reaper profession, yet it was more chaotic and sinister. Could it be a dark organization specializing in soul magic? Lin Mo pondered silently. In the skies above, Commander Long's expression grew exceedingly grave. He clearly recognized the origins of the masked figures, or at the very least, deduced their identities. Humph. A bunch of cowardly rats daring to stir up trouble at the Dragon Selection Tournament. They truly know no bounds. Commander Long snorted coldly, his voice laced with unmasked murderous intent. He turned his gaze to Lin Mo and Qi Yang, saying solemnly, "You two, cease hostilities for now. We have a common enemy. Those black-clad individuals are remnants of the Eternal Night Church. They practice forbidden soul magic, capable of controlling the dead and devouring souls, employing extremely cruel and malicious methods. Their motives likely extend beyond merely ranking in the Dragon Selection Tournament. They are likely here to gather sufficient soul power for some nefarious ritual on this shattered battlefield." Eternal Night Church. Upon hearing this name, all participants present, including Lin Mo and Qi Yang, paled slightly. The Eternal Night Church is a notorious and malevolent organization within the Great Xia Alliance, devoutly worshipping the void and the eternal darkness. They revel in the consumption of souls, sowing panic and chaos, making them a common enemy of all righteous practitioners. The Alliance has repeatedly endeavored to eradicate the Eternal Night Church, yet its core members prove as tenacious as maggots, persistently instigating turmoil across various locales. To everyone's astonishment, they audaciously infiltrated the Dragon Selection Tournament, intent on causing mayhem on the shattered battlefield. How dare the scoundrels of the Eternal Night Church lay their hands on the glory of my Sun Temple? The golden flames in Qi Yang's eyes surged, his voice laced with unabashed disdain and murderous intent. As a prodigy meticulously cultivated by the military, he bore the solemn mission of safeguarding the Alliance, thus harboring an intense loathing for such a nefarious organization. Though Lin Mo felt indifferent towards the dichotomy of good and evil, he found a flicker of intrigue in the followers of the Eternal Night Church who could consume souls. Could they truly devour souls? I wonder how their essence tastes. He licked his lips, a glint of predatory danger flashing in his eyes, reminiscent of a hunter spotting his prey. To him, these disciples of the Eternal Night Church were merely delectably exquisite materials for replenishing his forces. Observing the burgeoning battle fervor in Lin Mo and Qi Yang, Commander Long nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. It seems you both grasp the gravity of the situation. I hereby command all participating teams to temporarily set aside their grievances and prioritize the eradication of the remnants of the Eternal Night Church. Slaying a member of the Eternal Night Church will yield double points. Should you succeed in thwarting their wicked ritual, all participants will receive additional special contributions. Regarding your competitions among yourselves, there will be ample time for that once we've dealt with these scoundrels." Commander Long's words ignited a fire within the hearts of all participants. Double points. Special contributions. This was undeniably a tremendous temptation. More importantly, eliminating the remnants of the Eternal Night Church was an undeniable responsibility for every conscientious practitioner. In an instant, the atmosphere on the shattered battlefield became extraordinarily nuanced. Once adversaries, each team that had fought fiercely for points now momentarily set aside their animosities, uniting their efforts against the enigmatic figures clad in black masks. 17th Team, heed my command. Lin Mo decisively conveyed orders to his teammates through the runic communicator. Our objective remains the Energy Crystal Tower in the East District. Since the scoundrels of the Eternal Night Church dare to seize our possessions, they must be prepared to pay the price. His tone was frigid and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Long Zhan, Su Wanner, and the others felt a surge of determination, responding in unison, understood. They recognized that an even more brutal and perilous battle was about to commence. However, this time, they would not be fighting alone. They stood united with all the righteous forces of the shattered battlefield. In the sky, Qi Yang issued similar commands to his team. Although proud, he was capable of discerning the priorities at hand. Before a common enemy, he was willing to temporarily ally with Lin Mo. Of course, this did not signify that he relinquished his desire to compete with Lin Mo. Once the troubles posed by the Eternal Night Church were resolved, he would certainly ensure that Lin Mo experienced the true might of the Sun's divine fire. Commander Long watched the eager teams below, nodding in satisfaction. He understood that these young dragons, despite their diverse personalities and occasionally rebellious natures, could still unite in the face of a significant threat. Thus, the hunt commenced. Commander Long whispered to himself as his figure gradually faded from view. He would not directly intervene in the battle. This was a trial belonging to the younger generation. Yet, He would closely monitor the battlefield dynamics to ensure that the Eternal Night Church's schemes would not succeed. Within the abandoned fortress, Lin Mo led the 17th team to launch a counterattack towards the Energy Crystal Tower in the East District, occupied by the Eternal Night Church. Beside him, the skeletal warlord was already ravenous, the menacing bone blade in his grasp glimmering with a sanguinary light. Lin Mo sensed that the followers of the Eternal Night Church radiated a potent and pure soul energy. These souls were a boon to him. Not only could they significantly enhance the additional damage of his soul drain strike, but they might also catalyze the further evolution of his newly comprehended Soul-Siphon skill. The Eternal Night Church, you say? Excellent. Let me see if your souls are sufficient to satisfy my hunger. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as the death-whispering staff in his hand ignited with an unsettling purplish light. A comprehensive assault against the Eternal Night Church was on the brink of unfolding on the shattered battlefield. Chapter 35. The Siege of Eternal Night and the Reawakening of the Soul Feast. When Lin Mo and the 17th team arrived near the East District Energy Crystal Tower, they found it fortified like a bastion by the followers of the Eternal Night Church. Dozens of adherents clad in black robes, their faces obscured by eerie masks, encircled the Crystal Tower, establishing layer upon layer of black energy barriers. The barriers flickered with runes, emanating a disquieting aura of malevolence. At the summit of the Crystal Tower, several black-robed priests, exuding a noticeably more potent aura, were conducting some mysterious ritual around a bizarre crystal that continuously emitted dense black energy. Strands of black energy were being siphoned from the Crystal Tower, coalescing into the ominous gem, intensifying its evil presence. They are polluting the Energy Crystal Tower. They seek to transform it into their dark altar. Su Wanner observed the uncanny scene at the tower's apex, her expression grave. We must not allow them to succeed. Long Zhan roared, brandishing his dragon-marked shield, ready to charge. Wait. Lin Mo stopped him, cautioning against rash actions given the uncertain circumstances. His gaze meticulously scanned the Eternal Night adherents. The majority of these zealots ranged from levels 5 to 7, possessing considerable strength, and their mastery of soul magic was inscrutable, excelling in curses, debilitation, and soul attacks, making them formidable adversaries. More critically, Lin Mo sensed that among the ordinary followers, there lurked a few even more powerful and dangerous presences, likely on par with the previous Inferno demon leader, Kair, if not surpassing him. Cold Moon. Can you locate their commander or any vulnerabilities? Lin Mo inquired through the communicator. They've established counter-surveillance barriers around the Crystal Tower, significantly hampering my stealth capabilities. Cold Moon's icy voice responded. However, I noticed they seem to be deliberately protecting several black-robed priests located to the north of the Crystal Tower. That area might be pivotal to their ritual. The northern priests, you say? Excellent. A gleam of insight flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He glanced at the approaching team led by Qi Yang, who was also fixated on the Crystal Tower. Besides their two teams, several other competent squads had converged from various directions, evidently incensed by the brazen actions of the Eternal Night Church. It appears everyone has arrived. A cold smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. He addressed all participating teams via the public channel. Everyone, the scoundrels of the Eternal Night Church lie before us. Their goal is to corrupt the Energy Crystal Tower and conduct their nefarious ritual. We cannot allow them to succeed. I propose that our teams launch simultaneous attacks from different directions, catching them off guard. Donghalen Mo, willing to be the vanguard, shall tear through their defenses from the front. Lin Mo's voice resonated clearly through the runic communicator, reaching the ears of every participant. His declaration immediately incited responses from other squads. Excellent. Jingji Linyue stands ready to support Brother Lin Mo with a flanking assault. Central Longzhan shall lead the military academy cadets in encircling from the right flank. I, the emissary of the sun, Qiang, am here. Eternal Night scum, your doom is nigh. I shall suppress from above. In an instant, the atmosphere brimmed with fervor, and the spirit of battle surged. Before a common foe, these prodigies from disparate base cities momentarily set aside their grievances, exhibiting astonishing cohesion. Splendid. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Lin Mo's eyes. This was precisely the effect he desired. Team 17, heed my command. Lin Mo took a deep breath, his voice suddenly ascending. Bone Warbringer, charge forth. Roar. The Bone Warbringer let out a deafening roar, its massive form hurtling like a cannonball toward the black energy barrier erected by the Eternal Night Church. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated as the black energy barrier shook violently, countless fissures emerging upon its surface, yet it ultimately managed to withstand the onslaught of the Bone Warbringer. Intriguing. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy rather than alarm. The strength of this energy barrier exceeded his expectations, indicating that the adherents within the Eternal Night Church were indeed formidable. Soul Blaze. Lin Mo raised a finger, and a dark red flame of souls precisely struck the most vulnerable point of the energy barrier. The blazing soul fire instantly engulfed that area, the black runes upon the barrier dissolving at a visible rate, fading into darkness. Following this, Lin Mo's figure, akin to a phantom, executed Shadow Step. penetrating the imminent collapse of the energy barrier to materialize within the ranks of the Eternal Night Church. He charged in alone. The members of Team 17 stared in astonishment. This is bad. Lin Mo is too impulsive. Su Wanner and Long Zhan's expressions changed as they hastily directed their team to follow. However, Lin Mo's actions were too swift. The moment he plunged into the enemy ranks, the Death Soul staff in his hand ignited with a chilling, purplish glow. Eternal Night Scum, are you prepared to meet your demise? Soul-Siphon, centered around Lin Mo. A force far more potent and terrifying than before erupted. This time, he held nothing back, channeling the full might of Soul-Siphon. Dozens of Eternal Night adherents surrounding him felt as though their very souls were being violently wrenched from their bodies, emitting anguished cries. Strands of black soul energy surged toward Lin Mo like rivers converging into the sea, devoured and refined by the Death Soul staff in his grasp. His soul power surged at a rate visible to the naked eye, even hinting at a breakthrough beyond his limits. Simultaneously, the life force of those enveloped by Soul-Siphon plummeted rapidly, their movements slowed, and the malevolent aura surrounding them diminished swiftly. My soul, what sorcery is this? Stop him at once. The camp of the Eternal Night Church descended into chaos. Those who had been poised for battle now fled in terror. Akin to grasshoppers tossed into a boiling pot, desperately attempting to escape the horrific soul-siphoning force. But would Lin Mo grant them respite? Before me, your souls shall become my sustenance. Soul Drain Strike. Lin Mo's figure flitted like a specter through the disarray of enemy ranks. Each thrust of the Death Soul staff was accompanied by the screams of an Eternal Night adherent and the obliteration of their soul. The soul magic that appeared enigmatic and unfathomable to ordinary practitioners crumbled before Lin Mo like brittle straw. His Soul Drain Strike dealt over 5,000 points of damage and seemed to possess an additional countering effect against these adept practitioners of soul power. Often, a single strike was sufficient to annihilate them, extracting purer and richer soul energy than that from ordinary monsters and participants. Successfully killed an Eternal Night Church adherent, gaining 20 points. Additional damage from Soul Drain Strike, 2. Successfully killed an Eternal Night Church deacon, gaining 50 points. Additional damage from Soul Drain Strike, 5. Successfully killed an Eternal Night Church elite adherent, gaining 100 points. Additional damage from Soul Drain Strike, 8. Lin Mo, as if in a state of invincibility, wreaked havoc within the ranks of the Eternal Night Church. His points soared wildly. The additional damage from Soul Drain Strike also escalated at a visible pace. 4369, 4380, 4400, 4450. The Bone Warbringer followed suit, roaring as it charged into the enemy formation, its fearsome bone blade claiming the lives of several Eternal Night adherents with each swing. Just as Lin Mo and the Bone Warbringer tore through the defenses of the Eternal Night Church from the front, attacks from other directions commenced in rapid succession. In the sky, Qiang roared, unleashing a torrent of meteors ablaze with golden flames, raining down like a deluge upon the stronghold of the Eternal Night Church. Meteor shower, boom. Explosions echoed in succession as the black energy barrier of the Eternal Night Church crumbled under such ferocious assaults. Lin Yue's figure appeared like a wraith behind the black-robed priests officiating the ritual, her ghostly blue dagger transforming into a scythe of death that reaped lives. Long Zhan led the military academy cadets, piercing fiercely from the flank into the formation of the Eternal Night Church, thoroughly disrupting their defenses. Other squads also launched vigorous assaults from various angles. In an instant, the vicinity of the Energy Crystal Tower in the Eastern District transformed into a chaotic battlefield. The brilliance of skills illuminated the scene, while the sounds of explosions, screams, and roars filled the air. The adherents of the Eternal Night Church, though not lacking in strength, appeared beleaguered and retreated under the relentless onslaught of so many prodigious practitioners. Their once proud soul magic and enigmatic curses crumbled against Lin Mo's more dominant and pure soul power. This was a soul feast targeting the Eternal Night Church, and Lin Mo was the most gluttonous and powerful predator within this banquet. He intended to purify these desecrators of souls completely, transforming them into stepping stones for his own ascent. Chapter 36, Fierce Battle Against the Black-Robed Priests and Soul Enslavement. Under the siege of various prodigies, the outer defenses of the Eternal Night Church rapidly collapsed. Ordinary adherents fell like blades of grass, becoming the sustenance for Lin Mo's Soul Drain Strike and the points of the others. The additional damage from Lin Mo's Soul Drain Strike surged by nearly 100 points in mere minutes, reaching 4,532 points. Damage calculation, L4 skill strength 14, 130 spirit, 1935, 1539 85. Total damage, including additional damage, before weapon bonuses 3,985, 4,532, 45, 7185. Final damage, after 12x enhancement from Death Soul Staff, 457,185, 5,486 points. He could feel his power surging at an unprecedented velocity. However, the resistance of the Eternal Night Church did not come to an end. As the ordinary adherents on the periphery were nearly purged, the few black-robed priests who had been standing atop the crystal tower, presiding over their sinister ritual, finally moved. The malevolent aura emanating from them was several times more potent than that of the ordinary followers, clearly indicating their status as high-ranking members of the Eternal Night Church. How dare a throng of ignorant ants disrupt the sacred arrival of our Lord? Such an affront deserves nothing less than death. One of the tallest among them, a black-robed high priest adorned with a golden mask, issued a raspy and venomous command. With a sudden wave of his black-bone staff, an overwhelming surge of black death energy erupted from him like a tidal wave, transforming into dozens of grotesque and terrifying wraiths that lunged toward the competitors below. Wraith summoning. These wraiths possessed formidable offensive capabilities and could penetrate physical defenses, directly assaulting the souls of their targets, making them exceedingly troublesome. Beware. These are high-tier vengeful spirits. Do not let them close in. Su Wanner hastily cautioned, simultaneously casting layer upon layer of Starlight Guardian upon her frontline allies. Seeing this, Qiyang snorted coldly, forming a seal with his hands. Holy fire of the sun, purify all evil. Holy flame storm. He thrust forward violently, unleashing a golden flame storm, forged from pure solar fire, that surged forth like a roaring dragon, meeting the oncoming wraiths. Sizzle. The clash of golden holy flames against the black vengeful energy produced a cacophony of agonizing hisses. The grotesque wraiths, confronted by the purifying might of the solar flames, wailed in despair as they disintegrated and dissipated like mist before the sun. Yet, the black-robed high priest's onslaught did not cease there. He raised his staff once more, chanting an even more obscure and wicked incantation. Descend into the depths of fear and despair. Soul plague. An invisible wave of soul energy, rife with negativity, spread like a plague, enveloping the entire battlefield. All competitors touched by this wave found themselves besieged by horrifying illusions, their minds thrown into disarray, their fighting spirit diminished. While some even succumbed to madness, striking at their own comrades in blind rage. Cursed be it. It is a group mental control skill. Long Jean roared, feeling a wave of dizziness despite his dragon blood power being able to resist some of the negative effects. In that moment of peril, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. To toy with souls before me? A display of utter folly. He took a deep breath, channeling his soul power in an unprecedented manner. This time, he did not employ soul drain or Soul-Siphon. Instead, he targeted those teammates affected by the soul plague. Words of the dead, dispel the illusion, return the soul to clarity. The staff of words of the dead in his hand, with its dark golden eye at the tip, emitted a soft and pure amethyst glow. The light rippled outward, gently caressing each teammate affected by the soul plague. A miraculous scene unfolded. Those who had been engulfed in chaos and madness felt the tide of negative emotions recede the moment they touched that amethyst glow, their minds instantly restored to clarity. What just happened? That was such a terrifying sensation. I almost lost control. The awakened teammates gazed at Lin Mo with lingering trepidation, their eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence. They had not anticipated that Lin Mo possessed not only formidable offensive capabilities, but also such powerful group purification and mental safeguarding abilities. He was nothing short of an omnipotent anomaly. Su Wanner, equally astonished, noted that the power Lin Mo had just unleashed bore similarities to her starlight purification, yet was far more potent and direct, as if it could reach the very essence of the soul and dispel all negative states. What kind of skill is this? Su Wanner could not contain her curiosity and inquired. Just a little trick, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, providing no further explanation. This was, in fact, a subtle application of soul power he had gleaned from the whispers of the words of the dead, capable of purifying and soothing agitated souls. Although it had not yet matured into a complete skill, it had proven unexpectedly effective in this critical moment. The black-robed high priest in the sky, witnessing his soul plague, easily unraveled by an inconspicuous youth, was overtaken by disbelief and fury. Impossible. Who are you? How can you be immune to my lord's soul magic? He demanded vehemently. Immune? Lin Mo scoffed. No, I merely understand the manipulation of souls better than you do. Now, it is time for you to taste the bitterness of your own power rebounding upon you. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Mo's figure flickered like a specter, executing shadow step to appear directly before the black-robed high priest. The staff of words of the dead in his hand radiated an irresistible, terrifying pull as it struck forcefully against the high priest's chest. Soul drain, devour the soul. You seek death. The black-robed high priest, taken aback by Lin Mo's audacity to close the distance, felt a flicker of rage in his eyes. He thrust his black-bone staff forward, attempting to block Lin Mo's assault. Yet, in the face of Lin Mo's overwhelming damage exceeding 500 points, his resistance seemed utterly futile. Crack! The black-bone staff shattered with a resounding snap. The words of the dead penetrated deeply, crashing into the black-robed high priest's chest. 512. An astonishing damage figure floated above the high priest's head. His black robe exploded, revealing his emaciated form beneath. A gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared in his chest, black blood erupting forth like a fountain. Cough. The black-robed high priest spat forth a mouthful of black blood, his breath instantly faltering, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he, a high priest of the Eternal Night Church, could be so severely wounded by a mere level 4 brat. No, my soul, my power. He could distinctly feel his soul power being ravenously consumed and stripped away by that sinister staff. The sensation was more excruciating than death itself. Your soul has a rather pleasant flavor. Lin Mo licked his lips, a cruel smile creeping across his face. He could sense that after devouring part of the black-robed high priest's soul power, the additional damage of his soul drain skyrocketed by 20 points. This was more than he had gained from slaying 10 ordinary Eternal Night followers. Clearly, these higher-tier foes were the true treasures to be seized. Lin Mo reveled inwardly. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow to the black-robed high priest, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The other 2 black-robed priests, who had been standing atop the crystal tower guarding the eerie black gem, suddenly emitted a shrill screech. Their black robes billowed without wind, as thick streams of black gas surged forth from their bodies, all converging into that sinister black gem. Buzz. The black gem trembled violently, radiating an even more terrifying and malevolent aura. In an instantaneous eruption, chains of ebony, akin to serpents imbued with life, shot forth from the dark crystal, ensnaring dozens of Night Eternal cultists embroiled in fierce combat with the participants. Those ensnared by the black chains emitted anguished cries, their bodies visibly withering as all vitality and soul energy were forcibly siphoned away, coalescing into the ominous crystal. They were offering sacrifices of their own brethren. Su Wanner exclaimed in horror. This is disastrous. They are attempting to complete that wicked ritual by force. Long Jean's expression also shifted dramatically. The crimson sun in the sky took note of the unfolding calamity below, a flicker of gravity passing through its gaze. He sensed a terrifying and perilous power brewing within that black crystal. In this perilous moment, however, Lin Mo's eyes shimmered with an unusual light. A soul sacrifice, you say? How fortuitous. It spares me the trouble of collecting them one by one. He abruptly abandoned his pursuit of the severely wounded black-robed high priest and turned his attention to the ordinary Night Eternal cultists being drained of their souls by the chains. The staff of soul's language in his hand glowed with a hauntingly deep violet radiance once more. This time, he did not invoke Soul-Siphon nor Soul Drain, but instead began to chant an ancient, obscure incantation, imbued with the essence of death and subjugation. Souls adrift, wills lost, in eternal darkness, seeking solace in my name. Grant you new life, become my servants, to battle for eternity. With the final syllable of Lin Mo's incantation, an invisible wave of soul energy, brimming with dominion and will, radiated outward from him. This wave did not assault the Night Eternal cultists directly, but gently permeated the depths of their souls like a soft spring rain. Those cultists, on the brink of death, felt a tremor upon encountering this soul wave. The hollow and despondent expressions that had filled their eyes due to the draining of their souls suddenly flickered with confusion, only to be replaced by fervent devotion and unwavering loyalty. "I, my lord," they mumbled incoherently, their bodies ceasing to struggle as they allowed the black chains to extract their remaining vitality. Yet, beneath Lin Mo's overwhelming soul subjugation, their souls underwent a profound transformation. They were no longer acolytes of the Night Eternal Church, but had become Lin Mo's servants. This spectacle left the 2 black-robed priests atop the crystal tower utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with incredulity. No, it cannot be. He dares to seize the offerings meant for my lord. What sorcery is this? To directly enslave the souls of the faithful. They never imagined that the sacrificial ritual they had diligently prepared would instead serve another's purpose. Meanwhile, Lin Mo reveled in the faint soul connection established with the subjugated cultists, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Though they may be flawed, their sheer numbers should prove advantageous. Now, let us see how it feels to be betrayed by your own kind. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he issued his first command to the newly enslaved cultists: eliminate them. Chapter 37. The Cataclysm of the Undead and the Downfall of Eternal Night. Under Lin Mo's directive, the recently soul-subjugated cultists' eyes glimmered with a frenzied bloodlust as they turned their weapons upon their former comrades and the 2 astonished black-robed priests, launching a savage assault. "For my lord, crush these desecrators," they cried, their fervent allegiance to Lin Mo manifesting in merciless strikes against the resisting members of the Night Eternal Church. This scene left all present in utter shock. A civil strife? How could the cultists turn against one another? It must be that Lin Mo. He is the architect of this chaos. He can control the enemy. Long Jean, Su Wanner, Qiyong, Lung Yu, and all other participants gazed at Lin Mo in disbelief, as if beholding a demon returned from the abyss. To directly enslave the souls of foes and turn them against their own. Such a method was unprecedented, unfathomable. It was utterly bizarre and terrifying. The two black-robed priests atop the crystal tower trembled with rage, nearly choking on their fury. The faithful they had painstakingly cultivated had, in an instant, become the enemy's minions, turning against them. This betrayal and humiliation drove them to the brink of madness. Monstrous fiend, you dare to steal my lord's souls. I shall rend you to pieces. One black-robed priest shrieked, his black scythe radiating deathly energy as he aimed a vicious strike at Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo merely scoffed, evading the attack with ease. You? Not even close. He couldn't be bothered to engage directly. Instead, he issued another command to the enslaved cultists. Protect my lord. Tear apart these traitors. The enslaved cultists surged forward with renewed fervor, throwing themselves at the two black-robed priests and the remaining members of the Night Eternal Church. They fought with reckless abandon, trading injury for injury, life for life, resembling rabid dogs devoid of reason. The ranks of the Night Eternal Church crumbled in the face of their own comrades' frenzied assault. Though the two black-robed priests were formidable, they found themselves beleaguered by the onslaught of dozens of traitors, each of comparable strength. Their once proud soul magic and sinister curses faltered against the expertise of their own kind. As the tide shifted, the scales of victory began to rapidly tilt in favor of Lin Mo. Now's our chance. Everyone charge. Annihilate these scum of the Night Eternal Church. Long Zhan roared, seizing the moment and leading the military academy's cadets into another offensive. Qi Yang, with a cold snort, unleashed the true fire of the sun, raining down judgmental blades that struck true upon the remaining resisting cultists. Lung Yu's form flickered like a specter across the battlefield, each strike claiming the life of a high-ranking member of the Night Eternal Church. Other squads swiftly joined the fray, contributing to the overwhelming onslaught. This was a complete massacre. The cultists of the Night Eternal Church, caught between their former allies and various prodigies, found themselves with no means of resistance, collapsing in droves like leaves swept away by autumn winds. Their souls, in the moment of death, were greedily devoured and divided by Lin Mo's staff of souls language and the surrounding enslaved cultists. Lin Mo could distinctly feel the additional damage of his soul siphon, escalating at a terrifying pace, soaring from 4532 to 4600, then 4700, and 4800. The proficiency of his soul drain skill was also rapidly increasing, enhancing both the efficiency and range of soul energy absorption significantly. Even the soul enslavement skill he had just begun to grasp seemed to have grown more stable and formidable due to the consumption of a vast amount of pure soul energy. He could sense his control over the enslaved followers of the Eternal Night was continuously strengthening. He could even vividly perceive their thoughts and emotions, directing them as one would command their own limbs, orchestrating intricate tactical maneuvers. The sensation was utterly exquisite. Lin Mo licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with a dangerous excitement. He realized he had seemingly discovered a swift path to enhance his power and assemble an army of the undead. As long as he had enough souls, he could become infinitely stronger. He could enslave everything. Atop the crystal tower, the golden-masked high priest, previously grievously wounded by Lin Mo, gazed down upon the hellish chaos below and the former companions who had turned against him, his eyes filled with boundless despair and resentment. He understood that the Eternal Night Church's schemes on this shattered battlefield had utterly failed. All of this was due to that boy, who had descended like a demonic god. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. The golden-masked high priest let out a piercing and defiant roar. He abruptly raised the remaining half of his bone staff, channeling all his vitality and soul energy into the black crystal that still exuded an aura of malevolence. My lord, please unleash your infinite wrath and incinerate these ants that have defiled your glory. With my flesh and soul as a sacrifice, I humbly await the descent of the Eternal Night King's projection. Buzz. The black crystal erupted violently, releasing a blinding and dazzling black light. An overwhelming surge of terrifying evil energy, now 100-fold, even 1,000-fold stronger, suddenly burst forth. The sky above the shattered battlefield seemed to dim at that moment, devoured by an endless darkness. A suffocating, ancient terror descended upon the land. All combatants engaged in the fierce battle, as well as the followers of the Eternal Night, felt their souls as if they were freezing, their bodies trembling involuntarily. This is bad. They are summoning a more powerful entity. Qi Yang's complexion changed drastically, exclaiming in alarm. He sensed that the aura approaching them had far exceeded what they could contend with. Even the dragon commander, who had been covertly observing from the shadows, wore a grave expression. The projection of the Eternal Night King. These fiends truly dared to play such a grand game. In this critical moment, a flicker of frenzied determination flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. You wish to summon your mighty beings? Did you seek my consent? He thrust the soul-whispering staff into the ground with fervor. All soul servants, heed my command. Offer your shattered souls and tainted bodies as a final tribute of loyalty to me. Plague of the undead, arise. With Lin Mo's command, the newly enslaved, as well as the remaining followers of the Eternal Night on the battlefield, simultaneously ignited with a blood-red, bloodthirsty light in their eyes. Their bodies swelled, twisted, and rotted at a visible pace, transforming into pools of putrid, foul-smelling flesh and pus. Subsequently, these grotesque masses began to writhe, coalesce, and reform as if imbued with life. A series of bizarre and terrifying undead creatures crawled forth from the gore. There were massive stitched monstrosities bristling with bone spikes, corrupted dragon corpses spewing venom, soul reapers wielding rusted scythes, and countless skeletal soldiers and ghouls, swarming like a relentless tide. In the span of mere seconds, a legion of hundreds of undead creatures, radiating an overwhelming aura of death, emerged behind Lin Mo. Although most of these undead were of low rank, their sheer numbers were staggering, and they were unflinching in their ferocity, brimming with hatred for the living and absolute loyalty to Lin Mo. This is the plague of the undead. Dragon John gazed at the nightmarish scene before him, akin to a hellish tapestry, rendered speechless. Su Wanner and Cold Moon also looked on with shock and disbelief. They never imagined Lin Mo harbored such a terrifying trump card, directly transforming the enemy into an army of the undead. This was nothing short of a mobile catastrophe. Qi Yang beheld the dark army that blotted out the sun, as well as Lin Mo, who stood at the forefront like a king issuing commands, his eyes betraying a deep-seated wariness and a barely perceptible thrill. How intriguing, truly fascinating. This Lin Mo is far more captivating than I had anticipated. Meanwhile, atop the crystal tower, the golden-masked high priest stared in horror at the legion of undead formed from his former comrades. As well as the boy who commanded everything like the harbinger of death, his eyes filled with unending despair and fear. He realized he was utterly defeated. Defeated by one he had never deemed worthy of attention, a C-class potential. No, my lord, save me, he uttered a final feeble plea. Yet, his cries were destined to go unanswered, for Lin Mo had already decreed his ultimate judgment. My army of the undead, tear them asunder. At your command, my lord. With a deafening roar, the overwhelming plague of the undead surged forth like a flood unleashed, racing towards the black crystal atop the tower that emanated terror. And the few black-robed priests who dared to resist. A banquet belonging to the undead had officially commenced. The downfall of the Eternal Night Church was merely a matter of time. Chapter 38. The King's Projection and Forbidden Power. The all-consuming army of the undead, under Lin Mo's command, surged forth like a tide of blackness, crashing against the summit of the crystal tower. Although the undead creatures transformed from the followers of the Eternal Night were individually weak, their overwhelming numbers and indomitable spirit, filled with hatred for the living and unwavering loyalty to Lin Mo, rendered them formidable. They climbed the walls of the crystal tower, tearing apart anything that dared obstruct their advance, with their sights set on the ominous black crystal and the stubborn black-robed priests. Damn undead, get away from me! A black-robed priest shrieked, brandishing his black scythe with ferocity. Each swing claimed the lives of several lowly undead. Yet, countless more undead creatures continued to swarm from all directions, encircling them relentlessly. The golden-masked high priest, who had previously suffered grievous wounds from Lin Mo, now found himself in a precarious situation. Already weakened, he was besieged by an endless onslaught of undead, leaving him scrambling for survival amidst the chaos. His black robe was in tatters, revealing his emaciated body, marked with grotesque claw and bite wounds. No, I cannot accept this. I am a high priest of the Eternal Night Church. I cannot fall here. The golden-masked high priest let out a defiant roar, attempting a final stand. However, at that moment, a massive stitched monstrosity charged at him, its bone-spiked claws, imbued with tremendous force, struck the golden-masked high priest with devastating impact. Bang! With a muffled thud, the golden-masked high priest was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, blood spewing from his mouth, and he could not discern how many bones had been shattered. He crashed heavily to the ground, his vision darkening as consciousness began to fade. In the final moment before his consciousness slipped away, he beheld the boy, akin to a demonic deity, who wielded dominion over all, accompanied by the chilling and cruel smile that graced his lips. So it was that I was the true sacrifice. With the fall of the golden masked high priest, the last vestiges of resistance from the Eternal Night Church atop the crystal tower were irrevocably shattered. The remaining black-robed priests, besieged by the inexorable tide of the undead army, swiftly met the same fate, torn asunder, their very souls devoured by the ravenous spirits. Successfully vanquished the high priest of the Eternal Night Church, elite leader, earning 300 points. Soul drain infliction, additional damage 50. Successfully vanquished the black-robed priest of the Eternal Night Church, elite, earning 150 points. Soul drain infliction, additional damage 25. A cascade of system notifications resonated within Lin Mo's mind, imparting an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. The additional damage from soul drain infliction surged dramatically after absorbing the souls of these high-ranking devotees of the Eternal Night, propelling it beyond the 5,000-point threshold, achieving an astounding 5,088 points. Damage calculation, L4 skill strength 14,130, spirit 1935, 1539.85. Total damage, including additional damage, pre-weapon bonus 3,985, 5,088, 512785. Final damage. After a 12-fold enhancement from the language of souls, 512,785 6,153 points. He could sense that his strength had ascended to an entirely new realm. Now, even in the face of a prodigy like Qi, he held the confidence to contend with him, and even to overpower him. Yet, as Lin Mo reveled in his newfound power, calamity struck once more. The black crystal, employed by the Eternal Night Church for their nefarious rituals, after absorbing a sufficient amount of soul energy and shedding the restraint of the black-robed priests, suddenly erupted with a far more terrifying and malevolent aura. Buzz! The entire crystal tower trembled violently, and the space above its pinnacle began to warp and tear, forming a colossal vortex that radiated infinite darkness. A suffocating pressure, reminiscent of the abyssal depths of hell, emanated from the vortex, enveloping the shattered battlefield. This is bad. The projection of the Eternal Night King is about to forcibly descend. Qiang's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in horror. He could feel that the aura descending upon them far exceeded their comprehension, surpassing even the combined terror of the black-robed priests by 100-fold. In the sky, the figure of the dragon commander reappeared, his countenance grave with concern. Damn it! These lunatics of the Eternal Night Church have truly summoned the projection of the Eternal Night King. Although it was merely a trivial projection of power, it was by no means something these contestants could contend with. Just as he prepared to intervene, he noticed that from within the black vortex, a colossal claw, formed purely from condensed dark energy, had already extended forth. That claw blotted out the sun, bearing an overwhelming might capable of annihilating all. As it descended mercilessly upon the crystal tower and Lin Mo's undead army. Ants, feel the terror of the eternal night. A grand and frigid voice resounded from the black vortex, imbued with utter disdain for life and boundless malevolence. Not if I can help it. A glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. In the face of that world-destroying claw, he felt no fear. Rather, his battle spirit soared. My undead army. Hold the line, he bellowed. At your command, my lord. Hundreds of undead creatures bravely surged forth to meet the descending dark claw. The stitched beast used its massive form as a shield, attempting to absorb the impact of the claw. The rotting corpse dragon exhaled a toxic breath, seeking to corrode the claw's energy. The Soul Reaper swung its rusted scythe, aiming for the joint of the claw. Countless skeleton soldiers and ghouls rushed forth like moths to a flame, using their fragile bodies to sap the claw's strength. This was a confrontation marked by an insurmountable disparity in power. In the face of the cataclysmic assault from the projection of the Eternal Night King, Lin Mo's undead army appeared utterly insignificant and frail. Boom! The dark claw, akin to a hand swatting flies, effortlessly crushed dozens of undead creatures at the forefront. Their bodies disintegrated into nothingness upon contact with the pure, dark energy. Yet, more undead surged forth like a relentless tide, sacrificing their lives and souls to buy precious time for Lin Mo. Not enough. Still not enough. Lin Mo watched as his undead army swiftly fell to the onslaught of the Eternal Night King's projection, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. He understood that mere ordinary undead could never withstand the might of the Eternal Night King's projection. He needed a far more potent force, a more forbidden power. Language of souls, heed my call. Awaken those unwilling souls from eternal slumber. Reforge those shattered bones with the will to kill, with my blood as the guide, and my soul as the pact. Forbidden conjuration, the Bone King descends. Lin Mo bit his tongue, letting a droplet of his essence spray upon the staff of the language of souls. In an instant, the staff erupted with a brilliance more resplendent than ever before. An unfathomable surge of soul energy pouring forth from the staff and flooding into Lin Mo's being. Lin Mo felt as though his very soul were being torn asunder. An indescribable agony coursed through him, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught of this forbidden power. His eyes were wholly replaced by a profound purple hue, as if two whirlpools connecting to the netherworld were slowly swirling. Behind him, a colossal apparition, towering dozens of meters high, composed of countless twisted bones and wailing souls, began to materialize. This specter donned a fearsome crown of bone, draped in a tattered shadowy cloak, wielding a massive scythe forged from the spines of countless beings, exuding an aura of dominion over life and death. It was none other than the Bone King, one of the most formidable undead commanders under the legendary Desert Reaper. Though this was merely a projection summoned through the language of souls and his own blood, its might was sufficient to render the heavens and earth awestruck. Roar! The Bone King's apparition let out a soul-shattering roar, swinging the massive scythe with the power to rend space itself, fiercely striking against the descending dark claw. Crack! A deafening clash erupted. The dark claw met the Bone King's scythe in a fierce collision. This time, it was no longer a one-sided domination. Two forces, equally steeped in the essence of destruction and death, collided violently in the air, eroding and obliterating. The entire shattered battlefield trembled violently, as if on the brink of collapse. In the sky, the dragon commander gazed at the titanic apparitions clashing below, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. The projection of the Bone King, Lin Mo harbored such terrifying trump cards? Who exactly is he? He had initially believed that Lin Mo's summoning of the undead cataclysm was the pinnacle of his power. Yet he never anticipated that Lin Mo could also summon the projection of the Bone King. This power has transcended the realm of ordinary practitioners, posing a formidable threat even to high-ranking sovereigns. Within the dark vortex, the Lord of Eternal Night seemed to sense the menace emanating from the projection of the Bone King, unleashing a furious roar. "Lowly ants, how dare you usurp my glory? Die!" An abundance of dark energy surged forth from the vortex, coalescing into an array of shadowy tendrils and claws, overwhelming the projection of the Bone King. Unfazed, the projection of the Bone King wielded its massive bone scythe with a ferocity that severed numerous dark tendrils or shattered dark claws with each swing. The two colossal projections, representative of divergent wills of death and destruction, engaged in a breathtaking battle above the shattered battlefield. Lin Mo stood at the feet of the Bone King's projection, his complexion as pale as parchment, blood continuously trickling from the corners of his mouth. The forceful summoning of the Bone King's projection exacted a tremendous toll on him, nearly draining him of his soul power and mental strength. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, desperately maintaining the projection's form. He understood this was his sole opportunity. Should he fail to repel the projection of the Lord of Eternal Night, complete annihilation awaited them. "Grant me the power to sever." Lin Mo let out a hoarse roar, channeling every last ounce of strength into the projection of the Bone King. The projection seemed to resonate with his will, erupting in a thunderous roar, its colossal bone scythe radiating an unprecedented brilliance, embodying an unwavering resolve to sever all, as it struck fiercely towards the core of the black vortex. "No!" The vortex echoed with the enraged and astonished roar of the Lord of Eternal Night. He appeared taken aback that a mere mortal could unleash such terrifying power, even threatening his own projection. Crack! A sound like shattering glass rang out from the core of the black vortex. Subsequently, that enormous black vortex rapidly diminished, collapsing like a balloon punctured by a blade, ultimately vanishing into thin air. The projection of the Lord of Eternal Night had been forcibly severed from its connection to this plane. Though only a temporary repulsion, it was enough to leave all in awe. After delivering that earth-shattering blow, the projection of the Bone King seemed to exhaust all its strength, slowly dissipating into the air. Lin Mo could no longer sustain himself, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying dangerously close to collapsing. Su Wanner rushed forward, supporting him, her eyes filled with concern and tenderness. "Lin Mo, are you all right?" "Cough. I won't die." Lin Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, managing a pale, weak smile. Despite the immense toll, he had succeeded. Not only had he repelled the projection of the Lord of Eternal Night, thwarting the malevolent ritual of the Eternal Night Church, but more importantly, he had reached a new pinnacle in his understanding and mastery of soul power during this battle. He could sense that the additional damage from his soul strike had subtly increased during that forbidden summoning process. Moreover, he had gained profound insights into soul enslavement and the summoning of undead beings. This confrontation had proven to be a tremendous drain, yet it was also a significant boon. In the skies, Dragon Commander gazed down at the weakened, yet resolutely bright-eyed youth below, his expression a blend of complexity and admiration. What a remarkable lad. Truly a monster in his own right. To single-handedly confront a king's projection, such feats are rare in the annals of the Great Xia Alliance. He recognized that from this day forth, the name Lin Mo would no longer be confined to the East Sea-based city, but would echo throughout the entire Great Xia Alliance and beyond. A greater storm was silently brewing around this C-class potential youth, and Lin Mo was already prepared to embrace every challenge. His journey as the harbinger of death in the desert had only just begun. Chapter 39. The dust settles and the name of the coiled dragon. With the dissolution of the projection of the Lord of Eternal Night and the fading of the Bone King's projection, the terrifying pressure that had loomed over the shattered battlefield dissipated like mist. The malevolent black crystal atop the crystal tower, deprived of its energy source, gradually dimmed, ultimately crumbling into a pile of useless dust. The machinations of the Eternal Night Church in the shattered battlefield had been utterly thwarted. All surviving participants, as if having narrowly escaped a disaster, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces etched with disbelief and shock. The cataclysmic battle they had just witnessed had left an indelible impact on them. The ethereal clash of titans, the cataclysmic energy collisions, and that youth who wielded power akin to a demigod, all of these would forever be etched in their memories. With Su Wanner's support, Lin Mo slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the ravaged battlefield. The undead army he had summoned had suffered near total annihilation in the struggle against the projection of the Lord of Eternal Night, leaving only a handful of lowly skeletons still loyally guarding him. The skeletal champions had been utterly obliterated, with not even remnants remaining. What a pity for my first elite minion, Lin Mo lamented inwardly. However, he bore no regrets. The ability to repel the projection of the Lord of Eternal Night made that loss entirely worthwhile. Moreover, he believed that with sufficient soul materials, he could soon summon even more powerful soul servants. At that moment, the figure of Dragon Commander descended gracefully before the Crystal Tower. He surveyed all the participants with a commanding gaze, declaring in a deep voice, "The remnants of the Eternal Night Church have been eradicated, and the crisis of the shattered battlefield has been temporarily averted. All teams that participated in the siege against the Eternal Night Church will receive corresponding points and contribution rewards." In particular, Team 17, under the leadership of Captain Lin Mo, displayed remarkable courage in the face of formidable foes, playing a vital role in the complete dismantling of the Eternal Night Church's sinister scheme. The organizing committee of the event has unanimously decided to bestow Team 17 with an SSS-level special contribution rating. Each team member will receive an additional reward of 50,000 Alliance coins. Captain Lin Mo will receive an extra reward of 200,000 Alliance coins, and will be granted one opportunity to select a purple epic-level piece of equipment or skill book from the Alliance treasury. Wow! As Dragon Commander's words resounded, the venue erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. An SSS-level special contribution rating. The chance to select purple epic-level equipment or skill books from the Alliance treasury. Such rewards were outrageously generous. It was well known that purple epic-level equipment and skill books were top-tier treasures, often unattainable for ordinary practitioners in their lifetime. And Lin Mo, through sheer force of will, had secured such an extraordinary reward for the entire team. In that instant, all eyes turned to Lin Mo, filled with envy, jealousy, and profound respect. This youth, with C-class potential, had continually redefined their understanding of genius. The members of Team 17 were so elated they nearly leapt in joy. They had never dreamed that following Lin Mo would yield such immense benefits. "Master Lin, you are truly our savior," Shen Yin exclaimed dramatically, nearly bowing before Lin Mo. Long Zhan and Lung Yu regarded Lin Mo with eyes filled with complexity. Although they had exerted considerable effort, it paled in comparison to Lin Mo's cataclysmic performance, which rendered their contributions almost insignificant. This man, single-handedly, elevated the fate of the entire team to unprecedented heights. Su Wanner wore an expression of pride and elation, as if the accolades were hers to claim. Lin Mo, however, remained largely unperturbed by the accolades. His focus was instead on the insights and gains he had acquired from this battle. He sensed that through the harrowing confrontation with the projection of the Eternal Night Monarch, and the forbidden experience of forcibly summoning the projection of the Bone King, his understanding and mastery of soul power had ascended to a new dimension. Although the additional damage of his Soul Drain Strike did not see a significant increase, ultimately resting at 5,103 points. He felt that the essence of the skill had undergone subtle transformations, becoming more restrained and concentrated, as if it could directly penetrate the defenses of its target and assault their very soul. Calculating the current damage of Soul Drain Strike, base damage components, L4, Strength 14, 130, Spirit 1935, 1539, 85. Total damage, including additional damage, pre-weapon bonuses 3,985, 5,103, 5,14285. Final damage, after the 12-fold enhancement of Death Soul, 514,285, 12, 6,171 points. Both Soul-Siphon I and Soul Enslavement witnessed substantial enhancements and refinements due to the consumption and control of numerous souls from the followers of the Eternal Night. Soul-Siphon, Level 2, Soul-Siphon Mastery, Level 3, active, consumes 20 soul power points. Initiating a Soul-Siphon that draws soul power from all enemy units within a 15-meter radius. Each second, it inflicts, spirit value 2025, points of magical damage on each target, converting 30 of the inflicted damage into either soul power or health, user's choice, lasting for 4 seconds. If the target is a non-living entity or possesses exceedingly low soul strength, the siphoning effect is significantly weakened. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Damage calculation, 190225, 3825, 288. Approximately 29 points of magical damage per second. Soul Enslavement, Prototype, Level 1. Soul Enslavement, Control, Level 2. Active. Consumes 100 soul power points. Attempting to enslave an intelligent being with health below 30, level not exceeding 5 levels below the user's, or an unbound undead entity, no level restrictions, but influenced by the user's spirit strength, making it a permanent soul servant. Up to 3 can be maintained simultaneously. The enslaved target retains some of its skills and combat instincts from life, pledging absolute loyalty to the user. Should the enslavement fail, the user suffers soul backlash. Cooldown, 1 hour. He could distinctly feel that his capabilities in summoning and controlling undead entities had undergone a qualitative leap. Given sufficient time and soul materials, he was confident that he could rapidly assemble an even more formidable undead army than before. The second round of the Dragon Selection Tournament, the Team Glory Battle, concluded. The voice of Commander Long resonated once more, interrupting Lin Mo's musings. Based on the final team score rankings, the following 10 teams successfully advanced to the next round. The luminous screen displayed the ultimate team score leaderboard. Team 17, bolstered by Lin Mo's extraordinary performance and the immense bonus from his SSS level special contribution, claimed the first place with an overwhelming lead, so significant that it eclipsed the combined scores of the 2nd through 10th teams. This result once again drew the admiration of all present. The name of the hidden dragon was well-deserved. Commander Long gazed at Lin Mo with unabashed appreciation and admiration in his eyes. He recognized that this young man was destined to become one of the most radiant stars of the Great Xia Alliance in the future. Indeed, he might even surpass him, reaching an unparalleled pinnacle. All advancing participants were to take a 1-hour break. After 1 hour, the final round of the Dragon Selection Tournament, the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragon, would commence. The rules for the final round would be announced in 1 hour. Disperse. With Commander Long's command, all competitors exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground as they seized the moment to recuperate their strength and soul power. Lin Mo found a quiet corner, seated himself cross-legged, and began to silently reflect on the gains and losses of this battle. He understood that the true test still lay ahead. The pinnacle of the Hidden Dragon was indeed the battlefield meant for top-tier talents. There, he would compete against Qi Yang, Lung Yu, and the strongest prodigies from various major base cities. He aimed to prove to the entire Great Xia Alliance who the true Hidden Dragon King was. The infamous name of the Desert Reaper would resonate throughout the skies after this battle. Chapter 40. The Alliance Treasury and Unexpected Surprises. An hour's rest swiftly elapsed. With the aid of Soul-Siphon, Lin Mo's soul power and mental acuity had nearly returned to their peak state. He even sensed that following the harrowing battle with the projection of the Eternal Night Monarch and the forceful execution of forbidden summoning, his soul strength had seemingly received an imperceptible enhancement, elevating his resistance and mastery over various soul magics to a higher echelon. At that moment, an officer clad in the standard military uniform of the Alliance approached Lin Mo, respectfully stating, "My Lord Lin Mo, Commander Long requests your presence." Lin Mo nodded and followed the officer to a hastily erected command tent. Inside the tent, Commander Long stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a massive battlefield sand table, seemingly lost in thought. Upon noticing Lin Mo's entrance, he turned, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Young friend Lin Mo, you have arrived." His demeanor now contrasted starkly with the imposing authority he had displayed on the battlefield, resembling that of a kind and approachable elder. "Commander Long, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Lin Mo inquired, neither subservient nor arrogant. "It is not so much a command as it is a desire to discuss a few matters with you privately." Commander Long gestured for Lin Mo to sit, and personally poured him a cup of tea that exuded an unusual aroma. "First and foremost, congratulations on achieving such resplendent results in the 2nd round of the Team Glory battle, effectively ridding our Great Xia Alliance of the malignant presence of the Eternal Night Church. Your contributions are invaluable," Commander Long praised. "Merely a trivial effort," Lin Mo replied calmly. Commander Long chuckled heartily. This young lad, still so unpretentious. But I like that. He paused, his expression turning serious. "Regarding the reward you obtained for selecting a purple epic level equipment or skill book from the Alliance Treasury, I can take you there now." The Alliance Treasury? A flicker of interest crossed Lin Mo's eyes. He understood that the items housed within the Alliance Treasury were the most exquisite treasures of the Great Xia Alliance, each worth a fortune, coveted by countless professionals. Indeed. Commander Long confirmed with a nod, "Follow me." He led Lin Mo through a concealed spatial portal, arriving at a vast treasury established within an alternate dimension. The treasury was resplendent, filled with countless rare and wondrous items, all emanating powerful energy fluctuations, equipment, skill books, rare materials, and some unknown ancient relics, all dazzling to behold. "This is the core area of the Alliance Treasury, housing items of purple epic level and above," Commander Long elucidated. "You may select one at your discretion, but this opportunity comes but once, so choose wisely." Lin Mo nodded, his gaze swiftly sweeping across the treasures surrounding him. He discovered that each item exuded an alluring aura. Among them were divine weapons capable of significantly enhancing offensive power, legendary armors offering formidable defense, ancient tomes of magic containing earth-shattering spells, and rare elixirs that could permanently augment attributes. Each piece was sufficient to instigate a profound transformation in the strength of any professional. Lin Mo meticulously selected. Undeterred by the ostentatious offensive gear that dazzled the eye, what he needed most was a treasure that could compensate for his shortcomings or harmonize perfectly with his professional characteristics. Ultimately, his attention settled on an unassuming shelf in the corner. There lay a solitary orb, entirely black, its surface etched with countless twisted runes, emanating a potent aura of death and the essence of souls. Eye of the Underworld, special artifact, purple epic. Effect 1, Soul Vision. Once equipped, you can perceive soul entities, energy flows, and concealed magical traps and illusions that elude ordinary perception. Effect 2, Soul Insight. You can discern the strength of a target's soul, emotional fluctuations, and certain weaknesses and skill information. Effect 3, Soul Whisper, passive. Your soul is more adept at communicating with undead creatures and otherworldly beings. with a chance to acquire special information or quests from them. Effect 4. Soul Link Enhanced. The connection between you and your soul servants will become more robust and efficient, granting a slight enhancement to their attributes, and allowing you to perceive their states and emotions more clearly. Note: this artifact appears to possess a mysterious connection to a lost plane of the undead, harboring unknown powers and secrets, but it may also bring unpredictable risks. This is it. Upon reading the attributes of the Eye of the Underworld, a flicker of unrestrained delight and fervor danced in Lin Mo's eyes. This extraordinary artifact seemed tailor-made for him, the Desert Reaper. Soul Vision and Soul Insight would furnish him with a tremendous informational advantage in combat and exploration. Soul Whisper could lead to unexpected adventures and opportunities. And Soul Link Enhanced would directly bolster the combat power of his soul servants, propelling his ambition to assemble an army of the undead. As for the unknown risks, Lin Mo had never feared risks. He firmly believed that opportunity and peril coexisted. Dragon Commander, I choose this one, Lin Mo declared resolutely, pointing at the Eye of the Underworld. Dragon Commander cast a glance at the obsidian orb, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. Are you certain? Although the Eye of the Underworld is an epic artifact, it lacks direct offensive or defensive capabilities, and its origins are somewhat dubious. It is said that some professionals have succumbed to madness after equipping it, even becoming possessed by otherworldly malevolence. He clearly wished to dissuade Lin Mo from selecting an item of potential danger. Yet Lin Mo merely smiled gently. Thank you for the warning, Dragon Commander. But I trust my judgment. This item is exceptionally suited to me. Seeing Lin Mo's unwavering resolve, Dragon Commander ceased further persuasion and nodded. Very well. Since you have made your decision, it shall be as you wish. With a flick of his hand, the Eye of the Underworld flew into Lin Mo's grasp. As Lin Mo received the Eye of the Underworld, he felt a chilling, pure essence of soul energy emanating from the orb, resonating powerfully with the Desert Reaper's force within him. Without hesitation, he equipped it upon his forehead, like a third eye. It could be concealed. In an instant, he sensed a profound transformation in his world. His vision sharpened and deepened, unveiling vibrant, colorful energy motes dancing in the air. And he could perceive the varying intensities of soul auras radiating from every creature around him. He even caught faint whispers from the void, as if countless souls were confiding in him. This sensation was utterly enchanting. Lin Mo's heart swelled with exhilaration. He understood that the Eye of the Underworld would become an immensely significant ally on his path of growth. At that moment, Dragon Commander spoke up, young friend Lin Mo. In addition to this artifact, I would like to present you with a small surprise. Oh, Lin Mo looked at Dragon Commander with some surprise. Dragon Commander smiled gently and retrieved a palm-sized, pitch-black token emitting a potent aura of death from his pocket. The token bore a grotesque skull design along with some ancient, mysterious runes. Token of the Undead Lord, special item. Level. Effect. Note: this is the sole proof for initiating the trials of the undead, which seemingly harbors immense secrets and unparalleled power related to the profession of the Desert Reaper, though it also accompanies unimaginable dangers. What is this? Lin Mo gazed at the token, feeling the terrifying aura that resonated profoundly with his professional power, his pupils narrowing sharply. Dragon Commander extended the token toward Lin Mo, speaking slowly. This token is something I stumbled upon years ago in an ancient ruin. I have studied it for a long time and could not discern its specific purpose, only that it pertains to undead power and seems to be waiting for a particular individual. Upon witnessing your casting of the Forbidden Bone King projection today, it dawned on me that perhaps you are the destined one it has been awaiting. This token of the Undead Lord is thus bestowed upon you, hoping it aids you in unraveling the deeper mysteries of the Desert Reaper profession, allowing you to progress further and grow stronger in your future endeavors. Lin Mo accepted the heavy token of the Undead Lord, a tempest of emotions surging within him. He could distinctly sense that the power contained within this token surpassed even that of the Eye of the Underworld. This power seemed capable of connecting to an unknown realm filled with death and despair, allowing him to glimpse the ultimate secrets of the Desert Reaper profession. This was the true surprise, a monumental surprise that could alter his destiny. Thank you for your generous gift, Dragon Commander. Lin Mo respectfully bowed to Dragon Commander, his voice brimming with gratitude. This grand gift was indeed exceedingly precious. Dragon Commander waved his hand dismissively, smiling. No need for formality. Consider it an additional reward for your efforts in eradicating the Eternal Night Church for the Alliance. However, be cautious with the token of the Undead Lord. The power it contains is extraordinarily dangerous. Exercise care in its use and do not act hastily, lest you attract calamity. I understand. Lin Mo nodded, carefully storing the token of the Undead Lord within his inventory. He recognized that this token would be key to exploring the powers of the Desert Reaper in the future. However, he would not rush. He would wait until he was sufficiently powerful and well-prepared before embarking on the so-called trials of the undead. Well, now that you have chosen your treasures and received your surprise, it's time to prepare for the final round of the Hidden Dragon selection. Dragon Commander patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, his eyes filled with anticipation. The final round of the competition, named the Pinnacle of Hidden Dragons, would see all advancing contestants engage in a no-holds-barred battle royale on a massive floating arena. Upon the arena, there exist neither rules nor limitations. Only the singular victor shall ascend to the pinnacle, attaining the unparalleled glory of the dragon's apex, along with the unimaginable rewards bestowed by the alliance. I firmly believe that with your prowess, you shall undoubtedly shine brilliantly in the final round, bringing us even greater surprises. As Lin Mo absorbed these words, a fierce battle spirit ignited within his eyes. The apex of the hidden dragon, an indiscriminate melee, the sole victor. This was the stage he had long anticipated. He yearned to trample upon all so-called geniuses on this platform. With absolute power, he would seize the honor of becoming the dragon's apex. Rest assured, Dragon Commander, I shall not disappoint you. Lin Mo smiled confidently, his gaze radiating an air of dominance that looked down upon the world. A far more brutal and intense final showdown was about to unfold at the apex of the hidden dragon. Chapter 41, The Apex of the Hidden Dragon and the Contest of Heroes. When Lin Mo returned from the Alliance's treasury, the respite on the shattered battlefield had drawn to a close. All the contestants who had advanced were once again teleported to the central square of the floating combat island. At this moment, fewer than 200 contestants remained, each a paragon among thousands of prodigies, emanating powerful confidence and a spirited will to battle. Their eyes were fixated upon the colossal floating arena that was gradually ascending in the center of the square. This arena, with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters, was forged from an enigmatic black crystal, its surface etched with innumerable arcane runes, exuding an aura of ancient wisdom and timelessness. This was the final battleground of the hidden dragon selection, the apex of the hidden dragon. The figure of the dragon commander reappeared above the arena, his gaze sweeping imperiously over all the contestants below. Congratulations, hidden dragons, on successfully advancing to the final round of this selection. Henceforth, you shall engage in the ultimate contest upon this apex of the hidden dragon. The rules of the final round are quite simple: an indiscriminate melee, vanquish all opponents, and the sole survivor standing upon this arena shall be crowned the apex of the hidden dragon for this edition. The apex shall not only receive unmatched glory, but also the Alliance's bountiful rewards capable of altering one's life. These include a custom-made legendary, orange, piece of equipment, a self-selected legendary skill book, and a 1-year qualification to cultivate in the Alliance's sacred grounds. Upon the conclusion of the Dragon Commander's proclamation, the entire square erupted in fervor. Legendary equipment, legendary skill books, qualification for the Alliance's sacred ground. Each of these rewards was sufficient to drive any practitioner into a frenzy. Legendary equipment and skill books were rarer and more powerful than their epic counterparts, representing the pinnacle of strategic resources within the Daxiao Alliance. Treasures that ordinary individuals might never even glimpse. The Alliance's sacred ground was a fabled sanctuary said to transform practitioners, enabling them to achieve remarkable progress. Rumored to harbor the secrets of the world's essence. For these proud young prodigies, these rewards were undoubtedly a fatal temptation. In an instant, the eyes of all contestants ignited with fervent flames, brimming with the thirst for victory and the pursuit of glory. Their gazes toward one another transformed, infused with vigilance and hostility, for they knew that henceforth they would become each other's most direct competitors, and only by trampling upon all could one ultimately ascend to the summit. Lin Mo too sensed the tense and fervent atmosphere surrounding him, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Legendary equipment and skill books? How intriguing. The Alliance's sacred ground. Perhaps it would allow me to enhance my strength more swiftly and unlock further secrets concerning the Desert Reaper. He found himself slightly intrigued by these rewards. More importantly, he yearned for a clash with genuine powerhouses. He intended to showcase his strength unreservedly on this grand stage of the apex of the hidden dragon. He wished to make it known to all the terror of the Desert Reaper. Now, all qualifiers, ascend to the apex of the hidden dragon. The Dragon Commander commanded solemnly. With his decree, beams of light descended from above, enveloping all contestants and transporting them onto the massive floating arena. The moment Lin Mo set foot upon the arena, he distinctly felt a peculiar energy emanating from the black crystal ground beneath him, seemingly enhancing the practitioner's perception and reaction capabilities. Surrounding the arena was an invisible energy barrier, preventing contestants from falling or fleeing. This was a completely enclosed battleground, solely belonging to the strong. Close to 200 top talents from various major base cities gathered here, eyeing each other warily like beasts poised to strike, searching for potential threats and possible allies. The radiant figure of Qi Yang remained the most resplendent presence in the arena, his entire being ablaze with golden solar flames, exuding an aura of dominance that commanded respect. His gaze immediately locked onto Lin Mo, filled with unmasked battle intent and perhaps a hint of anticipation. Meanwhile, Lung Yu silently melded into the shadows on the edge of the arena, as if one with the darkness, making her presence almost imperceptible. Yet Lin Mo understood that this lurking serpent in the shadows could unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Long Zhan stood boldly at the center of the arena, his dragon-patterned shield radiating a heavy glow, evidently prepared to confront any challenge with unwavering resolve. Suwanner nervously trailed a short distance behind Lin Mo, aware that in such an indiscriminate melee, her supportive role would render her the primary target for all adversaries. In addition to these familiar faces, the arena also hosted many formidable unknown prodigies. There was the Thunder Emperor's heir from the Shengjing base city, capable of controlling thunder. The spatial traveler from the Modu base city, proficient in spatial magic. The war machine from the Southwest Military District, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive sword. And several practitioners from mysterious ancient martial families, cultivating peculiar techniques. Each one was a formidable force, a pride of their respective base cities, harboring powerful trump cards and an unwavering belief in their victory. This was a true contest of heroes. This was a pinnacle confrontation that would determine the fate of the future. The Dragon Commander's figure reappeared above the arena, his voice resonating like a mighty bell throughout the combat island. At the apex of the Hidden Dragon, the final showdown. No rules, no restrictions. Fight until only one remains standing. Now I declare, commence. As the Dragon Commander's final words echoed, an invisible aura of slaughter instantaneously enveloped the entire arena. The nerves of all contestants were stretched to their utmost. After a brief silence, an unknown individual broke the oppressive calm with a furious roar. Kill. In that instant, the apex of the Hidden Dragon transformed into a chaotic battleground. The brilliance of skills erupted like fireworks. The clashing of weapons, the roaring of energy, and the shouts and cries of practitioners resonated incessantly. The battle escalated to a fever pitch in an instant. Some contestants, weaker in strength or unfortunate in fortune, were almost instantaneously obliterated by concentrated fire and transformed into beams of light, being eliminated from the competition. Some astute competitors began to form temporary alliances, banding together to confront more formidable foes. Qi Yang, akin to a bulldozer on the battlefield, blazed with the golden flames of the sun, leaving no one capable of withstanding his brilliance. With each strike, he claimed the lives of multiple participants, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Meanwhile, Lung Yu moved like a specter, gliding through the shadows of the battlefield. Each appearance was accompanied by a lethal glint and the fall of yet another contender, showcasing a breathtaking efficiency. Long Zhan, bolstered by his formidable defenses and the explosive power of dragon blood, charged through the throngs like an indomitable bastion of war. Suwanner, under Lin Mo's subtle guidance, concealed herself at the periphery of the arena, cautiously bestowing various buffs and healing upon herself and a select few seemingly amicable participants, striving to avoid attracting undue attention. As for Lin Mo, he remained stationary, refraining from immediate action. His eyes, equipped with the eye of the underworld, glimmered with a profound light as he coolly assessed the entire battlefield, scrutinizing the strengths and characteristics of each competitor. He was in search, not merely for prey, but for the most opportune moment to strike. He recognized that this chaotic melee was not merely a contest of victory or defeat for him, but an unprecedented feast for the soul. At the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragon, he aimed to elevate his soul-draining strike to an entirely new and terrifying realm that would send shivers through all. He sought to forge his throne atop the peak using the souls of his enemies. Thus, the hunt commenced. A chilling smile curved Lin Mo's lips as the dark purple glow of his soul death staff flickered ominously. He moved. His figure melded into the chaotic battlefield like a phantom. A frenzied and blood-soaked slaughter, marked by the death of the desert's reaper, was about to unfold at the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragon. Chapter 42. The Hunt Amidst Chaos and the Watchful Shadows. The tumult of the Hidden Dragon's battlefield proved to be far more brutal and intense than anyone could have anticipated. Nearly 200 elite prodigies engaged in a deadly struggle within this confined arena. There was no mercy, no retreat, only the primal thirst for victory and the pursuit of power. Lin Mo's presence resembled that of a ghost, seamlessly navigating through the chaotic throngs and the rampant flashes of skills. Unlike Qi Yang's overt assaults or Lung Yu's lethal precision, he embodied the patience of a seasoned hunter, diligently seeking every potential opportunity. His eye of the underworld allowed him to perceive the soul's strength, emotional fluctuations, and skill cooldowns of each target with clarity. This insight enabled him to appear at the most opportune moments, delivering the most devastating blows to his foes. Soul-Draining Strike. A grade A poison master from the Lingnan base city, having just unleashed a series of bizarre venomous skills, found himself in a brief state of exhaustion. Lin Mo's figure materialized behind him like a wraith, the aura of death emanating from his soul death staff as it precisely struck the target's back. 188. The poison master barely had time to scream before being instantly obliterated by the terrifying power of the soul, vanishing in a flash of white light. Successfully killed participant, Lingnan base city, poison hand, earning 65 points. Soul-Draining Strike's additional damage permanently increased by 6 points. Lin Mo didn't even spare the fallen a glance, his figure once again dissolving into the chaotic fray, searching for his next target. An S-rank paladin from the western region, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive shield, was locked in combat with two formidable warriors. He barely held his ground against their onslaught with his powerful defenses and sacred light, yet his soul, energy, and stamina were swiftly depleting. Just as he unleashed a mighty, holy impact, sending the two warriors staggering back and preparing to catch his breath, Lin Mo's figure silently emerged from his blind spot. Soul Flame. A burst of dark crimson soul flame erupted beneath the paladin, enveloping him entirely. Subsequently, Lin Mo's staff, imbued with the terrifying powers of armor-piercing and soul-draining, struck mercilessly at the joints of his armor. Soul-draining strike. Crack. The paladin's proud holy armor shattered under Lin Mo's fearsome physical assault and soul erosion. 205. This formidable defender, renowned for his resilience, was vanquished in a single blow. Successfully killed participant, Western region-based city, Iron Wall, earning 80 points. Soul-draining strike's additional damage permanently increased by 8 points. Lin Mo's hunt was efficient and lethal. He resembled a reaper lurking in the shadows, each of his strikes inevitably claiming a vibrant life and a defiant soul. His points steadily accumulated, and the additional damage from soul-draining strike escalated at a spine-chilling pace. 5. 103, 5, 117, 5, 130, 5, 150. He could distinctly sense that the aura emanating from his soul death staff grew increasingly terrifying and sinister as it consumed the souls of more powerful beings. The dark golden eye atop the staff seemed to pulsate with life, gleaming with a gluttonous and bloodthirsty light. Lin Mo's eerie movements and terrifying capacity for instantaneous kills began to draw the attention of other top talents on the arena. That C-rank potential contender is not quite right. His attack power is astonishingly high. Almost every strike results in an instant kill. I just witnessed him eliminate an S-rank paladin. He is renowned for his defenses. What profession is he even? Why have I never heard of such a figure before? Many prodigies, who had previously dismissed Lin Mo, now began to re-evaluate this seemingly inconspicuous adversary, their gazes filled with wariness and trepidation. Qiang also noticed Lin Mo's anomaly. Though he was embroiled in battle with surrounding enemies, his perception remained fixated on Lin Mo. He could distinctly sense that Lin Mo's aura subtly intensified with each kill. This enhancement was not merely an increase in level or soul energy, but a more profound transformation emanating from the very essence of his soul. This fellow is devouring souls to augment his power. The golden flames in Qi Yang's eyes flared, filled with astonishment and a hint of indescribable excitement. He had never witnessed such a bizarre and tyrannical method of growth. Lin Mo was far more enigmatic and dangerous than he had imagined. How intriguing. This is becoming increasingly fascinating. Qi Yang licked his lips, his gaze towards Lin Mo brimming with unmasked combativeness and a lethal intent. He understood that Lin Mo would pose the greatest obstacle to his quest for glory at the pinnacle of the hidden dragon. He must eliminate Lin Mo before he fully matures. Meanwhile, Lung Yu, concealed in the shadows at the edge of the arena, also sensed Lin Mo's peculiarity. Her icy gaze, akin to the most precise of instruments, meticulously scrutinized every movement and action of Lin Mo. She could sense that each of Lin Mo's attacks was imbued with a terrifying power capable of utterly annihilating the soul. This force instilled in her a primal sense of threat. The grim reaper of the desert, the deity of souls? Cold Moon murmured to herself, a complex gleam flashing in her eyes. It seemed she had developed a profound interest in Lin Mo and his enigmatic profession. As Lin Mo continued to harvest his fellow competitors like a relentless reaper, accumulating layers of Soul-Siphon Strike, 3 figures, inconspicuous in their black uniforms and adorned with eerie masks, silently observed him from a shadowy corner. Their aura bore a resemblance to that of the previous cultists of the Eternal Night Church, yet it was more subtle and potent. Indeed, Lin Mo possesses the forbidden power to devour and dominate souls, just as the intel suggested, one of the masked figures rasped. His rate of growth is alarmingly swift. If he continues on this path, he may become a significant obstacle to our Eternal Night revival plan, another coldly concurred. Humph. Merely a fortunate wretch who has stumbled upon powers not meant for him, scoffed the leader, emitting a disdainful snort. The symbol etched upon his mask, a crimson vertical pupil, radiated an unsettling aura of malevolence. His soul appears delectable. Should we convert him into our soul slave or directly consume his power, it would greatly benefit our scheme. A chilling laughter escaped the other 2 masked figures. They were indeed the core members of the Eternal Night Church, stealthily infiltrating this dragon selection tournament. Their ambitions transcended mere points and rankings. They sought suitable sacrifices and potential recruits among these prodigies. Lin Mo, possessing the extraordinary ability to consume and control souls, undoubtedly captured their undivided attention. In their eyes, he would either become one of their kind or serve as nourishment for their ascent. Let us make our move. The leader with the vertical pupil mask said, a cruel and covetous glint flashing in his eyes. In this moment of chaos, while the other strong contenders are preoccupied, we shall join forces to bring him down. Remember, try to capture him alive. His research value far surpasses that of his corpse. Understood. The other 2 masked figures responded in unison, their forms slipping silently toward Lin Mo like wraiths. A conspiracy against Lin Mo, emerging from the depths of darkness, was quietly unfolding. Yet, Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware, lost in the ecstasy of the hunt. He did not know that three even more dangerous and cunning predators had set their sights upon him. The chaotic melee at the pinnacle of the dragon selection became increasingly tumultuous, rife with unpredictable variables due to these shadowy observers. Chapter 43. The Return of Eternal Night and the Lethal Ambush. Just as Lin Mo had executed a precise Soul-Siphon Strike to eliminate a nimble assassin who had attempted to ambush him, and the additional damage surpassed the remarkable threshold of 5,200 points, an overwhelming sensation of danger surged from behind him like a viper's strike. Lin Mo scarcely had time to turn around. Instinctively, he activated Shadow Step with the heightened perception and combat instincts granted by Eye of the Underworld. Whoosh! His figure vanished from its position, narrowly evading a venomous bone blade that shimmered with a ghostly green light, thrusting forth from the void. The blade exuded a potent aura of soul corrosion, clearly indicative of a malicious soul attack. Not slow on the uptake. A raspy and frigid voice echoed from Lin Mo's previous position. There, a figure clad in black, wearing a raven mask, emerged silently, brandishing the poisoned bone blade with a glint of mockery and cruelty in his gaze. Flanking him were two similarly attired individuals. One donned a wolf mask, wielding a long whip festooned with barbs, while the other bore a snake mask, each hand clasping several black, throwing darts inscribed with eerie runes. They were the three core members of the Eternal Night Church who had long been lurking. They had chosen this moment to launch their meticulously planned ambush against Lin Mo. Eternal Knights riffraff? Have you not yet given up? Lin Mo steadied himself, gazing coldly at the three black-clad figures, a glimmer of icy killing intent in his eyes. He had not anticipated that these audacious individuals would dare to assassinate him openly beneath the very gaze of the dragon commander. Keek keek, Desert Reaper Lin Mo. We have long been intrigued by you, the raven-masked figure cackled eerily. Your soul is a supreme delicacy to us. The wolf-masked figure licked his lips, the black whip in his hand writhing like a venomous serpent. Surrender willingly and become a part of our eternal night. Perhaps you will endure less suffering. The snake-masked figure hissed, his black darts poised for action. The three of them subtly encircled Lin Mo, emanating an aura of malevolence far more potent than the previous cultists. Each one of them was likely a peak practitioner, comparable to levels 7 or even 8. You three imbeciles think you can harm me? Lin Mo scoffed, his expression rife with disdain. Though he sensed their formidable strength, he harbored absolute confidence in his own power. Arrogant brat, you shall soon regret your insolence. The raven-masked figure, incensed by Lin Mo's scorn, bellowed, thrusting the poisoned bone blade toward Lin Mo's throat with lethal intent. Simultaneously, the wolf-masked figure's black whip coiled toward Lin Mo's legs at an awkward angle, attempting to restrict his movements. The snake-masked figure raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of black darts, inscribed with ominous runes, that rained down upon Lin Mo's vital points. The three operated with uncanny synergy, their assault fierce and malicious. Evidently the result of meticulous planning and rehearsal, aimed at securing a decisive victory. As this sudden lethal ambush unfolded, the other participants in the arena expressed schadenfreude. Haha, that Lin Mo is in for misfortune. He's been targeted by three core assassins from the Eternal Night Church. Their presence is formidable. Each one is nearly as strong as Qi Yang and Cold Moon. Lin Mo is doomed. Let them fight to the bitter end. We can reap the benefits. No one intervened. Even Qi Yang and Cold Moon merely observed coldly, seemingly eager to witness how Lin Mo would navigate this perilous crisis. Su Wanner, filled with anxiety, yearned to assist. But an invisible force barred her from approaching, clearly a barrier set by the three black-robed figures. Lin Mo, be careful. She could only call out helplessly. Yet, in the face of this imminent onslaught, Lin Mo's countenance bore no trace of panic. Instead, a cruel and bloodthirsty smile curled upon his lips. Excellent. Just the three of you will suffice to honor my newly comprehended powers. He inhaled deeply, the soul power within him surging forth with unprecedented velocity. In Lin Mo's grasp, the staff of the dead souls erupted with a brilliant and resplendent violet hue, the dark golden eye at its apex seemingly igniting with an ethereal fire. Behold, let me demonstrate what true mastery of the soul entails. Soul drain, the domain unfurls. Boom. A horrific surge of soul-siphoning power, far more terrifying than any previous soul drain, erupted abruptly from Lin Mo's center. This time, it transcended mere spatial absorption, manifesting as a swirling domain of pure soul energy, exceeding 20 meters in diameter, enveloping him in a mesmerizing, rotating field of deep violet energy. Within this realm, countless distorted and wailing spectral forms flickered in and out of visibility, exuding a chilling aura of dread. All adversaries entering this domain would suffer continuous soul-burning damage, while their very soul energy would be forcibly extracted, serving as sustenance for Lin Mo. This was the result of Lin Mo's profound insights gained from the Eye of the Underworld, and the secrets gleaned from the Lord of the Dead's decree. leading to an innovative enhancement of the soul drain skill. Although still in its nascent form, its potency was sufficient to instill a profound terror within any foe who dared to step into its confines. The numerous black darts launched at Lin Mo were obliterated the moment they entered the soul drain domain, shattered by the raging soul energy, dissipating into nothingness. The serpentine black whip of the wolf-masked man was ensnared by the omnipresent soul-siphoning force within the domain, rendering it impotent. Only the crow-masked man's venomous bone blade, leveraging its formidable soul-corroding power, managed to barely breach the edge of the domain, yet its eerie green radiance dimmed significantly, its strength greatly diminished. Childish tricks. Lin Mo snorted disdainfully, casually waving the staff of the dead souls. Soul Drain Strike. A highly condensed gray-violet beam, akin to the gaze of the Grim Reaper, surged forth, striking precisely upon the crow-masked man's venomous blade. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the malevolent blade, forged from a special material capable of corroding souls, shattered under Lin Mo's might. The tremendous recoil sent the crow-masked man reeling, blood streaming from his lacerated hands, as he was propelled uncontrollably away. What? The wolf-masked man and the serpent-masked man bore expressions of incredulity and horror at this scene. They could scarcely fathom that their combined lethal assault would be so effortlessly thwarted by Lin Mo. Moreover, that strange soul domain surrounding Lin Mo filled them with an overwhelming sense of discomfort and peril, as if their very souls were at risk of being wrenched from their bodies at any moment. Now, it is my turn to counterattack. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he, like a wraith, charged towards the two still reeling black-robed figures. With each step he took, the soul drain domain expanded, amplifying the soul-siphoning force and burning damage within. Not good. Retreat. The wolf-masked man finally recognized the gravity of the situation and attempted to withdraw hastily. But it was already too late. Lin Mo's form appeared before him, as if he had teleported. Trying to escape? Have you sought my permission? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth as he raised the staff of the dead souls, imbued with an irresistible and terrifying force, and brought it crashing down upon his head. Soul Drain Strike. Boom. The wolf-masked man felt darkness envelop him as an overwhelming force struck his skull, leaving him no time even to scream, his head exploding like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Successfully killed a core member of the Eternal Night Church, Wolf, earning 150 points. Additional damage from Soul Drain Strike permanently increased by 15 points. A swift execution. Another instant kill. Moreover, it was the annihilation of a core member of the Eternal Night Church, comparable in strength to a pinnacle level 7 professional. This scene left the remaining serpent-masked man and the distant, just stabilized crow-masked man paralyzed with terror, their souls quaking in fear. They never imagined that this seemingly level 4 lad could possess such terrifying power. That bizarre soul domain, that perverse instant kill damage, it was their bane. Retreat. Quick, retreat. This fellow is a monster. We are no match for him. The serpent-masked man shrieked, abandoning all thoughts of mission and orders, turning to flee. However, Lin Mo would not grant him such an opportunity. In my domain, you dare to flee? Such naivety. With a mere thought, the soul drain domain contracted sharply, transforming into invisible soul chains that ensnared the serpent-masked man's legs. He felt an intense constriction, as though colossal stones were pressing down upon him, his speed drastically reduced. Instantly, Lin Mo's figure appeared behind him like a specter, the staff of the dead souls descending mercilessly, heralding death. Soul Drain Strike. Uft. Another dull thud resounded as the serpent-masked man's body deflated like a punctured balloon, all vitality and soul energy greedily consumed by the staff of the dead souls, ultimately collapsing into a cold, lifeless husk upon the ground. Successfully killed a core member of the Eternal Night Church, Serpent, earning 150 points. Additional damage from Soul Drain Strike permanently increased by 15 points. In less than a minute, 3 powerful core members of the Eternal Night Church were obliterated by Lin Mo with overwhelming force. The entire process was fluid, violent, and efficient, filled with an oppressive aura that took one's breath away. The other competitors on the stage, witnessing the gruesome corpses and Lin Mo, standing like a demonic deity within the soul drain domain, were struck mute, too terrified to even breathe. They finally comprehended the true horror of this C-rank potential youth. He was no mere fortunate soul. He was a genuine reaper, returned from the depths of hell. From a distance, the crow-masked man, witnessing the swift demise of his 2 companions, was paralyzed with fear, fleeing desperately toward the edge of the stage, seeking to escape Lin Mo's terrifying soul drain domain. Yet, would Lin Mo allow this last remnant to escape, trying to run? Too late. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he pointed the staff of the dead souls at the panicked crow-masked man. You shall be the first sacrifice to my new power. Soul enslavement. An invisible wave of soul energy, brimming with dominance and will to control, surged forth, akin to maggots burrowing into bone, instantaneously chasing down the crow-masked man and crashing into his soul's sea of consciousness. The crow-masked man emitted a harrowing scream, feeling as though his very soul was being torn asunder, an unfamiliar, irresistible will forcefully encroaching upon his body. He struggled desperately, attempting to resist the terrifying power of enslavement. As a core member of the Eternal Night Church, his soul strength was far beyond that of ordinary adherents, and he would not easily succumb. However, before Lin Mo's abnormally potent soul control, enhanced by the dual forces of the Eye of the Underworld and the decree of the Lord of the Dead, his resistance seemed utterly futile. In just a few fleeting seconds, the madness and resentment that once flickered in the eyes of the crow-masked man began to fade, replaced by a hollow bewilderment and an ardent admiration for Lin Mo that emanated from the depths of his soul, coupled with an unwavering loyalty. "I, my lord," the crow-masked man declared, kneeling on one knee, bowing his once proud head in deference to Lin Mo, successfully enslaved a core member of the Eternal Night Church, Crow. Current number of soul servants, 1, 3. Lin Mo gazed down at the figure prostrate before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This soul enslavement skill is indeed formidable. It can even directly subjugate such a powerful core member, though it has drained a significant amount of my soul and mental energy. The rewards are undeniably immense. With a soul servant whose strength rivals that of a top-tier level 7 professional, my upcoming battles will be markedly easier and more pleasurable. "Rise, my servant," Lin Mo said nonchalantly. "As you command, my lord." The crow-masked man stood respectfully, silently guarding Lin Mo's rear like the most loyal shadow. This scene sent shivers down the spines of all contestants in the arena, a sense of dread washing over them. This Lin Mo was not only extraordinarily powerful, but possessed methods that were inscrutable and bizarre. He could even control his enemies directly, turning them to his advantage. How could they possibly contend with that? Many contestants who had previously harbored hostility or sought to exploit the chaos were now thoroughly dissuaded, hastily retreating from Lin Mo's vicinity, fearful of becoming his next prey or subject to enslavement. Even the blazing sun above and the shadowy figure of the cold moon observed Lin Mo with an unusually grave demeanor. They understood that this seemingly inconspicuous sea-level potential youth had evolved into a terrifying entity capable of threatening and even surpassing them. Lin Mo paid no heed to the awed and fearful gazes around him. His focus returned to the additional damage of Soul-Siphon Strike. After slaying 3 core members of the Eternal Night Church in succession, the additional damage of his Soul-Siphon Strike had surged to an astounding 5,248 points. Damage calculation: L4 skill strength 14, 130 spirit, 1935, 1539 85. Total damage, including additional damage, pre-weapon bonuses 3,985, 5,248, 5, 2, 8, 785. Final damage, after 12x enhancement of Death's Whisper, 528,785, 12, 6,345 points. He could distinctly feel that with each swing of Death's Whisper, a cataclysmic force erupted, capable of obliterating all in its path. Yet, it was still insufficient, far from enough. Lin Mo's eyes shimmered with avarice. His ambition was to ascend to the pinnacle of the hidden dragon, claiming the supreme glory of the dragon's head. He intended to transform all adversaries that stood in his way into nourishment for his ascent. He would ensure that the name of the Desert Reaper echoed throughout the Great Xiao Alliance. Drawing a deep breath, he surveyed the contestants still embroiled in combat within the arena, a cold and cruel smile playing upon his lips. "So, who shall be the next offering?" The crow-masked man behind him seemed to sense his master's intent. The poisoned bone blade in his hand, previously repaired and enhanced by Lin Mo, glinting with a bloodthirsty light once more. A more frenzied and blood-soaked slaughter fest, sweeping across the entire Hidden Dragon Summit, was poised to commence under Lin Mo's command. This time, he would not fight alone. A loyal and powerful soul servant stood at his back. His target was every so-called genius on the arena who dared to oppose him. The reign of his dominion begins, and the dead shall return. The legend of the Desert Reaper was merely beginning to unfold. Chapter 45, Sweeping the Arena and the Final Confrontation. With the successful enslavement of the crow-masked man, Lin Mo's efficiency in hunting on the Hidden Dragon Summit had experienced a qualitative leap. He no longer needed to personally engage the weaker foes. With just a glance, his loyal soul servant, the crow, would silently eliminate the target like the sharpest dagger, dutifully presenting the spoils, soul energy, to his master. Lin Mo now directed more of his energy towards confronting those stronger adversaries, capable of providing greater layers of Soul-Siphon Strike and soul essence. His presence was like that of the Grim Reaper on the battlefield, each appearance accompanied by a tempest of bloodshed. The soul-siphoning domain beneath his feet expanded like an ever-widening vortex of death, devouring the soul energy of all surrounding beings, converting it into a continuous flow of soul and life force for himself. Each swing of his Death's Whisper staff unleashed devastating damage, enough to slay foes of equal or even greater strength. Soul-Siphon Strike, Soul Flame, Shadow Step, in his hands. These were no longer mere skills, but transformed into an art of harvesting life. Those who had once prided themselves as geniuses, impervious and haughty, crumbled before Lin Mo and his loyal soul's servant like fragile straw. Some attempted to endure with formidable defenses, only to be pierced through by Lin Mo's staff, their souls extinguished. Others tried to ambush with esoteric spells, but Lin Mo's Eye of the Underworld anticipated their moves, retaliating with soul flame that left them wailing. Some sought to escape with agile maneuvers, only to be caught by the crow's ghostly figure, a blade swiftly silencing them. In an instant, the entire arena of the Hidden Dragon Summit seemed shrouded in Lin Mo's ominous shadow. A monster. He is nothing short of a monster. Run, encounter the Desert Reaper, and flee immediately. Do not engage him. How can one fight against such odds? His strength is absurd, and he has an equally monstrous aid. This is sheer cheating. Panic and despair rapidly spread among the surviving contestants. Many had utterly lost the courage to resist, contemplating only how to evade this harbinger of death and survive to the end. Lin Mo's points skyrocketed at a rocket-like pace, soon surpassing the previously unassailable top contender, Xiong, to become the new arena sovereign. The additional damage from Soul-Siphon Strike continued to escalate, nearing the formidable threshold of 5,500 points. Damage calculation: L4 skill strength 14, 130 spirit 1935, 1539 85. Total damage, including additional damage, pre-weapon bonuses 3,985, 5,555, 3985. Final damage, after 12x enhancement of Death's Whisper, 553,985, 12, 6,647 points. He could distinctly feel his power breaking through limits at an astonishing rate. The exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing strength intoxicated him, leaving him yearning for more. Of course, not everyone quailed before Lin Mo, Xiong, and Lin Yue. The two unparalleled prodigies standing at the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragon continued to showcase their might and pride on their respective battlefields. Xiong blazed with golden solar flames, sweeping away all who dared to challenge him like an undefeated war god. Each of his strikes resonated with an aura of domination and destruction, as if intent on incinerating the entire arena. The cold moon resembles a reaper concealed within the shadows of night. Each strike it delivers is both precise and lethal, claiming one formidable soul after another. Her form flickers unpredictably, elusive and enigmatic, as if poised to launch a deadly ambush from any unforeseen angle. The trio stands as the most resplendent stars upon the battlefield of the Hidden Dragon Summit, each radiating their unique brilliance, capturing one another's gaze. They are acutely aware that the ultimate confrontation will inevitably transpire between the three of them. As time ticks by, the number of participants on the arena dwindles swiftly amidst the brutal melee. From an initial count of nearly 200, it descends to 100, then 50, and finally 30. When only 10 contestants remain, the intensity of the combat reaches an unprecedented zenith. These 10 are indisputably prodigious talents, each wielding formidable trump cards and a wealth of combat experience. Apart from the familiar faces of Lin Mo, Xiong, Lin Yue, Longzhan, and Su Waner, there are others. Lei Ao, the heir of the Thunder Emperor from Shengjing Base City, who commands countless bolts of lightning. Su Wu, the spatial traveler from Moda Base City, adept in spatial displacement and dimensional slashes. Tai Shan, the war terminator from the Southwest Military District, clad in specialized powered armor and wielding a Gauss electromagnetic cannon, along with two youths from a mysterious ancient martial arts family, one proficient in unparalleled fist techniques, and the other in enigmatic footwork and deadly palm strikes. This group epitomizes the pinnacle of the younger generation's combat prowess within the Daxiao Alliance. Their clashes will surely be a true contest of dragons and tigers. It appears the riffraff have been largely eliminated. Lin Mo surveyed the remaining 9 adversaries on the arena, an icy smile flickering in his eyes. The raven behind him emitted a chilling croak, its poisoned bone blade yearning for fresh blood. Thus, the final feast commenced. Lin Mo's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the nearest youth from the ancient martial arts family. This young man, a master of ferocious fist techniques, boasted a physique of bulging muscles that radiated explosive power, clearly a formidable close combat fighter. Upon seeing Lin Mo approach, he felt elated rather than alarmed, roaring as a dazzling aura surged from his fists to meet Lin Mo head-on. Come at me. Let me see what this so-called Desert Reaper is truly capable of. However, he had grossly underestimated Lin Mo's terrifying prowess. Lin Mo, disinterested in a direct confrontation, executed a swift maneuver in midair, activating Shadow Step to instantly materialize behind him. Without hesitation, Lin Mo swung his Soul Whisper staff, imbued with a force potent enough to rend souls, crashing down upon the back of the youth's head. Soul-Siphon Strike. Bang. The ancient martial artist felt a sharp pain at the back of his skull, his vision darkening as all strength and consciousness drained from him in an instant, unwillingly collapsing to the ground. Successfully killed contestant, ancient martial family, Iron Fist, gained 90 points. Damage from Soul-Siphon Strike permanently increased by 9 points. A kill in an instant. Another swift execution, and it was against a powerful ancient martial genius. This scene sent ripples of trepidation through the remaining contestants on the arena. Such speed. Such terrifying explosiveness. Lei Ao regarded Lin Mo with grave concern, sensing that the speed and power Lin Mo had just unleashed far exceeded his expectations. Su Wu's form shimmered slightly in the space, seemingly re-evaluating Lin Mo's threat level. Taishan silently aimed his Gauss electromagnetic cannon at Lin Mo, dangerous energy coalescing at its muzzle. Meanwhile, Longzhan and Su Wan'er instinctively edged closer to Lin Mo, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Only Qiyang and Ling Yue maintained their relative composure, yet the seriousness in their gazes towards Lin Mo intensified, brimming with martial fervor. Lin Mo paid no heed to the reactions around him. His gaze had already locked onto his next target, the young woman from the ancient martial arts family, skilled in enigmatic footwork and lethal palm techniques. The girl seemed to sense Lin Mo's murderous intent as she retreated like a wisp of willow in the wind, her hands forming seals as bizarre black palm prints shot towards Lin Mo from afar. Phantom shadow palm. These black palm prints not only traveled with astonishing speed, but also approached from cunning angles, imbued with a chilling power capable of eroding the very soul. Yet, under the gaze of Lin Mo's eye of the underworld, equipped for soul perception, these so-called enigmatic footwork and deadly palm strikes revealed numerous flaws. Such trifling skills dare to flaunt before me? Lin Mo scoffed, his figure not retreating but advancing like a specter weaving through the myriad palm shadows, narrowly evading each lethal strike. Simultaneously, he thrust his soul whisper staff like a venomous serpent, continuously pinpointing the girl's vulnerabilities. Soul-Siphon Strike. Soul-Siphon Strike. Uft, uft. No matter how elusive her movements, the girl could not entirely evade Lin Mo's relentless assaults, akin to maggots burrowing into flesh. Terrifying damage numbers erupted around her, her life force plummeting like a dam bursting. No, impossible. How could you see through my phantom shadow steps? The girl let out an incredulous shriek, her eyes filled with fear and despair. The techniques she took pride in crumbled before Lin Mo, for in the presence of absolute soul insight, nothing remains hidden. Lin Mo's voice, reminiscent of whispers from the abyss, echoed in her ears. In the next moment, he delicately tapped the center of her forehead with his staff, bearing the last vestiges of cruelty. 6675. The ancient martial girl's body stiffened abruptly, the light in her eyes dimming rapidly, unwillingly dissolving into a wisp of white light that vanished from the arena. Successfully killed contestant, ancient martial family, phantom shadow, gained 85 points. Damage from Soul-Siphon Strike permanently increased by 8 points. In the blink of an eye, two powerful ancient martial geniuses fell before Lin Mo with the force of a tempest, leaving the remaining contestants with an icy chill seeping from the depths of their souls. This Lin Mo is nothing short of a god of death. Each of his strikes is infused with the artistry of demise. Who shall be next? Lin Mo licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 7 opponents on the arena, his eyes gleaming with mockery and avarice. The raven behind him emitted another chilling croak, its poisoned bone blade yearning for fresh blood. A more brutal elimination round is set to commence upon the final stage of the Hidden Dragon Summit. Chapter 46. The Thunder Emperor's Final Resonance and the Spatial Mirage. Lin Mo's frigid gaze first settled upon Lei Ao, the youth from Shengjing Bay City, whose form was entwined with raging bolts of lightning. Lei Ao sensed Lin Mo's unabashed murderous intent and grinned, exposing a set of gleaming white teeth, his eyes brimming with arrogance and disdain. Desert Reaper Lin Mo? Humph. Merely a pseudo-deity built upon unorthodox methods. Today, allow me, Lei Ao, to utilize the resplendent thunder of the heavens to utterly purify your blasphemous soul. He raised his hands high above his head, and the sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered, electric serpents danced wildly, and an overwhelming force of destructive thunder began to coalesce furiously. The entire arena atop the peak of the Hidden Dragon seemed enveloped by this formidable display of thunderous might, the air thick with a pungent, acrid scent. It was the forbidden incantation of the Thunder Emperor, prison of 10,000 thunders. This man dares to unleash his ultimate attack right from the outset. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd below, those with discerning eyes recognizing the gravity of the situation. Prison of 10,000 thunders is one of the signature forbidden spells of the Thunder Emperor, possessing unparalleled power capable of annihilating everything within a 1,000-meter radius. Qiyang and Lung Yu exchanged glances, evidently taken aback by Lei Ao's fervent determination from the very beginning. Lin Mo observed the ominous thunderclouds gathering in the sky, his expression unchanging, even a slight smirk of derision gracing his lips. Resplendent heavenly thunder? To me, it is not but a child's plaything. The raven behind him emitted a chilling croak, its silhouette merging silently into the shadows of the arena. Lin Mo calmly raised his staff of the dead soul's tongue, the dark golden eye at its tip shimmering with a profound light. Allow me to demonstrate what true despair really is. With a mere thought, the soul absorption domain beneath his feet silently extended towards Lei Ao. Unbeknownst to Lei Ao, all his focus was consumed by channeling the apocalyptic prison of 10,000 thunders. He intended to obliterate Lin Mo into dust with this mightiest of strikes. proving to all that he, Lin Mo, is the true apex of the hidden dragon. Feel the wrath of the thunder. Prison of 10,000 thunders, descend. Lin Mo roared, swinging his arms downward with ferocity. Boom! The ominous clouds, charged with boundless thunderous energy, erupted violently. Countless bolts of ferocious lightning, as thick as water barrels, cascaded down upon Lin Mo's position and the surrounding area of several hundred meters. Each strike of lightning harbored terrifying heat and destructive energy capable of vaporizing steel in an instant. At that moment, the arena atop the peak of the hidden dragon transformed into a tempestuous ocean of thunder. It's over. That Lin Mo is doomed. Beneath such a relentless barrage of lightning, even the gods would find it impossible to survive. Lin Mo's attack was nothing short of indiscriminate annihilation. The audience below watched in horror as the apocalyptic scene unfolded, their faces drained of color, gasping in astonishment. Even Shi Yang and Lung Yu displayed solemn expressions, contemplating that even they would dare not confront such a terrifying thunderous forbidden spell directly. Yet, just as everyone believed Lin Mo was surely doomed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, the seemingly inconspicuous dark purple soul absorption domain beneath Lin Mo erupted with dazzling brilliance. The domain expanded exponentially, enveloping an area of several hundred meters. The descending violent bolts of lightning, upon entering the soul absorption domain, were abruptly drawn in by an invisible force, twisted, and consumed as if they were mere drops in the ocean. Ziz. The clash between the thunderous power and the soul energy produced a series of ear-splitting explosions. But astonishingly, those bolts of lightning, capable of obliterating everything, rapidly diminished and faded within the soul absorption domain, ultimately transforming into pure energy, which Lin Mo's staff of the dead soul's tongue greedily absorbed. Standing at the center of this tempestuous sea of thunder, Lin Mo appeared unscathed, even closing his eyes with a look of rapture, as if basking in the cleansing of some divine energy. How is this possible? Lin Mo could hardly believe his eyes, his gaze widening in disbelief and despair. His prideful forbidden spell, prison of 10,000 thunders, had been turned into a mere power source by his opponent. It was the greatest humiliation. No, I refuse to believe it. Die. Just die already. In a frenzy, Lin Mo desperately summoned more thunderous might, attempting to overwhelm Lin Mo entirely. Yet it was all in vain. Lin Mo's soul absorption domain acted as an insatiable black hole, devouring every bolt of thunderous energy that descended, converting it into sustenance for himself. He could distinctly sense that the staff of the dead soul's tongue, having absorbed such vast amounts of thunderous energy, had become denser and more powerful, the dark golden eye atop it shimmering with an even more eerie radiance. Even his soul energy was rapidly regenerating. Thank you for your generous offering. Lin Mo opened his eyes, casting a glance at the pale-faced Lin Mo, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. As a token of my gratitude, allow me to send you on your way. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a cold glimmer, akin to a venomous serpent, silently appeared behind Lin Mo. It was the raven. Seizing the moment of Lin Mo's mental lapse, it launched a lethal surprise attack. The poison bone blade in its grasp, infused with a potent aura of soul corruption, plunged mercilessly into the back of Lin Mo's heart. Thud. Lin Mo felt a chill at his back. A piercing pain surged through him, causing the thunderous might within him to instantly dissipate. He struggled to lower his head. Witnessing the bone blade piercing through his chest, his eyes filled with reluctance and despair. He never imagined that he, a proud heir of the Thunder Emperor, would meet his downfall in such a humiliating manner at the hands of a mere C-grade potential waste. I am unwilling. These were Lin Mo's final words in this world. In the next moment, Lin Mo's figure materialized before him like a wraith, the staff of the dead soul's tongue lightly tapping. Soul Drain Strike. 6,695. Lin Mo's body stiffened abruptly, the light in his eyes extinguishing entirely, transforming into a wisp of white light that vanished from the arena. Successfully eliminated contestant, Shengjing Base City, Lin Mo, earning 100 points. Soul Drain Strike additional damage permanently increased by 10 points. Soul Drain Strike, additional damage, 5,517 points. The arena atop the peak of the hidden dragon fell into a profound silence once more. All were left dumbfounded, gazing at the figure of Lin Mo, who stood triumphantly amidst the dissipating thunder, alongside the elusive raven-masked figure, their hearts filled with ineffable fear and reverence. To withstand the Thunder Emperor's forbidden spell unscathed and retaliate with lethal precision, such an occurrence was beyond belief unless witnessed firsthand. Next, Lin Mo licked his lips, his gaze shifting toward the spacewalker, Su Wu, from the magic capital Base City, who had remained at the fringes of the battlefield, adept in spatial magic. Su Wu seemed to sense Lin Mo's gaze, his figure flickering slightly in the space, as if attempting to teleport away from the arena. However, Lin Mo would not grant him such an opportunity. Playing with space before me? Too naive. Lin Mo chuckled coldly, directing the staff of the dead soul's tongue towards Su Wu's intended teleportation location. Soul Flame, spatial confinement. With a low exclamation from Lin Mo, A swirling mass of dark crimson soul flame materialized at the point where the void was about to teleport. This manifestation of soul flame was markedly distinct from its previous forms. It no longer merely inflicted area damage, but instead emitted a peculiar spatial fluctuation, as if it possessed the power to distort and imprison the surrounding space. Just as the figure of the void materialized at that location, it crashed headlong into the soul flame. A piercing scream escaped the void's lips. He felt as though the space around him had solidified, rendering his spatial displacement skill utterly ineffective. Simultaneously, the horrific burning damage and the effects of dread from the soul flame rendered him in excruciating agony. What manner of diabolical skill is this? It can actually confine space? Terror and confusion filled the void's eyes. The spatial magic he had always prided himself on was rendered utterly feeble before Lin Mo. I have stated before, in my presence, nothing can escape scrutiny. Lin Mo's voice echoed in the void's ears, akin to a death knell from the abyss. In the next moment, the figure of the crow appeared spectrally behind the void, the poisoned bone blade in hand slicing through the air with the chill of death. Splat! The void's body stiffened in shock, unwillingly transforming into a streak of white light that vanished from the arena. Successfully eliminated competitor, Magic Capital Base City, Void, earning 95 points. Soul Drain Strike's additional damage permanently increased by 9 points. Soul Drain Strike, additional damage, 5,526 points. In the blink of an eye, yet another prodigious genius had fallen at the hands of Lin Mo and his soul servant. On the arena of the Peak of the Hidden Dragon, only a handful remained. The atmosphere laden with palpable tension. Chapter 47. The Demise of the War Terminator and Su Wanner's Choice. Having dealt with the formidable adversaries, Lei Ao and the Void, Lin Mo's gaze naturally fell upon the War Terminator, Tai Shan, from the Southwest Military District, clad in specially designed powered armor and wielding a Gauss electromagnetic cannon. Tai Shan sensed Lin Mo's unmasked murderous intent. He inhaled deeply, the heavy powered armor creaking ominously, as the cannon's muzzle gathered a dazzling blue electric glow. Aimed squarely at Lin Mo. Desert Reaper Lin Mo, your strength surpasses my expectations. Tai Shan's voice emerged through the powered armor speaker, sounding somewhat muffled and distorted. However, I, Tai Shan, represent the glory of the Southwest Military District. I shall not yield without a fight. Come, let me see whether your so-called Reaper prowess or my War Terminator skills prevail. Before his words could fully dissipate, the Gauss electromagnetic cannon in Tai Shan's hands erupted with a deafening roar. Whoosh! A beam of blue electromagnetic light, thicker and more concentrated than any prior attacks, surged forth with the terrifying might to pierce through anything, hurtling towards Lin Mo at supersonic speed. This shot encapsulated all of Tai Shan's strength and conviction. His most potent strike. He believed that even an S-class defensive practitioner would meet their demise before this onslaught. Yet, as Lin Mo gazed at the rapidly approaching electromagnetic beam, his countenance remained utterly impassive. He did not even entertain the thought of evasion. In my presence, the might of technology is but a fragile wisp. Casually, he raised the staff of Soul's language in his hand. The dark golden eye at its tip suddenly radiated a profound ethereal glow. An invisible energy shield, replete with the essence of death and devouring, silently manifested before him. Soul Barrier. This was a newly comprehended defensive technique Lin Mo had attained after mastering soul power to a new pinnacle. It could condense his soul energy into an impenetrable barrier, capable of withstanding all forms of assault. Boom! The terrifying blue electromagnetic beam slammed against the seemingly fragile soul barrier. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The beam, potent enough to penetrate alloy steel, upon contact with the soul barrier, was swiftly melted, disintegrated, and devoured as if it had encountered its nemesis. Not even a ripple was stirred. No, this is impossible. Tai Shan gazed at the astonishing sight before him, releasing a desperate roar. The electromagnetic cannon, which he had taken pride in for its ability to annihilate all, had been so effortlessly thwarted. This was nothing short of a ruthless trampling of his faith. I have stated before, it is but a fragile wisp. Lin Mo's voice resonated in Tai Shan's ears like a sentence from the depths of hell. In the next moment, the crow's figure appeared like a specter beside Tai Shan. The poisoned bone blade in his hand traced a lethal arc through the air, precisely targeting the joint connections of Tai Shan's powered armor, the sole weakness in his otherwise formidable defense. Snap! The jarring sound of shattering metal echoed. Tai Shan's seemingly indestructible powered armor was pierced in an instant by the crow's strike. The soul-corroding power harbored within the poisoned blade swiftly invaded his body. Ugh! Tai Shan uttered a muffled groan of agony, feeling all the strength within him rapidly ebbing away. He yearned to retaliate, but Lin Mo had already denied him that opportunity. Lin Mo's figure appeared before him as if teleporting, the staff of Soul's language wielded with an irresistible, terrifying force, crashing down upon his helmet. Soul Drain Strike. Bang! Tai Shan's specially crafted alloy helmet crumpled, deformed, and shattered under Lin Mo's overwhelming might, as though it were made of mere paper. 6,712. Tai Shan's body stiffened abruptly. The light in his eyes extinguished as his heavy powered armor toppled to the ground, transforming into a streak of white light that vanished from the arena. Successfully eliminated competitor, Southwest Military District, Taishan, earning 110 points. Soul Drain Strike's additional damage permanently increased by 11 points. Soul Drain Strike, additional damage, 5,537 points. Yet another top-tier genius had fallen. On the arena of the Peak of the Hidden Dragon, only 5 remained. Lin Mo, Qi Yang, Lung Yu, Long Zhan, and Su Wanner. The atmosphere, now oppressive to the extreme. Long Zhan gazed at the seemingly god of death Lin Mo, alongside the elusive crow, a bitter smile creeping across his face. He recognized that the chasm between himself and Lin Mo had widened beyond any hope of reconciliation. Lin Mo, my brother. You truly are the most monstrous individual I have ever encountered. Long Zhan sighed, planting his dragon-patterned shield firmly into the ground. In this battle, I concede. He was not afraid of death. Rather, he wished to avoid a futile sacrifice. He was even less inclined to become just another soul claimed by Lin Mo's Soul Drain Strike. Lin Mo, taken aback by his words, offered no further commentary, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Long Zhan, feeling a sense of relief, clasped his hands in respect towards Lin Mo before voluntarily choosing to forfeit, transforming into a streak of white light and departing the arena. Now, only 4 remained on the arena. Lin Mo, Qi Yang, Lung Yu, and Su Wanner. Lin Mo's gaze slowly traversed over Qi Yang and Lung Yu, ultimately resting upon the distant figure of the young woman in white, whose expression, though tense, radiated unwavering determination. Su Wanner also sensed Lin Mo's gaze upon her. She took a deep breath, a hauntingly beautiful smile gracing her lovely visage. Lin Mo, I am acutely aware that I am no match for you. However, it fills me with profound contentment to have fought alongside you until now. Allow me to offer you my final blessing with the last vestiges of my strength. As her words faded, the starlight staff in her hand erupted with a resplendent brilliance. A torrent of immense and pure starlight power surged forth from her, manifesting as intricate runes that intertwined with Lin Mo's very being. Starlight Wish, final movement. This was the ultimate supportive skill of the Starlight Wishers. At the cost of her own soul power and vitality, it bestowed an extraordinarily potent all-attribute enhancement buff upon the chosen target, lasting an extensive duration. Yet, the price was steep. The caster would be plunged into a long-lasting state of weakness, potentially suffering a permanent loss of some of their potential. Wanner, no. Lin Mo's complexion shifted, desperate to intervene. But it was already too late. A look of satisfaction and serenity illuminated Su Wanner's face as her form gradually became translucent amidst the dazzling starlight, ultimately dissolving into motes of starlight that vanished into the ether. In her own way, she had bestowed upon Lin Mo her most sincere blessing, choosing a dignified exit. Notification: you have received the effect of Su Wanner's Starlight Wish, final movement, granting a 30 increase to all attributes for 30 minutes. As Lin Mo felt the surging power within him, alongside the profound affection from Su Wanner, a torrent of emotions swelled within him, a warm current flowing gently through his heart. He silently tightened his grip on the Death Soul language staff, his gaze sharpening with newfound determination. Wanner, thank you. I shall remember your kindness. Now, let me wield this enhanced power to crush all before me. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes piercing like 2 tangible swords aimed at the distant figures of Qi Yang and Lung Yu on the arena. The final showdown atop the Dragon's Peak was about to commence, and he, Lin Mo, would emerge as the sole victor of this confrontation. Chapter 48, The Triumvirate and the Shadow Assault. With Su Wanner's departure, the arena atop the Dragon's Peak settled into a final triadic standoff. Lin Mo, Qi Yang, Lung Yu. These 3 unparalleled champions, having risen from among thousands of prodigies, would engage in a desperate battle for the supreme glory of the Dragon's Peak. An atmosphere of suffocating tension permeated the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Qi Yang, engulfed in the golden flames of the sun, radiated an overwhelming and unyielding pressure that was almost blinding. He regarded Lin Mo, his eyes aflame with golden fire, brimming with fierce combat spirit and a glimmer of excitement at having found a worthy rival. Lin Mo, you have not disappointed me. Qi Yang's voice resonated like a great bell across the arena. To develop a C-class potential profession to such terrifying heights is indeed a source of pride. However, the glory of the Dragon's Peak shall belong solely to me. Qi Yang, come, let us engage in a fierce contest, employing our utmost strength to determine who truly reigns atop the Dragon's Peak. As his words fell, Qi Yang surged forward. Boom. The entire arena trembled as an even more terrifying force of solar flames cascaded from him, transforming into colossal dragons of golden fire that roared toward Lin Mo and Lung Yu. Flame Dragon Roar. This was the signature area attack skill of the Solar Envoy profession, its power unparalleled, capable of instantly turning a 100-meter radius into a sea of fire. In the face of Qi Yang's overwhelming initial onslaught, Lung Yu's figure, concealed in shadows, wavered slightly, seemingly intent on evading the ferocity. Yet Lin Mo, undeterred, advanced. He felt the explosive energy coursing through him from Su Wanner's final movement, granting a 30 enhancement to all attributes. Come forth. Let me see whether your so-called solar flames are mightier, or if my soul inferno surpasses yours. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he thrust the Death Soul language staff firmly into the ground. Soul absorption domain, activate. Soul inferno. Ignite the heavens. Boom. An ethereal, purplish-black soul absorption domain, spanning over 30 meters in diameter, erupted around Lin Mo. Within the domain, countless distorted and wailing soul phantoms spiraled and danced, emanating a chilling aura of terror. Following this, dark red soul inferno flames surged skyward like serpents with a life of their own, meeting the oncoming golden flame dragons head-on. The golden and dark red flames clashed violently in midair, intertwining and consuming one another. The fierce contest between the overwhelming might of the solar flames and the uncanny nature of the soul inferno unfolded directly. Explosive sounds reverberated, and terrifying shockwaves of energy spread in all directions. The entire arena atop the dragoness peak was transformed into a hell of raging flames. However, at the very moment when the fierce clash between Lin Mo and Qi Yang captivated everyone's attention, an icy, bone-chilling presence, akin to a venomous serpent, silently manifested behind Lin Mo. It was Lung Yu. She had seized the moment when Lin Mo and Qi Yang collided, executing a meticulously planned lethal ambush. The ghostly blue dagger in her hand traced a deathly arc through the air, akin to a meteor streaking through the night, imbued with a deadly sharpness capable of piercing through anything, aimed directly at Lin Mo's vital point. This strike was swift, precise, and merciless. The angle was exquisitely crafted. The timing was impeccable. It epitomized the SSS-level shadow assassin's most lethal blow. Beware. Below the arena, Minister Liu and Su Mingyuan gasped in collective shock. They could scarcely fathom that Lung Yu would choose this moment to launch such a treacherous assault on Lin Mo. Qi Yang also noticed Lung Yu's maneuver, his eyes flickering with disdain and anger. Though he yearned for a battle with Lin Mo, he desired an honorable confrontation, not this despicable ambush. Yet, in the face of this sudden, lethal peril, Lin Mo's expression remained utterly unperturbed, even curling into a knowing smirk. So you finally made your move? I have awaited this moment. Just as Lung Yu's ghostly blue dagger was about to pierce Lin Mo's back, his figure shifted with an ethereal grace, tilting at an unimaginable angle. Simultaneously, his Death Soul language staff seemed to possess foresight, angling back in a precise, diagonal motion. Clang. A clear sound of metal clashing rang out. Lung Yu's dagger, lethal enough to penetrate even steel, was deftly parried by Lin Mo's seemingly casual thrust. Sparks flew. A powerful recoil surged from the dagger, causing Lung Yu to feel a numbing shock in her hands, nearly losing her grip on her weapon. Impossible. The icy depths of Lung Yu's eyes widened in disbelief for the first time. How could her pride in stealth and ambush be so effortlessly anticipated by her opponent? Moreover, the power and reaction speed he exhibited far exceeded her expectations. Before my gaze, your every action unfolds like the delicate patterns of a palm leaf. Lin Mo turned, calmly regarding the astonished face of Cold Moon. The dark orb equipped with the eye of the underworld, on his forehead shimmered with an eerie light, perceiving all. Every breath you take, every heartbeat, every subtle movement escapes not my awareness. Do you dare to ambush me? You are still too green. No sooner had he spoken than the staff of the Dead Soul language in Lin Mo's hand erupted in a dazzling, ghostly purple radiance. Now, it is time for you to taste the bitterness of being hunted. Soul Drain Strike. A force of soul-crushing destruction, more terrifying than any before, surged forth from the staff, hurtling towards Cold Moon with an irresistible might. Chapter 49. The Icy Abyss and the Judgment of Death. Confronted with Lin Mo's earth-shattering blow, Cold Moon's icy eyes narrowed to their utmost. She could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within Lin Mo's strike, potent enough to obliterate her in an instant. In that fleeting moment of life and death, Cold Moon unleashed the full potential of her SSS-level shadow assassin abilities. She bit her tongue, crimson blood spraying onto her ghostly blue dagger. Secret technique, Ice Soul Piercing Strike. Buzz. The dagger in Cold Moon's hand instantly radiated a bone-chilling coldness. Ice blue runes swirling along its blade, as if seeking to freeze the very air around them. Subsequently, the dagger transformed into a streak of ice blue light, imbued with a terrifying power capable of sealing souls, charging towards Lin Mo's world-shattering, Soul Drain Strike. This was Cold Moon's ultimate life-saving technique. A strike that transcended limits at the cost of burning her own blood and soul. She believed that even against a top-tier powerhouse like Qi Yang, this blow would be sufficient to inflict severe injury or even turn the tide. Boom. The ghostly purple force of soul destruction collided violently with the ice blue power of soul freezing in midair. In that instant, the entire arena atop the Hidden Dragon Summit seemed enveloped by an invisible, terrifying aura. One half was suffocating death and destruction. The other half was bone-deep coldness and despair. Two utterly distinct, Yet equally formidable, forces of soul power clashed fiercely, eroding and annihilating. Crack, crack. The ground of the arena shattered inch by inch under the impact of the two forces, deep, unfathomable fissures spreading like a spider's web in all directions. The surrounding energy barrier trembled violently under this horrific energy surge, as if on the verge of shattering. What a terrifying clash of souls. That cold moon harbored such a chilling trump card. These two are nothing short of monsters. The spectators below, witnessing the horrific scene akin to a battle between deities, recoiled in fear, terrified of being caught in the energy aftermath. Even the dragon commander in the sky revealed a grave expression. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous girl, Cold Moon, could unleash such formidable power, threatening Lin Mo. However, just when everyone thought this would be a fiercely contested duel of souls, a strange turn of events unfolded. Lin Mo's lips curled into a chilling arc, and the eye of the underworld on his forehead suddenly emitted an even deeper and more sinister glow. In my realm of soul mastery, any resistance is futile. With a mere thought, the soul-sucking domain beneath his feet abruptly contracted, transforming into a rapidly spinning ghostly purple vortex, enveloping both him and Cold Moon. Within the domain, countless twisted, wailing soul phantoms seemed to receive a command, frantically rushing towards Cold Moon's ice-blue dagger, using their ethereal forms to incessantly deplete the freezing power contained within. Simultaneously, the staff of the dead soul language in Lin Mo's grasp ignited with chains of soul energy, filled with the intent to devour and dominate, wrapping around Cold Moon's body like living serpents. Soul binding. This was a new control skill Lin Mo had comprehended after attaining a new height in soul mastery, allowing him to directly attack the target's soul, binding it in place and rendering it immobile. Cold Moon felt as though her soul was ensnared by countless invisible chains, her body rendered rigid, unable to so much as twitch a finger. The speed and agility she prided herself on found no utility against Lin Mo's bizarre and tyrannical soul binding. What terrified her further was the unmistakable sensation that her ice soul-piercing strike was rapidly losing power under the incessant drain of the soul-sucking vortex and the multitude of soul phantoms. As one force diminished and the other grew, the scales of victory began to tilt swiftly in Lin Mo's favor. No, this cannot be my ice soul-piercing strike. How could this happen? For the first time, despair and disbelief flickered in Cold Moon's icy gaze. She never imagined that her ultimate life-saving technique would be countered by Lin Mo in such a bizarre manner. This man is truly her destined nemesis. I have said, in my presence, any resistance is futile. Lin Mo's voice, akin to the pronouncement of a reaper from the abyss, echoed in Cold Moon's ears. In the next instant, the staff of the dead soul language in his hand, imbued with an irresistible and terrifying power, pierced through Cold Moon's crumbling ice-blue soul defense, striking precisely at her forehead. Soul Drain Strike. 6,788. A horrifying damage number, capable of suffocating anyone, floated triumphantly above Cold Moon's head. Her body stiffened abruptly, the light in her eyes dimming swiftly like a candle in the wind, her exquisite face etched with reluctance, despair, and a hint of barely perceptible resignation. Perhaps, to fall before such a powerful being is not an unbearable fate after all. In the next moment, Cold Moon's form transformed into a streak of ice-blue light, dissipating upon the Hidden Dragon Summit arena. Successfully killed contestant, Gyeonggi Base City, Cold Moon, gaining 120 points. Additional damage from Soul Drain Strike permanently increased by 12 points. Additional damage from Soul Drain Strike, 5,549 points. The SSS level Shadow Assassin, the pride of Gyeonggi Base City, a favorite to win the Hidden Dragon Selection Tournament. Cold Moon has fallen. Once again, the entire arena atop the Hidden Dragon Summit fell into a deathly silence. All gazes were fixated in astonishment upon Lin Mo, standing like a demigod within the soul-sucking domain, alongside the lifeless form of the raven-masked man, Soul Servant, beneath him, their hearts brimming with profound fear and reverence. So powerful. This Lin Mo is simply astonishingly strong. Even a top-tier assassin like Cold Moon crumbled before him like a fragile chick. Now, only two individuals remained atop the Hidden Dragon Summit arena, Lin Mo and the Sun Deity's envoy, Qiyang, whose presence radiated like an imperial sun. The final showdown is imminent. Chapter 50, the final trump card of the Sun Deity's envoy and the flames of world incineration. As Cold Moon's figure vanished from the arena, only Lin Mo and Qiyang remained atop the Hidden Dragon Summit. The final showdown is imminent. Qiyang gazes at Lin Mo, the golden flames igniting in his eyes intensifying with fervor as his unparalleled domineering aura reaches its zenith. Lin Mo, you have indeed not disappointed me. Even the Cold Moon has succumbed to your prowess. Qiyang's voice carries a hint of admiration, yet is predominantly imbued with an indomitable fighting spirit. To cultivate a C-grade potential profession to such heights is a feat that, within the entire Great Xia Alliance, likely belongs to you alone. However, this is where it ends. The glory of the Dragon of the Abyss is destined to belong to me, the Solar God Envoy, Qiyang. Before his words could dissipate, Qiyang erupted into a thunderous roar. Caw! A resounding and piercing cry of the phoenix echoed through the heavens. Behind Qiyang, a magnificent, towering phantom of a three-legged golden crow, forged entirely from pure golden solar flames, slowly materialized. The three-legged crow unfurled its wings, eclipsing the sun, radiating an overwhelming heat capable of incinerating all and purifying everything with its divine pressure. This was the ultimate essence of the solar god envoy profession, the true form of the solar divine bird. This was not merely a summoning. It was the manifestation of Qiyang's bloodline perfectly intertwined with solar divine power, showcasing his most formidable combat form. In this manifestation, Qiyang's attributes would be significantly enhanced, allowing him to unleash even more terrifying solar divine techniques. Lin Mo, forcing me to employ this technique is a testament to your pride. Qiyang's voice resonated from the three-legged crow's phantom, brimming with undeniable authority and ferocity. Now, let me demonstrate what true solar power is. Caw. The three-legged crow phantom let out another earth-shattering roar, its wings flaring powerfully. Whoosh! Two colossal pillars of fire, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter and forged from pure solar flames, descended upon Lin Mo like two fiery dragons, bringing forth the might to obliterate everything in their path. The air warped in the wake of the fire pillars, the arena's ground instantly melting into a charred sea of magma, world incinerating flames. This was a forbidden spell-level attack that could only be unleashed in the true form of the solar divine bird. Its power was so immense that it could reduce a small city to ashes in the blink of an eye. Faced with this cataclysmic assault, Lin Mo's expression finally revealed a grave seriousness. He could distinctly sense that the terrifying power contained within Qiyang's strike far surpassed any adversary he had encountered previously. Even his Soul-Siphon domain, enhanced by Su Wanner's final masterpiece, would likely struggle to withstand it completely. Now we're talking. This is more like it. Lin Mo's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he drew in a deep breath, his soul power swirling within him at an unprecedented speed. The soul of the dead staff in his hand erupted with a brilliance more dazzling than ever before, the dark golden eye at its tip seemingly on the verge of weeping blood. Allow me to showcase the true power of the Desert Reaper. He thrust the staff into the ground. By my name, I command the myriad souls, shattered bones, reforged into immortal warriors, submerged wills, coalescing into indomitable souls. Legion of the undead, descend. Rumbling. The entire arena atop the abyssal dragon's summit trembled violently. Deep, unfathomable cracks spread outward from beneath Lin Mo's feet. Then, terrifying skeletal arms erupted from the fissures, grasping at the edges of the arena. Following this, towering figures clad in tattered armor, wielding rusted weapons, and with ghostly blue flames burning in their eye sockets, skeletal warriors, skeletal knights, and skeletal mages crawled forth from the depths of the earth like a relentless tide. They exuded a suffocating aura of death and overwhelming resentment, as if summoned from the depths of the underworld. In mere seconds, a formidable army of hundreds of elite undead beings materialized behind Lin Mo, encircling him protectively. Although each of these undead creatures was individually weaker than the previous skeletal warlord, their sheer numbers and coordinated efforts rendered them fearless in the face of death. More importantly, each of them had been forcibly summoned from the underworld using Lin Mo's own soul power and the vast death force contained within the soul of the dead. Their strength was far beyond that of the common fodder undead transformed from ordinary eternal night cultists. This is an upgraded version of the undead cataclysm. He can summon such a vast legion of undead. Just how many hidden cards does Lin Mo possess? The spectators below the arena, witnessing the sky-darkening army of undead and Lin Mo, who stood imperiously at their forefront, issuing commands like a king, were left agape, speechless. Their understanding had once again been ruthlessly shattered by Lin Mo. Qiyang, observing the legion of undead exuding an overwhelming aura of death, also revealed a serious expression. He could sense that each of these undead beings possessed formidable strength and were dauntingly difficult to deal with. Just a bunch of worthless rabble. Before the absolute solar flames, all undead shall be reduced to ashes. Qiyang scoffed, controlling the three-legged crow phantom, and with another fierce flap of its wings. The two cataclysmic, world-incinerating flames, pillars surged forth with an even more ferocious intensity towards Lin Mo's legion of undead. My undead army, crush them. A cold glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he pointed the soul of the dead staff forward. Roar! Hundreds of undead beings emitted a deafening roar, fearlessly charging towards the two golden fire pillars capable of incinerating all. This was the ultimate clash between flame and death, the final confrontation between the sun and the underworld. The entire arena atop the abyssal dragon summit transformed into a battlefield reminiscent of the apocalypse. Chapter 51, The Undead Tide and the Fall of the Sun Rumbling. The golden, world-incinerating flames collided violently with the black tide of the undead atop the abyssal dragon summit arena, unleashing the most direct and brutal confrontation. The tyranny of the solar flames clashed fiercely with the chilling aura of death, akin to sworn enemies, eroding and annihilating each other. The undaunted skeletal warriors, raising their bone shields and rusted swords, charged headlong into the golden fire pillars capable of melting steel in an instant. Upon contact with the solar flames, their bodies ignited, charred, and turned to ash. Yet, they showed no signs of retreat, continuing to surge forward, sacrificing their fragile forms to buy precious time for their companions and their master. The skeletal knights, riding their ghostly steeds, let out mournful whinnies, their bone spears ablaze with ghostly blue flames as they resolutely charged into the inferno. The skeletal mages in the rear chanted ancient and obscure incantations, unleashing black energy orbs filled with death and curse, raining down upon the two golden fire pillars in a desperate attempt to weaken their might. This was a battle of overwhelming disparity. In the face of Qi Yang's annihilating, world-incinerating flames, Lin Mo's legion of undead appeared so diminutive and fragile. A multitude of undead beings, consumed by the searing rays of the sun's true fire, were reduced to ashes, dissipating into the ether. Yet, on Lin Mo's visage, there was not a trace of panic or sorrow. He gazed calmly at his army of the undead, which, like moths drawn to a flame, continued to expend themselves against the flames of devastation of the crimson sun. He was waiting, awaiting an opportunity, a chance potent enough to deliver a fatal blow. The crimson sun, commanding the ethereal figure of the three-legged golden crow, observed with a cruel and triumphant smile as Lin Mo's army of the undead swiftly perished beneath his flames of devastation. Lin Mo, do you see? This is the absolute suppression of power. Before the true form of my solar divine bird, all your struggles are futile. Surrender quietly. Otherwise, what awaits you will be a fate far more tragic than these undead. However, Lin Mo paid no heed to his arrogant proclamations. The eye of the underworld upon his forehead shimmered with an insight that pierced through all, fixating intently on the three-legged golden crow behind the crimson sun. He was analyzing. He was calculating. He was searching for the solitary flaw in the seemingly flawless form of the solar divine bird. Finally, as the potency of the flames of devastation waned slightly due to continued consumption and Lin Mo's army of the undead dwindled to less than a third, a brilliant radiance erupted in Lin Mo's eyes. He had found it. Now was the moment. Corvid, he commanded through a soul link to his spectral servant, who had been lurking at the battlefield's edge, awaiting the opportunity to strike. A sharp and piercing caw echoed behind the crimson sun, a colossal shadow of a raven, cloaked in darkness and exuding a potent aura of death, materialized silently behind the three-legged golden crow. The raven's talons glimmered with a virulent green light, radiating a terrifying power capable of rending souls, as they lunged towards an inconspicuous energy node on the back of the golden crow. There lay the weakest point in the flow of the solar divine bird's power, the only flaw Lin Mo had discerned through the eye of the underworld. What? The crimson sun felt an imminent fatal threat from behind, his countenance shifting in horror. He could scarcely believe that Lin Mo had concealed such a nefarious contingency. He never anticipated that his pride, the true form of the solar divine bird, would be exposed by a mere raven. He attempted to maneuver the three-legged golden crow into a defensive stance, but it was far too late. The raven's attack was as swift as lightning. With a sickening sound, the raven's poisoned claws pierced through the golden crow's fiery defenses, plunging deep into its energy core. A heart-wrenching wail escaped the three-legged golden crow, its golden flames flickering violently, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The crimson sun felt an agonizing pain in his chest, as though his heart were being crushed, and he coughed up a copious amount of golden blood. The true form of the solar divine bird was intrinsically linked to his bloodline. When it was injured, he too suffered insurmountable damage. Curse you, despicable insect! The crimson sun roared in rage and disbelief, attempting to summon the last remnants of solar divinity to crush the accursed raven. Yet, Lin Mo would not grant him such an opportunity. At the moment the raven successfully struck, and the three-legged golden crow appeared vulnerable, Lin Mo surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards the now weakened figure of the golden crow. The staff of the words of the dead in his hand erupted with a terrifying and concentrated violet glow, more formidable than any previous display. He poured every last ounce of his soul power, mental energy, and the immense enhancement bestowed by Su Wanner's final movement into this singular strike. Crimson Sun, it ends here. Soul-draining strike, the return of 1,000 souls. A cataclysmic beam of gray-purple energy, far more dreadful than any prior soul-draining strike, shot forth from the tip of the staff, soaring into the heavens. Within that beam, the anguished cries of countless tormented souls reverberated, filled with endless resentment, despair, and a will for destruction. It descended upon the head of the three-legged golden crow with an indomitable force, shattering the very heavens. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the resounding crack echoed across the peak of the hidden dragon. The once mighty solar divine bird, capable of incinerating all, was reduced to mere shards, crumbling under Lin Mo's overwhelming strike, disintegrating into a shower of golden motes. The crimson sun spat forth another great mouthful of blood, the golden flames enveloping him extinguished entirely, and he plummeted from the sky like a severed kite, crashing heavily onto the arena, consciousness lost. Successfully eliminated participant, Alliance Military, Crimson Sun, earning 150 points. Additional damage from soul-draining strike permanently increased by 15 points. Additional damage from soul-draining strike, 5,564 points. The Solar Divine Envoy, Crimson Sun, has fallen. Upon the arena of the Hidden Dragon's Peak, only Lin Mo remained, standing proudly. Though he too was significantly drained, his complexion pale, his gaze remained bright and keen, radiating undeniable dominance, with a hint of solitude. It is over. Everything has concluded. Lin Mo, through the prowess of his C-class potential as a Desert Reaper, had triumphed against all odds, cleaving his way through every challenge, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragon, becoming the sole victor of this selection. The glory of the Hidden Dragon's champion belonged to him. Chapter 52. The glory of the Hidden Dragon's champion and the shock of the Alliance. As the figure of the Crimson Sun transformed into a flash of light and vanished from the arena, the entire floating competition island fell into a profound silence. All spectators, whether ordinary citizens, representatives from major base cities, or high-ranking officials of the Alliance, stared in disbelief at the solitary figure standing at the center of the Hidden Dragon's Peak arena. Though his form appeared somewhat slight, his presence loomed like a demonic god, surveying the world with disdain. Lin Mo, this youth, who had been virtually unknown prior to the selection, and had even faced ridicule for his C-class potential, had truly, against all odds, defeated all the top talents, including the likes of Crimson Sun and Cold Moon, claiming the title of the Hidden Dragon's champion. This outcome detonated like a nuclear bomb of immense magnitude in the hearts of all present, stirring a tidal wave of astonishment. He won. That Lin Mo truly won? Am I dreaming? A C-class potential has vanquished the SSS-class Crimson Sun and Cold Moon. This is nothing short of a miracle. Following a brief silence, the entire competition island erupted into a cacophony of thunderous cheers and discussions. Countless individuals went wild over Lin Mo's astonishing comeback. Many were exhilarated to have witnessed this legendary clash that would be immortalized in history. In the viewing area of the East Sea base city, Minister Liu and Su Mingyuan were particularly moved to tears, unable to articulate their excitement. Well done, young man. Bravo. You have indeed not disappointed us. You are the greatest pride of Donghai City. Minister Liu fervently raised his fist, resembling a man possessed. Su Mingyuan trembled with excitement, for he knew that from this day forth, the name Lin Mo would resonate throughout the entire Great Xia Alliance, and their Xinghui guild would rise in stature due to this fortunate connection with Lin Mo. Within the command tent, Commander Long gazed at the youth on the luminous screen, calmly accepting the applause of the crowd, his face revealing a mixture of satisfaction and complexity. The foremost of the hidden dragons, Lin Mo. This young lad has truly bestowed upon me a monumental surprise. He understood that Lin Mo's emergence not only added vivid strokes to this year's Hidden Dragon Selection Tournament, but, more crucially, brought a glimmer of newfound hope to the entire Great Xia Alliance, and indeed, to the future of humanity. A hope capable of shattering the shackles of potential levels and creating boundless possibilities. Relay my orders. Commander Long spoke with gravitas. Immediately compile the news of Lin Mo's ascension as the Hidden Dragon's foremost, along with his performance in the selection, into the highest level of classified documents, and submit them to the Alliance Council and the Marshal's Office. Simultaneously, publicly announced that Lin Mo shall receive the most generous reward for being the Hidden Dragon's foremost in the history of the Alliance. Yes, the officer beside him responded respectfully, his eyes brimming with admiration and reverence for Lin Mo. Before long, the news of Lin Mo's victory spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the Great Xia Alliance. Major base cities, various factions, and numerous media outlets reported this monumental event that shook the entirety of the Alliance. Shocking. See great potential triumphs against the odds. The enigmatic youth Lin Mo ascends to the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragons. The tournament's greatest dark horse. The Desert Reaper Lin Mo creates an invincible myth, breaking the shackles of potential. Lin Mo exemplifies what it means to be a true genius through his prowess. In an instant, the name Lin Mo became the most talked about topic across the Great Xia Alliance. Countless individuals engaged in discussions about his legendary journey, speculating about his mysterious profession and his unfathomable, terrifying strength. Those who had once mocked him and looked down upon him now felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Conversely, those who had crossed paths with him or shown him kindness felt a sense of pride, grateful for their wise choices. Of course, there were also some nefarious forces and individuals, upon learning of Lin Mo's terrifying potential and extraordinary performance, who began to plot against him in the shadows. After all, a Desert Reaper capable of limitless growth was a value that could not be quantified in mere monetary terms. It was foreseeable that in the days to come, Lin Mo would be surrounded by endless glory, opportunities, and, inevitably, surging undercurrents and crises. However, at this moment, standing atop the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragons, Lin Mo did not dwell on such matters. He simply savored the surge of power within him. enhanced by his victory over Qi Yang, along with the overwhelming cheers and reverence pouring in from all directions like a tidal wave. He understood that this was merely the beginning, a prologue to the legend of the Desert Reaper that was just beginning to unfold. The road ahead would be long and fraught with challenges, yet he possessed the confidence and capability to embrace every challenge, to crush all adversaries, and to forge an immortal myth that belonged solely to him. At that moment, Commander Long's figure once again appeared above the arena. He looked at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with unabashed admiration and awe. Lin Mo, you have, through your unparalleled strength and indomitable will, vanquished all opponents and successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragons. Now, on behalf of the Great Xiao Alliance, I solemnly declare that you, Lin Mo of Donghai Base City, are the Hidden Dragons foremost of this selection tournament. As Commander Long's words resonated, a dazzling golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Mo entirely. This beam contained the pure and mighty essence of the world's primal forces, as well as the blessings of the entire Great Xiao Alliance. It was the supreme honor exclusive to the Hidden Dragons foremost, and the highest recognition of his extraordinary performance. Bathed in the golden light, Lin Mo felt a warm surge throughout his being, as the soul power and mental energy expended in battle rapidly restored at an astonishing pace. He even sensed that his very soul had undergone a sublimation, becoming more solid and pure. The eye of the underworld on his forehead shimmered with an even more bewitching and profound radiance, stimulated by this power. Lin Mo, step forward to receive your seal. Commander Long's authoritative voice echoed once more. Lin Mo took a deep breath and stepped forward, slowly making his way to the center of the arena. He understood that from this moment on, he would no longer be an ordinary practitioner, but the Hidden Dragons foremost, bearing the hopes of the entire Great Xiao Alliance for the future. An even grander epic chapter was about to unfold in his hands. Chapter 53, Honor Bestowed and Legendary Rewards. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Lin Mo gradually approached the center of the Hidden Dragons arena. Bathed in the golden beam symbolizing supreme honor, he received the admiration and reverence from the entire competitive island and beyond, throughout the Great Xiao Alliance. Commander Long descended gracefully before him, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Lin Mo, you have proven yourself through your might, and you have imparted a vivid lesson to us all. While potential levels are indeed important, what matters more is the unwavering belief in oneself and the courage to confront all challenges. You are truly deserving of the title of Hidden Dragons foremost. As he spoke, Commander Long retrieved a medal crafted from a mysterious purple-gold metal, intricately engraved with a lifelike image of a five-clawed golden dragon, radiating an aura of majesty and imperial dignity. Hidden Dragon Medal, Legendary, Unique. Effect 1. The Might of the Hidden Dragon. The wearer exerts a powerful deterrent effect on enemies whose levels are 10 levels lower, reducing all their attributes by 10. Effect 2. Fortunate Favor. The wearer's luck is slightly enhanced during training, treasure hunting, and skill comprehension. Effect 3. Alliance Protection. The wearer receives the highest level of protection from the Great Xiao Alliance. Any malicious actions directed at the wearer will be met with severe penalties from the Alliance. Effect 4. Symbol of Honor. This is the exclusive honor of the Hidden Dragons foremost. It cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed. This Hidden Dragon Medal is a unique honor specifically crafted by the Alliance for each Hidden Dragons foremost. It not only represents your supreme status, but also embodies the Alliance's expectations and protection for your future. Commander Long solemnly adorned the Hidden Dragon Medal upon Lin Mo's chest. Lin Mo felt the warmth and formidable power emanating from the medal, as well as the weight of its grand fortune, stirring something deep within him. Although the attributes of the medal did not directly enhance his combat prowess, its symbolic significance and additional effects were unparalleled by any equipment. Particularly the protective effect from the Alliance alleviated many of his concerns. Thank you, Commander Long. Lin Mo nodded in gratitude. This is merely the beginning. Commander Long smiled slightly. What comes next is the real treasure. He once again retrieved from the storage space a staff, entirely cloaked in a deep obsidian hue, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length. The shaft bore countless twisted runes, etched with the anguished wails of tormented souls, while the staff's apex was adorned with a grotesque skull, seemingly carved from pure soul crystal, perpetually exuding a potent aura of death and destruction. The moment this staff emerged, the temperature of the arena at the summit of the Hidden Dragon seemed to plummet several degrees. A chilling, heart-stopping pressure, reminiscent of the horrors of the infernal abyss, radiated from the staff, sending shivers through the very souls of all present. Even the staff of Soul's whisper in Lin Mo's grasp responded with a low, excited hum of submission upon sensing this aura. Cataclysm of Souls, Legendary Growth Type Staff. Quality, Legendary, Growth Potential. Required Level, None. Attack Power, 100. 150 related to Soul Power, Extremely Strong. Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 20, Perception 10. Special Effect 1, Soul Reaver, Unique. This weapon is a confluence of myriad vengeful souls, resonating perfectly with soul absorption capabilities. All your soul absorption skills gain a 50 enhancement, with an additional 25 efficiency and extra damage from Soul-Reaver Strike. Special Effect 2. Soul Whale, unique, by expending soul power. You can detonate the stored soul energy within the staff, unleashing a devastating soul shockwave upon all enemies within a designated range, with a high probability of inducing fear, confusion, and soul loss. The power is contingent upon the quantity and quality of souls stored within the staff. Special Effect 3. Reaper's Descent, unique. All your skills increase by 2 levels, not exceeding the maximum skill level, and there is a certain chance during casting to trigger the effect of Reaper's Might, temporarily boosting skill power by 100 or producing additional special effects. Special Effect 4. Unity of Souls, inactive. Requires specific conditions to activate. Note, this is a forbidden magical weapon left behind by an ancient Reaper, harboring the terrifying power to annihilate worlds, yet it may also backfire on its wielder, so it must be used with caution. This is the legendary growth-type staff, Cataclysm of Souls. My heavens! The Alliance actually bestowed this infamous forbidden weapon upon a newcomer with sea-level potential? Madness! The Alliance must have lost its senses. Below the arena, the discerning high-ranking officials and representatives of various factions gasped in astonishment at the sight of the staff, their faces alight with incredulity and a flicker of greed. Cataclysm of Souls, a weapon said to possess the power to slay deities and destroy Buddhas. Its fearsome reputation even surpasses that of many epic artifacts. It is said that this staff has changed hands multiple times, with each master gaining cataclysmic power in a short span, only to ultimately meet a tragic demise due to their inability to control its terrifying soul backlash. What does the Alliance intend by rewarding Lin Mo with such a perilous weapon? Are they seeking to nurture him, or do they harbor ulterior motives? Commander Long observed the crowd's uncertain gazes, and with a faint smile, presented the Cataclysm of Souls to Lin Mo. This, Cataclysm of Souls, is a legendary piece of equipment specially tailored for you by the Alliance. I am aware of its notorious reputation, even being labeled a devouring weapon. However, I believe that with your innate talent and character, you will be able to master it, transforming it into your sharpest weapon rather than being consumed by it. Of course, the choice is yours. If you deem it too hazardous, you may select another legendary grade piece of equipment of equivalent rank. Lin Mo gazed at the staff, emanating an allure laced with lethal danger, his eyes sparkling with fervent intensity. He could distinctly feel an unprecedented resonance between this staff and the Desert Reaper's power within him. It seemed as if it was destined to belong to him. As for the so-called risk of being devoured, Lin Mo scoffed. Having faced the projection of the Eternal Night Monarch head-on, how could he fear the backlash of a mere staff? Thank you, Commander Long. I truly appreciate this staff. Without hesitation, Lin Mo grasped the Cataclysm of Souls firmly in his hands. In that instant, an unimaginably vast surge of soul power and the essence of death poured forth from the staff, attempting to erode his will and seize control of his soul. However, Lin Mo merely snorted, unleashing the Desert Reaper's power within him. The eye of the underworld upon his forehead also glimmered with a profound luminescence. The two forces, both steeped in death and the will to dominate, clashed violently within him. Ultimately, the rebellious and ferocious aura of Cataclysm of Souls gradually subdued in the face of Lin Mo's more tyrannical and purer soul power, eventually transforming into a docile force that harmonized perfectly with him. The Staff of Soul's whisper in his hand, sensing the aura of Cataclysm of Souls, emitted a reluctant low whine, transforming into a streak of light that merged into Cataclysm of Souls, becoming part of its growth. Notification, your weapon. The Staff of Soul's whisper has fused with Cataclysm of Souls. Cataclysm of Souls has inherited certain traits and growth potential from the Staff of Soul's whisper. Notification, your extra damage from Soul-Reaver Strike has been transferred to Cataclysm of Souls. Current extra damage, 5,564 points. As Lin Mo reveled in the explosive power of this newly acquired legendary staff and the terrifying attribute enhancements it bestowed, a satisfied smile graced his face. Excellent. What a splendid Cataclysm of Souls. From this day forth, you shall be my companion in conquering the world. Commander Long observed Lin Mo's effortless subjugation of this fearsome weapon, his eyes reflecting a well-deserved admiration. It seems that this Cataclysm of Souls is indeed fated to be with you. Next comes the second reward, a selection of a legendary skill book. With that, Commander Long waved his hand once more, and dozens of ancient spellbooks, radiating various hues and steeped in a mysterious aura, materialized before Lin Mo. Each of these was, without exception, a legendary forbidden spell or divine skill. Any single tome could instigate a seismic shift in the power of a practitioner. Chapter 54, Forbidden Necromancy and Sacred Land Qualification. Gazing at the array of legendary skill books before him, each emanating a mesmerizing glow, Lin Mo felt a ripple of excitement within. Any one of these tomes could incite a sensation throughout the entire Great Xia Alliance. perhaps even inciting a blood-soaked struggle for possession. There existed a fire-based forbidden spell, Judgment Day, capable of summoning meteor strikes to obliterate all in their path. There was also the ice-based divine skill, Absolute Zero, capable of freezing time and space across vast expanses. Additionally, a dimensional secret art, Dimensional Banishment, could warp space to exile formidable foes. And a miraculous holy light spell, Divine Resurrection, could reverse death itself. Every skill book represented an epitome of power, a potential pathway to greatness. Lin Mo meticulously perused the descriptions of each skill book, finding himself untempted by the seemingly formidable and visually spectacular offensive skills. What he truly needed was a skill that would seamlessly align with his professional attributes while compensating for his deficiencies. His gaze ultimately fixated upon an ancient tome. Entirely enveloped in a cloak of obsidian, its cover adorned with a grotesque visage of a lich, exuding an overwhelming aura of death and desecration. Forbidden Necromancy, Legendary Unique. Type, Active, Passive. Effect 1, Resurrection of the Dead, Active. You may expend a significant amount of soul power and mental energy to transform a formidable corpse, level not exceeding your own by 10, into a loyal high-tier undead creature, such as a Death Knight, Lich, Bone Dragon, etc., with attributes and abilities determined by the corpse's strength and life and your proficiency in necromancy. Each high-tier undead creature will occupy one soul servant slot. Effect 2, Soul Control, Passive. Your comprehension and mastery of soul power are significantly enhanced, increasing the success rate and effectiveness of the soul servitude skill by 30, allowing a maximum of 2 soul servants to be possessed simultaneously. Effect 3, Undead Pact, Passive. You may forge a soul pact with a powerful undead being, rendering it your eternal companion, not occupying a soul servant slot, but requiring specific conditions and rituals to be met. Effect 4, Undead Sovereign, Inactive. Note, this is a prohibited form of necromancy. Practitioners will face ostracism from the living and relentless pursuit by forces of justice, yet may glimpse the ultimate secrets of immortality and dominion over death. Exercise caution in your studies. This is it. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with unrestrained fervor and resolve as he beheld the attributes of forbidden necromancy. This skill tome was tailor-made for him, the Desert Reaper. The resurrection of the dead would enable him to transmute formidable foes he had vanquished into superior undead minions, compensating for the current inadequacy of his soul servant strength. Soul Control directly augmented the core of his soul servitude skill and expanded the limit on the number of soul servants he could command, allowing him to assemble a more formidable legion of the undead. The Undead Pact offered him a pathway to acquire permanent undead allies, with potential beyond measure. As for the so-called ostracism from the living and pursuit by the forces of justice, Lin Mo scoffed at the notion. Power itself knows no moral dichotomy. The essence lies in the wielder's intent. Lin Mo, acting solely according to his conscience, had no reason to fear the prejudices of so-called righteousness. Dragon Commander. I choose this, forbidden necromancy, he declared without hesitation. Dragon Commander regarded the ominous tome in Lin Mo's grasp, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of concern illuminating his eyes. Lin Mo, have you truly considered this? The forbidden necromancy is a dark art strictly prohibited by the Alliance. Once learned, it equates to enmity with the entire righteous faction, subjecting you to ceaseless pursuit and trouble. Furthermore, necromantic magic is highly insidious, capable of corrupting the mind. A moment's negligence could plunge you into an abyss of no return. He clearly did not wish for Lin Mo to embark upon such a perilous path. Yet Lin Mo merely smiled, his gaze steadfast and confident. I appreciate your concern, Dragon Commander, but my mind is made up. Power itself bears no right or wrong. I believe I can master it rather than be mastered by it. And as for those so-called troubles and pursuits, should they dare approach, I would not hesitate to welcome them into my legion of the undead. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority and a chilling coldness. Dragon Commander studied Lin Mo's resolute expression and the aura of death and dominion emanating from him, subtly resonating with the forbidden necromancy. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, very well, since you are resolute, I shall not press further. I hope you remain true to your heart and are not swayed by this forbidden power. This forbidden necromancy is now yours. As Lin Mo accepted the ancient tome, he felt a surge of cold, arcane knowledge flooding into his mind. Countless forbidden secrets regarding summoning the undead, controlling souls, and desecrating life and death unfurled within his consciousness. Bint, you have successfully learned the legendary skill forbidden necromancy. Savoring the influx of newfound knowledge and power, a satisfied smile graced Lin Mo's face. He knew that this forbidden necromancy would become another formidable weapon in his arsenal as he traverses the world, now that the 2 legendary rewards have been distributed. Dragon Commander stated, his demeanor growing solemn. We arrive at the final, and most crucial, reward, the qualification to cultivate in the Alliance's sacred grounds for 1 year. The Alliance's sacred grounds are the utmost secret of the Great Xia Alliance, and the coveted haven for all practitioners. Within, the purest essence of world origin power resides, capable of cleansing souls, honing bodies, comprehending laws, and even breaking the shackles of potential. A year of cultivation within the sacred grounds yields results far surpassing a decade of arduous training in the outside world. Countless extraordinary talents have undergone their ultimate metamorphosis within these sacred confines, rising to become the pillars that safeguard the Alliance. Lin Mo, you possess unparalleled talent and potential. I believe that with the aid of the sacred grounds, you will undoubtedly create even more magnificent miracles. This is your token for entry into the sacred grounds. In 3 days, you may present it at the Alliance headquarters located in the capital city, and someone will guide you into the sanctum. With that, Dragon Commander handed Lin Mo a diamond-shaped token, intricately carved from radiant, multicolored crystal, emanating a gentle and sacred aura. Lin Mo accepted the token, feeling a surge of anticipation welling up within him. The sacred grounds? A paradise for practitioners to transcend their potential limitations? It sounded indeed like a splendid place. Perhaps there, he could discover the means to truly elevate his sea-level potential and unravel more secrets regarding the Desert Reaper profession and the authority of the undead monarch. Thank you once more, Dragon Commander, Lin Mo expressed earnestly. There's no need for thanks. This is rightly yours. Dragon Commander waved his hand. Now, all rewards have been dispensed, and the selection tournament has officially concluded. Next, it is time for your moment of glory. As he spoke, Dragon Commander ascended into the air, his gaze commanding as it swept across the entire arena. I hereby declare the selection tournament has reached a triumphant conclusion. Let us once again offer the most thunderous applause for this tournament's champion, Lin Mo. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted like a tidal wave, reverberating through the floating competition island. Countless gazes of admiration, envy, and reverence converged upon the young man standing alone at the pinnacle of the Dragoness stage. Lin Mo, a name that would henceforth be etched as an immortal legend in the annals of the Great Xia Alliance. And his story was only just beginning. Chapter 55, Fame and Reactions from All Quarters. The aftermath of the selection tournament swept through the Great Xia Alliance like a Category 12 hurricane. Lin Mo's legendary feat of overcoming the odds with sea-level potential to claim victory, confronting the King's projection, and ultimately ascending as the champion of the selection tournament spread rapidly through various channels, becoming the most talked-about topic in every corner, at every table, and in every conversation. Major news outlets and online platforms were inundated with reports and discussions surrounding Lin Mo, champion of the selection tournament, the tale of a sea-level underdog's rise to legend. In-depth analysis, the terrifying potential of the Desert Reaper profession, and the enigma of Lin Mo's growth. Exclusive interview. Long Shui, judge of the Dragon Selection Tournament, personally comments on Lin Mo, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. For a fleeting moment, Lin Mo eclipsed countless long-established powerhouses, becoming the focal point of admiration. Numerous young professionals began to idolize Lin Mo, envisioning themselves breaking the shackles of potential and crafting their own miracles. Those who had previously crossed paths with Lin Mo found themselves thrust into the limelight, becoming the envy and adoration of many. The principal and teachers of the 3rd Senior High School of Donghai Bay City, upon hearing the news of Lin Mo's victory, were so exhilarated that they lost sleep. Hastily convening a meeting to inscribe Lin Mo's deeds into the annals of school history and establish the Lin Mo Scholarship to inspire future students. The president of the Xinghua Guild, Su Mingyuan, promptly held a press conference, loudly proclaiming Lin Mo as the honorary patron of the guild, hinting at a profound partnership that attracted numerous factions eager to curry favor with him. Su Wanner, due to her close relationship with Lin Mo and her selfless dedication during the competition, garnered widespread attention and acclaim, being hailed as the woman behind the foremost prodigy of the dragon selection, thus becoming a goddess in the eyes of countless admirers. However, amidst the overwhelming praise and adulation, dissenting voices and discordant notes emerged. Some self-proclaimed traditionalists, discomfort by Lin Mo's peculiar and domineering tactics, openly criticized him for practicing the nefarious art of necromancy, branding him a malignant tumor within the alliance and demanding stringent punishment. Others, who had tasted defeat at Lin Mo's hands during the Dragon Selection Tournament, begrudgingly spread rumors that he had triumphed through the use of forbidden artifacts or malevolent forces, attempting to tarnish his reputation. Furthermore, shadowy antagonistic factions and malevolent organizations viewed Lin Mo as a thorn in their side, secretly plotting against him. For a Desert Reaper with boundless potential and an ambiguous moral compass posed a significant threat to their existence. Amidst the tumultuous external clamor, Lin Mo remained largely unfazed. After the conclusion of the Dragon Selection Tournament, he declined the overtures of various factions and media, retreating to the advanced training chamber specially designated for him at the Professional Management Center in Donghai Bay City, where he began to assimilate the spoils of victory and prepare for his journey to the Alliance's sacred ground 3 days hence. He understood that while newfound fame could usher in glory and convenience, it also attracted boundless troubles and dangers. In a world where strength reigns supreme, Only through relentless self-improvement could one truly seize control over their destiny. At the Alliance headquarters, within a heavily guarded secret conference room, the highest decision-making body of the Daxiao Alliance, several marshals from the Marshal's office, along with the Speaker of the Alliance Council and several core members, gazed gravely at the holographic display showcasing all of Lin Mo's battles in the Dragon Selection Tournament. Even these seasoned titans of the Alliance could not conceal their astonishment and a flicker of trepidation upon witnessing Lin Mo summon the necrotic cataclysm, boldly confronting the projection of the eternal Night Monarch, ultimately repelling it through sheer force of will. Everyone has seen it, I trust? After a prolonged silence, an elderly man adorned in a golden dragon-patterned marshal's uniform, with a full head of white hair, yet eyes as profound and wise as the starry sky, finally spoke. He was none other than the supreme commander of the Daxiao Alliance, Marshal Long Yuan, revered as the pillar of stability. What are your thoughts on this, Lin Mo? The conference room fell into a brief silence before a burly, imposing one-eyed marshal, exuding a fierce aura with a grotesque scar across his left eye, broke the quiet. His voice resonated like thunder. This lad is a prodigy, an unparalleled prodigy, to unleash such terrifying combat prowess with sea-grade potential, even summoning the projection of the Bone King to confront a monarch-level existence. Such feats are unheard of. He continued passionately. I propose we spare no expense in recruiting him into the military and nurturing his talents. He shall undoubtedly become our strongest blade against the void beasts and abyssal invasions. This was none other than the iron-blooded marshal, Meng Yao, renowned for his strict military discipline and valiant combat prowess. Meng Shuai, you are mistaken. Another marshal, clad in an elegant robe and holding a feather fan, who appeared to be a learned scholar yet bore a glint of wisdom in his gaze, shook his head slowly. Lin Mo's potential is indeed astounding, but he practices the forbidden necromantic arts, and his methods straddle the line between righteousness and malevolence. If we do not guide and restrain him, he may become a dire threat in the future. In my view, we should keep him under close surveillance. Curtail any potential misuse of his powers, and should the need arise, consider purifying him to prevent nurturing a tiger at our doorstep. This was the astute strategist, Marshal Zhuge Xian, famed for his unparalleled wisdom and cunning. Zhuge, you speak nonsense. Marshal Meng Yao erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table. What do you mean by purifying him? Have you lost your mind? The Alliance faces turmoil both internally and externally. We need capable individuals like never before. After all this time, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy emerges, and rather than focusing on nurturing him, you wish to stifle him? You are the true calamity of the Alliance. How dare you insult me, Meng Yao? Zhuge Xian's expression darkened, his feather fan pointing accusingly at Meng Yao. I am thinking of the Alliance's long-term stability. What do you know? Enough. Both of you, cease this bickering. As the tension escalated, Marshal Long Yuan, seated at the head of the table, gently cleared his throat, his authoritative voice swiftly quelling the heated atmosphere. Lin Mo's situation indeed requires careful consideration, he stated, casting his gaze across each individual present. His potential is indisputable. He represents the hope of our Alliance's future. However, his power undeniably harbors uncertainty and peril. My suggestion is to refrain from excessive interference for now, allowing him to enter the Alliance's sacred ground for training while we observe his character. Simultaneously, we must enhance our guidance and education, instilling in him the understanding that the Alliance's interests outweigh all else, directing his strength towards the noble cause of safeguarding humanity. As for the forbidden necromancy and cataclysm of souls, since we have already awarded them to him, it would be inappropriate to forcibly reclaim them. We can only hope that he will remain steadfast and not succumb to the allure of malevolent forces. What say you all? Marshal Long Yuan inquired, looking at the assembly. The Speaker of the Alliance Council and several core members nodded in agreement, voicing their support for Marshal Long Yuan's perspective, though Marshal Meng Yao still held some dissatisfaction. He recognized this was the most prudent course of action and could only huff in resignation. Zhuge Xian furrowed his brow, seemingly wanting to say more. But upon meeting Marshal Long Yuan's unyielding gaze, he ultimately sighed in defeat. So be it, let us proceed as the Marshal suggests. However, I still recommend discreetly dispatching a reliable individual to closely monitor Lin Mo's every move within the Alliance's sacred ground, reporting any anomalies immediately. Zhuge Xian added. Very well. Marshal Long Yuan nodded. This matter shall be entrusted to Long Shuai, as he has had prior interactions with Lin Mo and possesses a better understanding of his situation. Thus, a clandestine meeting regarding Lin Mo's future unfolded within the upper echelons of the Alliance, reaching a temporary consensus. Meanwhile, Lin Mo himself remained blissfully unaware, absorbed in his training chamber, quietly contemplating his newfound powers while awaiting the day he would journey to the Alliance's sacred ground. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped out of the East Sea-based city, his life had become inexorably intertwined with the fate of the entire Great Xiao Alliance. A far greater storm was silently brewing around him. Chapter 56. The Journey to Jingji and New Turbulence. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this brief interlude, Lin Mo not only solidified his own powers and familiarized himself with the newly acquired legendary staff, Soul Requiem, and the skill, Forbidden Necromancy, but also found time to return home. Upon learning of his glorious achievement as the champion of the Hidden Dragon, his parents and aunt were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy brimming in their eyes, sharing in his honor. Lin Mo also allocated a portion of his prize money to enhance their living conditions and purchased precious elixirs capable of strengthening their health and prolonging their lives. Although he had now garnered fame throughout the Great Xia Alliance as the champion of the Hidden Dragon, before his family, he remained the dutiful and filial Lin Mo. Having settled family matters, Lin Mo embarked on a dedicated high-speed magnetic levitation train to Jingji Base City, personally escorted by Minister Liu of the Practitioner Management Center. Jingji Base City is the capital of the Great Xia Alliance, the very epicenter of the alliance's politics, economy, culture, and military, a revered sanctuary in the hearts of countless practitioners. The core institutions of the alliance, including the headquarters, the marshal's office, and the alliance council, are all located here. The sacred grounds of the alliance are concealed within a certain mysterious area of Jingji Base City. Lin Mo, life in Jingji will be very different from that in East Sea. Minister Liu earnestly cautioned him aboard the train. Here, talents abound, and the strong are numerous. Even the scions of the most prestigious families may not possess the same luster as you. While you have achieved the honor of champion of the Hidden Dragon, you have also become a target. Countless eyes are watching, eager to undermine you or exploit your accomplishments. Therefore, upon your arrival, exercise caution in your words and actions. Temper your brilliance, and do not allow pride in your recent achievements to cloud your judgment. Avoid unnecessary conflicts that may invite trouble. Minister Liu's evident concern for Lin Mo, whom he deemed a potential troublemaker, was palpable. Lin Mo, however, merely smiled faintly in response. Rest assured, Minister Liu, I am well aware of my own measures. He understood that the minister meant well, but Lin Mo had never been one to shy away from challenges. If no one wrongs me, I shall not wrong another. If one provokes me, I shall repay them tenfold. This was his guiding principle. The magnetic levitation train sped swiftly, reaching the heavily fortified Jingji Base City in just a few hours. Upon disembarking, Lin Mo immediately sensed an atmosphere entirely distinct from that of East Sea. The air here was thick with potent energy fluctuations, and the practitioners traversing the streets exhibited higher levels and greater prowess. Occasionally, he glimpsed military personnel clad in specialized combat attire, radiating formidable auras, alongside the extravagantly dressed scions of affluent families, exuding an air of arrogance. It was clear that the overall strength of Jingji Base City far surpassed that of the second-tier East Sea. Young friend Lin Mo, welcome to Jingji. A hearty voice boomed. A middle-aged man, resplendent in crisp military attire adorned with a general's star, approached Lin Mo with a commanding presence, yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of warmth. Accompanying him were several young officers, equally formidable in demeanor. This is Major General Wang Benlei, the director of the Special Operations Department of the Alliance military, and he is responsible for escorting you to the sacred grounds, Minister Liu quickly introduced. Ah, Lin Mo, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Major General Wang Benlei exclaimed, extending his hand for a firm shake. I have been closely following your performance in the Hidden Dragon selection, and I must say, you are truly impressive. Your confrontation with the projection of the Eternal Night Monarch was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Even our senior officers have sung your praises. His tone brimmed with unabashed admiration, laced with a hint of calculated camaraderie, as he sought to convey goodwill on behalf of the military. Thank you, General. But I was merely fortunate, Lin Mo replied calmly, not allowing flattery to swell his pride. His composed demeanor only served to elevate Major General Wang Benlei's regard for him further. Excellent. You exhibit humility and poise befitting a leader. Major General Wang Benlei remarked. Come. Let me first take you to the Alliance headquarters to complete some formalities, and then I shall escort you to the sacred grounds. With that, Major General Wang Benlei led Lin Mo to a military hovercraft, which bore special plates, directing it toward the Alliance headquarters. Minister Liu, due to his rank, could accompany them no further, bidding Lin Mo a heartfelt farewell. As the hovercraft navigated the intricate aerial traffic network of Jingji Base City, they soon arrived at an expansive complex characterized by solemn architecture and futuristic design, the very nucleus of power within the Great Xia Alliance. Under Major General Wang Benlei's guidance, Lin Mo adeptly passed through layers of stringent security, finally arriving at an office dedicated to matters concerning the sacred grounds. Inside, a young woman, exuding an air of competence with her gold-rimmed glasses, greeted them. Yet, her eyes held a trace of barely concealed arrogance and scrutiny. You must be Lin Mo, she stated flatly, pushing up her glasses as she appraised him without a shred of deference for his status as champion of the Hidden Dragon. I have reviewed your dossier from the selection. Your performance was commendable. However, do not let it inflate your ego. The sacred grounds are not an ordinary training ground. They attract the finest talents and prodigies from across the Alliance, each possessing strengths and backgrounds that may rival or even surpass yours. While you are there, it is best to remain compliant and adhere to the rules. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. Though her words were framed as advice, they dripped with warning and an almost imperceptible disdain, as if to say, you, a mere lad from a second-tier city, should not think yourself remarkable simply because you have attained the title of champion of the hidden dragon. In Jingji, even a dragon must coil, and a tiger must lie low. Lin Mo's brow arched slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had little tolerance for those who presumed superiority and looked down upon others. You need not concern yourself with my affairs, Lin Mo replied, his tone carrying an undeniable assertiveness. I am here solely to complete the necessary procedures, not to receive a lecture from you. How dare you? The young woman was taken aback by Lin Mo's audacity, and her expression darkened, anger flickering in her eyes. Just as she was about to respond, Major General Wang Benlei gently cleared his throat, interjecting, Ahem, Secretary Li, our young friend Lin Mo has traveled a long way and is weary from his journey. Let us prioritize the matter at hand. While he too found Lin Mo's tone somewhat brash, he recognized Secretary Li's tendency to look down on others, often using her connections to impede practitioners seeking assistance. Secretary Li seemed to regard Major General Wang Benlei's authority with some trepidation, letting out a huff before hastily processing Lin Mo's entry paperwork for the sacred grounds. However, just as the formalities were nearing completion, the office door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. A thunderous sound reverberated through the room, startling everyone present. A tall, defiant young man, adorned in an exquisite golden combat uniform exuding an aura of formidable power, swaggered into the space. Following closely behind him were several equally imposing young professionals, evidently his entourage. Secretary Li, I have come to collect my quota for entry into the sacred land. Has the paperwork been completed? The young man in golden robes barely spared a glance at Lin Mo and Wang Benlei, striding directly to the desk and addressing Secretary Li with an imperious tone. Upon seeing the young man in golden robes, Secretary Li's previous arrogance vanished in an instant, replaced by a fawning smile. Ah, young Master Jean, how delightful to see you. Please, take a seat, take a seat. Secretary Li hurriedly rose, personally pouring tea for the young man. Your paperwork has long been finalized. Here is your pass to the sacred land. Please keep it safe. He reverently handed over a pass identical to the colorful crystal token in Lin Mo's possession. The young man received the token, idly toying with it, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Lin Mo. Upon noticing the emblem of the dragon's head glory, the dragon medal, adorning Lin Mo's chest, a flicker of jealousy and disdain crossed his eyes. Oh, if it isn't the dragon's head for this session, Lin Mo, he remarked sarcastically. I heard you hail from a backwater in the East Sea, a mere sea-level potential? What a stroke of luck it is for you to have managed to sneak in and secure this quota. However, do not celebrate too soon. The Alliance's sacred land is no place for someone of your ilk. If you know what is good for you, hand over your pass. And I might consider offering you some compensation to return to your impoverished origins, lest you embarrass yourself or, worse, meet an untimely demise within. His words dripped with unabashed provocation and menace. The few followers behind him regarded Lin Mo with mocking glances, as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Seeing this, Major General Wang Benlei's expression darkened, poised to reprimand. Yet, Lin Mo spoke first, his voice calm, yet piercingly clear, carrying an icy chill that resonated with everyone present. What did you say? The wind is too strong. I couldn't hear you. You wish to take my belongings? Do you think you are worthy? Chapter 57. The Young Rascals of Jingji and the Might of a Single Fist. What did you say? The young man in golden robes, incensed by Lin Mo's taunting words and dismissive gaze, erupted with fury. He, the scion of one of the 4 great families of Jingji Base City, had never before encountered such insolence and humiliation. How could he, raised in luxury and privilege, endure such affront from one he deemed as insignificant as an ant from a remote corner of the world? You little brat, you are courting death, the young man bellowed, unleashing the full force of his S-rank iron body profession. A brilliant golden light enveloped his form, accentuating his muscular physique and seemingly elevating his stature. He charged forward, his foot striking the alloy floor with enough force to leave a shallow dent. A tremendous pressure bore down upon Lin Mo. Daring to disrespect me? Today, I shall teach you the meaning of humility. His massive fist, radiating blinding golden light, and slicing through the air with a deafening roar, hurtled toward Lin Mo's face. This strike, swift as lightning and heavy as a mountain, was the signature attack skill of the iron body profession, the iron fist of shattering armor. It could easily crush several inches of alloy steel. The young man's entourage wore cruel, anticipatory smiles, as if they could already envision Lin Mo, bloodied and begging for mercy. Secretary Li, pale with terror, screamed and ducked behind the desk, fearing for his safety. Major General Wang Benlei's face changed dramatically, ready to intervene. Although he disdained the arrogance of the young master, this was the Alliance headquarters, and any mishap involving Lin Mo here would be unbearable for him. Yet, at that critical moment, Lin Mo moved. In the face of the unstoppable, iron fist of shattering armor, his expression remained unchanged, even showing no sign of lifting his eyelids. He casually raised his right hand, forming a fist, and effortlessly met the young man's attack. There was no dazzling radiance, no terrifying aura, not even a flicker of soul energy. It was as though an ordinary person was simply throwing a feeble punch. Humph, overestimating yourself. To dare confront young Master Jean head-on, you are truly seeking your own demise. The young man's followers scoffed in derision. Even Major General Wang Benlei thought to himself, impudent. He understood Lin Mo's strength. Yet the iron body profession excelled in close combat and physical defense. Attacking where one was strongest was hardly wise. However, the next moment, a scene unfolded that left everyone astounded and forever etched in their memories. Bang! A thunderous, bone-rattling sound erupted within the small office, akin to the roar of thunder from the heavens. Lin Mo's seemingly weightless punch collided forcefully with the young man's irresistible, iron fist of shattering armor. Instead of the anticipated shattering of bones or cries of anguish, a visible shockwave of terror emanated from the point of impact. Crack, crack, crack. All the furniture, walls, and floor made of special alloys within the office crumbled as if made of paper, disintegrating into dust. Even the heavy alloy door was blasted away, vanishing without a trace. In that instant, the entire office felt as though it had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake, trembling violently and descending into chaos. The young man in golden robes was struck as if by lightning. He felt an indescribable, overwhelming force surging from Lin Mo's seemingly frail fist, obliterating his prideful, iron fist of shattering armor, and the golden protective aura surrounding him. That force surged through his arm and into his body, wreaking havoc upon his internal organs and shattering his bones. The young man expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his insides. His body flung uncontrollably backward like a kite with severed strings. He crashed through multiple alloy walls, finally landing brutally in the corridor dozens of meters away, raising a cloud of dust, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained steadfast, not having moved an inch. He slowly retracted his fist, wearing an expression of serene indifference, as though he had merely swatted a bothersome fly. The might of a single punch had reached such staggering heights. The entire office, both inside and out, was engulfed in a profound silence, akin to death itself. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at Lin Mo, who loomed like a demonic deity amidst the ruins, and at the distant figure of the young man in golden robes, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, his fate uncertain. An overwhelming sense of terror and incredulity flooded their hearts. Could this truly be the manifestation of power latent in a C-grade potential? One punch, merely a single blow. It had rendered the S-grade Vajra battle body, a direct descendant of the Jean family, one of the 4 great families of the capital, unconscious? This was nothing short of absurdity. The young man's entourage was utterly paralyzed with fear, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground, the stench of their soiled trousers permeating the air. They looked at Lin Mo as if he were a demon risen from the depths of hell, filled with boundless dread and despair. Secretary Li, peering out from behind her desk, was so horrified by the scene, resembling a battlefield ravaged by missiles, and the sight of the murderous Lin Mo, that she screamed and fainted, her eyes rolling back in terror. Major General Wang Benlei was equally aghast and incredulous. While he was aware of Lin Mo's formidable strength, he had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of his physical prowess. That punch had not employed any soul power or skills. It was purely a manifestation of raw physical strength. Yet its power was sufficient to rival, if not surpass, the full force strikes of many S-grade experts. What other hidden cards does this Lin Mo possess? Is he truly human? The incessant buzzing of flies finally fell silent. Lin Mo clapped his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He then turned his gaze calmly towards Major General Wang Benlei. General Wang, have my procedures been completed? Oh, yes. Yes, they have been completed, Major General Wang stammered, as if awakening from a dream, hastily recovering from his shock. The look in his eyes was now filled with profound respect and a hint of relief. He was grateful that he had not shown favoritism due to the golden-robed youth's identity, for otherwise, it might have been him lying on the ground now. This Lin Mo was undoubtedly a monster beyond the bounds of ordinary reasoning, a veritable harbinger of doom that one must never provoke. Chapter 58, The Entrance to the Sacred Land and the Display of Power. Now that the procedures are complete, shall we depart? Lin Mo said nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Major General Wang Benlei nodded vigorously, not daring to show any sign of negligence, and personally escorted Lin Mo away from the office, which resembled a desolate wasteland. As for the young man in golden robes, left in a state of unconsciousness, and his terrified companions, the security personnel from the Alliance headquarters would soon arrive to manage the situation. Lin Mo believed that after this minor lesson, the golden youth would surely learn to be more cautious, at the very least, refraining from provoking him again. Of course, should he still be oblivious to the danger, Lin Mo would not hesitate to deliver an even greater surprise. On their way to the Alliance sacred land, Major General Wang Benlei's gaze towards Lin Mo was now infused with unmasked reverence and a hint of deference. He finally understood why Commander Long valued this C-grade potential youth so highly. even going so far as to offer a forbidden weapon like the 10,000 Souls Calamity as a reward. This Lin Mo was no mere C-grade potential. He was a human beast cloaked in a C-grade guise, an entity of limitless potential with unparalleled combat prowess and an unconstrained, reckless demeanor, an unparalleled prodigy. For such an existence, one must either eliminate it at the earliest opportunity or go to great lengths to befriend it. Clearly, Major General Wang Benlei had opted for the latter. Young friend Lin Mo, I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier. It is entirely my fault for not restraining that golden youth in advance, causing you distress, he said. His face etched with regret. No need for concern. They were merely a few insignificant clowns. Lin Mo waved dismissively, unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Major General Wang couldn't help but be astonished. To dismiss a direct descendant of the Jin family, one of the four great families, as mere clowns was a feat few could achieve within the entire Great Xia Alliance. This Lin Mo was indeed exceptional. Soon, under Major General Wang Benlei's guidance, Lin Mo arrived at a highly guarded secret area located deep within the Alliance headquarters. This place was replete with advanced detection devices and formidable defensive arrays. Even an S-grade expert would find it impossible to step foot here without permission. Before a seemingly unremarkable stone hill, Major General Wang Benlei halted. He produced a token identical to the colorful crystal token in Lin Mo's possession and embedded it into an inconspicuous slot on the hill. With a soft hum of energy, the stone hill shimmered, and runes flickered as a space portal radiating a gentle, sacred aura slowly materialized. Young friend Lin Mo, this is the only entrance to the Alliance sacred land, Major General Wang Benlei indicated towards the portal. Upon entering, you will be randomly transported to a certain area within the sacred land, where you will cultivate for the next year. Within the sacred land, opportunities and dangers coexist, so you must exercise caution and act within your limits. Remember, private duels are strictly forbidden. Violators will face severe penalties. However, I trust that with your strength and wisdom, you will undoubtedly reap great rewards in the sacred land. Thank you for your guidance, General Wang. Lin Mo nodded, embedding his token into another slot on the stone hill. The portal's light grew more radiant and stable. Then, young friend Lin Mo, I wish you safe travels and significant progress in your cultivation. Major General Wang Benlei clasped his fists towards Lin Mo, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Mo returned the gesture with a nod, took a deep breath, and resolutely stepped into the space portal that emanated a sacred aura. As the light flickered, he felt a brief sensation of weightlessness. When Lin Mo opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world distinctly different from the outside. The sky shimmered in a prismatic hue, dotted with countless energy orbs that radiated a soft glow. The ground was adorned with exotic flowers and herbs, exuding an enchanting fragrance, each infused with pure energy. The air was thick with the essence of the world's primal force, and with a mere breath, one felt invigorated and at ease. So this is the Alliance sacred land, truly deserving of its reputation. Lin Mo marveled at the pure and immense energy surrounding him, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Cultivating in such an environment would likely yield results far superior to those outside. No wonder the Alliance sacred land was revered as a paradise for practitioners. Just as Lin Mo prepared to explore his surroundings, a cold, hostile voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. Oh, is this not the top contender of this year's hidden dragon, Lin Mo? What is this? Arriving in the sacred land and behaving like a bumpkin, gawking around as if you've never seen the world before? Lin Mo furrowed his brow and turned around, only to behold three youths clad in identical silver combat attire, each adorned with the emblem representing their status as core members of the Alliance, gazing at him with an air of arrogance and hostility. The leader of this trio was tall and slender, sporting a hawk-like nose and slanted eyes, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips. His gaze rife with undisguised contempt and a hint of jealousy. I hear you're merely a sea-level talent from some obscure place in the East Sea. What sheer luck you must have stumbled upon to find yourself here in the Holy Land, the hawk-nosed youth sneered. However, don't get too comfortable. The Alliance's Holy Land is no sanctuary for someone of your ilk. This place belongs to us, true geniuses and elites. You, who have ascended through mere fortune and dubious means, ought to keep your tail tucked between your legs. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. The two youths flanking him regarded Lin Mo with derision, as if he were an inconsequential clown. Clearly, they fancied themselves as prodigies intent on putting Lin Mo, the new rising star, in his place. Lin Mo surveyed the trio of oblivious fools before him, a glimmer of icy menace flashing in his eyes. He had originally intended to remain low-key, to familiarize himself with the environment and rules of the Holy Land. Yet, it appeared that some individuals relished the opportunity to provoke him. Thus, he, Lin Mo, would not hold back. Are you addressing me? He inquired, his voice calm, yet imbued with a chilling coldness that sent shivers down the spine. What? Can't you hear, boy? Are you deaf? The hawk-nosed youth retorted derisively, stepping closer and jabbing a finger toward Lin Mo's nose, swaggering as he proclaimed, Today, I'll teach you what rules are in the Alliance's Holy Land. First, when you encounter us seniors, you must bow and greet us as senior brother. Second, while in the Holy Land, learn to behave and avoid provoking us true geniuses, lest you bring shame upon us. Lastly, and most importantly, surrender all your valuables as a tribute to us seniors for protection. If you play nice, perhaps we might even offer you some guidance to help you navigate your path. But if you dare to be ungrateful, well, don't blame us for making you experience the taste of despair. His words dripped with blatant threats and extortion. The two flunkies behind him, eager for violence, wore wicked grins as they regarded Lin Mo, already envisioning him as a lamb to slaughter. In their minds, Lin Mo, the so-called rising star from a second-tier city, was merely a hollow title, incapable of competing with their years of training as core members of the Holy Land. They believed that applying a modicum of pressure would suffice to make him yield. However, they grossly underestimated Lin Mo's strength and temperament. As he looked upon these three oblivious imbeciles, a cruel, bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Protection fee? Despair? He echoed. How delightful. It's been a while since I've heard such an amusing jest. Since you are so fond of instructing others, allow me to demonstrate what true despair entails. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Mo vanished from sight, akin to a specter. Not good. This kid is peculiar. The hawk-nosed youth gasped in sudden alarm as he witnessed Lin Mo's abrupt disappearance, instinctively attempting to retreat for defense. Yet, it was far too late. Lin Mo's figure reappeared before him as if teleporting, his eyes shimmering with a profound light that instilled a soul-deep terror within him. What do you want? The hawk-nosed youth shrieked, trying to mask his inner turmoil with bravado. I warn you, this is the Alliance's holy land. Private duels are strictly prohibited. If you lay a finger on me, the elders of the enforcement court will not let you off lightly. His companions, too, were paralyzed by Lin Mo's ghostly speed and the chilling gaze that pierced through them, momentarily forgetting to assist him, rendered motionless in confusion. Prohibited duels? Lin Mo mused, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Who was it that threatened to make me experience despair? Who sought to rob me of my belongings and extort me for protection? Now you're frightened? It's too late. Without another word, Lin Mo found no need to wield his Soul Reaver staff. He merely raised his right hand, pointing a finger like a sword toward the hawk-nosed youth's brow, lightly tapping it. There was no blinding light, no terrifying aura, not even the slightest ripple of soul energy. It was as if he were offering a benign reminder among friends. Yet, that seemingly innocuous gesture struck the hawk-nosed youth like a bolt of lightning. He felt an indescribable, bone-chilling terror surge through him, penetrating his soul's defenses and crashing into his consciousness with devastating force. That power was suffused with death, destruction, consumption, and control, a maelstrom of despair. Within his mind, a tempest roared. The hawk-nosed youth emitted a blood-curdling scream, his eyes bulging, black blood oozing from every orifice. His body convulsed violently, as if enduring the most harrowing torture imaginable. His soul fragmented under Lin Mo's terrifying assault, rapidly dissolving into nothingness. Within mere seconds, the light in his eyes extinguished, his body collapsing like a lifeless husk, devoid of spirit, dead beyond resurrection. With a mere thought and a single gesture, an S-level genius was obliterated. Such was the terrifying manifestation of Lin Mo's mastery over soul power. He required no aid from soul drain. Relying solely on his vast and pure soul strength, along with the techniques gleaned from Eye of the Abyss and Forbidden Necromancy, to effortlessly crush his peers and even annihilate those with frail soul defenses. Gulp. The two remaining core members, who had once been so brazen, were paralyzed with terror as they witnessed their leader's swift demise at Lin Mo's hand, unable to muster any resistance. Their legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground, warmth and odor emanating from their soiled garments. They gazed at Lin Mo as though he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell, their eyes filled with boundless fear and despair. Spare us, Lin Mo, senior brother. We were wrong. We failed to recognize your might. Please, let us off the hook. We shall never dare again. We bow before you. They wept and begged, repeatedly banging their heads against the ground, blood seeping from their foreheads, utterly humiliated. They never dreamed that this seemingly harmless, albeit slightly rustic newcomer, would reveal himself to be such a fearsome harbinger of death. Had they known, even 100 times over, they would not have dared to provoke this harbinger of doom. Lin Mo gazed upon the two grotesque figures before him, a flicker of disdain and repulsion flashing in his eyes. Now you realize your folly? It is too late. I, Lin Mo, have never entertained the pleas of the wretched. Since you take such pleasure in admonishing others, allow me to send you on your way, where you may reflect in the depths of hell. As his words hung in the air, Lin Mo once again pointed his fingers like blades towards the two core disciples, who were now trembling in terror. And with a casual flick of his wrist, thud, thud, two muffled sounds echoed softly. The bodies of the core disciples stiffened abruptly, their vitality swiftly extinguished, following in the wake of their leader, transforming into cold corpses. In the blink of an eye, the three core disciples, who had once flaunted their power in the Alliance's sacred grounds, were annihilated by Lin Mo with overwhelming force. The entire process was executed with precision and swiftness, barely causing a ripple, Lin Mo regarded the three lifeless bodies on the ground with not a shred of pity or emotion. To him, these fools who had sought their own demise were nothing more than inconsequential stepping stones on his path to strength. With a mere thought, the soul-reaping staff soared into his hand, and the menacing skull at its tip opened its gaping maw, devouring the dissipating soul energy from the three corpses entirely. Notification: your soul drain additional damage permanently increases by 3 points. Ordinary core disciples, average soul strength. A trivial gain, indeed. Lin Mo clapped his hands as if he had accomplished a trivial task. He then turned to continue his exploration of this wondrous sacred ground. However, at that moment, an ancient and imposing voice suddenly resonated from the void, tinged with discontent and warning. Young man, you possess a remarkable proclivity for slaughter. While the sacred ground does not prohibit life and death, it is certainly not a lawless domain. Considering your recent arrival and ignorance of the rules, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next occurrence of unwarranted slaughter among your peers within the sacred ground, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands to rectify the situation. The voice carried an unnerving aura of dread, as if the very space around them had solidified. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow slightly, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that this was a guardian hidden within the sacred ground, issuing him a warning. Yet, Lin Mo was no soft target to be easily manipulated. Your words are misguided, esteemed elder, Lin Mo replied, lifting his gaze to the void with calmness, his tone neither subservient nor arrogant. It is not that I indiscriminately slay the innocent. Rather, these three provoked me first, speaking insolently, and even attempting to seize my belongings through extortion. I merely acted in self-defense, meting out a light punishment. As for the accusation of wanton slaughter among my peers, I cannot accept such a title. If you doubt my words, feel free to investigate their soul memories, and you shall find my account to be true. His tone was tranquil, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence and a hint of veiled threat. Lin Mo believed that the guardian of the sacred ground could easily ascertain the truth. If the guardian insisted on unjustly favoring those who deserved their fate, he would not hesitate to let this so-called elder taste the bitterness of his soul reaping. A brief silence enveloped the void. Moments later, the ancient and authoritative voice resonated once more, now laced with a subtle hint of surprise and resignation. Humph, a sharp-tongued lad. Very well, it is indeed true that those three were reaping what they had sown, deserving of their fate. However, within the sacred ground, there are still rules to abide by. From this day forth, you shall diligently cultivate within the Valley of Newborns. For 1 year, you are not to leave this valley nor engage in conflict with other disciples. Should you manage to elevate your class level to above 10 and grasp even a semblance of the power of the laws within this time, I may consider granting you access to higher realms of cultivation. Otherwise, after a year, you may leave the sacred ground at your leisure. As the voice concluded, the overwhelming pressure dissipated as if it had never existed. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The Valley of Newborns? A class level of 10? The power of laws. It sounded as though the sacred ground imposed a test and limitations upon its newly admitted disciples. However, to Lin Mo, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Given his current prowess and potential, he would likely surpass this requirement in less than 3 months, let alone a year. Evidently, this guardian of the sacred ground harbored some disdain for him. Lin Mo mused with a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet he remained unfazed. He had never required the approval of others. What he needed was to crush everything before him with his own strength, to prove his worth. The Valley of Newborns. Is it? Very well, let me see what surprises this place has in store for me. Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the valley brimming with vitality and pure energy, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. A new chapter of cultivation and exploration was about to unfold within the Alliance's sacred ground. Chapter 60, The Secrets of the Valley of Newborns and the Whispers of Souls. The Valley of Newborns, where Lin Mo resided, sprawled across an expansive area, covering several hundred miles. Within the valley, the mountains undulated, streams babbled, and exotic flowers and rare herbs flourished abundantly, with spiritual energy saturating the atmosphere to an extraordinary degree. In certain energy convergence locations, vibrant hues of rainbow light coalesced, resembling a celestial paradise. Scattered throughout the valley were rudimentary stone houses and caves, evidently intended for the new disciples of the sacred ground to cultivate and reside. Lin Mo casually selected a stone house near a stream, appreciating its tranquil environment as a temporary refuge. Inside the stone house, the furnishings were simple: a stone bed, a stone table, and a meditation cushion. Yet, the walls were inscribed with profound energy-converging runes, capable of gathering surrounding energy, enhancing the energy density within the house beyond that of the outside world. Not too shabby. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. In the days that followed, Lin Mo did not rush to begin his cultivation. Instead, he meticulously explored the entirety of the Valley of Newborns. He discovered that this valley, aside from its abundant energy, was also home to many peculiar energy creatures and elemental spirits. These beings were mostly gentle in nature and did not attack humans unprovoked, yet their strength was not to be underestimated. typically ranging from levels 5 to 8. In some areas near energy nodes, formidable entities comparable to level 10 elite monsters resided. They seemed to be deliberately nurtured by the Alliance's sacred ground, serving as live targets for disciples to hone their skills and acquire cultivation resources. Of course, to Lin Mo in his current state, these so-called powerful beings were merely a collection of moving, soul-reaping levels and soul materials. However, he refrained from acting hastily. The Guardian's words lingered in his mind. For 1 year, he was not to leave the valley nor engage in conflict with other disciples. Though it was not explicitly stated that he could not slay the energy creatures within the valley, Lin Mo opted to maintain a low profile for the time being. To avoid unnecessary troubles, his primary goal was to swiftly elevate his class level to above 10 and grasp the essence of the so-called power of laws. Only in this manner could he depart from the novice village and venture into more advanced training zones, thereby gaining access to the true core secrets of the Alliance's sacred grounds. Thus, Lin Mo commenced his seclusion and cultivation in the Valley of Beginnings. By day, he roamed through the valley, meticulously observing the habits and weaknesses of the energy beings, seeking suitable prey. By night, he returned to his stone abode to meditate and digest the knowledge gleaned from his observations, while striving to comprehend and master the elusive forces of the laws. He discovered that in the energy-rich environment of the Alliance's sacred grounds, his perception and control over soul power experienced a remarkable enhancement. The eye of the underworld upon his forehead became increasingly active, not only allowing him to clearly perceive the flow of energy and the trajectories of souls around him, but also enabling him to faintly hear whispers emanating from the void, or rather, from the realm of the dead. These whispers, at times clear and at others indistinct, were imbued with an air of antiquity, profundity, and endless temptation, as if recounting the deeper mysteries of death, souls, immortality, and the Desert Reaper's profession. Lin Mo understood that these whispers were likely connected to the Lord of the Dead's command he possessed, as well as the so-called trials of the undead. However, he refrained from hastily responding to these whispers or activating the command medallion. He had an instinctive understanding that his current strength was insufficient to touch upon those forbidden secrets. A rash attempt could ignite calamity, leading to irreparable consequences. He needed greater power and a deeper understanding to unravel the ultimate enigma. In addition to grasping soul power, Lin Mo also began to systematically study and research the forbidden necromancy. This legendary tome of spells was profound and complex, containing countless forbidden knowledge and incantations concerning the summoning of the undead, the control of souls, and the desecration of life and death. Immersed in its pages, he felt as if he had opened a portal to an entirely new world. He realized that forbidden necromancy resonated profoundly with the powers of his Desert Reaper class, each complementing the other and unleashing unimaginable terror. He not only learned how to summon and control low-tier undead beings such as skeletons, zombies, and specters more efficiently, but also mastered some more formidable and enigmatic necromantic spells, such as corpse explosion, detonating a corpse to inflict immense physical and plague damage on surrounding foes; bone spear, condensing the power of death to hurl an indomitable bone spear that pierces through enemy defenses; life drain, forcibly extracting life force from the living to heal himself or allied undead units; fearful howl, emitting a howl infused with the terror of souls, plunging nearby enemies into chaos and dread. Although most of these skills remained in their nascent stages and wielded limited power, they significantly enriched his combat repertoire, allowing him to face various foes with greater composure and agility. Naturally, Lin Mo did not lose sight of his primary objective of replenishing his forces. After familiarizing himself with the Valley of Beginnings and gaining a thorough understanding of the strengths and behaviors of the energy beings, he began selectively hunting down solitary or relatively weaker energy beings with precision. His strikes were swift and decisive, ensuring that each attack was a lethal blow, leaving no trace behind. His loyal soul servant, a raven, became his most effective aide, responsible for reconnaissance, vigilance, and handling the aftermath. Under Lin Mo's nearly cheat-like efficiency in monster hunting, his professional experience and the additional damage from Soul Drain Strike were rapidly increasing at a visibly astonishing rate. In just half a month's time, his professional level surged from 4 to 7. The additional damage from Soul Drain Strike also successfully exceeded the 6,000-point threshold, reaching an astounding 6,025 points. With Soul Drain Cataclysm, offering an attack power of 100, 150, and a mental attribute of 25 providing additional attack power, extremely strong. Assuming a final base attack power of 200, the skill's effect on soul draining was enhanced by 50, with an additional damage acquisition efficiency improvement of 25. The ultimate damage, simplified as total damage multiplied by a comprehensive enhancement coefficient, was 609,625, 10,973 points. He could distinctly feel his power expanding at an astonishing rate. This surge in strength filled him with immense exhilaration and confidence. He believed that it would not be long before he met the requirements set forth by the guardian of the sacred grounds, allowing him to leave this novice village and explore the vast expanse beyond. uncovering the true secrets of the Alliance's sacred grounds. Moreover, the renown of his Desert Reaper would once again shine brightly upon this wondrous land. Chapter 61. The Threshold of Law Power and an Unexpected Visitor. In the monotonous yet efficient seclusion of the Valley of Beginnings, Lin Mo's rigorous training persisted for nearly 2 months. During this period, he had thoroughly scoured the valley, encountering nearly every energy being and elemental spirit therein. Those once formidable level 10 elite monsters, which had seemed powerful in his eyes, now fell like paper before the over 6,000 points of additional damage from his Soul-Drain Strike. His professional level had successfully surpassed level 9, now standing but a step away from the level 10 demanded by the Guardian of the Sacred Grounds. The additional damage from Soul-Drain Strike had surged to a terrifying figure that even startled him: 6,855 points. When considering the horrifying attribute bonuses and skill level enhancements from Soul Drain Cataclysm, a single ordinary Soul Drain Strike could potentially inflict close to 12,000 points of damage. Such a level of offensive capability, not only among his peers but across the entirety of the Great Xia Alliance's youthful generation, would be difficult to rival. However, despite the joy brought by his leveled-up status and damage, a flicker of anxiety lingered in Lin Mo's heart. This was due to another requirement set forth by the Guardian: the comprehension of the rudiments of law power, for which he had yet to find any clue. What is law power? It is a force that transcends ordinary energy and skills, embodying the more fundamental and arcane rules of the universe, such as the laws of time, space, life, and death. Mastering law power equates to wielding the authority of the cosmos, enabling one to manifest incredible supernatural abilities. It is said that only when a practitioner's strength reaches an extraordinarily high realm, and their understanding and perception of their profession attain a new pinnacle, can they hope to touch the threshold of law power. Over the past 2 months, in addition to replenishing his forces, Lin Mo dedicated considerable time to meditation and contemplation, striving to grasp and control the arcane secrets hidden within the fabric of existence. He even attempted to connect the powers of his Desert Reaper class with the ephemeral law of death. Yet, the results remained unsatisfactory. He sensed that law power was shrouded in a thick fog, visible yet intangible, elusive and difficult to grasp. Could it be that my comprehension is simply lacking? Lin Mo muttered to himself, feeling a twinge of frustration. He understood that comprehending law power was not an instant endeavor. It required both opportunity and innate understanding. Yet he never anticipated that he would be ensnared at this threshold for such an extended period. Just as Lin Mo found himself feeling somewhat perturbed and was preparing to step outside for a respite, possibly to harvest a few unwary energy creatures to vent his frustrations, a familiar yet frigid voice suddenly resonated outside his stone abode. Lin Mo, are you there? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's brow arched slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Was that Cold Moon? How could she possibly be here? Since the conclusion of the Jianlong Shenbasai, Lin Mo had not encountered Cold Moon again. He never imagined that he would cross paths with her once more in this sanctified village for novices within the League. Stepping outside his stone dwelling, he beheld Cold Moon standing at the entrance, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, wielding dual, ethereal blue daggers. Her icy gaze fixated on him with a serene yet intense scrutiny. Her aura seemed more refined and perilous compared to their previous encounters during the selection tournament. Clearly, in the 2 months that had passed, she had not been idle and had significantly enhanced her prowess. Is there something you require? Lin Mo inquired nonchalantly, devoid of any semblance of courtesy simply because she was a former rival. Cold Moon appeared accustomed to Lin Mo's aloof demeanor, disregarding it as she stated directly, I am here to propose a transaction. A transaction? Lin Mo regarded her with unexpected intrigue. I seem to possess nothing that would warrant a visit from you. An SSS-level heiress, for such an exchange. At his words, a subtle ripple of emotion flickered in Cold Moon's icy eyes for the first time. Drawing a deep breath, she spoke slowly, I recognize your strength, which surpasses even my expectations. However, to traverse further within the League's sanctum, relying solely on individual prowess is woefully insufficient. Here, not only are there opportunities, but also countless competitors and perilous threats. I have come to invite you to join forces with me to explore an ancient relic hidden deep within the Genesis Valley. An ancient relic? A spark of interest ignited in Lin Mo's eyes. To my knowledge, the Genesis Valley is merely a novice village accessible to peripheral students of the sanctum. What ancient relic could possibly reside within? Cold Moon shook her head, her voice remaining cool. The Genesis Valley is not as simple as it appears. Beneath this seemingly tranquil valley lie numerous secrets and taboos yet to be uncovered. The ancient relic I mentioned is one such secret. It is said to harbor not only lost ancient legacies and formidable forbidden treasures, but, more importantly, a glimmer of insight into the power of laws. Clues regarding the power of laws. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply at her words. He had been grappling with how to comprehend the power of laws. And now Cold Moon was presenting him with such an unexpected opportunity. Why are you divulging this to me? Lin Mo questioned, his gaze wary. It seems we have no significant bond. He couldn't fathom why this solitary, haughty SSS-level heiress would come to assist him without motive. Cold Moon seemed to perceive Lin Mo's skepticism and replied coolly, because the ancient relic is exceedingly perilous. Within it lie not only powerful guardians, but also numerous bizarre traps and prohibitions. While I have gathered some assistance to explore the relic safely and procure its treasures, I require a sufficiently potent spearhead. And you, Lin Mo, are the most suitable spearhead I could find at present. Of course, I shall not demand your efforts without recompense. Cold Moon paused before continuing. If we successfully explore the relic, you may select one treasure of your choice first. Moreover, we can share the insights regarding the power of laws. What say you? Will you engage in this transaction? With that, she fell silent. Her calm gaze fixed upon Lin Mo, awaiting his response. Lin Mo fell into contemplation. The conditions Cold Moon proposed were indeed highly enticing, especially the mention of insights into the power of laws, which felt like a timely boon. Yet he was also acutely aware of the immense risks entailed. The relic, which posed a challenge even for a genius like Cold Moon, would undoubtedly be fraught with danger. Nevertheless, Lin Mo had never been one to shy away from risks. He believed that opportunity and risk often coexist. Very well, I accept this transaction. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Mo's eyes as he agreed decisively. However, I have one condition. What condition? Cold Moon inquired. If we encounter insurmountable danger within the relic, or if you and your companions dare to play tricks on me. Lin Mo's lips curved into a chilling smile, his eyes radiating unmasked malice. Then I shall have no qualms about ensuring that all of you become new souls under my Soul Reaper. Chapter 62, The Cold Moon Pact and the Shadow of the Relic. Upon hearing Lin Mo's unambiguous and almost threatening stipulation, a rare ripple crossed Cold Moon's icy gaze. She regarded Lin Mo intently, as if attempting to discern something beneath his placid expression. After a few moments, she nodded slowly, her voice retaining its chill. Agreed. I, Cold Moon, disdain employing such despicable tactics. As long as you are earnest in our collaboration, I assure you that our agreement will proceed without any unforeseen incidents. Her tone carried a hint of the pride and confidence characteristic of an SSS-level genius. Lin Mo merely smiled non-committally at her words. Trust? Such a concept had long ceased to exist for him amidst the apocalyptic wastelands of his past life. He placed his faith solely in the Soul Reaper he wielded, which thirsted for souls. Very well, then, let us discuss this so-called ancient relic. Lin Mo shifted the conversation, delving directly into the matter at hand. Where is it located? What dangers lie within? And what caliber of assistance are you bringing? He needed to gather ample information to assess the risks and potential rewards of this undertaking. Cold Moon did not withhold any information, revealing all she knew regarding the ancient relic. It was situated beneath a remarkably concealed cliff known as the Soul-Severing Cliff. Located in the northwest direction of the Genesis Valley, it was said to be the site of the demise of a demigod-level necromancer who had attempted to ascend to godhood thousands of years ago. Within the relic resided not only the treasures and legacies amassed by the demigod necromancer throughout his life, but also a stone tablet that recorded his insights into the laws of death during his final moments. That stone tablet was the clue pertaining to the power of laws Cold Moon had mentioned. However, acquiring these treasures was no trivial task. The relic was laden with numerous prohibitions and formidable undead guardians set by the demigod necromancer. Additionally, many bizarre and powerful mutated creatures had emerged from the energies released during the demigod's fall. Even Cold Moon lacked complete confidence in her ability to emerge unscathed, hence her need for allies. As for her companions, they comprised two top-tier geniuses also ranked among the elite students within the League Sanctum. One was a peak S-level berserker of the Dragon Blood Warrior class, Long Outyin, renowned for his formidable physique and fearlessness in battle. The other was a peak S-level elemental mage of the Starfall Magus class, Xing Luo, skilled in area attacks and long-range control. Long Outyin and Xing Luo? Lin Mo's brow arched slightly upon hearing these two names. He seemed to recall having seen them in the materials for the potential dragon selection tournament. Indeed, they were renowned prodigies among the younger generation of the capital-based city. Are they aware of your plans? Are they also aware of my existence? Lin Mo inquired. Yes, Cold Moon nodded. I have already spoken with them, and they have agreed to join you in exploring the ruins. However, Cold Moon paused, her tone laced with caution. Both of them possess rather haughty temperaments and may not be particularly amiable towards you, the newly appointed leader of the potential dragons. It would be wise for you to prepare yourself mentally. Not amiable, Lin Mo remarked, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. That's perfectly fine. I shall ensure they become quite friendly. He, Lin Mo, was most skilled at teaching those self-important individuals the true meaning of respect. Observing Lin Mo's self-assured, even somewhat bloodthirsty smile, Cold Moon felt an inexplicable chill in her heart. She suddenly found herself sympathetic towards the two companions who had yet to meet Lin Mo. She hoped they would refrain from any foolish actions. Otherwise, the consequences could prove to be quite spectacular. Then when shall we depart? Lin Mo asked. Tomorrow morning. We shall convene at the Soul-Cutting Cliff, Cold Moon replied. I will arrive early to set up some defensive arrays, just in case. Very well, Lin Mo nodded. After finalizing their arrangements, Cold Moon did not linger further. Her figure flickered and melded into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Lin Mo gazed in the direction Cold Moon had departed, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Ancient ruins, the site of a demigod-level necromancer's demise. And a stone tablet of death's laws. It certainly sounded like an exceptional dungeon. Perhaps there, he could not only seize the opportunity to comprehend the power of the laws, but also discover new nourishment for his soul catastrophe and forbidden necromancy. He felt a burgeoning anticipation within. Of course, Lin Mo remained sufficiently vigilant towards Cold Moon and her so-called allies. He did not trust that these arrogant geniuses would generously share treasures with him. The eye of the underworld quietly activated, and Lin Mo's gaze seemed to pierce through the void, glimpsing vague fragments of the future. Struggles, betrayals, and bloodshed. Human nature always appeared so fragile and vulnerable in the face of immense profit. If you remain obedient, that would be ideal. But if you dare entertain any treacherous thoughts, Lin Mo tightened his grip around the soul catastrophe. The menacing skull at the tip of the staff seeming to emit a silent, sinister laugh. I won't hesitate to turn those ancient ruins into your true burial ground. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Lin Mo arrived at the soul-cutting cliff in the northwest of the Valley of New Beginnings as agreed. The cliff was aptly named, towering thousands of meters high, its walls steep and smooth, devoid of any vegetation. Below lay an unfathomable, pitch-black abyss, from which chilling winds howled, sending shivers down one's spine. On a relatively flat platform at the bottom of the cliff, Cold Moon awaited. Beside her stood two equally formidable young men. The one on the left was brawny, towering over Long Jean by a head, his muscles bulging with explosive power. His fiery red hair flared like flames, and a rebellious smirk danced on his lips. He bore a grotesque giant axe, taller than himself, its blade glinting ominously. He was none other than the peak S-rank dragon blood warrior, Long Outyen. The one on the right, in stark contrast, was tall and slender, with a refined visage. His flowing silver hair was neatly tied with a simple jade hairpin, and he wielded an ornate staff studded with brilliant star-like gems. A faint, gentle smile graced his lips, yet his eyes bore an elusive detachment and scrutiny. He was, presumably, the peak S-rank star mage, Xing Luo. These two individuals, whether in appearance, temperament, or occupational traits, represented polar extremes, yet the powerful aura they exuded undeniably attested to their status as top-tier prodigies. Naturally, Lin Mo's arrival drew the attention of Long Outyen and Xing Luo. Long Outyen's fiery gaze brazenly scrutinized Lin Mo from head to toe, his eyes brimming with unabashed provocation and disdain. So, you are the C-rank waste who lucked out and became the leader of the potential dragons, Lin Mo? Long Outyen grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. You don't look like much, a scrawny monkey. I can't fathom how you managed to defeat Qiyang and Cold Moon. Surely, you didn't resort to some underhanded means? Xing Luo, while not as openly disrespectful as Long Outyen, regarded Lin Mo with a hint of condescension and scrutiny, as if assessing the value of an object. Clearly, both held reservations about Cold Moon bringing Lin Mo as an ally, feeling quite disparaging towards the notion. In their eyes, a mere C-rank potential leader, even if by some fluke victorious, possessed no real standing to compare with true elite figures from the sacred grounds. Seeing this, Cold Moon's brow furrowed slightly as she prepared to speak. Yet Lin Mo interjected first, his voice calm, yet chillingly clear, resonating in everyone's ears. What did you just say? Repeat it, I didn't catch that. Long Outyen, taken aback by Lin Mo's audacity, erupted in fury. What was his identity? A direct descendant of the Long family, a core elite of the Alliance Sacred Grounds, a peak S-rank dragon blood warrior. He had never been subjected to such provocation and disregard. You little brat. You're courting death. Long Outyen bellowed, swinging his grotesque axe forward with a terrifying gust of wind aimed straight at Lin Mo's head. He had escalated to violence without hesitation, intent on delivering a lesson Lin Mo would never forget. Cold Moon and Xing Luo exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in concern. Though they had looked down on Lin Mo, they had not anticipated Long Outyen's impulsiveness to escalate to a brawl right at the entrance of the ruins. If this attracted the attention of the guardians within or led to unnecessary troubles, it would be a grave miscalculation. However, facing Long Outyen's unstoppable lethal strike, Lin Mo maintained an expression devoid of emotion, even neglecting to lift his eyelids. He casually extended his right hand, fingers splayed, toward the ominous axe gleaming with a deadly light. Overestimating yourself. You think you can catch my earth splitter barehanded? How laughably foolish. Long Outyen's face twisted into a cruel, triumphant grin as he envisioned Lin Mo's arms severed by his axe, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle. He aimed to teach this arrogant C-rank waste a lesson in true despair. However, in the next moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded before Long Outyen, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing suddenly erupted from the bottom of the broken soul cliff. Lin Mo's seemingly frail right hand surprisingly, astonishingly, grasped the blade of Long Outyen's formidable, menacing giant axe with sheer force. Sparks flew, An unimaginable and terrifying power emanated from the axe blade, causing Long Outyin to feel a violent tremor in his grip, his arm numb, nearly losing hold of the giant axe. What horrified him even more was that the terrifying might of his prideful earth splitter, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, was instantly neutralized, devoured, and rendered utterly void the moment it made contact with Lin Mo's palm. It was as if his full-force strike had merely struck a mound of cotton, ineffectual and utterly laughable. How could this be possible? Long Outyin stared at the giant axe, which Lin Mo held effortlessly, unable to advance even an inch, and at Lin Mo's face, which remained calm, even carrying a hint of faint derision. His eyes nearly bulged out, filled with disbelief and a primal fear. He never envisioned that this C-rank waste, whom he regarded as insignificant as an ant, could possess such grotesquely terrifying physical strength. Is he even human? Beside them, Cold Moon and Starfall also watched in astonishment, their pupils dilating, unable to hide their shock. Although they were aware of Lin Mo's considerable strength, they never anticipated it would reach such an unfathomable level. To receive the full might of a peak S-rank Dragonblood warrior with one hand, and remain unscathed and unfazed. Such a feat, if not witnessed firsthand, they would refuse to believe it even under duress. What manner of monster is this Lin Mo? Strength, far too feeble. Speed, exceedingly slow. Technique, atrociously crude. Lin Mo regarded the astonished Long Outyin with a calm demeanor, lightly assessing him, as if critiquing a novice apprentice. Then, with a subtle exertion of his grip on the giant axe, he applied force. Crack! A sound reminiscent of metal fracturing echoed painfully through the air. Long Outyin's axe, forged from a special alloy and renowned for its indomitable hardness, was shockingly and forcibly marred by Lin Mo, revealing a series of distinct fissures. Following this, Lin Mo flicked his wrist. An even more horrifying force surged through the axe, transmitting directly into Long Outyin's arm. Long Outyin emitted a chilling scream, feeling as though an irresistible force was tearing his arm apart, rendering him incapable of maintaining his grip on the giant axe, causing him to stumble backward uncontrollably. Lin Mo, seizing the opportunity, snatched the cracked giant axe from him, then tossed it into the fathomless abyss behind him without a second glance. A noisy toy. Having completed this act, Lin Mo brushed his hands off as if discarding mere refuse. He then turned, his gaze settling calmly on the starry mage, Starfall, who had maintained a gentle smile throughout, but now bore a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. So how about you? Would you like to engage in a spar with me? Lin Mo's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority and a chilling coldness. The bottom of the Broken Soul cliff fell into an eerie silence. Starfall, feeling the icy murderous intent and terrifying pressure hidden beneath Lin Mo's calm gaze, felt his handsome, refined features lose their composure for the first time. The gentle smile that had graced his lips became rigid and unnatural. He had no doubt that if he dared utter a word of dissent or display the slightest hint of hostility, the seemingly harmless youth before him, who was far more terrifying than a primordial beast, would undoubtedly rip him to shreds without hesitation. The memory of Long Outyin's tragic end was still fresh in his mind. That was an S-rank peak Dragonblood warrior, renowned for his physical prowess and overwhelming strength as a melee king. Yet, he had been effortlessly neutralized and stripped of his weapon. Such an occurrence was simply horrifying. This Lin Mo was not merely a C-rank potential. He was a primordial demon masquerading in human skin. Ahem, Lin Mo, my brother. You jest. Starfall forced a smile that resembled a grimace, hastily waving his hands. My meager skills are hardly worthy of your attention, Lin Mo. It was merely that Long Outyin failed to recognize his own limitations and offended you. I hope you will show mercy and not hold it against him. He promptly shifted the blame onto the still reeling Long Outyin, who was nursing his injured arm with a face full of resentment and unwillingness. How absurd to spar with such a human beast. Starfall still wanted to live. A true gentleman knows when to yield, in the face of absolute power. Pride holds no value. Long Outyin was nearly choked with rage at Starfall's treacherous remarks. Starfall, you despicable coward. How dare you? Yet, before he could finish, he was silenced by Lin Mo's frigid gaze, causing him to shudder uncontrollably, swallowing the rest of his words, too frightened to utter another syllable. He was genuinely terrified. This Lin Mo was a madman, a harbinger of death. One more word, and he had no doubt that the other would promptly sever his head from his shoulders. Lin Mo observed Starfall's display of opportunism with a sneer of disdain. He had encountered many who were so adept at bending with the wind, fearing the strong while bullying the weak. However, since the other party had already submitted, there was no need for him to press the issue further. After all, entering the ruins would require their guidance and their role as cannon fodder. In that case, let us dispense with idle chatter and proceed. Lin Mo spoke in a tone imbued with an undeniable command. Upon hearing this, Starfall felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, eagerly nodding and bowing. Yes, yes. Please, this way, Lin Mo. He quickly stepped forward, leading Lin Mo and Cold Moon deeper into a more concealed corner of the Broken Soul cliff. Long Outyin trailed behind like a beaten dog, his head hung low, not daring to utter a sound. though his heart brimmed with humiliation and resentment, more so. It was filled with a profound fear of Lin Mo's unfathomable strength. Cold Moon observed the entire scene, her icy gaze flickering with a complex light. She knew Lin Mo was strong, but she never imagined he could effortlessly crush top-tier geniuses of his rank. It seemed that her decision to collaborate with him was indeed wise. Perhaps only by harnessing this man's power could she truly obtain what she desired from the perilous ancient ruins. Under Starfall's guidance, the three soon arrived at a colossal stone wall, covered in moss and vines. The wall was inscribed with numerous ancient and obscure runes, emanating a faint yet palpable energy. Lin Mo, brother, this is the entrance to the ancient ruins, Starfall said reverently, pointing at the stone wall. This wall is fortified with powerful illusions and sealing formations, making it difficult to open with conventional means. However, we have discovered a means to break the seal. As she spoke, Xing Luo extracted 3 irregularly shaped black crystals from her bosom, handing one to Lin Mo and the other to Cold Moon. These are the sealing stones. If the 3 of us simultaneously inject our soul power into them, we can activate the runes on the stone wall and temporarily open a portal to the ruins. Lin Mo took the cold sealing stone, and with a subtle sweep of the eye of the underworld, he detected a faint essence of death and spatial energy within, resonating indeed with the runes on the wall. It seems Xing Luo was not lying after all. Let us proceed, Lin Mo stated calmly. Xing Luo and Cold Moon nodded in agreement, slowly channeling their soul power into the sealing stones they held. Lin Mo followed suit. Buzz. As the 3 distinct energies merged into the stones, they erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The ancient runes on the stone wall appeared to awaken, radiating a brilliant light and swiftly moving in an arcane pattern. Crack, crack. The sound of grinding mechanisms echoed ominously. The massive stone wall began to part in the center, revealing a deep, dark opening that exuded an intense aura of death and decay. From within the opening, chilling wails and howls echoed, as if connected to the netherworld itself. A bone-chilling cold seeped from the entrance, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet several degrees. The ruins have been opened. Xing Luo gazed at the inky black entrance, a flicker of excitement and trepidation crossing her eyes. Despite having visited this place numerous times, she was always daunted by the terrifying aura emanating from the ruins. Let us go, Lin Mo stated with an impassive expression as he took the lead toward the dark opening. In response to the dense atmosphere of death emanating from the entrance, the grotesque skull atop his soul reaper staff gleamed with a more vibrant purple flame, emitting low, eager growls, as if it could hardly wait to savor the delectable treasures that had slumbered for millennia within these ruins. Cold Moon and Xing Luo exchanged glances before hastily following suit. Long Ao Tian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear and humiliation, and ventured inside as well. Though he feared death, he dreaded returning in shame and becoming a laughingstock within the alliance. He yearned to uncover the secrets hidden within this ancient ruin. He also wanted to witness what kind of miracles Lin Mo could still conjure, or perhaps perish within. As the 4 figures vanished into the dark entrance, the massive stone wall slowly closed once more, returning to its original state as if nothing had occurred. Only a faint trace of death and decay lingered in the air, along with a barely perceptible scent of blood. Thus commenced a journey of treasure hunting and slaughter surrounding the ancient ruins. And Lin Mo, the leader of the hidden dragons from the novice village, would once again showcase his terrifying prowess amidst the unknown and perilous ruins. With the blood and souls of his foes, he would compose a deathly prelude belonging to the Desert Reaper. Upon entering the ruins, they found themselves in a narrow, dimly lit passage. The stone walls on either side were adorned with phosphorescent green flames, casting an eerie and sinister glow upon the surroundings. The air was thick with dust and the stench of decay, inducing nausea. Scattered across the ground were remnants of shattered bones and rusted weaponry, clearly left behind by unfortunate souls who had ventured here before. Everyone, be cautious. We are in the outer region of the ruins. While there are no formidable restrictions, many bloodthirsty corpse beetles roam about. Xing Luo led the way, whispering a warning. These beetles are not particularly strong individually, roughly at level 5, but they swarm in vast numbers and can become a troublesome nuisance if they latch on. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling rustling sound erupted from the depths of the passage. Suddenly, a horde of fist-sized, jet-black, menacing beetles surged forth from the darkness, rushing toward Lin Mo and his companions. These corpse beetles, with their sharp mandibles and resilient exoskeletons, emitted a nauseating odor, their eyes gleaming with a ravenous red light, clearly starved for prey. Damn, why are there so many? Long Ao Tian's face paled at the sight of the overwhelming swarm, instinctively wanting to retreat. Though he possessed great physical strength, the sheer numbers and relentless nature of the beetles sent shivers down his spine. Xing Luo frowned, illuminating his starry staff, preparing to unleash a wide-area spell to clear the way. Cold Moon, meanwhile, melded into the shadows, seeking the perfect opportunity to strike. However, before they could act, Lin Mo moved first. He even found it unnecessary to wield his Soul Reaper staff. Calmly, He raised his right hand and gently waved it toward the approaching horde of beetles. Soul flame. Whoosh! A dark red flame, imbued with the essence of death and destruction, erupted from his palm like a serpent of fire, enveloping the corpse beetles within a radius of several dozen meters. Sizzle! The air was filled with the sound of searing flesh. The once formidable horde of beetles, upon contact with the soul flame, found their hardened shells melting away as if they had encountered their nemesis, turning to ash in an instant. They were unable to even emit a cry before being utterly consumed, leaving no trace behind. In mere seconds, the once mighty swarm had been obliterated by Lin Mo's soul flame, leaving only charred remnants and a nauseating stench in its wake. Instant kill. Another instant kill, and it was a wide-area annihilation. This spectacle left Long Ao Tian, Xing Luo, and even Cold Moon, hidden in the shadows, utterly astounded, speechless in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Lin Mo possessed such terrifying area-clearing capabilities. Moreover, that eerie dark red flame seemed capable of directly incinerating souls, effectively countering these undead and insectoid creatures. Just how many secrets does Lin Mo conceal? Is he truly a sea-level potential practitioner? A mere swarm of ants dares to be insolent before me? Lin Mo clapped his hands as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Turning his gaze toward the still astonished Xing Luo, he asked, "What are you dawdling for? Continue leading the way." "Oh, yes, yes." Xing Luo, as if awakening from a dream, nodded vigorously. His eyes now filled with profound reverence and a subtle hint of fear toward Lin Mo. This Lin Mo was 1,000 times more terrifying than he had imagined. It seems that the fate of their expedition through the ruins hinges precariously on the whims of the esteemed Lin Mo. Chapter 64. The Corridor of Bones and the Whispers of the Undead. After vanquishing the bothersome corpse beetles, a temporary tranquility enveloped the passageway. Xing Luo suppressed the shock and unease swirling within him, resolutely continuing to lead the way. Long Ao Tian, however, cowered at the rear of the group like a timid quail, scarcely daring to breathe, lest he provoke the wrath of the formidable Lin Mo once more. Ling Yu remained shrouded in shadows, yet her gaze upon Lin Mo grew increasingly intense and intricate. This man, time and again, reshaped her understanding of power. As they traversed the long and oppressive corridor, they were suddenly greeted by a magnificent expanse. Before Lin Mo and his companions lay an extraordinarily vast corridor, towering several dozen meters high and nearly 100 meters wide. The walls on either side were adorned with a multitude of grotesque and terrifying carvings of demons and specters, so lifelike that it seemed they might break free from their stony confines at any moment. The ceiling was studded with enormous luminous pearls radiating a ghostly blue light, illuminating the corridor as brightly as day, yet lending an eerie and sinister atmosphere. Most striking of all was the floor of the corridor. It was not merely paved with ordinary stone slabs, but rather with a macabre arrangement of countless bones, each uniquely shaped and eerily pristine. Human, beastly, and even the remains of unknown magical creatures were piled high, stretching endlessly before them. Stepping upon them elicited a chilling crunch, as if restless spirits might emerge from the bones beneath their feet, dragging them into an abyss of despair. This was the Corridor of Bones. Xing Luo surveyed the horrifying spectacle before him, his voice hoarse as he spoke. It is said that the bones laid here were transformed and enslaved from the undead entities by a certain demigod-level necromancer during their lifetime through forbidden magics. Though devoid of life, the remnants still retained potent grudges of death and an indelible warrior spirit. Should any living being intrude upon this place, they would disturb their slumber, invoking a frenzied assault. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds erupted from all directions. The grotesque carvings of demons and specters on the corridor walls flared with a sudden, blood-red glow. The once quiet bones began to tremble violently, as if something were striving to break free from their confines. This is bad. The undead are awakening. Prepare for battle. Xing Luo's face paled, and he shouted a warning. The starlit staff in his hand blazed with radiance, coalescing into a formidable shield of starlight that enveloped him in protection. Long Ao Tian steeled himself, retrieving a spare two-handed sword from his storage space. Though it paled in comparison to the colossal axe Lin Mo had shattered, it was still a commendable epic-grade weapon. He roared, his golden-red dragon blood energy surging forth, muscles taut and ready for combat. Ling Yu, like a wraith, vanished from sight, clearly seeking the opportune moment for a lethal strike. Yet, in the face of the impending onslaught of undead, Lin Mo remained unperturbed, a curious smile gracing his lips. How intriguing, such an abundance of quality soul materials, just perfect for me to experiment with my newly acquired skills. The soul devourer, staff in his grasp, pulsated ominously, the sinister skull at its tip igniting with violet flames. An aura of death and soul energy, more terrifying and pure than ever before, emanated from the staff, enveloping the entire corridor of bones. The undead entities, previously poised to rise from the walls and floor, halted in their tracks, sensing the overwhelming, irresistible pressure emanating from Lin Mo. The crimson glow in their eyes transformed into a shade of fearful and submissive azure. It was as though they had encountered their destined sovereign. What is happening? Xing Luo stared in disbelief at the surreal scene, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His expression one of sheer incredulity. These ferocious, fearless undead beings were rendered motionless by the aura exuded by Lin Mo. This was even more astonishing than his earlier display of annihilating the swarm in a single stroke. Long Ao Tian was equally flabbergasted, nearly dropping his sword in shock. He felt his worldview irrevocably shattered by this monstrous Lin Mo. Lingyu, concealed in the shadows, was equally shaken. She could distinctly sense that the death and soul energy radiating from Lin Mo was exponentially more potent and refined than what she had felt during the Qianlong selection. Moreover, within that aura lay a supreme will, transcending all undead, a sovereign intent. It was as if Lin Mo were born to dominate these spectral beings. It appears you possess some sense after all. Lin Mo regarded the trembling, prostrate undead with satisfaction. He then raised the soul devourer staff, chanting an ancient and arcane incantation imbued with the essence of death and desecration. Oh, slumbering bones, heed my summons. Broken souls, respond to my call. In my name, grant you new life. Forbidden necromancy, resurrection of the fallen. Boom. As Lin Mo's words resonated, the entire corridor of bones quaked violently. Dark, ink-like energies of death surged forth from this soul devourer, staff like living tendrils, instantly enveloping the corridor. The bones that had lain quietly on the ground began to reassemble and coalesce at a visible speed, rising to their feet. In their eye sockets, azure flames of soul ignited. They donned tattered armor and rusted weapons. In mere seconds, a battalion composed of hundreds of diverse and formidable skeletal warriors, archers, and mages materialized behind Lin Mo, surrounding him like planets orbiting a star. Though these newly awakened undead were not as powerful as the skeletal champions Lin Mo had summoned previously, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, fearlessly loyal, and fervently devoted to him. Each one was a warrior spirit forcibly awakened from the depths of this corridor of bones by Lin Mo's forbidden necromancy. This is a cataclysm of undead. Xing Luo gaped at the vast, imposing army of the undead, and at Lin Mo, who commanded them like a king, his spirit fleeing in terror as he collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a word. He felt on the brink of madness. This Lin Mo not only possessed unfathomable strength, but could also summon such a terrifying legion of the undead. Is there no respite for the living? Long Ao Tan was equally pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably, wishing he could vanish into the earth itself. He has finally come to comprehend why Lin Mo dared to utter such audacious words, proclaiming that you would become the new souls beneath his soul calamity. It is because he truly possesses that formidable strength. Cold Moon emerged from the shadows, her eternally frozen visage revealing, for the first time, an unmistakable shock and a hint of bitterness. She had believed that the chasm between herself and Lin Mo, though vast, was not insurmountable. However, it has become abundantly clear that she was gravely mistaken. This man is not someone she can chase or surpass. He stands as an insurmountable mountain. My spectral minions, go forth. Cleanse this corridor of all impurities that dare to resist me. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he pointed the soul calamity staff forward. Roar. Hundreds of undead creatures unleashed a deafening roar, surging like a black tide into the depths of the skeletal corridor. Thus began a grand feast of the undead, orchestrated by Lin Mo himself. Those powerful skeletal guardians hidden deep within the corridor, who had initially planned to surprise the intruders, would now likely face an even greater surprise. Lin Mo gazed upon his formidable army of the undead, a satisfied smile gracing his features. The might of the forbidden necromancy had indeed not let him down. Although these temporarily summoned undead lacked the strength and potential of permanently enslaved soul servants, their sheer numbers and the ability to replenish them on-site rendered them perfect cannon fodder and reinforcements. With this army of the undead at his command, he would navigate the treacherous ancient ruins with unparalleled ease. Come, let us follow and observe, Lin Mo said to the still-dazed Xing Luo and Long Ao Tian. Perhaps we might acquire some fine spoils. With that, he stepped forward, leisurely trailing behind his army of the undead, venturing deeper into the skeletal corridor. It was as if he were not exploring perilous ruins, but rather enjoying a leisurely outing. Xing Luo and Long Ao Tian exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of bitterness and resignation in the other's eyes. At this juncture, their only recourse was to obediently follow in the wake of this great demon lord, praying not to become a part of his spoils. As for Cold Moon, she silently tightened her grip on her dagger, casting a complex glance at Lin Mo's retreating figure before melding once more into the shadows. She understood that this expedition into the ruins would likely prove far more thrilling than she had anticipated. Chapter 65, The Undead Civil War and the Fisherman's Gang. The depths of the skeletal corridor were anything but smooth sailing. As Lin Mo's army of the undead surged forward like a black tide into the corridor's midsection, they finally encountered genuine resistance. From the shadows on either side of the corridor, dozens of elite skeletal guards, towering in stature and clad in tattered heavy armor while wielding colossal bone weapons, charged forth, seeking to obstruct Lin Mo's advancing army. Each of these skeletal guardians possessed a strength exceeding level 10, with several nearing the elite leader level of 15. Their eye sockets blazed with crimson flames of soul fire, brimming with a ferocity and murderous intent, clearly marking them as the true natives and protectors of this skeletal corridor. Roar! The elite skeletal guards emitted a thunderous roar as they swung their massive weapons, fearlessly charging into Lin Mo's undead army. A brutal civil war among the undead erupted without warning. The ordinary skeletal warriors summoned by Lin Mo crumbled before these battle-hardened elite guardians, akin to fragile straw dolls. Often, a single encounter would result in shattered bones and extinguished soul flames, leaving only a pile of useless white bones. Yet, Lin Mo's army of the undead thrived on their overwhelming numbers and unwavering obedience to his commands. They surged forward one after another, using their frail bodies to continuously wear down the strength and patience of the elite skeletal guardians. The skeletal corridor resounded with the cacophony of shattering bones, clashing weapons, and the wails of lost souls, creating a harrowing symphony of death. A thick miasma of death and resentment permeated the corridor, almost materializing in the air as it surged. Xing Luo and Long Ao Tian, hiding at a distance, were rendered pale and trembling by the horrific scene before them. They could hardly fathom that they were witnessing a world war among the undead. Furthermore, the orchestrator of this chaos was a seemingly youthful and perverse individual. Lin Mo, what should we do now? Xing Luo stammered, his voice quaking. He genuinely regretted agreeing to Cold Moon's proposition to wade into this murky water. This was no treasure hunt. It was clearly a day trip to hell. Why the rush? Lin Mo cast him a sidelong glance, speaking nonchalantly. Let them fight it out. We shall simply watch the show. There was no trace of tension or worry on his face. Only a leisurely demeanor that suggested he found the brutal undead conflict before him merely an entertaining spectacle. Xing Luo and Long Ao Tian exchanged exasperated glances. This man's mindset was truly extraordinary. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, remaining obediently behind Lin Mo as they anxiously observed the battlefield's developments. The battle quickly escalated into a fierce confrontation. Although Lin Mo's army enjoyed a numerical advantage, they were clearly outmatched in terms of elite combat power by the skeletal guardians. In mere moments, nearly half of the hundreds of undead he had summoned had been lost, while the elite skeletal guardians also bore wounds and their soul flames flickered dimly. Their ferocity remained undiminished. With their superior strength and sturdier bones, they rampaged through Lin Mo's ranks, as if they were in uncharted territory. Lin Mo, your army of the undead can barely hold on. Xing Luo exclaimed anxiously, observing the battlefield's dire situation. If Lin Mo's forces were completely annihilated, they would soon face the ferocious elite skeletal guardians themselves. Given the strength of both himself and Long Ao Tian, their fate would likely be grim. Oh, is that so? Lin Mo replied, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Who told you that my army of the undead was limited to such power? As his words fell, the soul calamity, staff in his hand erupted with a dazzling hue of ghostly purple light. Awaken, slumbering heroes. Heed my command, unyielding battle spirits. Respond to my call. By my name, bestow upon you eternal glory. Forbidden necromancy, advanced resurrection of the dead. Boom. A surge of death energy more terrifying and pure than before erupted from the soul calamity staff. This time, the death energy did not indiscriminately envelop the entire corridor, but instead precisely infused the remnants of Lin Mo's fallen undead that had just been destroyed in battle. Crack, crack. The sound of bones reassembling grew increasingly dense. The once shattered remains of the fallen, now scattered across the ground, stirred anew at the moment they encountered this exalted essence of death, rising once more with astonishing rapidity visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, upon their revival, they appeared to possess even greater power than before. Their bones had grown sturdier and more resilient. The flames of their souls within their eye sockets burned with an intensified fervor, and an elusive shroud of black, deathly energy enveloped them. It was as if they had undergone a baptism and transcendence of death itself. Could it be that they could resurrect on the spot, and even level up? Starfall gazed in disbelief at this surreal spectacle, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, and he could not help but utter a profanity. He felt his understanding of the world once again ruthlessly reshaped and trampled by Lin Mo. This fellow was nothing short of a glitch in the fabric of reality. Long Ao Tian's mouth hung agape, rendered speechless for an extended moment. His feelings towards Lin Mo had dwindled to a profound reverence mixed with numbness. Hidden in the shadows, Cold Moon was similarly shaken, her grip on her dagger trembling slightly. She understood that Lin Mo's forbidden necromancy was far from ordinary necromantic magic. The ability to allow undead beings to resurrect continuously in battle, growing stronger with each encounter, was simply unprecedented. If left unchecked, he alone could potentially rival a true legion of undead calamity. Kill. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he pointed his Soul Reaver staff forward. The recently revived and empowered undead unleashed a more ferocious roar, as if invigorated, charging heedlessly towards the elite skeletal guardians. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Lin Mo's undead army not only maintained numerical superiority, but also experienced a significant enhancement in individual strength. They clashed with the elite skeletal guardians, showing no signs of retreat, and even exhibited a burgeoning tendency to overpower them. The elite guardians, taken aback, had not anticipated that these mere insects they had just slain could rise again and grow stronger. The crimson flames of their souls flickered wildly, brimming with rage and a barely perceptible hint of panic. They began to fall back, new wounds and cracks appearing across their forms. The scales of victory began to tip swiftly in Lin Mo's favor. Almost there, Lin Mo surveyed the battlefield, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. He had no interest in engaging in a war of attrition with these skeletal remains. What he sought was an efficient harvest. With a mere thought, the soul servant, Crow, who had been lurking behind him, silently melded into the shadows of the battlefield. In the next moment, a series of icy glimmers erupted like venomous serpents from behind, the flanks, and all manner of unforeseen angles against the elite skeletal guardians. With each flash, a guardian's head was expertly severed, or their soul flame pierced directly. It was Crow. Like a spectral assassin on the battlefield, each strike was swift, precise, and lethal. It targeted those powerful guardians who were already grievously injured or exposed. Under Crow's elusive and deadly ambush, the once valiant elite skeletal guardians were thrown into disarray, suffering heavy casualties. Their numbers dwindled at a rapid pace, visible to the naked eye. Splendid, Lin Mo observed, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. This Crow, indeed a product of the Eternal Night Church's training, displayed remarkable combat awareness and assassination skills. It was perfectly suited for finishing off foes and claiming heads. Moments later, the last elite skeletal guardian fell with a cry of despair, its head cleaved from its body, crashing to the ground and shattering into a heap of soulless bones. The skeletal corridor fell silent once more, littered with remnants and an even more potent aura of death. Lin Mo's undead army, though also suffering considerable losses, remained with less than 100 left. Yet, their eye sockets blazed with a more vigorous flame of souls, and they were cloaked in a denser shroud of black death energy. Clearly, in this brutal internal conflict among the undead, they had devoured a fair share of their kin's soul power, reaping substantial benefits. Clean up the battlefield, Lin Mo commanded nonchalantly. The surviving undead beings immediately sprang into action, akin to the most diligent of worker bees, gathering the scattered bones and weapons, piling them before Lin Mo. He leisurely raised his soul reaver staff. The grotesque skull at its tip opened its gaping maw, directing its attention toward the remnants of the elite skeletal guardians. Soul absorption. An invisible force erupted from the skull's mouth, consuming the pure and potent soul energy emanating from the scattered remains. Notification: your soul strike's additional damage has permanently increased by 18 points. Notification: your soul strike's additional damage has permanently increased by 22 points. Notification: your soul strike's additional damage has permanently increased by 15 points. A series of melodious notifications echoed in Lin Mo's mind. The additional damage of Soul Strike surged dramatically after absorbing the souls of these dozens of elite skeletal guardians, breaking past the 7,000-point threshold to an astonishing 7,088 points. He could distinctly sense that the Soul Reaver in his hand exuded an even more terrifying and sinister aura after absorbing such a vast reservoir of soul power. The purple flames in the skull's eye sockets burned brighter, as if imbued with life itself. Indeed, this skeletal corridor proved to be a splendid location. A satisfied smile graced Lin Mo's face. This journey had been worthwhile. Beside him, Starfall and Long Ao Tian watched in terror as Lin Mo executed his methodical obliteration and soul absorption, scarcely daring to breathe, their fear of him reaching new heights. This fellow was an absolute demon. Not even the souls of the dead were spared. How terrifying. They swore that henceforth they would never dare provoke this harbinger of doom again. Only Cold Moon, hidden in the shadows, regarded Lin Mo with increasingly complex and fervent eyes. It seemed she saw in him a pathway to a stronger realm, one steeped in death and slaughter. Chapter 66. The Stone Coffin Treasure and the Ancient Will. After thoroughly clearing the battlefield and consuming all valuable soul energy, Lin Mo's gaze turned toward the end of the skeletal corridor. There stood a colossal stone platform, towering over 10 meters high. Upon it rested a menacing sarcophagus, crafted entirely from black mysterious iron, adorned with countless twisted and wailing demon and soul reliefs. Surrounding the sarcophagus was an overwhelming aura of dread, reminiscent of ancient primordial terror. It seemed as though a formidable and unparalleled demon, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, lay dormant within. That, without doubt, must be the main sarcophagus of the demigod-level necromancer. Xinghua gazed at the ominous black stone coffin, his voice somewhat hoarse as he spoke, his eyes brimming with trepidation and a hint of greed. He understood that the most coveted treasures and legacies within this relic were likely concealed within that very sarcophagus. However, this also implied that the most terrifying dangers and guardians awaited there. Long Outyin wore an expression of grave concern, tightening his grip on the colossal sword in his hands. His muscles taut and poised for battle at any moment. Though terrified by Lin Mo, he recognized the truth behind the adage that fortune favors the bold. If he could seize a powerful artifact or two from that coffin, perhaps he could not only recoup his losses, but also elevate his own prowess to new heights. Cold Moon emerged from the shadows, her frigid gaze fixated intently upon the black coffin, her breath quickening. She could distinctly sense that within the sarcophagus resided a force akin to her own, yet more refined and potent, a power of death and shadow. If she could obtain it, only Lin Mo remained unfazed, his countenance tranquil and unperturbed. He simply observed the terrifying black coffin, the eye of the underworld, on his forehead gleaming with an eerie light that seemed to penetrate all. He was analyzing, assessing, and searching for any potential prohibitions or weaknesses that might lie upon the sarcophagus. Let us proceed and investigate, Lin Mo stated nonchalantly, taking the lead towards the massive stone platform. Behind him, the remnants of the undead army, now greatly bolstered in strength, marched in synchronized, heavy steps, forming a protective barrier around him. Xinglua, Long Outyin, and Cold Moon exchanged glances before hastily following suit. They understood that what lay ahead was the true crux of their expedition into the relic, a moment fraught with peril. As the quartet and the undead army approached the immense stone platform, a sudden aberration manifested. Boom! A surge of ancient will, filled with rage, resentment, and boundless solitude, infinitely more terrifying than any previous encounter, erupted from the black coffin, as though an awakening primordial beast had been unleashed. The entire skeletal corridor trembled violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. The space surrounding the stone platform warped and blurred under the onslaught of this dreadful will. Beware! It is the lingering will of the demigod mage. Xinglua's face paled as he urgently warned, raising his starry staff, which shone brilliantly. Radiant starlight coalesced around him, forming layers of luminous barriers in a desperate attempt to fend off the encroaching will. Long Outyin roared in defiance, his golden-red dragon blood aura surging forth as he wielded his sword with ferocious might, crafting an impenetrable web of blades to shield himself. Cold Moon flickered like a wraith, merging into the shadows surrounding the stone platform, seeking the source and vulnerabilities of that ancient will. Yet, all their efforts appeared feeble and inadequate against the monumental force of the ancient will. Crack! Crack! The starry barriers surrounding Xinglua shattered like fragile glass, exploding in a cacophony. He felt an irresistible force slam into his chest, causing him to spew a copious amount of blood, his body soaring uncontrollably, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into a pile of bones several dozen meters away, unconscious and unresponsive. Long Outyin's impenetrable sword web was likewise torn asunder in an instant. His sword slipped from his grasp, and he was struck as if by a high-speed maglev train, his ribs shattered, organs ruptured, blood gushing forth as he flew back. His fate grimly worse than that of Xinglua. Even Cold Moon, concealed in the shadows, gasped, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. In a mere moment, these three individuals, considered among the elite geniuses within the core disciples of the Alliance's sacred ground, were brutally incapacitated by that terrifying ancient will. Such was the horror of a demigod-level power. Even a mere fragment of its will was sufficient to effortlessly crush these so-called prodigies. However, just as that fearsome ancient will seemed poised to engulf Lin Mo and his undead army, Lin Mo finally stirred. His expression remained as serene as still waters. Devoid of any hint of panic or fear, he slowly raised the soul-devouring staff in his hand. The ghastly skull atop the staff erupted with a brilliance of purple flames, more dazzling and bewitching than ever before. An equally potent will, filled with death, devastation, dominion, yet more tyrannical, more pure, and more unassailable, surged forth from both the soul-devouring staff and Lin Mo himself. A mere remnant of a soul dares to act insolently before me? Lin Mo's voice, cold and authoritative, resonated throughout the skeletal corridor like the decree of a death god from the depths of the abyss. Bow before me. Boom. Two equally formidable wills collided violently in the air. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no apocalyptic wave of energy, only a clash of wills, originating from the very core of existence, more fundamental and lethal than any physical confrontation. In that moment, the entire skeletal corridor seemed to fall into absolute silence. Time, space, and all else appeared to freeze. Only those two formless yet palpably real wills clashed, eroding, consuming, and obliterating one another. Crack! Crack! The tormented demons and souls sculpted upon the black coffin, writhing and howling, began to shatter into dust under the dominance of Lin Mo's more tyrannical and pure royal will. The coffin itself trembled violently, emitting pained groans as if the residual will of the slumbering demigod-level necromancer within had felt an innate fear and submission before Lin Mo, the newly risen lord of the undead. Impossible, this cannot be. A hoarse thought, filled with shock, unwillingness, and boundless despair, intermittently emanated from the black coffin. Who are you? Why? Why do you exude the aura of my master? My master? Lin Mo arched an eyebrow. A glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. It seemed that this sarcophagus concealed secrets yet unknown to him. You have no right to know. Lin Mo snorted coldly, the radiance of the soul-devouring staff intensifying. The overwhelming royal will, akin to an indomitable sword, plunged fiercely into the black coffin. Aya! A scream of utmost agony erupted from within the sarcophagus, only to abruptly cease. That ancient will, once so formidable and destructive, rapidly melted away before Lin Mo's even greater royal will, disintegrating like ice beneath the scorching sun, ultimately obliterated. The skeletal corridor fell once again into tranquility. It seems as though the recent harrowing contest of wills had never transpired. Only the black sarcophagus, marred by cracks and exuding an aura of desolation, along with the three prodigies sprawled on the ground like lifeless dogs, silently attested to the reality of the prior events. Lin Mo gazed at the once menacing sarcophagus, now devoid of any threat, a satisfied smile gracing his countenance. Evidently, the Soul Reaver staff in his possession, coupled with the enigmatic Lord of the Dead's command, proved to be far more potent and mysterious than he had anticipated. Even the lingering will of a demigod could be effortlessly subdued. This was indeed a glitch within a glitch. With the pesky flies dealt with, Lin Mo clapped his hands, as though he had merely accomplished a trifling task. He then turned his gaze towards the alluring black sarcophagus. It was time to uncover the treasures concealed within. With measured steps, he approached the immense stone platform. Arriving before the black sarcophagus, he extended his hand, delicately resting it upon the cold, rough surface of the coffin lid. Then, with a subtle exertion of force, the thunderous sound of friction echoed as the heavy black lid slowly creaked open. A wave of even more potent, purer, yet nauseatingly foul odors of death and decay surged forth from the sarcophagus. Simultaneously, resplendent glimmers of treasure light and a terrifying energy fluctuation that sent shivers through the very essence of his soul erupted forth. What extraordinary treasures lay hidden within the sarcophagus? Or perhaps, a more terrifying death trap awaited? Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with a blend of anticipation and vigilance. A genuine journey of unboxing was about to unfold in his hands. Chapter 67, Relics of the Demigod and Fragments of the Law. At the moment the heavy black sarcophagus lid was fully pushed open, an ineffable, supremely pure wave of death and soul energy erupted from the coffin like a volcanic explosion. The entire bone corridor was inundated with this sudden torrent of terrifying energy, and the air became thick with a stifling pressure. The spectral servants behind Lin Mo could not suppress their excited and greedy murmurs, their soul flames flickering wildly in their eye sockets, as if ensnared by a fatal temptation. Even Lin Mo himself, upon sensing this pure essence of death and soul energy, felt the power of the desert reaper within him surge uncontrollably, emitting a series of desirous roars. What exquisite energy! A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Even this emanating energy was sufficient to bestow upon him immense benefits. What astonishing treasures lay hidden within the sarcophagus? He forcefully quelled the excitement in his heart and peered into the coffin. To his surprise, the bottom of the sarcophagus revealed not the expected corpses or burial items, but instead, a pool of viscous, mercury-like liquid radiating a haunting purple glow. Within that liquid, it was as if millions of vengeful souls were howling, filled with endless resentment, despair, and the most primal essence of death. At the center of this eerie purple liquid floated three items, each emanating a different hue of treasure light. To the left was a ring, entirely black as ink, etched with countless twisted runes, exuding a potent aura of soul energy and curses. Cursed Ring of Vengeful Souls, Legendary. Quality, Legendary. Required Level, 10. Spirit 30, Perception 20. Special Effect 1, Vengeful Souls Entwined, enhancing all curse-related skills by 30, extending duration by 20. Special Effect 2, Soul Shriek, Passive Effect, when subjected to a fatal attack. There is a chance to trigger a powerful soul shock, dealing massive soul damage to the attacker and inducing a brief state of dizziness and fear. Cooldown, 24 hours. Special Effect 3, Curse Amplification, allows you to consume your own life force to temporarily enhance the power of the next curse skill, maximum increase of 100, at the cost of life force equivalent to 50 of the skill power. Note, this ring is forged from the essences of countless powerful vengeful souls. Containing terrifying resentment and curse power, it is advised that only those with unwavering will should wear it, lest it backfire on its bearer. In the center lay an ancient spell book, entirely constructed from unknown beast hide, its cover adorned with a grotesque depiction of a lich's skull drawn in blood, exuding a potent aura of death and desecration. Advanced Necromancy Mastery, Epic Skill Book. Type, Passive. Effect, upon learning, you will master more profound necromantic knowledge. All necromancy skills will be elevated to level 1, not exceeding the skill level cap, and the attributes of summoned undead creatures will be enhanced by 15, with a chance of mutation, granting additional special abilities. Note, This is the culmination of a powerful lich's lifelong research into the essence of necromancy, containing forbidden secrets of life and death and the desecration of souls. To the right was a palm-sized fragment, exhibiting a chaotic gray-black hue, its surface marred by countless fine cracks, as if it were on the verge of shattering, yet emanating an elusive, profound wave of energy that transcended all others. Fragment of the Law of Death. Grade. Type. Special oddity. Consumable. Effect. Contains a trace of the fragmented essence of the Law of Death. Upon absorption, there is a chance to help the practitioner grasp the rudiments of the Law of Death, or even directly control a faint sliver of its power. Success rate depends on the practitioner's innate talent, comprehension, and affinity with the Law of Death. Note: this is a precious fragment left behind when the fundamental laws of the universe shattered. Its value is immeasurable, but equally fraught with unknown dangers. Failure in absorption may result in soul injury or, at worst, annihilation of both body and spirit. The Cursed Ring of Vengeful Souls. Advanced Necromancy Mastery. Fragment of the Law of Death. Lin Mo beheld the three treasures within the sarcophagus, and even his composed demeanor could not suppress the quickening of his breath and heartbeat. Each of these items, if brought forth, would undoubtedly incite a sensation throughout the entire Great Xia Alliance. A legendary cursed ring. An epic skill book capable of enhancing all necromancy skills. And that fragment of law, a mere legend, which could aid practitioners in comprehending the essence of law. This was truly a divine opportunity for ascension. The demigod-level necromancer had not disappointed him. Lin Mo took a deep breath, forcibly repressing the excitement and greed swelling within. He understood that while these three treasures were precious, they were equally laden with temptation and peril. Particularly the Cursed Ring of Vengeful Souls and the Fragment of the Law of Death, both clearly warned of the risks of backfiring and annihilation. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable ruin. However, Lin Mo had never been one to shy away from risk. He firmly believed that risk and opportunity coexist. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Mo extended his hand and donned the ominous, Cursed Ring of Vengeful Souls upon his finger. The ring, icy to the touch, instantly filled his being with a chilling, bone-deep resentment and curse, striving to erode his will and distort his soul. Yet, Lin Mo merely snorted disdainfully, as the desert god of death's power within him and the royal will of the soul catastrophe erupted simultaneously. The rebellious resentment and curse, confronted by his more domineering and pure strength, were swiftly suppressed and refined, ultimately transforming into a pure essence of soul power that melded with his body. Notification: you have successfully equipped the Cursed Soul Ring. Your Spirit 30, Perception 20, all curse-related skill effects enhanced by 30, duration extended by 20. Lin Mo reveled in the formidable enhancement and effect augmentation bestowed by the ring, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This ring was, without a doubt, tailor-made for him. With it, the potency of his curse skills, such as Withering and Fearful Howl, would ascend to new heights. Next, Lin Mo grasped the Advanced Necromancy Mastery skill book, exuding an aura of blasphemy. Learning. In a flash of light, the skill book transformed into a cascade of black runes that integrated into his mind. Countless pieces of knowledge and mysteries regarding advanced necromancy unfolded within his consciousness. Notification: you have successfully learned Advanced Necromancy Mastery. All your necromancy skills are now at level 1. And the attributes for summoning undead creatures are enhanced by 15. Lin Mo felt as though his brain had been forcibly stuffed with an entire library, brimming with esoteric yet irresistibly alluring knowledge of necromantic magic. He could distinctly sense that his understanding and control over the power of death had ascended to an entirely new echelon. His core skills, such as forbidden necromancy and soul enslavement, had also risen in level again. The overall strength of the undead army he had just summoned was significantly bolstered by this newfound power. Delight surged within Lin Mo as he silently praised the Advanced Necromancy Mastery, a veritable divine skill. Finally, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the Fragment of the Law of Death, an object brimming with mystery and allure. This was, indeed, the most prized possession of his expedition to the ruins. It held the key to whether he could break through his limitations and comprehend the power of the laws. Drawing a deep breath, his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination and resolve. He understood that absorbing this fragment would undoubtedly entail immense risks. Yet, Lin Mo had never shied away from challenges. He extended his hand and firmly grasped the cracked, ash-gray stone, which appeared on the verge of shattering. Then, closing his eyes, he submerged his entire consciousness into the stone, attempting to comprehend and absorb the fragmented essence of the Law of Death contained within. Boom! A torrent of terrifying, boundless, and indescribable information erupted from the seemingly insignificant stone, akin to a cosmic storm breaking free from its confines. It surged into his soul as consciousness. This deluge of information encompassed the origins, evolution, and conclusion of death, the birth, reincarnation, and extinction of souls, and the cycles of life and death in the universe. transforming everything into the most primal, pure, and incomprehensible runes of law, rampaging through his consciousness, colliding, reconfiguring, and annihilating. Lin Mo felt as though his head might explode. His soul shattered inch by inch under the onslaught of this terrifying information, teetering on the brink of collapse. An unprecedented agony and despair, rooted deep within his soul, washed over him in an instant. He envisioned the universe's end, the ultimate destination of all things, and the profound truth of death. He perceived his own insignificance and ignorance. In the face of this vast ocean of laws, he was but a negligible speck of dust. No, I, Lin Mo, shall not falter here. Just as his consciousness was on the verge of being completely consumed by the horrific deluge of law, and his soul was about to disintegrate entirely, he bit down on his tongue, a jolt of excruciating pain igniting a flicker of clarity. The eye of the underworld, upon his forehead suddenly radiated a dazzling, ethereal light. The soul catastrophe staff in his hand emitted a series of defiant roars, the menacing skull at its tip ablaze with ghostly purple flames, burning at their zenith. Within his consciousness, the mysterious, warlord-esque command seemed to respond to some unseen stimulus, erupting into a blinding golden light, exuding an unassailable, supreme will of kingship. A mere fragment of the law dares to consume me. Be shattered. Lin Mo roared, unleashing all his soul's power, mental resolve, and the domineering force derived from the warlord-esque command. In an unrestrained explosion, he struck fiercely against the law's tumultuous information within his consciousness. This was a clash of will against law, a struggle between mortals and deities. Victory would grant him ascendance, mastery over the laws, and dominion over all beings. Defeat would mean annihilation, eternal damnation, and dissolution into nothingness. Lin Mo's future hinged upon this decisive moment.